Introduction. He is a master of martial arts, an exceptional physician, the personal bodyguard of a beautiful CEO, and a thorn in the side of countless wealthy heirs. He is Lin Yi, once a legendary special forces operative, tasked with descending the mountain to marry his fiancée, Wan Bing. Chapter 1. The Annulment of Engagement. In the northern district of White City, within a high-end CAF, Lin Yi, carrying a military green sack, shielded his eyes from the glaring sun as he entered the CAF. In his right hand, he held a photograph, scanning the area before his gaze landed on a girl not far away. My master insisted that I come down the mountain to wed, and I expected a dinosaur, but she doesn't seem half bad. Dressed in a deep blue gown, with long, lustrous black hair, rosy lips, and white teeth, adorned with large, circular earrings, she was indeed a mirror image of the girl in the photograph. At the same time, Wan Shui scrutinized Lin Yi before her. He wore a wrinkled white shirt, faded jeans, and flip-flops, still clutching the sack. Though handsome, exuding a robust masculinity, Wan Shui had already resolved in her mind to reject him. How could the esteemed daughter of the Wan family, the pride of White City, a goddess coveted by many, consider marrying a man who resembled a beggar? "Hey, wife," Lin Yi said, observing Wan Shui closely, his gaze lingering on her alluring curves and enviable waist, making it hard for him to resist the urge to embrace her. "Lin Yi, do you realize you are half an hour late? And I am not your wife. Not now, nor will I ever be." Wan Shui glared at him with palpable disdain. "Half an hour late? I thought I arrived half an hour early." Lin Yi instinctively glanced at his watch. They had agreed to meet at 5:30, and he had arrived at 5. "You don't got it. I detest men who are not punctual. If your explanation does not satisfy me, this engagement is null and void," Wan Shui said, hands on her hips, fuming. Lin Yi chuckled, unfazed, and explained, "Wife, the reason for my delay is that I had to save someone on the way here." "Ha! Saving lives or being a hero to a damsel in distress?" Wan Shui replied sarcastically. Such worn-out cliches failed to impress her. Of course, it was heroism. The situation was urgent. Some thugs were chasing a beautiful woman, and she leapt into my arms without hesitation. With my skills, they were no match for me, but I must admit, that lady had quite a remarkable figure, and her assets were so striking, I nearly lost my composure. Lin Yi rested his chin on his hand, reminiscing about the beauty he saved by the roadside. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have sought her contact information. Smack! Wan Shui slammed her palm on the table, stamping her foot in frustration. She had initially thought Lin Yi was merely scruffy and a bit off-topic, but it now seemed he was an outright rogue. Phew! Thankfully, I came to probe him on behalf of my sister. Otherwise, if she were to marry him, she would never find happiness. Wan Shui silently rejoiced, having deliberately worn her sister's clothes for today's blind date. Seeing Wan Shui's anger, Lin Yi's expression changed dramatically as he earnestly declared, "But I am a man bound by a marriage contract. I'm soon to have a wife. How could I possibly engage in flirtations outside?" Thus, I resolutely declined that beautiful lady's request for my contact information and hastened here to see my wife. My affection for my wife flows like the ceaseless tide of a river in my heart. She reigns supreme, and no one can usurp her position, not even a celestial maiden. Initially, the onlookers were merely captivated by Lin Yi's appearance, but after hearing his heartfelt words, they unanimously gave him a thumbs up. Wan Shui stood abruptly, exclaiming flattery and deceit. She had irrevocably condemned Lin Yi in her heart, bewildered as to why her grandfather would consent to marry her sister to such a person. "Lin Yi, listen well. The marriage contract is null and void. Return whence you came," Wan Shui stated decisively as she rose to leave the CAF. "My dear, it is impossible for the contract to be voided. It can never be invalidated in this lifetime," Lin Yi insisted with a persistent smile, trailing behind Wan Shui. "My darling, your grandfather and my father have already agreed that as soon as the 3-year period is over, we will marry. Though the 3-year term is not yet elapsed, we could at least get engaged and cohabit to cultivate our feelings," Lin Yi cheerfully suggested, dashing in front of Wan Shui one moment and standing beside her the next, grinning incessantly. With an exasperated stomp, Wan Shui declared, "Do you see my lips? Marriage, contract, null, void. The beauty of my wife's lips is truly remarkable even when angry. She is so adorable," Lin Yi smirked. Wan Shui fell silent, quickening her pace toward the hotel, eager to escape Lin Yi. Suddenly, as she walked, her legs weakened, and she stumbled toward the ground. Lin Yi, with swift reflexes, dashed forward and caught her in his arms. As he looked down, he was met with the fullness of her chest, but noticed a red mark shaped somewhat like a bird on her left breast. The Suanio mark. Chapter 2. The Iceberg Wife. The Suanio mark. Lin E exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder your grandfather wants me to marry you. It seems I am destined to heal you. You are the one who is sick. This is merely a birthmark. Wan Shui shot him a resentful glance, feeling an uncomfortable stickiness below, realizing it was her menstrual blood. Assist me to the hotel, Wan Shui directed, pointing in its direction. This hotel was also one of the properties owned by the Wansha group. Whenever she had quarrels with her family, she would come here alone to find solace, always carrying the hotel room card with her. However, Lin E could only think of one thing. Just moments ago, she had vehemently refused to accept this marriage, and now she wished to check into a hotel. Could happiness arrive so abruptly? Lin E was not willing to let Wan Shui struggle to ascend, so he lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry, entering the hotel. It took some time for the hotel staff to catch up, panting heavily as they dragged Lin Yi's large bag. What are you doing? Put me down at once. Wan Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she struck Lin Yi's shoulder with force. My dear, I cannot bear to see you in pain. Reluctant to let you endure even the slightest discomfort, Lin Yi said as he stepped into the elevator, swiftly arriving at the room that Wan Shui had prepared in advance. He tossed the bag aside. Wan Shui rolled her eyes, tightly clasping her legs, and entered the restroom. Darling, are you feeling unwell? Lin Yi inwaited. I'm fine, just go downstairs and buy me some sanitary pads, Wan Shui urged. Lin Yi felt a wave of disbelief. Was it really appropriate for a man of his stature to fetch such items? Nevertheless, for the sake of his future wife, he decided to acquiesce. All right, Lin Yi sighed and hurried downstairs to the supermarket adjacent to the hotel. He purchased various types: day use, night use, leak-proof, and super absorbent, among others. Upon returning to the hotel, he unhesitatingly pushed open the restroom door. Inside, he found Wan Shui seated on the toilet, her face etched with distress. You pervert! Wan Shui turned her head, their eyes locking. Instinctively, she grabbed the trash can beside the toilet and hurled it at Lin Yi. Smack! Lin Yi swiftly caught the trash can. Darling, don't misunderstand, him here to deliver your sanitary pads. With that, he stepped inside and personally handed her a large package. Delivery complete. Now you can leave. Wan Shui glared at him, seething with indignation, appalled by such shameless audacity. Lin Yi shook his head, closed the door, and exited the restroom. Just then, Wan Shui's phone rang, and he quickly approached it. The caller ID displayed sister. After a moment's thought, he answered the call. Shui, where's the blue dress in my wardrobe? I need it for my blind date today. Where did you hide it? A melodious voice chimed from the other end. Xue? Isn't my wife Wan Bing? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Wan Shui in the restroom before asking, May I inquire if you are Wan Bing? Who are you? Why do you have my sister's phone? What have you done to her? Wan Bing's voice was filled with urgency and concern. My dear, one or two sentences won't suffice to clarify. Perhaps I could explain more thoroughly when we meet. Lin Yi replied cheerfully. Upon hearing the term wife, Wan Bing suddenly understood Wan Shui must have impersonated her for a blind date, and the person who obtained Wan Shui's phone was her future husband, Lin Yi. All right, hurry over, Grandpa wishes to meet you, Wan Bing said before hanging up. Eager to impress his future wife, Lin Yi retrieved a razor from the bag, pushed open the restroom door, turned on the faucet to wash his face, and tidied up his beard. Suddenly, a black trash can flew toward him. Bang! Lin Yi reacted swiftly, punching the trash can away. However, a bloodstained sanitary pad flew out and landed on his clothes. You pervert! Didn't you realize I was in the restroom? Wan Shui exclaimed, her eyes red with grievance, hastily pulling up her pants without caring if the sanitary pad was in place. Dear sister-in-law, it's a misunderstanding. Lin Yi raised his hands in surrender, slowly backing out of the restroom. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Wan Bing, causing him to forget that Wan Shui was in the restroom, changing her sanitary pad. I truly cannot comprehend why my sister would consent to marry a rogue like you. And why does grandfather favor you so? Wan Shui stormed out of the hotel, her frustration palpable. As she walked, she discreetly adjusted her pad, which was askew and uncomfortable, akin to having a hand inside. Perhaps it's because I'm handsome, Lin Yi replied with a confident smile, quickly following after her. The two hailed a cab and made their way to the lakeside villa. It must be said that the Wan family, being one of the most distinguished clans in Bai City, possessed a villa that was truly extraordinary. This villa, nestled by the lake, featured artificial hills and flowing water, along with a herb garden, creating a serene and delightful view from afar. Upon entering the villa, one could find numerous wooden pavilions designed for relaxation. After eagerly waiting for you, my boy, you have finally arrived. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair emerged from within the villa. Chapter 3. The Revenge of My Sister-in-Law Grandfather. Wan Shui quickened her pace and lunged towards Wan Yongjun, already plotting how to act coquettishly and slander Lin before him. However, with a swift movement, Wan Yongjun skillfully evaded Wan Shui's embrace and strode directly towards Lin Yi. Grandfather! Wan Shui stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What intriguing old man he is. Lin Yi took a couple of steps forward and grasped Wan Yongjun's hand. Grandfather, come. Don't just stand there foolishly. I shall take you to meet Binger. Holding Lin Yi's hand, Wan Yongjun proceeded into the villa. Wan Shui pouted, casting a resentful glance at Wan Yongjun, and followed them inside. Upon entering the hall on the first floor, Wan Bing was seated beside the sofa, pouring 4 cups of hot tea. Darling, come here for a hug. Lin Yi unabashedly opened his arms towards Wan Bing in front of the two. Though I have agreed to marry you, I am not your wife yet. Please maintain your decorum, Wan Bing replied coldly, her expression as frosty as her name suggested. Wan Bing bore a striking resemblance to Wan Shui, with a similar physique, yet their temperaments were worlds apart. Wan Shui was whimsical and lively, while Wan Bing resembled an icy goddess, not even cracking a smile in front of Wan Yongjun. Don't mind her, that is just her nature, Wan Yongjun interjected promptly, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. Not at all. Lin Yi waved his hands dismissively. After a brief conversation, Wan Yongjun glanced at the sky outside and noted the time. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Xuya, you lead him back to his room, he instructed. All right. Wan Shui nodded reluctantly, clearly still brooding over earlier events. At that moment, Wan Yongjun approached Lin Yi, leaning closer to whisper, Your room is right next to Binger's. Do you understand what I mean? Is this really appropriate? ISNT it a bit too soon? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, recognizing Wan Yongjun as the most open-minded elder he had ever encountered. You fool. I meant for you to build a rapport, not what you're thinking. Wan Yongjun playfully tapped Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi, with a look of exasperation, thought to himself that it was Wan Yongjun who had failed to articulate clearly, leading him to ponder so many things. With that, Wan Yongjun left the villa, disappearing into the unknown. Wan Bing showed no intention of acknowledging Lin Yi and directly returned to her room. Follow me, Wan Shui said flatly, leading the way. You took advantage of me earlier. I shall ensure you face some trials. Wan Shui applauded in her mind as she deliberately guided Lin Yi towards another room. The lakeside villa was expansive. It took nearly 15 minutes before Wan Shui finally halted, pointing to a room before them. Here it is. Your room is right here. Go on in. Sister-in-law, are you certain? Lin Yi looked at Wan Shui with skepticism. Absolutely. Just go inside quickly. I have things to attend to, Wan Shui urged, almost eager for Lin Yi to enter. Upon pushing the door open and stepping inside, Lin Yi immediately sensed something was amiss. What on earth is this place? The room was devoid of any beds, filled only with several desiccated branches upon which a ladder rested, entwined by verdant vines. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Lin Yi. Snakes. To his astonishment, 2 serpents, each as thick as an adult's arm, coiled menacingly around the ladder, their crimson tongues flickering in hostility. His sister-in-law meant to play a trick on him. However, 2 mere snakes did not faze him. With swift reflexes, Lin Yi seized one of the snakes by the neck before it could strike. Take that. Outside the room, his sister-in-law, Wan Shui, locked the door behind her, clapping her hands in quiet satisfaction. Wan Yongjun, her uncle, had few hobbies aside from playing chess and keeping snakes. This room was specifically designated for the latter. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Lin Yi's agonized cry echoed from within. Oh no, he can't have been bitten to death, can he? Didn't Grandpa say he was quite formidable? Wan Shui thought, panic rising within her as she hurriedly unlocked the door. Just then, a figure dashed past her, escaping from the room. Bang! Lin Yi slammed the door shut, gripping the handle to prevent Wan Shui from exiting. Is that all you've got? You think you can challenge me? Bang, bang, bang. Wan Shui, trembling in fear, pounded on the door, pleading, Let me out. Please, let me out. Her voice quivered with a hint of tears, revealing her utter terror. Not a chance, Lenny replied resolutely. If you don't release me soon, I will tell Grandpa and my sister. Wan Shui pressed herself against the door, eyes darting nervously between the two large pythons, trembling uncontrollably. Then I certainly cannot let you go, Lenny scoffed. After a moment of hesitation, Wan Shui resorted to a softer plea. Brother-in-law, kind brother-in-law, please let me out. If you continue to torment me, I shall have to impose a minor punishment. Would you agree? What kind of punishment? A spanking, of course. Disobedient children deserve a little discipline. No way. Not happening. Wan Shui vehemently refused. Yet soon after she softened, her voice tinged with desperation. Please, kind brother-in-law, I beg you let me out. As long as you free me, you can punish me however you wish. Chapter 4. My dear wife, I truly did not intend this with a creak. Lin Yi let go and pushed the door open. Wan Shui, startled as if she had seen a ghost, rushed out and found herself nestled in Lin Yi's embrace. The softness and elasticity of her body sent a thrill through Lin Yi's heart, truly a marvel of nature. He lingered, reluctant to part, allowing Wan Shui to lean against him. After a considerable time, Wan Shui gradually regained her composure, placing a hand over her heart and exhaling deeply. You lecherous pervert! Humph! I shall tell grandfather that you attempted to take advantage of me. With that, Wan Shui stormed off downstairs. As she descended the wooden staircase, her foot slipped, and she was on the verge of tumbling down. In a flash, Lin Yi dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Their eyes locked. Lin Yi's face bore a gentle smile, while Wan Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. Just then, a cough echoed from afar, Wan Yongjun's unmistakable sound. Grandfather! Wan Shui immediately straightened and hurried towards him. As she ran, she concocted a narrative to lament to Wan Yongjun about how she had been wronged. She was certain that he would not permit Wan Bing to marry a rogue of questionable character. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled softly. If he had not witnessed the incident, he might have explained it away. However, the intimate embrace made any justification seem increasingly convoluted. Grandfather, Wan Shui began to intertwine her arm with Wan Yongjun's, but was abruptly interrupted. He is your brother-in-law. How could you compete with your sister? Wan Yongjun's expression darkened as he glared at Wan Shui. What? Wan Shui stood bewildered in the wind, her hands thrown up in exasperation, her head adorned with 3 large question marks. Lin Yi found the situation both amusing and perplexing, hastily redirecting the conversation. Grandfather, why have you returned? I forgot something and came back to retrieve it, Wan Yongjun replied. Before departing, he turned with a serious demeanor, admonishing Wan Shui. Shui, he is indeed your brother-in-law. Do not entertain any foolish notions. Wan Shui was left speechless, pondering whether this truly was her grandfather. How could he twist the narrative to make it seem as though she had intentionally seduced him? Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and left in a huff. Lenny could not help but smile, seeking out a maid to inquire about Wan Bing's room, eventually locating it. Once inside, Lenny plopped down onto the bed, contemplating how to engage Wan Bing with charm and grace when his phone rang. Dad, that scoundrel is calling again. Lin Yi's ringtone blared. Hello, he answered, glancing at the caller ID with a nonchalant tone. Xiao Linzi, how goes it with the fiancée I arranged for you? Looks decent, doesn't she? A sleazy voice crackled through the line. Indeed, she is quite lovely, but unfortunately, she is an ice queen, Lin Yi sighed, pondering the challenge of winning over someone so seemingly frigid. Perhaps she merely appears frosty on the outside, yet is passionate in private? The voice chuckled lewdly. Lin Yi grimaced. What kind of mentor have I found myself with? Is there any serious matter at hand? If not, I shall hang up, he replied impatiently. Young rascal, don't hang up just yet. I have matters to discuss with you. The voice on the other end grew increasingly serious. The Lin family has begun to take notice of you. You must understand that your existence is a source of disgrace to them. They will never permit this humiliation to persist. Do you comprehend my meaning? I understand, Lin Yi replied before ending the call. Humiliation, he muttered under his breath, slamming his fist against the wall. If my existence is a disgrace, then who is responsible for creating this disgrace? With a resounding thud, the wall trembled and dust cascaded down. Moments later, Two bricks dislodged themselves. As they fell, the entire wall began to sway, and soon after, a substantial hole appeared where Lin Yi had struck. Oh no, I was too forceful. Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that in his anger, he had overlooked his strength, resulting in the current predicament. At that moment, a pale face peeked through the gaping hole. Wan Bing, wrapped in a towel, lowered her head. Her once fair skin now smeared with the dirt that had fallen from the wall, giving her the appearance of someone who had just emerged from a muddy pit. Lin Yi sheepishly scratched his head. I apologize, my dear. This truly isn't my fault. Your family's wall is simply too fragile. Wan Bing's eyes blazed with fury, her gaze piercing like a dagger. Lin Yi, you should go perish. Chapter 5. Recklessness before me. A desire for survival, I shall not dwell on your indecent behavior. However, I implore you to maintain your distance from me. Wan Bing turned, her gaze icy as she regarded Lin Yi, her countenance devoid of any expression. Maintain a distance between our hearts? Lin Yi, relentless, drew closer, pressing against Wan Bing. Get away. Wan Bing, incensed, clenched her fist, unable to refrain from striking Lin Yi. With a swift motion, Lin Yi effortlessly grasped Wan Bing's petite fist, his fingers lingering in a suggestive caress. Her hand, so tender and smooth, exuded a unique fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. Pervert, release me. Wan Bing chided. Your words, my esteemed wife, are akin to a decree. Lin Yi relinquished his hold. Noticing Lin Yi's compliance, Wan Bing's impression of him softened slightly. I am the president of the Wan Group, and you are destined to be my husband. Please be mindful of your position. Go take a shower and don the suit I have prepared for you. This evening, you shall accompany me to meet a significant client. At your command, my lady. Lin Yi stood at attention, watching Wan Bing depart before hastily returning to his room to wash up. After changing into a dapper suit and styling his hair, he awaited Wan Bing's appearance at the villa's entrance. Before long, Wan Bing emerged, adorned in a white off-shoulder gown. Her exquisite beauty rendering her akin to a celestial being, radiating an aura untouched by the mundane world. My lady, you are truly enchanting, Lin Yi complimented. Though Wan Bing maintained an impassive facade, inwardly she felt a flicker of delight. After all, no woman is impervious to flattery. Drive me to the Starry Skies Tower. As Wan Bing settled into the car, she produced her phone, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. At your service, my lady. Lin Yi assumed the roles of driver and bodyguard, accelerating the vehicle, which shot forward with remarkable speed. Wan Bing was momentarily taken aback. While she was aware of Lin Yi's formidable abilities in medicine, she was unaware of his exceptional driving skills. Under his control, the car maneuvered like a nimble serpent through the streets. Soon, they arrived at the Starry Skies Tower. You are my fiancée, Lin Yi. Remember to uphold the decorum befitting your status. Wan Bing reiterated as they approached the entrance. Lin Yi smiled, recognizing her determination as that of a strong-willed ice queen. They entered the tower and ascended directly to the top floor via the elevator. The Starry Skies Tower, an iconic structure in White City, offered a breathtaking view from its summit, revealing much of the city below. On rainy days, the mist enveloping the glass exterior created an ethereal, otherworldly ambience. Bing Air, you've arrived. At that moment, a man clad in a blue suit approached, his broad forehead and handsome features framed by a warm smile. Wan Bing offered no pleasantries as she settled onto the sofa by the window. Bing Air, it has been a few days, and you have grown even more beautiful. The suited man, unabashed, surveyed Wan Bing's figure as he sat beside her. Wan Kai, we are here to discuss a collaboration. Let us get straight to the point. Wan Bing shifted slightly, a barely perceptible flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Perhaps we should retire to my office for a more private conversation? Wan Kai suggested with a mischievous smile, reaching out to caress Wan Bing's delicate hand. Slap! Lin Yi could no longer endure the scene. With a swift motion, he brought his foot down onto Wan Kai's outstretched palm. Do you dare to act lewdly before me? Do you seek to court death? Lin Yi pressed down hard on his hand, glaring at him fiercely. Who the hell are you? Wan Kai grimaced in pain, desperately trying to withdraw his hand, only to find Lin Yi's foot as immovable as a mountain. I am Lin Yi, and I shall not change my name or my stance. With a powerful kick, Lin Yi sent Wang Kai tumbling, positioning himself beside Wan Bing as her steadfast protector. Ugh! Wang Kai inhaled sharply, a look of malice directed at Lin Yi, before turning to Wan Bing. Is this your new bodyguard, Binga? He seems rather ignorant of proper decorum. Wan Bing remained silent. As the president of the esteemed Wan group, she could not tolerate being trifled with, yet she chose to maintain her composure. However, Lin Yi's sudden intervention had undeniably avenged her grievances. Not speaking? Very well. I shall put your bodyguard to the test and see just how capable he truly is. Wang Kai clapped his hands. Instantly, 5 burly men burst through the door. Each stood around 1.78 meters, robust and imposing, their arms as thick as an average person's thigh. Clad in suits and sunglasses, they exuded an air of intimidation. Binger, these 5 are mercenaries I hired at great expense, proficient in various combat techniques and firearms. I'm not one to bully, so let us engage in a one-on-one duel to assess his skills. Wang Kai held his head high, a proud expression gracing his face. In front of Wan Bing, he refrained from completely shattering his gentlemanly facade, instead using the pretext of testing her bodyguard to unleash a brutal assault on Lin Yi. Wan Bing, having learned of Lin Yi's prowess from Wan Yongjun, could only describe him with the phrase a mythical figure of special forces. Can he handle this? Wan Bing asked calmly, her demeanor unruffled. Chapter 6. Let us go together, Lin. He did not respond, but took 3 steps forward, extending a finger and beckoning provocatively to the 5 men. I'm in a hurry. You 5 can come at me together. With an air of arrogance, Lin Yi promptly removed his suit jacket. His sturdy muscles stretched the shirt, making it apparent even through the fabric that his chest and abdominal muscles were well defined. Wan Bing paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her icy visage. Could he truly manage against 5 formidable mercenaries on his own? Though she pondered this, a glimmer of anticipation stirred within her. The two were bound by a marriage contract, and if Lin Yi was indeed as formidable as Wan Yongjun claimed, it would be advantageous for him to serve as her personal bodyguard, both to ensure her safety and to foster their relationship. Are you certain? Wang Kai scoffed, his laughter dripping with disdain. Kid, you're simply courting death. Don't blame me for what happens next. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded slightly. Wang Kai turned his back to Wan Bing and Lin Yi, signaling the 5 bodyguards with a glance to employ ruthless force. The 5 advanced in unison, their presence overwhelming. It seems you're all misfits in the mercenary world, turning to bodyguard work. Otherwise, it's impossible that the mercenaries wouldn't know me. Lin Yi stood his ground, exuding an aura so powerful that it belied his solitary figure, evoking the impression of facing an army. Lin Yi? Who is this punk? Never heard of him. The 5 mocked before charging forward. Boom! One of them lunged at Lin Yi, delivering a heavy punch. Bang! Lin Yi stood his ground, unflinching, calmly extending his right hand to grasp the enormous fist, producing a sharp crack. The assailant froze, fully aware of the punch's force. Not even a bull could withstand such a blow. Yet this man before him had effortlessly caught it. With such feeble strength, how dare he claim to be a mercenary? Lin Yi smirked, tightening his grip, and the man's fist emitted a series of cracking sounds. The sound of shattered bones echoed as the man writhed in agony. With a swift kick, Lin Yi sent him flying, turning to charge at the next 2 men. Shoot to the face. Lin Yi sprang into action, performing a perfect 360-degree flip and landing gracefully. As he descended, he discarded his leather shoes, one in each hand. Crack! Crack! Lin Yi moved with incredible speed. Wan Bing and Wang Kai barely registered his actions before he had unleashed a flurry of strikes. By the time they comprehended the situation, the 2 bodyguards' faces had swollen grotesquely, resembling pigs as they staggered about, disoriented. Only 2 remained. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, fixating on the last 2 bodyguards. Foot on pig face, he dashed forward, leaping onto a table and vaulting over, landing precisely atop their heads. The display was dazzling, both visually captivating and immensely powerful. Thud! Thud! The final 2 bodyguards felt an immense force descending upon them, their knees buckling as they collapsed to the ground. In mere moments, all 5 mercenary bodyguards lay defeated, stripped of their combat ability. In truth, Wan Bing had already steeled herself, She was aware of Lin Yi's formidable prowess. Yet she had not anticipated just how powerful he truly was. Wang Kai stood there, utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless. The 5 bodyguards he had hired at great expense paled in comparison to Lin Yi, resembling little more than a pack of useless mutts. Even a dog could bite a few times, yet these men could not even graze the hem of Lin Yi's garment. Beyond mere astonishment, a deeper sense of dread enveloped him. Lin Yi had just dared to step on his hand, and Wang Kai had no doubt that Lin Yi would charge at him next, ready to deliver a severe beating. Wang Kai's face flushed with humiliation as he pondered how to extricate himself from this awkward predicament. Then he beheld Lin Yi taking Wang Bing's hand, confidently proclaiming, "Darling, let us depart. Mr. Wang, our collaboration ends here." Wang Bing's icy remark followed as she allowed Lin Yi to lead her away, their intimate demeanor evident as they exited the Starry Sky building. Wang Kai remained rooted in place, watching the pair depart. "Darling, this scoundrel is Wang Bing's husband?" he thought, bewildered. How could Wang Bing suddenly have a husband? Why was he oblivious to this matter? Wang Bing was the goddess in Wang Kai's heart, and coupled with his overwhelming possessiveness, he would never permit another man to be near her. "Come here," Wang Kai bellowed furiously. The next moment, a strikingly attractive secretary entered the room. Upon glancing at the 5 moaning bodyguards on the floor, her face went pale with fear. "Xiao Qin, find out everything you can about a person named Lin Yi. I want all his information," Wang Kai commanded, gesturing towards the surveillance cameras. Xiao Qin understood immediately, making her way to the monitoring room to retrieve the footage and acquire Lin Yi's photograph, embarking on her investigation. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Wang Bing had just exited the main entrance of the Starry Sky building. Wang Bing forcefully shook off Lin Yi's grasp, breaking free from his hold. "Isn't it permissible to hold hands, or even share a kiss, my dear?" Lin Yi pouted in complaint. Wang Bing remained silent as she entered the car. "Sigh," Lin Yi lamented. "I just helped you take a stand, and yet you won't even allow a kiss. Truly stingy." Chapter 7. The Gift of the Bell. Lin Yi drove back to the lakeside villa, and as the two entered the grand hall, they immediately sensed a heavy atmosphere. Wan Yongjun sat at the head, with Wan Shui standing beside him, and before them lay a parcel. "Grandfather, what has happened?" Wan Bing inquired, realizing something was amiss. "Sister, someone sent. Never mind, you can see for yourself." Wan Shui hesitated, unable to utter the last word. Speaking those words in front of Wan Yongjun would be an immense disrespect. At her words, Wan Bing stepped forward to open the parcel. "Dear, allow me," Lin Yi said with a slight smile, concerned there might be danger within, and he took the initiative to open the package. Inside lay a bronze ancient bell, resembling a piece of art. However, the appearance was of little consequence. What mattered was that someone had deliberately sent a bell to Wan Yongjun, which could only be interpreted as a curse or an ominous suggestion of impending death. Who possesses such audacity? Wan Bing seethed. "Someone, go retrieve the courier who delivered this package." "Sister, the courier has long since departed," Wan Shui timidly replied. Wan Yongjun waved his hand dismissively. It was unlikely they would glean any valuable information from an ordinary courier, so it was best to let it be. "Lin Yi, what is your perspective on this matter?" Wan Yongjun's gaze shifted to him. Through observation, Lin Yi replied with a smile. His words introduced a hint of awkwardness into the previously tense atmosphere, and the 3 of them exchanged glances at Lin Yi. Just jesting, Lin Yi chuckled. "The adversary has sent us such a token, clearly issuing a challenge. It is rather simple to discern who the opponent is. Within 3 days, they shall reveal themselves. Our task is merely to remain vigilant and respond to changes with steadfastness." Upon finishing, Wan Shui provocatively retorted, "How can you be so certain that the opponent is merely challenging us and not intending to eliminate us?" "Lin Yi Simirkit, my dear sister-in-law, if they truly wished to kill us, they would not have sent a bell, but rather a bomb." At this, Wan Bing and Wan Yongjun nodded in agreement, finding Lin Yi's analysis quite sound. "Indeed, it aligns with my thoughts," Wan Yongjun said, pulling Wan Shui aside to sit. "Shui, after school, you are to stay at home and not venture out." Wan Shui pouted, her face filled with reluctance. However, upon seeing Wan Yongjun's stern expression, she acquiesced with a reluctant nod. "Very well then." Then, Won Yongjun shifted his focus to Lin Yi and Won Bing. Being heir, with your frequent comings and goings at the company, safety is of utmost concern. How about we have Lin Yi serve as your personal bodyguard, while also fostering your relationship? Sounds good. Having witnessed Lin Yi's capabilities, Won Bing did not hesitate to agree. Ensuring my wife's safety is, of course, my unwavering duty. Lin Yi stood, chest out, adopting a stance of readiness to face any challenge. But what about you, grandfather? Won Bing expressed her concern. I have weathered many storms, Won Yongjun assured. Moreover, with my skills, do I truly require anyone to protect me? Won Yongjun laughed heartily, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. It's late. Let us all retire for the night. Lin Yi and the others returned to their rooms, silence enveloping the night. The following day, Lin Yi officially became Won Bing's personal bodyguard. What does it mean to be personal? It entails being together for every moment, sleeping, bathing, and even using the restroom. Lin Yi rose early, completed his grooming, and slipped through the wall opening of the bathroom. Won Bing, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, was brushing her teeth. Upon seeing a figure suddenly appear in the mirror, she was startled, her complexion paling, and her toothbrush fell into the sink. Are you out of your mind? Won Bing exclaimed, mildly irritated, as she retrieved her toothbrush and resumed brushing. Even when she was angry, she appeared so endearing. Lin Yi grinned mischievously, unabashedly admiring Won Bing's near-perfect figure. Wait for me in the car, Won Bing said, her expression frosty, her gaze icy as she shot Lin Yi a glare, clearly incensed. The smile vanished from Lin Yi's face, and he obediently exited the room, parking the car and awaiting Won Bing's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Won Bing emerged from the villa. There will be a press conference today. Try to keep a low profile and refrain from calling me wife in front of the reporters, she instructed. Sure thing, dear wife. Lin Yi chuckled as they sped off, swiftly arriving at the Won group. As anticipated, a throng of reporters had gathered at the entrance, each brandishing cameras and microphones, their identification badges prominently displayed. Upon Won Bing's arrival, the reporters surged forward, aiming their cameras at her, while thrusting microphones towards her mouth. Manager Won, there have been rumors about your engagement. Is there any truth to this? One reporter inquired. General Manager Wang Kai of Won Group has claimed that there will be a political marriage between Won Group and Won Group. Is this accurate? Another pressed. Manager Won, is your fiancée indeed General Manager Wang Kai? Chapter 8. Surveillance. Lin Yi closely followed Won Bing, assisting her in pushing past the surrounding journalists. Won Bing remained as tranquil as a placid lake. She would not entertain any inquiries before the commencement of the press conference, especially not those absurd and trivial questions. Suddenly, Lin Yi seized a reporter by the neck, yanking him from the throng and forcefully slamming him to the ground. He.S. attacking a reporter. The bodyguard of President Won is assaulting a journalist. This was sensational news. They hurriedly captured the moment on camera. The bodyguard of the female president of the Won Sure Group, in a fit of rage, was assaulting a news reporter. The crowd erupted in a flurry of discussion, swiftly redirecting their cameras to Lin Yi. In an instant, a tumultuous wave surged through the gathering, all eyes fixated upon him. Dozens of cameras were almost pressed against Lin Yi's face, capturing him from every conceivable angle. Won Bing wore a grim expression. Despite her numerous admonitions about maintaining a proper image, Lin Yi had resorted to violence. What infuriated her most was the fact that he had assaulted a reporter in front of so many witnesses. This incident would undoubtedly dominate the headlines the following day, thrusting the Won Sure Group into a maelstrom of controversy. Not only Lin Yi but Won Bing and the entire Won Sure Group would soon be subjected to widespread criticism from the online community. Lin Yi, a fire of fury ignited in Won Bing's eyes. She yearned to rush forward and halt Lin Yi's actions. However, she was the president of the Won Sure Group, not a mere bystander in a marketplace. She called out sharply, Lin Yi, stop this at once. Bang! Lin Yi appeared oblivious, delivering a forceful punch to the reporter's temple. The reporter cried out in agony, struck on the temple. He felt dizzy, the world spinning around him, before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Witnessing him fall, the remaining reporters erupted in a cacophony, eager to amplify the chaos. Murder! Murder. I have recorded the entire incident. He can't deny it now. They shouted. What a ruthless act. Even if one despises reporters, such a heinous deed is unforgivable. The public sentiment overwhelmingly favored the reporters, their gazes toward Lin E filled with trepidation. Lin E spread his hands. He understood better than anyone the force of that punch, capable of rendering someone unconscious, but certainly not fatal. At that moment, Wan Bing approached Lin E in silence, having wrestled with her thoughts for a considerable time before finally uttering 3 words, "You should leave." Her tone was laden with disappointment and a hint of reproach. It seemed someone in the crowd had overheard Wan Bing's words and began to incite the others. He thinks he can leave after committing murder. It won't be that easy. They quickly surrounded Lin E, determined not to let the alleged murderer escape before the police arrived. We must ensure that the true culprit faces justice and that the deceased receives due retribution. The surrounding voices surged like a tempest, with Lin E becoming the target of public scorn. Wan Bing sighed deeply. From the moment the wall of the bathroom was shattered, she should have recognized his propensity for violence. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Wan Bing shook her head, lamenting. Mr. Wan, this fellow has been surreptitiously capturing images beneath your skirt. I merely intended to teach him a lesson. Moreover, he is not dead, so there is no need for concern. Lin E elucidated. Upon hearing this, Wan Bing was momentarily taken aback, for she had intentionally donned a red short skirt instead of professional attire in preparation for the press conference. Are you certain? Wan Bing instinctively grasped the hem of her skirt, casting a doubtful glance at Lin E. Throughout my life, I have uttered countless falsehoods, yet before you, Mr. Wan, I assure you that every word is the absolute truth, Lin E declared, standing tall with unwavering conviction. He was indifferent to the opinions of those around him. His sole objective was to win Wan Bing's favor. Huh, you claim he photographed beneath Mr. Wan's skirt. What evidence do you possess? A voice from the crowd interjected, eager to sway the audience's sentiments. Indeed, it is easy to fabricate excuses when one has committed murder, but your reasoning is exceedingly feeble. Do not be deceived by his deceitful words. He is nothing but a ruthless killer. A few individuals in the crowd were particularly animated, seeking to incite a reaction from the onlookers. Lin E cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing silence as he approached the fallen journalist. Did I speak falsely? Let him clarify for you. Lin E remarked with a mysterious smile, stepping deliberately onto the journalist's hand. With a peculiar sound, the sole of his shoe made contact with the journalist's hand. Suddenly, the journalist, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped upon, arched his body in agony, wailing in distress. It hurts, he cried, desperately pounding the ground with his other hand, pleading for Lin E to show mercy. You have been conscious all along. Thus, you surely heard our previous conversation with clarity. Now, you shall inform everyone whether my words hold any truth. Lin E continued to press down on his hand, contemplating the consequences should the journalist dare utter a single lie. Upon hearing this, Wan Bing's gaze swept across the crowd, only to catch sight of Wang Kai's figure amidst the throng. What is he doing here? Chapter 9. Shui Er's capture Wan Bing was momentarily stunned, and when she focused her gaze, Wang Kai had vanished without a trace. The onlookers patiently awaited the unfolding events, yet deep within, they were more inclined to regard Lin E as a violent maniac. Speak up. Lin E gradually intensified his grip, contorting the journalist's features in agony. His face flushed with rage. Yes. The reporter, unable to endure the excruciating pain, finally confessed, it was all my fault. I secretly photographed President Wan's skirt. Upon hearing this, Wan Bing's perception of Lin E underwent a significant transformation, even sparking a flicker of guilt and fondness within her. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of disdain, pointing fingers at the reporter for his lewd and shameless behavior. However, amidst the crowd, a few dissenters intentionally stirred the pot. You're stepping on his hand, threatening him. How could he not comply with your demands? Someone in the throng remarked. At this, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. He kicked off the reporter's shoes and drew a sharp dagger from his pocket. In full view of everyone, he sliced through the shoe's sole, revealing a concealed black camera nestled within. The device was diminutive, roughly the size of a thumb, cleverly hidden in the shoe's toe, nearly imperceptible upon casual inspection. Scoundrel! Wan Bing could not suppress her fury. The crowd echoed her outrage, hurling insults. Beast! Scum! Filth! A disgrace to journalism. May you forever be banished from the profession. With a decisive snap, Linny crushed the camera between his fingers, obliterating its data. He then cast a commanding gaze over the assembly, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall safeguard President Wan's safety. Pray remember my handsome visage." Oomph! A pitiful bunch. Wang Kai, hidden within the crowd, snorted disdainfully before storming away. His initial scheme had been to orchestrate a situation where the reporter would surreptitiously photograph Wan Bing, allowing him to play the hero and win her favor. Little did he anticipate Lin Yi's unexpected interference. Witnessing Lin Yi's assault on the journalist, Wang Kai mistakenly believed that an opportunity to win Wan Bing's affection had arisen. Alas, the ineptitude of the crowd ultimately served to embellish Lin Yi's triumph. Stepping away from the throng, Wang Kai retrieved his phone and dialed Wan Bing's number. "Wan Bing, what's wrong with a powerful alliance between our two conglomerates? Why must you marry a brute?" he challenged. Silence lingered on the other end of the line until Wan Bing responded, "Even if he is a brute, he is far superior to someone as unscrupulous as you. Moreover, he is my fiancé. I suggest you mind your words." With that, she hung up the call. "President Wan, how did I perform just now? Might I receive a little reward this evening?" Lin Yi chuckled, following closely behind the icy beauty. "Be cautious with your words. There are many reporters present," Wan Bing warned, striding toward the stage. The press conference commenced officially, with Wan Bing maintaining her frosty demeanor, surveying the throng of journalists from her elevated position. Regardless of the challenging questions posed, she adeptly navigated each inquiry. At that moment, her assistant approached her discreetly. "President Wan, the old man is on the line," the assistant whispered. Wan Bing furrowed her brow. Unless it was an urgent matter, Wan Yongjun seldom called her during work hours. "You handle the reporters," she instructed her assistant, gently patting their shoulder before retreating offstage to take the call. "Hello, Grandpa." Leaning against the wall, she connected the call. "Binger, are you all right?" Wan Yongjun's voice came through, urgent and filled with concern. "I'm fine," Wan Bing nodded, but her mind suddenly recalled Wan Shui. At this hour, Wan Shui should still be at school. Could something have happened to her? "Grandpa, what happened?" Wan Bing pressed. After a long silence, Wan Yongjun replied. "Shui was taken from school." A chill ran down Wan Bing's spine at his words, and recalling her earlier conversation with Wang Kai, she already had a suspect in mind. "Grandpa, I think I know who did it," Wan Bing stated coldly before hanging up and dialing Wang Kai's number. Just then, Linny approached and inquired, "What is going on?" "Shui has been abducted." Wan Bing took a deep breath. Wang Kai's phone continued to go unanswered. The more it rang, the more convinced she became that Wang Kai was involved. "Your sister-in-law has been taken? Which scoundrel dares to do such a thing?" Lin Yi erupted in anger, vowing, "Don't worry, my dear, I will bring her back." Wan Bing seemed oblivious to his words, her mind consumed with thoughts of Wan Shui. Terrified that something might happen to her, even the thought of her getting a minor scratch pained Wan Bing deeply. "Let me take you home," Lin Yi offered. With Wan Shui in peril, Wan Bing was the next possible target. Only if Wan Bing remained unharmed could Lin Yi fully dedicate himself to rescuing Wan Shui. Chapter 10. The mysterious assassin. Upon hearing that Wan Shui had been captured, Wan Bing appeared as though her soul had been lost, becoming somewhat dazed. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi and Wan Shui returned to the villa to find Wan Yongjun standing on the balcony, making call after call. "Binger, you should return to your room and rest. I have matters to discuss with Ear," Wan Yongjun said, a rare seriousness etched upon his face. Wan Bing nodded and retreated to her chamber. The elder and the younger sat on the sofa, their gazes locking. Wan Yongjun waited until he was certain Wan Bing had truly left before slowly speaking. "I have just received alarming news. The 19th ranked assassin on the Huaxia mercenary list, known as the Mysterious Assassin, has arrived in Bai City." "The Mysterious Assassin?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, memories flooding back at the mention of the name. "Do you suspect that Schwecker's disappearance is connected to this assassin's arrival?" "Indeed." Wan Yongjun nodded gravely, muttering to himself. The Mysterious Assassin ranked 19th on the Huasha mercenary list, is renowned in the mercenary world for his uncanny killings. He has participated in 3 minor wars and has executed hundreds of assassination missions. The souls that have perished at his hands number no less than 800. If this opponent truly is the mysterious assassin, we are faced with a formidable challenge. A hint of fatigue surfaced in Wan Yongjun's murky eyes. Although the Wan family held considerable power in Bai City, he felt utterly uncertain when confronted with someone on the Huasha mercenary list, especially those within the top 30. Each of them possessed abilities that surpassed ordinary individuals. One could rival a small army. Grandfather Wan, have no fear. I assure you, I will bring Schwetter back to you unharmed. In stark contrast to Wan Yongjun's apprehension, Lin Yi exuded confidence, even wearing a faint smile. I have full faith in your abilities. But do not underestimate the mysterious assassin, ranked 19th on the Huasha mercenary list. Wan Yongjun cautioned. In response, Lin Yi chuckled lightly, retrieving an old mobile phone from his pocket and dialing a mysterious number. After a considerable wait, a cold, hoarse voice emerged from the other end. Lin Lauda. Xiao Cici. You still remember my number? Very good. Lin Yi's lips curled upward as he inquired. I heard you've also come by city? Yes. The hoarse voice trembled slightly upon hearing the word also, asking cautiously, Lin Lauda, are you in by city too? Of course. Come to the lakeside villa immediately. I have questions for you. Lin Yi commanded. After hanging up, Wan Yongjun stared at Lin Yi in astonishment, tentatively asking, the person you just spoke with, could it be the mysterious assassin, ranked 19th on the Huasha mercenary list? Wan Yongjun could hardly believe it, habitually emphasizing the lengthy title whenever the assassin was mentioned. Indeed, it is him, Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. It truly is him. Wan Yongjun's eyes widened in disbelief. As far as he knew, every individual in the top 30 of the Huasha mercenary list possessed immense pride, and the mysterious assassin, ranked 19th, was even more arrogant than the others. Yet, this merciless demon, known for his ruthlessness, was referred to as Little Spike by Lin Yi. What is most striking is the tone of reverence that Little Spike exhibited while addressing Lin Yi. It is truly unexpected that an initial marriage contract would yield such a remarkable advantage. Wan Yongjun could hardly contain his amusement. He had previously heard of Lin Yi's formidable prowess, but today he witnessed it firsthand. As Lin Yi commanded the allegiance of the notorious assassin. I entrust you with the matter regarding Schwer, Wan Yongjun stated, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Understood. Lin Yi nodded slightly. If Wan Schwer was indeed in the hands of the assassin, the situation would be manageable. However, Lin Yi harbored concerns that she might not be. The elderly man and the youth continued their conversation until a sudden honking sound echoed from outside. It must be Little Spike, Lin Yi remarked. Let him in, Wan Yongjun commanded, picking up the landline. The security personnel downstairs received the order and allowed the assassin to enter. Guided by the caretaker, he ascended to the second-floor hall. Upon seeing the assassin, Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Boss Lin, the assassin awkwardly chuckled. Despite being ranked 19th among the mercenaries of Huasha, he felt a pang of embarrassment at such a moniker. He contemplated correcting Lin Yi's terminology, but recalling the consequences of his previous attempt, he swiftly reconsidered. From the moment the assassin stepped inside, Wan Yongjun scrutinized him closely. His physique was slender, resembling a sharp spike, yet his arms and thighs were densely muscled, brimming with explosive strength. His countenance was chilling, and his gaze piercing, akin to a hidden dagger in the night, capable of eliminating adversaries silently. Please take a seat. A guest should be treated with courtesy, Wan Yongjun said politely. At these words, the assassin was taken aback, standing rigidly in place. I shall remain standing, he insisted. Chapter 11. He is the boss, what a joke. How could he possibly sit on the same sofa as Lin Yi? That would be tantamount to placing them on equal footing. Given his understanding of Lin Yi, he would undoubtedly end up with a few broken bones. Lin Yi chuckled softly, fully aware of Gue Si's trepidation. His previous tactics were now obsolete upon his return to the city. Gue Si hesitated, the memories of the past weighing heavily on him, and he dare not take a seat. Observing the situation, Wan Yongjun felt it unwise to comment. Prior to meeting Gue Ci, he had harbored considerable apprehension upon hearing the name. But witnessing Gue Ci's evident discomfort and reverence towards Lin, he prompted a sense of disdain. How could a formidable figure, ranked 19th among the mercenaries of Huaxia, be so intimidated by one individual? Simultaneously, he found himself curious about Lin Yi's past experiences. Sit down, Lin Yi commanded. With a thud, Gue Ci, fearful of Lin Yi's wrath, chose to sit at a distance. Little Ci, we've known each other for ages. Let me speak plainly. Lin, he stated earnestly. Known each other? I've endured 6 years of torment at your hands. Who would have thought I would encounter you again in Bai City? Gue Ci, he thought bitterly, though he wore a strained smile as he replied. What does Boss Lin wish to say? Wan Shui, did you capture her? Lin Yi's gaze was piercing, locking onto Gue Ci's eyes. Any hint of deception, and he would not leave this place unscathed. At this, Gue Ci trembled, his heart growing cold, fear and regret evident in his eyes. Was it truly his misfortune to return to the city only to run into Boss Lin? His very first assignment was entangled with Lin Yi. Is it you who captured her? Lin Yi inquired in a low voice. The atmosphere in the hall became oppressively tense, as if the very air was being siphoned away, leaving everyone with a sense of foreboding. Wan Yongjun felt a chill. He had only seen Lin Yi's jovial side before, never imagining how fearsome he could be when serious. Thud! Gue Ci did not directly confess, but instead knelt on the ground, pleading, Boss Lin, I truly had no idea that little girl was someone you had your eye on. Had I known, I would never have dared to commit such a reckless act. Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean I have my eye on her? Lin Yi retorted, kicking Gue Ci squarely in the face, swiftly changing the subject. Since Wan Shui is in your possession, take me to her at once. Yes, Boss Lin, follow me. Gue Ci, having received a kick, bore no resentment and obediently stood, leading Lin Yi downstairs. Wan Yongjun remained in a daze, utterly bewildered by what he had just witnessed. He had not fully grasped Gue Ci's words, yet he understood that what seemed a complex problem to him was merely a phone call and a kick for Lin Yi. Upon exiting the villa, Lin Yi wore a scowl, admonishing, What do you mean I have my eye on someone? Be more mindful with your words in the future. Otherwise, on a day when my mood turns sour, I might just pluck out your rib to use as a toothpick. It's all my fault. I take full responsibility and assure you it shall never happen again. The cunning assassin only dared to feel a chill in his abdomen, immediately admitting his mistakes. The two drove away from the villa, heading towards the distance. That girl, forget it, Sister Shui is confined in the warehouse ahead. Under the formidable intimidation of Lin Yi, the assassin completely lowered his mercenary demeanor, referring to a girl younger than himself as a sister. Following the assassin's gaze, a large warehouse indeed loomed ahead. Several vans were parked at the entrance, where a dozen individuals stood waiting. Upon seeing the assassin return, the group approached to greet him. Boss, this girl is quite stubborn, but after receiving a couple of slaps, she has become much more compliant. Suddenly, a bald man rushed over, casting a glance at Lin Yi before turning to the assassin, as if flaunting his accomplishments. The assassin's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He truly wished to tear out the bald man's tongue and grind it in a juicer. Where's she? Upon hearing that Wan Shui had been beaten, Lin Yi's voice instantly turned icy, teetering on the edge of an explosion. Inside, the assassin trembled as he followed Lin Yi inside. Upon entering the warehouse, Lin Yi immediately spotted Wan Shui, tightly bound to a chair. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the faint red marks of 2 palm prints on her cheek. Shui! Lin Yi called out, hastily untying the ropes that bound her to the chair. How dare you untie her? The bald man roared in fury, storming towards Lin Yi. With a loud thud, the assassin kicked the bald man in the face, pulling out a 20-centimeter-long spike from his pocket, aiming it at the bald man's throat, seething. How dare you? Boss, what's going on? The bald man appeared utterly bewildered, while those around him were equally confused. Who's your boss? This one here is the real boss, Lin Yi. The assassin swiftly redirected the conversation, pointing at Lin Yi. At that moment, the dazed Wan Shui began to regain consciousness. Her face was streaked with tears, and her eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance, evoking deep sympathy. Chapter 12. This is the consequence upon catching sight of Lin Yi. Wan Shui's pent-up grievances surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming her composure. Sobbing, she clung tightly to Lin Yi's neck, tears streaming down her face. The louder her cries grew, the more fearful Gui Ci became. Lin Yi, sensing her distress, tore a strip of cloth and gently covered her eyes. Lin Yi, it's wonderful. Please take me away quickly, Wan Shui implored, her voice tinged with vulnerability as she glanced at the unfamiliar faces surrounding her, fear creeping in. Immediately, Lin Yi replied coolly, stepping beside Gui Ci and delivering a powerful blow that sent Gui Ci crashing several meters away. Observing the scene, the others grasped their weapons, ready to charge forward. Stand still. Do not move, Gui Ci commanded, realizing that passively enduring a beating might be preferable to the dire consequences of resistance. With an icy gaze, Lin Yi placed his foot firmly on the bald man's chest. Just a glance from Lin Yi sent a shiver down the bald man's spine, plunging him into despair. Lin Yi retrieved a sharp needle from the ground, and without hesitation, plunged it downwards. The bald man's wrist was pierced, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. The onlookers collectively drew in a sharp breath, chills running down their spines. All eyes turned to Gui Ci, yet he remained with his eyes shut, pretending as if nothing had transpired. As Gui Ci stood idle, the bald man's despair deepened. He yearned to plead for mercy. But upon meeting Lin Yi's frigid gaze, a wave of panic flooded through him, paralyzing his voice. He couldn't even beg for his life. But the ordeal was far from over. Lin Yi extracted the needle and, with another swift motion, pierced the bald man's other wrist. The bald man cried out again, his screams echoing in agony. With both arms rendered useless, he was left utterly incapacitated. Out of sheer curiosity and trepidation, Wan Shui cautiously opened her eyes. She beheld the gory wounds on the bald man's wrists and Lin Yi's foot firmly planted on his chest. Stunned, she was at a loss for words. Grappling with disbelief. Was this truly the same Lin Yi who once spoke and acted so erratically? Why had he transformed into such a formidable figure? Remember this. She is the person I, Lin Yi, must protect. Whoever dares to harm her will face this consequence. Lin Yi's gaze was sharp, his presence commanding, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Swear, we shall depart, Lin Yi stated calmly. As he approached the warehouse exit, he paused next to Gui Ci, pressing for answers. Who is the mastermind behind this? The Dark Wolf, Gui Ci hesitated momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to Lin Yi's authority. So it is this individual. It seems I must find time to pay his lair a visit, Lin Yi thought, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. He took Wan Shui's hand, striding confidently out of the warehouse. As they departed, the remaining individuals gathered, whispering among themselves. Boss, are we just letting them go? If we don't let them go, do you wish to end up like him? Gui Ci shot a glare at the bald man, who lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Seated in the car, Wan Shui gazed at Lin Yi's silhouette as he drove, stammering for a moment before finally managing to utter two words. Thank you. Thank me? How do you wish to express your gratitude? By offering yourself? Lin Yi turned his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. But I already have your sister. Go to hell, Wan Shui exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Yi. She was deeply captivated by Lin Yi's aloof demeanor, even harboring a hint of affection. Yet, upon witnessing his current demeanor, that fondness and admiration quickly dissipated. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the lakeside villa, and Lin Yi escorted Wan Shui upstairs. Wan Yongjun and Wan Bing sat silently on the living room sofa, patiently awaiting news from Lin Yi. The moment Wan Bing spotted Wan Shui, her heart soared with joy as she rushed over, enveloping Wan Shui in a tight embrace, fearful that she might vanish once more. Before finding Wan Shui, Wan Bing had so much to express, but upon seeing her, words failed her, and all she desired was to hold her close. Well done, kid, Wan Yongjun beamed, praising Lin Yi. The more he observed Lin Yi, the more he liked him, wishing they could hold the wedding tomorrow to unite Wan Bing and Lin Yi. Sister, you're squeezing too hard. I can hardly breathe, Wan Shui coughed repeatedly, feeling as though a massive stone was pressing against her chest. I'm so sorry. I got too excited. Wan Bing quickly released her grip, taking Wan Shui's hand to sit down. Linny, thank you. Wan Bing gradually calmed her racing heart. He had assisted her during the press conference and had now rescued Wan Shui. This heartfelt gratitude was genuine. Don't keep thanking me. I prefer tangible gestures, Linny chuckled, winking at Wan Bing. It was evident to anyone what Lin Yi had on his mind. You. Wan Shui was about to swat Linny on the head, only to realize something was lodged in her chest. You. Wan Shui furrowed her brows, desperately attempting to speak, but found her voice had abandoned her. Chapter 13. Healing Shui, what has happened to you? Wan Bing's heart, which had just settled, now hung in suspense once more. Wan Yongjun, taken aback, murmured, It seems Schwinner's illness has relapsed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly understood. He distinctly recalled seeing the mysterious bird mark on Schwinner's chest during their first meeting, and it was evident that the poison had reemerged. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yi disregarded any notions of propriety, tearing open Schwinner's clothing before Wan Bing and Wan Yongjun. Indeed, the toxins had erupted. His expression turned grave as he observed the bird mark on Schwinner's chest had transformed into a shade of purple. This ominous hue spread menacingly outward, and should it envelop her heart entirely, the consequences would be dire. I require silver needles and clean water. Lin Yi forcefully kicked open the door and laid Schwer flat upon the bed. What are you waiting for? Hurry! Wan Yongjun urged the nurse beside him. Wan Bing and Wan Yongjun stood apprehensively at the doorway, hesitant to interrupt Lin Yi's treatment of Schwer. Grandfather, can he truly cure Schwer's affliction? Wan Bing asked anxiously. For reasons unknown, witnessing Schwer's relapse left her feeling hollow and uncertain. 15 years prior, Lin Yi's master had saved Schwer's life, temporarily suppressing the poison of the mysterious bird mark. Lin Yi's arrival was not only to ensure your protection, but to assist Schwer in completely eradicating the poison. Therefore, I have faith in him. Wan Yongjun's gaze flickered. At his words, Wan Bing felt a wave of nostalgia. It was during that time that her engagement had been arranged. If it meant curing her sister's ailment, then marrying someone she did not love seemed a small price to pay. Wan Bing offered a bittersweet smile, harboring no resentment towards Wan Yongjun or Schwer, for this was her own choice. Before long, the nurse arrived with clean water and silver needles. Place them here, Lin Yi commanded, skillfully scooping a handful of water from the basin and splashing it onto Schwer's chest. Her skin was burning hot, and the water evaporated almost instantly. While the normal body temperature hovers around 37 degrees Celsius, Schwer's temperature soared to at least 40 or 50 degrees. If this continued, even if the poison did not erupt, her frail body would not withstand such heat. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression shifted as he retrieved a silver needle and pierced the purple palace acupoint. The needle sealed the acupoint, halting the spread of the poison before devising a method to suppress it. He proceeded to the Jade Hall acupoint, the Tanzhong acupoint, and the Central Courtyard acupoint, swiftly inserting 4 needles that confined the toxins to her left chest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi placed both hands upon Schwer's chest and began to apply pressure from below. While Wan Yongjun remained unfazed, Wan Bing's cheeks flushed crimson. With a sudden movement, Lin Yi produced a thicker silver needle, gently massaging beneath her chest before thrusting it in with force. As the needle penetrated, dark red blood oozed from the puncture. With the release of this sanguine fluid, the mysterious bird mark on Schwer's chest returned to normal, and the purple hue dissipated entirely. She is out of danger. You may come in now. Sweat beads, resembling tiny pearls, trickled down Lin Yi's forehead. The treatment he had just administered appeared deceptively simple, yet the inherent dangers were known only to him. Upon hearing his words, Wan Yongjun and Wan Bing entered the room, their hearts heavy as they gazed upon the unconscious Wan Shui. Grandfather Wan, I have noted down some urgently needed medicinal herbs on this paper. Could you please assist in arranging for them? Lin Yi handed Wan Yongjun a slip of paper detailing the required herbs. Wan Yongjun accepted the note with utmost care, only to be met with Wan Bing's anxious inquiry. Why is Schwer's body so cold? Lin Yi glanced back, explaining, This is the true peril of the Suanio seal's poison. When the toxin surges, the body becomes feverish. When it subsides, one is left icy cold. Do not worry excessively. As long as I am here, she shall face no peril. With that reassurance, he departed from the villa. Though Wan Shui was out of danger, the fury simmering within Lin Yi remained unabated. The Dark Wolf's command had led to the abduction of Wan Shui, subjecting her to indignities that ignited a tempest of grief and resentment, ultimately triggering the Suanio seal's poison. Fortuitously, Lin Yi had arrived in time. Had he delayed even a day or half a day longer, Wan Shui would surely have perished in the warehouse. Thus, he resolved to confront the Dark Wolf, ensuring he would remember this lesson, while also uncovering the truth behind these events. The sequence of events, first the bell, then the appearance of the Gai Sai, followed by the Dark Wolf's emergence and Wan Shui's abduction, was undoubtedly interconnected. Until these mysteries were unraveled, the Wan family would remain in peril. Lin Yi sped down the road in his car, having just obtained the Dark Wolf's location from Gai Sai, his intent sharpened by a thirst for vengeance. At that very moment, the Dark Wolf sat in his office, a frown etched upon his face as he ended a phone call. "Master, what troubles you?" A sharply dressed man with slicked-back hair sat within the office, exuding an air of authority. Gai Sai had just called, announcing that Lin Yi was on his way. At the mention of Lin Yi's name, the Dark Wolf's formidable frame trembled ever so slightly. Chapter 14. The Dark Wolf, which boss Lin are you referring to? The man asked, bewildered. "If you don't know, then don't ask," Dark Wolf replied. "Xiao Jun, you should return. I need to discuss some matters privately with boss Lin." Dark Wolf was already aware of the tragic fate of Gue Ci and did not wish to lose face in front of his apprentice. Wu Yun nodded slightly. Since his master had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. He gathered his belongings and sauntered out of the office. As he watched Wu Jun leave, Dark Wolf hurriedly drew the curtains, fearing that he might be ridiculed by onlookers should he embarrass himself later. While contemplating how to sincerely apologize to Lin Yi, he was unaware that Wu Jun had already clashed with Lin Yi downstairs. At that moment, in the lobby, Lin Yi and Wu Jun locked eyes, each irked by the presence of the other. "Step aside." Wu Jun stood at the entrance, his gaze provocative as he glared at Lin Yi. The grand door on the ground floor could accommodate 6 people walking side by side, yet Wu Jun insisted that Lin Yi yield the way. Lin Yi, however, remained oblivious, standing still for an extended moment. "I'll say it one last time, step aside." Wu Jun clenched his fists, producing a crackling sound. The surrounding crowd held their breath, silently praying for Lin Yi's safety. They were all too familiar with Wu Jun's volatile temper. He was known to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and it was said that out of 10 people beaten in the company, 8 had faced his wrath. "I want to move." Lin Yi replied coolly, dismissing Wu Jun's threats with nonchalance. Bang! At his words, Wu Jun launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Yi's eye. The force behind the blow sent gusts of wind swirling. Gasps erupted from the crowd, who expected Lin Yi to crumble under the strike. Slap! Lin Yi, with unshakable composure, extended his right hand and firmly grasped Wu Jun's fist, rendering all of Wu Jun's efforts to escape futile. "Who is Dark Wolf to you?" Lin Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Dark Wolf is my master," Wu Jun replied, pride evident on his face at the mention of the name. "Oh, he is your master." Lin Yi smirked mischievously. "While it would have been fine if your connection were distant, given its depth, it seems I must teach you a lesson." Crack! Lin Yi seized Wu Jun's arm and delivered a swift kick to his armpit, resulting in a loud pop as the arm dislocated. "Then I shall collect some interest." Lin Yi surged forward, grasping Wu Jun's other arm and yanking it with force. Another crack resounded, leaving both arms dangling helplessly at Wu Jun's sides. The onlookers stood frozen, their hair standing on end, too terrified to utter a sound. Wu Jun screamed in agony, his features contorted, eyes glinting with fury. "My master is the 12th ranked warrior on the Huaxiao mercenary list. He will not spare you." Realizing he was outmatched, Wu Jun resorted to invoking Dark Wolf's name. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi's actions stemmed precisely from his being Dark Wolf's apprentice. At this, Lin Yi intensified his grip on Wu Jun's collarbones, exerting tremendous pressure. Wu Jun's complexion fluctuated between green and white, drenched in sweat, feeling pain radiating from every part of his body. A piercing wail, reminiscent of slaughtered pig, reverberated throughout the entire office building, leaving everyone in a state of shock as they gazed at Lin Yi. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Suddenly, they found themselves anticipating the confrontation between Lin Yi and Wu Jun's master, the Dark Wolf, eager to discern who possessed greater strength. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The Dark Wolf, upon hearing Wu Jun's agonizing cries from above, hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon catching sight of Lin Yi from a distance, his expression instantly shifted. As the Dark Wolf approached, Wu Jun, writhing in agony, crawled to his master's feet and, enduring the pain coursing through his body, vehemently declared, "Master, this fellow has beaten me to a pulp. You must seek justice for me." Lin, Boss Lin. The Dark Wolf gazed at Wu Jun with a twinge of sympathy before raising his head, dismissing Wu Jun, and advancing toward Lin Yi. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Dark Wolf, ranked 12th on the Huaxiang mercenary leaderboard, referred to this young man as boss? Good heavens! Could it be that someone held in such high regard by the Dark Wolf possessed even greater prowess? Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. This young man was a hidden gem. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. The Dark Wolf, burdened with a sense of bitterness, felt his hard-earned reputation crumble in an instant. "Little wolf cub, is this your disciple? Clearly, your training leaves much to be desired. Lin Yi opidimokit. Boss Lin is right. I will certainly train him diligently upon my return." The Dark Wolf responded with a sheepish grin. The term little wolf cub sent ripples of shock through the crowd once more. The more than 30-year-old Dark Wolf remained unfazed by such an appellation. "Where's your office?" Lin Yi invited nonchalantly. "Please, Boss Lin, follow me," the Dark Wolf replied, his voice filled with gratitude as he gestured ahead, trailing behind Lin Yi with a bowed posture, scarcely daring to breathe, resembling a devoted servant. The remaining employees stood in bewilderment, their minds reeling at the sight of the once mighty Dark Wolf, now reduced to such a state. Upon entering the office, the Dark Wolf hastily shut the door. "Come here, stand over there," Lin Yi instructed, positioning himself before the desk and pointing to a spot in front of the window. Chapter 15. The past the Dark Wolf dared not utter a word of complaint, obediently standing by the window. Lin Yi, on the other hand, settled into Dark Wolf's office chair, crossing his legs and observing Dark Wolf with a silent smile. Had Lin Yi approached with accusations, Dark Wolf might have felt a semblance of relief. Yet, the peculiar atmosphere only heightened his trepidation. The typically imposing Dark Wolf now resembled a docile puppy. "Boss Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Yi regarded him with a slight smile. "Do not feign ignorance. The Phantom Thorn has undoubtedly informed you." With a heavy sigh, Dark Wolf realized that evasion was futile. "Boss, I acknowledge it. Indeed, I instructed the Phantom Thorn to handle this matter." "Huh. Retiring from the mercenary world to become the CEO of a security firm. Your skills have certainly flourished. Do you dare to interfere with my people?" Cold sweat beaded on Dark Wolf's forehead. "Boss Lin, had I known that the young lady from the Wan family was under your protection, I would never have acted." Lin Yi fixed Dark Wolf with a steady gaze, and after a prolonged silence, spoke. "In light of our past camaraderie, I shall extend you a favor. However, I must know who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes." Dark Wolf's face contorted with difficulty. "Boss Lin, you too have traversed this line of work. You understand the rules. Speak, or remain silent. My patience is finite." At that moment, Dark Wolf harbored an intense desire to eliminate his employer. "Very well, but I possess limited knowledge." Lin Yi furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" With a wry smile, Dark Wolf replied, "This task was entrusted to us through an intermediary. I dispatched someone to investigate the true client, but aside from a badge, we found nothing." "A badge?" "Yes, it appears to be the emblem of an organization, a bloody dagger." "A bloody dagger?" This was the first time Lin Yi had encountered such an emblem. He glanced back at Dark Wolf, realizing no further useful information could be gleaned from him. "Little wolf cub, remember this. You owe me a favor, and I shall spare your life. However, while you may evade the death penalty, you must forfeit a hand to absolve yourself of this matter." Dark Wolf felt a bitter pang in his heart, yet he dared not disregard Lin Yi's words. Otherwise, he would find himself en route not to a hospital, but to a mortuary. Thus, with the sound of a bone snapping, Dark Wolf forcibly severed his own left hand. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and, accompanied by Dark Wolf, made his way to the stairwell. Upon exiting, Dark Wolf's subordinates beheld his swollen, contorted left arm. Dark Wolf's arm had been broken. Lin Yi cast a glance at the gathered men, then turned to the pale-faced Dark Wolf. "Remember, you owe me a favor. Son of a gun, I'll have my revenge." Wu Jun, already simmering with anger, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing his leader's misfortune. He rallied his comrades, eager to confront Lin Yi. "Stop!" Dark Wolf reprimanded Wu Jun, offering a wry smile. "I understand, Boss Lin. I owe you this favor." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers felt utterly bewildered. The formidable leader of the Dark Wolves, having lost a hand, not only refrained from succumbing to rage, but even found himself indebted to his adversary. Where could one seek justice in such a scenario? As Lin Yi departed, Wu Jun, filled with indignation, remarked, "Master, had you uttered a word, we brothers would have apprehended him." The Dark Wolf sighed. "What could we use to detain him? Our lives?" Wu Jun, unwilling to concede, retorted, "No matter how formidable he is still but a man. We are armed and capable. Why should we fear him?" The Dark Wolf sank against the wall, his gaze growing contemplative as memories of the past resurfaced. "Disciple, during my days as a mercenary, I once undertook a perilous mission alongside the Phantom Blade. Yet, 2 weeks passed, and we could not even approach our target. It was then that Boss Lin emerged. In mere half a minute, wielding nothing but a toothpick, he accomplished what we had failed to achieve in a month and a half. Mind you, both the Phantom Blade and I were fully armed." As this tale concluded, silence enveloped the group. No one dared to belittle Lin Yi any longer, not even Wu Jun, who had just clashed with him, now drenched in cold sweat. Thus, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, we might very well be conversing in the afterlife now. Wu Jun wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly recalling something. "Master, does this imply that Boss Lin is also a figure on the mercenary leaderboard?" Beyond this, Wu Jun could conceive no other explanation. However, the Dark Wolf shook his head with a wry smile. "You are mistaken. He does not appear on such a leaderboard. Rather, it exists solely for the purpose of eliminating him." Chapter 16. The Watchdog in the White City, South District at the Wang family courtyard. "Damn it. Why does that little brat always ruin my plans?" Wang Kai paced the room like a frenzied beast, occasionally grabbing objects nearby and hurling them to the ground. His secretary, Xiao Qin, cowered in a corner, afraid to make a sound. After a while, once his anger had somewhat subsided, Wang Kai gasped Xiao Qin. "Have you found out who that young master is?" Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xiao Qin replied, "Young master, I have investigated, and it turns out he grew up in the mountains, without any relatives. An old Taoist raised him." "What?" Wang Kai's eyes widened. "Are you saying that bitch Wan Bing refused to collaborate with our company for a poor boy from the mountains?" With her head bowed, Xiao Qin spoke in a trembling voice. "I believe so." "Heh." Wang Kai sneered. "Very well, if that is the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, he cast a predatory glance at the attractive Xiao Qin. "Xiao Qin, the annual International Trade Conference is the day after tomorrow. Since Wan Bing has rejected my collaboration, she will surely seek new partners at the conference. Go inform those old men that not a single penny should be invested in Wan Bing's company. By then, I want Wan Bing to come crawling to me in desperation." At that moment, ha ha, after a fit of wild laughter, Wang Kai looked at Xiao Qin with a gaze filled with carnal desire. "Darling, go upstairs and wait for me." A flash of humiliation crossed Xiao Qin's eyes, yet her body moved mechanically upstairs. "Wake up, you lecher." Early the next morning, before dawn, Wan Shui stood at Lin Yi's door, hands on her hips, shouting loudly. After Lin Yi's treatment, Wan Shui had regained her former vitality. Lin Yi, rubbing his sleepy eyes, opened the door with a mischievous grin. "What is all this noise about? I was just about to get cozy with your sister." "What?" Wan Shui was taken aback, thinking, in just a few days my sister has already fallen for him. She dashed into Lin Yi's bedroom, but looked around and saw no sign of another person. "Hey, lecher, where's my sister?" Lin Yi replied with a playful smile. "In my dreams, of course. I was just having a pleasant dream when you, little girl, interrupted me. Now, how will you compensate me? Wan Shui's face flushed, realizing Lin Yi's implication. She turned to leave, but, in her fluster, collided directly into Lin Yi's embrace. With a slight sway, Wan Shui nearly fell, but Lin Yi quickly caught her soft body. Ah, look at that. I've saved you again. Now how will you thank me? In a panic, Wan Shui wriggled free from Lin Yi's hold and stuck out her tongue at him. I haven't even told my sister that you took advantage of me. You lecher. Hurry up and come downstairs for breakfast. With that, Wan Shui hurriedly departed. Lin Yi chuckled heartily. Little sister-in-law, you're truly soft. Wan Shui tilted her body slightly, nearly losing her balance on the flat ground. As she descended the stairs, Lin Yi tidied himself up and arrived at the dining room almost simultaneously with Wan Bing. Oh, my dear wife, you look so beautiful just waking up. Come give your husband a kiss. Lin Yi began his flirtations early in the morning. Wan Bing frowned and pressed a finger to Lin Yi's chest. Don't move. I need to discuss something with you. What is it, my beloved wife? Lin Yi replied playfully. Be serious, Lin Yi. All right, he said, realizing his jest was misplaced and standing upright. Although you are my personal bodyguard, it can be somewhat inconvenient at work, so I would like to arrange a position for you. What do you think? Lin Yi smiled and responded, Sure. Are you going to make me the vice chairman of your company, or perhaps assign me the role of your personal secretary? Wan Bing, slightly irritated, retorted, Stop joking around. I am discussing serious matters. Lin Yi, with a sincere expression, replied, I am answering your question with utmost seriousness. Wan Bing, maintaining her patience, asked Lin Yi, aside from being skilled in combat, do you possess any other special talents? Special talents? Lin Yi pulled at his trousers and, with a serious nod, declared, Well, it's quite long. Van Bing, fait pas mit in ekaspiraten, Lin Yi. All right, I won't joke anymore. Let me think. It seems aside from being handsome, I don't excel in much else. Wan Bing felt her desire to converse with Lin Yi waning. Then what do you want to do? Is there a job that could showcase my handsomeness? He inquired. Yes. What? A watchdog. Chapter 17, Wan Bing found herself quite exasperated with Lin Yi's demeanor and finally said, Lin Yi, henceforth, I must establish 3 rules with you. Of course, as long as it pleases my esteemed wife, I would gladly devote myself to you, he replied cheerfully. First, you are not permitted to call me wife in front of the employees at the company. Agreed, I promise you. Second, you're prohibited from running around naked at home. Being shirtless is also unacceptable. Should a repeat of earlier incidents occur, I shall not spare you. Lin Yi sikit internali. Realizing that his earlier teasing of his sister-in-law had been overheard by Wan Bing, it seemed that living next door had its drawbacks. Third, our family's reputation is of utmost importance, so you must not bring any female friends home, nor may you frequent any immoral establishments during your free time. My dear wife, I assure you, I am among the rarest of pure-hearted gentlemen, and my love for you is as vast as the heavens. Lin Yi's face was a portrait of indignation. Wan Bing disregarded his protests and continued, Fourth, I reserve the right to impose additional constraints at any time. Is that it? Lin Yi nearly choked on his own disbelief. What she proposed was hardly a mere agreement. It was an inequitable treaty. A fleeting look of satisfaction crossed Wan Bing's face, though it vanished almost instantaneously. Yet Lin Yi managed to capture that momentary brilliance. The sudden allure rendered him somewhat dazed, and he gazed at her enchanting visage for a full half-minute. Feeling his scrutiny, Wan Bing became uncomfortable and quickly turned to walk ahead. Come on, it's time to go to work. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yi lamented, My dear wife, I haven't eaten yet. Choose, eat or forfeit your salary. With a resigned expression, Lin Yi followed Wan Bing. Their journey was silent, and Lin Yi drove Wan Bing to the office. Upon entering, she immediately secluded herself within her office, and the atmosphere seemed to shift into a flurry of busyness. Only Lin Yi sat leisurely in a corner, feeling distinctly out of place amidst the bustling and oppressive environment. Something felt amiss. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and peered through the office door. He noticed Wan Bing deep in thought, evidently facing some dilemma. At that moment, Wan Bing's secretary, Hu Bingqin, emerged from the office. Come here, little fox. Utilizing his charm, Lin, he had previously fostered a good rapport with Wan Bing's personal secretary. Hu Bingqin adjusted her glasses and replied, "What is it, Big Wolf?" Lin, he beckoned her over. Frowning, Hu Bingqin protested, "I have many tasks to attend to. Just for a moment." "Fine, but make it quick. If President Wan sees me, I'll be in trouble again." "Little Fox, is the company facing some difficulties?" Hu Bingqin nodded. "Tell me about it. I'll see if I can lend a hand." "Just you?" "This is a business matter. You, a mere bodyguard, cannot interfere. I must return to my duties." "Hey, you little miss, sharing your concerns one tea cost you anything. If you don't tell me, I won't share my stories from my military days with you next time." Hu Bingqin is a military enthusiast who enjoys tales of warfare and strategy. "Very well, but you mustn't mention this to General Wan." Yesterday, General Wan severed business ties with the Wan Group, as Hu Bingqin adjusted her glasses. "I am aware. Although our company is performing reasonably well, the majority of our assets are fixed, leaving us with scant liquid resources. Now that we are in a phase of growth, the required capital is substantial, and with the sudden withdrawal of support from the Wan Group, our financial chain has suffered a rupture." Lin Yu pondered it aloud. General Wan is quite wealthy. Why can't Wan Bing seek assistance from him? While that statement holds merit, General Wan is rather obstinate, always striving to achieve something commendable for his family. He has yet to disclose the company's predicament to them. Is there a solution at present? Tomorrow, there is a trade conference, which may serve as General Wan's final opportunity. If we fail to secure investment there, a portion of our business may regrettably come to a halt. Lenny fell into a rare silence. A woman bearing the weight of such a large company undoubtedly faces immense pressure. "It seems that my future wife is not merely a decorative figure." Lin Yi smiled faintly, allowing Hu Bingqin to depart while he took out his phone to make a call. On the other end, an impatient voice soon echoed. "Who is this? Little wolf cub, have you grown more irritable in just one day?" "Ahem. Lin, Boss Lin, why are you calling? Is it wrong to miss you?" All right. As long as you're happy, anything goes. No more jesting. I want to collect on yesterday's favor now." An abrupt silence followed. Then Dark Wolf resolutely replied, "Boss Lin, just say the word. Am I to deal with that wealthy scion from the Wang family?" Chapter 18. Wang Kai's Revenge. "Oh, you are acquainted with Wang Kai?" "Ahem. I feared that I might mistakenly harm my own, so I dispatched someone to investigate yesterday." Quite perceptive. However, that was not the task I assigned you. I do not regard him, a mere insignificant character, with any seriousness." At this point, the Dark Wolf was somewhat perplexed. "Little wolf cub, I have heard that you possess quite an array of resources. Might you be interested in making an investment?" The Dark Wolf grew increasingly bewildered. "Boss Lin, what exactly do you wish for me to do? Just give me a straightforward answer." "Well, it's like this." Lin Yi recounted the circumstances surrounding the Wan Group. Upon finishing, the Dark Wolf let out a sigh of relief. "I thought it was something more serious. You can rest assured, I will handle this matter. Currently, what I lack is nothing but money and resources. You need not worry. I guarantee your satisfaction at tomorrow's trade conference." Lenny nodded. "If this task is accomplished, I will owe you a favor." Upon hearing this, the Dark Wolf on the other end of the line was so thrilled that he nearly dropped his phone. "Who is Boss Lin?" A legendary figure who has crafted one myth after another in the mercenary world. For Lin Yi to owe him a favor is something the Dark Wolf can boast about for a lifetime. After hanging up, Lin Yi returned to his usual nonchalant demeanor, reclining in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. In the midst of his slumber, he sensed someone approaching. Opening his eyes, he discovered it was Wan Bing. "Oh, my dear esteemed president, are you off work?" Wan Bing nodded, appearing somewhat fatigued, and replied, "Let's head home." As they walked to the parking lot, Lin Yi's brow suddenly furrowed. "Oh dear, my stomach is a bit upset. Darling, please wait for me in the car. I will join you shortly." Wan Bing remarked, like a lazy donkey on a grind, and entered the vehicle, while Lin Yi turned back towards the stairwell. However, he did not head to the restroom. Instead, he deftly vaulted over the glass window of the stairwell, emerging outside the parking lot. After rounding a couple of corners, he overheard voices engaged in conversation. "Boss, are you certain the target will emerge from the parking lot?" "Of course. Can there be any doubt regarding Boss Wang's information? Keep a close watch. And if you see a pink sports car with a license plate 36s, the young man with blonde hair was taken aback. Just as he was about to turn around, His collar was seized by Lin E. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself hurled against the wall, landing in a disheveled heap. The bald man glared at Lin E., exclaiming, "It's you." Lin E. looked at him curiously and replied, "Do we know each other? You may not recognize me, but I know you. My comrade is one of Boss Wong's subordinates, and I have come to reclaim what was lost that day." Upon finishing his words, the bald man wiped his shiny head and charged at Lin E. with his forehead. Finding the situation amusing, Lin E. deftly sidestepped the blow, causing the bald man's head to crash against the adjacent wall, which sent a layer of plaster crumbling down. Yet, the bald man seemed completely unfazed and taunted, "Kid, if you have the guts, don't dodge." Lin E. chuckled, "How intriguing. I had no idea there were still those who practiced headbutting techniques. Cool me. Let's engage in a game of forehead clashes." As he spoke, he provocatively adjusted his hairstyle. The bald man snorted disdainfully, took 2 steps closer to Lin E., and launched another headbutt. This time, Lin E. stood his ground, and their heads collided without pretense. Suddenly, the bald man felt as if he had struck a mountain. His usually formidable head, capable of shattering stone, now felt as fragile as a cracked egg, and blood began to flow profusely. "On my head," he cried out in agony. Staggering backward, blood streaming from his scalp, Lin E. let out a rather bored sigh. "I expected a skilled opponent, but it turns out you're nothing more than a pathetic fool. Don't waste my time. Come to me all at once." Following the bald man were a dozen or so individuals, all friends from the martial arts circle. Upon hearing Lin Yi's arrogant tone, their tempers flared, and they surged toward him en masse. Unperturbed, Lin E strolled leisurely among them, and in mere moments, all the men lay groaning on the ground, leaving only the bald man standing, staring at Lin E as if he were a creature from another realm. Chapter 19. Am I healing? Do you believe it? Lin E approached the bald man, wiping the blood from his hands onto him, and then revealed a devilish smile. "Tell your master that if he provokes me again, this will be his fate." No sooner had he spoken than the bald man felt Lin E seize his thumb, and with a sickening crack, Lin E forcefully broke it. The bald man let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. Lin E chuckled coldly, and at that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated his sinister grin. The bald man's pupils dilated in terror as he shouted for mercy, an acrid stench filling the air. Lin E cursed him as worthless and, without looking back, returned to the parking lot. Upon reaching his vehicle, Lin E resumed his carefree demeanor, but just as he was about to enter the passenger seat, he noticed Wan Bing's peculiar expression. "Darling, are you all right? You look dreadful. Let me see if something's wrong." As he spoke, Lin E reached out to touch Wan Bing. Wan Bing's face paled, and she shot him a glare. "Stop. You drive." With that, she hurriedly exited the car, but in her haste, she stumbled and cried out in pain. Lin E rushed forward to support her, concerned. "Are you okay, my dear?" Wan Bing pushed away from his embrace, limping to the passenger seat. "No time for nonsense. Just drive." Lin E, taken aback but unable to protest further, took the driver's seat and drove them home. Throughout the journey, Wan Bing remained profoundly silent, her complexion turning increasingly ghastly, as if she were suffering from a grave illness. Lin E found this puzzling. He even checked her pulse, which was rather rapid, yet there seemed to be no significant issue. By the time they reached home, Lin E still could not fathom what had transpired. As night had fallen, Wan Yongjun and Wan Shui were already fast asleep. After a simple dinner prepared by the servants, they ascended the stairs to rest. Wan Bing gritted her teeth as she climbed, and Lin E, unable to contain his concern, swept her up in his arms. Wan Bing's face flushed red as she attempted to break free, but Lin E held her tightly, rendering her immobile. "Wait," she trembled, her voice quavering. Lin E turned, catching sight of her anxious expression, and, recalling the earlier thunder, he finally understood the source of her peculiar demeanor throughout the drive. She was afraid of thunder. No wonder she had looked so pale when he returned to the parking lot. Lin E couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The esteemed president of the Wan Group, a daughter of heaven, was afraid of thunder. If this were to be revealed, he might be deemed insane. He grinned mischievously. Wan Bing, her heart aflame with frustration and wishing to dismiss Lin E, found her resolve wavering as the thunder rumbled fiercely, forcing her to endure her discontent and allow him to stay. Could you possibly stay a while longer? Lin Yi, not wishing to overstep, found a chair and settled beside Wan Bing, quietly keeping vigil over her. With Lin Yi's presence, an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped Wan Bing, and before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. Seizing the opportunity while Wan Bing slept, Lin Yi stealthily approached the foot of the bed and gently lifted the blanket covering her. The swollen ankle came into view, striking Lin Yi's gaze. His left hand swept lightly over Wan Bing's ankle, and a faint azure light flickered briefly in the palm of his hand. Almost instantaneously, the swelling of her ankle began to diminish at a visible rate, returning to its normal state in no time. Just as Lin Yi was about to lower the blanket, a piercing gaze settled upon his face, causing his somewhat lecherous smile to falter. Turning to the side, he met Wan Bing's fiery eyes. Chapter 20. Surrounded by hostility. Lin Yi, you scoundrel, I shall kill you. With a shrill cry of indignation, pillows and blankets were hurled at Lin Yi like cannonballs. He yelped in distress as they struck him. My dear, please listen. I was merely treating your ailment. But Wan Bingsi paid no heed, seizing anything within reach to throw at him. Get out, Lin Yi. Left with no alternative, Lin Yi resignedly retreated from Wan Bing's room. Once the door was closed, he stood with hands on his hips, simmering with frustration. Just you wait, little girl. Given the chance, I shall make you submit completely. For today, I shall take my leave. Having driven Lin Yi away, Wan Bingsi leapt off the bed, stomping her foot in anger. Suddenly, she paused, noticing that the pain in her ankle had seemingly vanished. Looking down, she observed that, aside from a slight redness, her ankle was no longer swollen. Could it be that she had misjudged Lin Yi? Perhaps she had overreacted. But wait, if he truly had healed her, why was he still under the covers? Given his lecherous nature, he must have ulterior motives. As Wan Bingsi's mind wandered, the night quietly slipped away. The following morning, Wan Bingsi instructed a servant to deliver a suit to Lin Yi. After a refreshing shower, he donned the attire prepared for him, aware of the day's significance. He pondered what could warrant such formality aside from the trade conference. Upon descending the stairs, both Wan Shui and Wan Bingsi were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yi's polished appearance, a surreal sensation washing over them. Wan Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "How handsome!" Lin Yi grinned lewdly, instantly shattering the ambience and dispelling the sister's reverie. "Sister-in-law, dear wife, am I not striking?" He twirled playfully before them, only to be met with two exasperated glares. After breakfast, Wan Bingsi led Lin Yi on their journey. Before departing, she cautioned him to avoid any trouble, urging him to endure even in the face of injustice. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly, signaling his acquiescence, and they drove to the venue of the trade conference, the Municipal Economic and Trade Center. As an annual event, this gathering attracted the elite of Baiqing's business community to deliberate on the city's future. Naturally, the Wan Group, one of the leading conglomerates, could not miss it. However, the atmosphere this year fell amiss, with Wan Yongjun now enjoying his retirement. All responsibilities rested on the relatively young shoulders of Wan Bingsi. By both experience and influence, she paled in comparison to her predecessor. Furthermore, the Wan Group was undermining their efforts, making this year particularly challenging for the Wan Group. Upon arriving at the venue, they were met with a lack of reception, a disheartening sight. With a grim expression, Wan Bingsi entered the conference hall, where greetings from attendees were lukewarm at best. Before long, most had gravitated towards Wan Kai, leaving only a few loyal supporters of the Wan Group behind. Unable to find a way out, Wan Bing could only raise her glass and bravely approach others. However, her efforts were met with indifference. Regardless of their demeanor, they refrained from mentioning any collaboration, instead indulging in superficial pleasantries that only darkened Wan Bing's expression. To make matters worse, someone outright suggested she abandon the competition. In the eyes of everyone present, the Wan Group seemed utterly powerless this time. At that moment, Wan Kai approached, basking in the admiration of the crowd with a smug expression. Rather than feeling anger towards Wan Kai's insufferable demeanor, Lin Yi found himself increasingly exhilarated. For behind Wan Kai, he spotted the enigmatic dark wolf smiling at him, along with another familiar face. With his presence, Lin Yi was assured of victory. Ah, Isn't this Mr. Wan? It brings me great honor to have you here at this grand event. Wang Kai began, positioning himself as the host. Although Wan Bing felt a twinge of discomfort, she understood the current dynamics. Her adversary was strong, and she had to endure for the sake of the company entrusted to her by her grandfather. Mr. Wang, I require an explanation regarding this project, Wan Bing stated firmly. With a light chuckle, Wang Kai replied, Mr. Wan, I don't quite grasp your meaning. Taking a deep breath, Wan Bing pressed on. We had previously agreed that this project would be jointly developed by our two companies. But I have heard that the Wang Group is preparing to take over this project entirely. Wang Kai scrutinized Wan Bing's curvaceous figure with a lewd grin, saying, Mr. Wan, you're mistaken. It was you who severed trade relations with our company. Why now cast all the blame upon me? Frowning, Wan Bing retorted, this is a publicly funded project, and it demands fair competition. With a mocking laugh, Wang Kai responded, did you hear that? Mr. Wan insists on fair competition. Mr. Wang, please step forward. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, a short, pudgy man, less than 5 feet tall, squeezed out from the crowd and grinned obsequiously. Mr. Wang. Curiously, Linny asked, Dear, who is this rotund fellow? Wan Bing's expression soured. His name is Wang Chong, the supervisor for the Shanghai District Construction Project, a lackey of the Wang family. Lin you know dit, unfazit. A mere supervisor? How amusing. Keep plotting against me. I eagerly await your downfall. Wang Kai smugly proclaimed, Mr. Wang, please enlighten us as to why this project has undergone last-minute adjustments. Nodding with a smile, the supervisor cast a peculiar glance at Wan Bing. Well, you see, due to the vast scope of this planning, the demolition and allocation tasks are quite arduous. To ensure the project's smooth execution, we have decided to entrust it entirely to the more experienced Wang Group. Fatty, is that how you address her? It's Mr. Wang. Lin Yi's displeasure towards the rotund man was immediate. The head of Wang was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Lin Yi. Who are you? Lin Yi straightened his neck defiantly. Just wait until I reveal my name. Don't be so frightened that you soil yourself. The smile on Wang's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of scorn directed at Lin Yi. He instantly recognized Lin Yi's identity as a bodyguard. Listen closely, my full name is Aishur. The double character meaning sleeping butterfly. Such a compound surname was unfamiliar to Wang, and he instinctively pronounced it aloud. You're my father. As soon as the words escaped his lips, laughter erupted from those around, and Wan Bing couldn't help but suppress a smile. It was then that Wang realized he had been deceived. His face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed at Lin Yi and shouted, Security, throw this insolent brat out. Wait. Wan Bing shot Lin a reproachful glance before stepping in to block the advancing security personnel. Chapter 21. He is my fiancé. He is mine, and you cannot drive him away. Director Wang, if he has offended you in any way, I ask for your understanding. Director Wang cast a cold glance at the smug Lin Yi, wishing to reprimand him. However, out of respect for Wan Bing, he restrained his anger and merely snorted, dismissing the security personnel. Mr. Wan, there is nothing more to discuss. This matter is a government decision, and I am merely following orders. A chill crept into Wan Bing's heart. Was there truly no room for negotiation? As for room, Director Wang's gaze shifted towards Wang Kai, implying that the resolution of this issue hinged on Wang Kai's words. Wan Bing clenched her fists, unable to anticipate that a project meant for fair competition would be dictated by the whims of a privileged heir. A wave of frustration surged within her. The sight of Wan Bing's despondency ignited a fervent glimmer in Wang Kai's eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. The more helpless Wan Bing appeared, the stronger his exhilaration grew, justifying his efforts to ingratiate himself with Director Wang. He watched Wan Bing, anticipating the moment when this exalted queen would bow her noble head before him. Wan Bing tightened her fists, feeling the piercing stares of those around her like daggers. She yearned to turn and leave, yet the heavy burden on her shoulders made it impossible to take that step. If she did, it would spell doom for the future of the Wan Group. Must she truly submit to Wang Kai? Wan Bing bit her lip, her eyes filled with humiliation. Just as she was on the verge of surrender, a strong, reassuring hand rested upon her shoulder, grounding her. Do not worry, I am here, said Lin Yi. Those two words possessed an almost magical quality, dispelling Wan Bing's negative emotions and instilling a sense of calm within her. Lin Yi's previously irksome smile seemed less bothersome at that moment. He stepped in front of Wan Bing, addressing Wang Kai with a light chuckle. Wang Kai, and you too, Fat Wang, I believe you have forgotten something. Lin Yi's interruption unsettled Wang Kai. Kid, mind your place as a bodyguard. You have no right to speak here. Lin Yi responded with a nonchalant, oh, and what would grant me that right? Unless, of course, you are a representative of the Wan Group. Director Wang, eager to display his authority before Wang Kai, was momentarily taken aback. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Wan Bing had already moved to his side. Director Wang, I apologize. There is something I forgot to announce. She declared, this is Lin Yi, my fiancée. The room fell into stunned silence. My heavens. It rumored outside that Wang Kai is Wan Bing's fiancé? Where on earth did this fellow come from to usurp Wang Kai's position? You might not be aware, but this young man appeared in the media recently, and I sensed there was something special about their relationship. Now, it seems I was right. This has become quite entertaining. By uttering such words, Wan Bing has effectively delivered a resounding slap to Wang Kai's face in front of everyone. It appears that the Wan Group truly has no chance of securing this project. Wang Kai's expression twisted into a grimace. Although the two had previously exchanged flirtations in private, they had never made any declarations in such a public setting, allowing Wang Kai to harbor a sliver of hope. Now, however, with the elite of Bai City gathered, Wan Bing boldly announced this matter before such a multitude, which for Wang Kai is an unbearable humiliation. He had spent a considerable sum to manipulate the media, spreading the notion that he was engaged to Wan Bing, hoping that she would feel compelled by public opinion to choose him. Yet now, Wang Kai had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Very well, since Lin Yi is your fiancé, he naturally possesses the right to speak freely here. Speak, young man. What do you intend to do? Lin Yi proudly enveloped Wan Bing in his embrace, his left arm brazenly wrapping around her slender waist, igniting a fiery glare from Wang Kai. This audacious gesture left Wan Bing feeling somewhat uncomfortable, her flushed complexion inadvertently betraying a semblance of shyness, further convincing those around them that there was indeed something between the two. Wang Kai, I recall there's a clause stating that the highest bidder prevails. Since the Wan Group was able to qualify as one of the project executors, I believe we have the right to participate in the bidding, do we not? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai suddenly sneered. You are correct, young man. That clause does exist. However, I must caution you that this project pertains to the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of citizens. Are you certain the Wan Group wishes to participate? Absolutely. Lin Yi replied with a smile, even as Wan Bing gave his arm a firm twist. Lin Yi winced, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Wan Bing. My dear wife, why are you pinching me? At that moment, Wan Bing could hardly pay heed to the peculiar gazes of those around them as she whispered, Lin Yi, have you lost your mind? The company is currently experiencing financial difficulties. Participating in the bidding now would surely lead to our defeat. Mr. Wan, it was you who allowed him to speak earlier, and now you wish to retract your words. Is that not a bit excessive? Wan Bing's complexion paled, her heart sinking once more. She reproached herself for being so rash as to trust Lin Yi, that scoundrel. Once was unfortunate enough. Now she was about to humiliate herself again. How could it come to this? Yet, as Wang Kai pointed out, Wan Bing had no path of retreat left. After a brief moment of distraction, Wan Bing regained her steely resolve. At that juncture, the head of the committee shouted, since there are no objections from either side, I have just spoken with the committee. With unanimous approval, I hereby announce the reactivation of the Shanghai Economic Zone bidding conference. The attendees began to stir with excitement. With the bidding underway, everyone present held the right to invest. They could bid for themselves or for the group they favored. The prevailing principle was simple. The highest bidder wins. The crowd buzzed with discussions, fully aware that aligning with the Wang Group was the most prudent choice. Under the guidance of Mr. Wang, the group entered an auction hall within the auditorium. Once everyone was seated, Mr. Wang invited personnel from the notary office, and after a series of necessary procedures, the impromptu bidding conference commenced. Wang Kai and Wan Bing positioned themselves on opposite sides of the venue. with Wang Kai surrounded by a noticeably larger crowd, including several prominent figures from the business world. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Dark Wolf, accompanied by a handsome, middle-aged man, quietly approached Wan Bing's side and took a seat next to Lin Yi. It has been a while. Old Lin was the first time anyone had addressed Lin Yi so casually. Dead queer, I never expected the little wolf cub could find you. If this goes well, I'll have you run an errand for me for free. Haha, rest assured, in order to ensure you run that errand for me for free, I will certainly make sure you win this bid. Chapter 22, The Dead End. As the discussion unfolded, Director Wang had already made his announcement. Everyone, please be quiet. In order to ensure the fairness and justice of the bidding process, we will proceed with an open tender. I hereby declare the bidding conference officially open. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone raised a bidding card. Haisher Group bids 2 million for President Wang. Director Wang chuckled. Very well, Wang Group. 2 million. With the initial bid made, a torrent of offers flooded in. Guangming Group will invest 1 million for Wang Group. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. As the numbers escalated, the capital injected into Wang Group soared past 50 million in an instant, while Wang Kai himself had yet to contribute a single cent. Wang Kai sat grinning in his seat, casting glances toward Wan Bing. Lin Yi leaned forward slightly, obstructing Wang Kai's view, and playfully made a face at him. Wang Kai cursed under his breath and raised his bidding card. Wang Group bids 30 million. This was merely the beginning. The opportunities concealed within Shanghai District were not to be measured by a mere 30 million. All right, Wang Group's investment has increased to 80 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Wang Group bids 150 million. Wan Bing's icy voice echoed throughout the hall. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated that Wan Bing would not take a gradual approach, but instead would immediately double the stakes. Wang Kai felt a pang of frustration. Wan Bing's fierce resistance left him feeling humiliated. Wang Group bids 200 million. 250 million. Wan Bing showed no hesitation as she quickly countered. Wang Kai clenched his teeth. He was fully aware of Wang Group's circumstances, and yet they were still determined to challenge him under such trying conditions. 280 million. Wang Kai's expression darkened significantly. The funds at his disposal were not as abundant as he had imagined. If Wan Bing insisted on opposing him, it was likely both parties would suffer grave losses. 300 million. Wan Bing declared her utmost limit. However, before she could catch her breath, Wang Kai retorted with venom. 350 million. He glared at Lin Yi and the others, realizing that what he had thought would be a straightforward acquisition had turned into a fierce battle with the Wan Group, whom he had previously underestimated. Wan Bing was not faring any better. The liquidity she possessed was now dwindling. Lin Yi observed everything keenly, and just as he prepared to signal Dark Wolf to intervene, Wan Bing abruptly stood from her seat, holding a folder aloft. This contains an investment in a property I own in Australia, valued at 80 million. I am now pledging it. Wang Kai scoffed. President Wan, don't be ridiculous. You assert it's worth 80 million, but is that truly the case? At this moment, Lin Yi stood up, casting a derisive glance at Wang Kai, then pointed to the notary public on stage. You are all professionals. I trust you can accurately assess its value. The notary nodded and took the documents from Wan Bing's hands. 10 minutes later, the notary announced that this document held legal validity, with a value exceeding 80 million, eligible for collateral. Wang Kai once again found himself at a disadvantage, his complexion alternating between shades of green and white. What of 80 million? My Wang Group offers 400 million. Upon uttering those words, Wang Kai felt a pang of regret, as if his heart were bleeding. A project estimated at 200 million had been artificially inflated to 400 million. If his father were to discover this, he would surely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Wan Bing's face had turned ashen, for 380 million was already her utmost limit. Unless she sold off further assets, she was certain to lose this bidding contest. Director Wang observed the scene below with great delight. The Wang Group had previously committed to an investment of just over 100 million, and now it had skyrocketed twofold. How could he not be thrilled? Including the 10 billion in subsidies, he stood to profit handsomely. Wang Group's investment, 400 million once, 400 million twice. Is there no one willing to raise the bid? Very well, I shall announce. However, just as Director Wang was about to finalize the deal, Lin Yi stretched lazily and rose from his seat once more. All eyes turned to Lin Yi, who remained unfazed, declaring coolly, "Wang Group, 500 million. My heavens, who is this young man? How can he audaciously bid 500 million? Has he lost his mind? This project, with a maximum estimated profit of 200 million, and he dares to contend with 500 million? Even Miss Wang was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Fear not, I've got this, Lin Yi gestured reassuringly to Wan Bing. On the other side, Wang Kai glared at Lin Yi, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, Lin Yi, do you truly consider yourself one of the Wan family? Lin Yi smiled faintly. That's none of your concern. Will you raise your bid or not? If not, this project will belong to us. How arrogant. This young man is insufferably bold. 510 million. Wang Kai gritted his teeth, the increment in his bid noticeably shrinking. 550 million. Lin Yi responded effortlessly. 560 million. Wang Kai's eyes reddened. How could he swallow the affront of Lin Yi, whom he regarded as insignificant, daring to challenge him publicly? 600 million. Young man, are you still in this? Lin Yi raised his bid without hesitation. 700 million. I will secure this project. Wang Kai revealed a cruel smile. Go on, keep raising it. If Wan Bing doesn't he assist you later, I shall relish your downfall. Lin Yi scoffed. 800 million. The room erupted in astonishment as Lin Yi raised the bid by a staggering 100 million, leaving Wan Bing beside him utterly pale. Lin Yi had been recklessly bold, and before she could intervene, he had escalated the bidding to 800 million. This sum had far surpassed the Wan Group's financial capacity, necessitating the liquidation of other assets to acquire it. Wan Bing braced herself for the worst. Wait. At that moment, with a triumphant expression, Wang Kai rose from his seat and approached Lin Yi directly. Young man, he remarked, after listening to your incessant chatter for quite some time, shouldn't we verify whether you possess sufficient funds to participate in this bidding before proceeding further? Chapter 23. The iron-faced judged the moment the words left her lips. Wan Bing's expression soured further. She hastily interjected before Lin Yi could speak. Mr. Wang, rest assured, I will certainly gather this sum. Wang Kai laughed heartily. So, you currently lack the funds, do you? Failing to produce it now constitutes fraud, which means you have forfeited your eligibility to bid. Wan Bing felt a chill run through her. He was correct. She indeed could not muster such a large amount of capital at this moment, and by the rules, she had indeed lost her bidding eligibility. The crowd around them began to murmur, some expressing sympathy, while others reveled in her misfortune. Hey, who says we've lost our bidding eligibility? Lin Yi's voice rang out once more. Wang Kai's gaze sharpened, and he sneered. Lin Yi, what tricks are you attempting to play now? Lin Yi offered a mysterious smile, and amidst the astonished looks of the crowd, he produced a black card from his pocket. You wish to verify my credentials? Here, is this sufficient? Wang Kai glanced at the black card in Lin Yi's hand and burst into laughter. Kid, are you daft? What on earth is this? A phone card? Are you calling your mother for money? With that, he and his minions from the Wang family laughed heartily. Gradually, the smile faded from Lin Yi's face. At that moment, an elderly notary among them stood up. Young man, may I see that card? Lin Yi nodded and handed the card over. The old man inspected it, and suddenly his expression transformed with excitement. Could this be the legendary black card? The notary's words instantly altered Wang Kai's demeanor. The legendary black card, established by the world's 10 most renowned banks, was exceedingly rare, and the difficulty in obtaining one was immense. Even Wang Kai's father, Wang Chongshan, and Wan Group's former leader, Wan Yongjun, lacked the qualification to possess such a card. Owning one was a matter of immense prestige, even within their circle. This cannot be true. Verification. I demand verification, Wang Kai exclaimed, his voice tinged with hysteria. The thought that this insignificant ant possessed something that elicited envy, even from him, caused a profound psychological turmoil. The old man nodded and retrieved a miniature computer from his belongings, swiping the card's magnetic strip. Information about the card materialized on the screen. It's authentic. The available credit limit is 1 billion. Gasp in that instant. The way everyone looked at Lin Yi shifted dramatically. Wang Kai felt as though he had swallowed something bitter. An inexplicable sense of defeat surged within him, causing him to desire nothing more than to tear Lin Yi apart. 900 million. I offer 900 million. Wang Kai glared at Lin Yi, uttering a figure he could scarcely bear. Upon the revelation of the card, he realized he was destined to lose today. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. Even in defeat, he aimed to extract as much as he could from the Wan group. However, just as everyone anticipated Lin Yi to raise the bid 900 million, the situation had become overwhelming. I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving, Lin Yi declared, returning to his seat with the black card amidst the stunned silence of the crowd. You scoundrel, you've deceived me. Wang Kai howled in despair. Utterly unprepared for Lin Yi's unexpected counterattack at such a critical moment. This was disastrous. He could not possibly produce 900 million now. Wang Kai felt as though he might weep. Wait. The middle-aged man, who had been silently observing Lin Yi, stood up. In a clear voice, he proclaimed, This bidding conference is illegal. I declare it void. This caused quite a stir, as the responsible party, Wang, was furious. Who are you to declare the bidding invalid? The middle-aged man smiled slightly, calmly producing his credentials. My name is Feng Yong. I have been sent to monitor this bidding process. Mr. Wang, although you are not public officials, your actions have crossed a line, and I must ask you to accompany me. Wang Kai, already in a foul mood, blustered. I don't care who you are. Do you know who I am? Do you dare to arrest me? Do you still want your position? He turned to Wang, demanding, Get him out of here. However, he noticed that Wang's face had drained of color. The iron-faced judge, Feng Yong. The next day, news of Wang, the head of the Shanghai district, being arrested hit the front page of the Baicheng Daily. In the following days, relevant personnel in Baicheng began to reorganize the project, ultimately granting justice to the Wan group, which secured the project. It is worth mentioning the true mastermind behind the Wan group, Wang Chongshan. Under his orchestration, Wang Kai managed to evade all blame. The responsibilities that should have fallen upon Wang Kai were entirely absorbed by the subordinates of the Wan group, whose decisive actions and clean methods left Feng Yong, who had traveled far, without any evidence to act upon, watching helplessly as Wang Kai slipped away from under his nose. Once everything settled, the news of the Wan group acquiring the development rights for the Shanghai Economic Special Zone at a low price was made public, allowing Wan Bing, who had been under constant stress, to finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the government's documents issued, Wan Bing felt completely at ease. Before diving into a busy work schedule, he granted himself and Lin Yi a long holiday. One day, while Wan Bing was still resting, Zhang Hai went out. With numerous bodyguards at home, safety was not a concern. To express his gratitude to Feng Yong, Lin Yi decided to visit him personally. Upon arriving at the hotel where Feng Yong was staying, the two ventured out to a bar and engaged in light conversation. Look at you climbing the ranks. You were just an assistant before, and now you're promoted. Lin Yi said. Feng Yong smiled calmly. I cannot compare to you. You're the top dog, and I'm merely your second. But speaking of which, have you considered making a comeback? Feng Yong leisurely toyed with his drink as he spoke. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head. I'm not like you. After years of battles and struggles, I'm tired. At this moment, I simply desire to wed a beautiful wife and subsequently be blessed with a multitude of sons and daughters, indulging in the joys of family life. Feng Yong cast a glance at Lin Yi, remarking, It is indeed a rarity to hear such words from your lips. However, I must admit, your future bride is remarkably attractive. Were it not for your standing, I might find myself irresistibly drawn to her. Damn it, you, a wretched homosexual. Keep your distance from my wife. He retorted with a chuckle. Now, joking aside, old Lin, let's engage in a wager. A wager? I cannot recall ever having lost to you. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Feng Yong downed his drink in one gulp, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Yi. This time is different. I am utterly confident in my victory over you. Lin Yi remained unfazed. Then I am curious to hear what this bet entails. Before we proceed, let us agree. Should you lose, you will be obliged to assist me with 3 tasks, free of charge. Chapter 24. The true intentions of Feng Yong. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. What if you lose? I lose. You may dispose of me as you wish. Lin Yi smirked. I have no interest in you, you insufferable fool. Now, enlighten me on the rules of this wager. If I were to assert that within a year you'll be compelled to return to your former profession, would you believe me? Lin, he rolled his eyes. I owe you a favor. Aren't you blatantly attempting to ensnare me? No, this time does not count. I mean, once you have fulfilled the task I assign you, you will undoubtedly revert to your old ways. Feng Yang's expression suddenly turned grave. During Lin Yi's tenure as a mercenary, he had frequently dealt with Feng Yang. Their temperaments were quite similar. The moment Feng Yang adopted a serious demeanor, Lin Yi knew the matter at hand was far from trivial. What task could it possibly be? I found your appearance at the meeting rather peculiar. With a deep sigh, Feng Yang inscribed a large character for King on the table using a drink. The Wong group? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, finally grasping why Feng Yang had been present at the venue. Indeed, I have been investigating a clandestine organization that, under the guise of medical experimentation, has recruited numerous ordinary citizens for their nefarious trials. Many have fallen victim to their sinister schemes. I have been tracing them for over 6 months, and, following a series of clues, have pinpointed the Wong group as my target. A sense of betrayal washed over Lin Yi. So, regardless of whether the Wong group participates in the bidding, you intend to put the Wong group in a difficult position? Feng Yang chuckled awkwardly, but offered no reply. You conniving scoundrel. You intend to use me to accomplish your task without any benefit to myself? Lin Yi was incensed. Feng Yang's lack of integrity in his dealings was overwhelming. Noticing Lin Yi's agitation, Feng Yang quickly raised a hand. Wait, hold your horses. I anticipated you wouldn't engage in a losing proposition, so I have another piece of information that will surely pique your interest. Speak. If I am dissatisfied, I shall make it a point to give you a thrashing when I leave. Lin Yi huffed indignantly. Xian Niao Seal. With those 3 simple words, Fang Yang rendered Lin Yi si piqueless. The Xian Niao Seal had long been a source of torment for Lin Yi. He had never confided in Wan Yongjun or Wan Bing that during his last attempt to save Wan Shui, the relief would only be temporary. Eventually, the seal would re-emerge. Given Lin Yi's current abilities, he could only manage a temporary suppression. If the source of the Xian Yao seal was not identified swiftly, Wan Shui's life would hang by a thread. You insufferable fool, clarify this matter at once. Feng Yang gestured for Lin Yi to maintain his composure, then produced several photographs from his pocket. As Lin Yi examined them, he discovered that each image featured a woman marked by the same Xian Yao seal as Wan Shui. However, unlike Wan Shui, the women in these photographs had already succumbed to death, their appearances hauntingly tragic. Is the Suanio seal connected to the mysterious organization you are investigating? Feng Yang nodded. Initially, I was skeptical about any significant breakthroughs in Baiqing. However, after my arrival, I heard from Gisi and the little wolf cub about you and the Wan family. I've also learned that Wan Shui bears the Suanio seal. So, you are certain that this enigmatic organization resides in Baiqing and has ties to the Wang family? While not entirely confident, our investigations revealed that those women branded with the Suanio seal are, to varying degrees, associated with the Wang group. But what could their intentions possibly be? Lin Yi found himself utterly perplexed. I do not know. The only certainty is that as long as Wan Shui is alive, they will undoubtedly seek her out. To them, she is a living specimen of immense value. Lin Yi's gaze gradually turned icy. Regardless of the organization's nature, whoever dares to provoke Wan Shui will surely regret their existence in this world. After parting ways with Feng Yang, Lin Yi returned home, yet sleep eluded him. Before their farewell, Feng Yang had imparted to him the task at hand, to find a way to approach the Wang group and assist in the pursuit of that mysterious organization. Were it not for the Suanio seal, Lin Yi would have flatly refused. However, Wan Shui's life was intertwined with this matter, compelling him to acquiesce to Feng Yang's request. Reflecting on their past collaborations, it seemed that Feng Yang had frequently placed him in precarious situations. Nevertheless, there was little merit in overthinking. A sound sleep was in order, for a clear mind was essential to devise a strategy for approaching the Wang group. The night passed without incident, and the following day, Lin Yi was roused from slumber by the punctual human alarm clock. Ultimately, he yielded to Wan Shui's compelling presence. This young lady had certainly gained confidence. Reluctantly, Lin Yi donned his attire and accompanied Wan Shui out the door. Since the previous kidnapping incident, Wan Yongjun had confined her, and these days had left her feeling quite stifled. With Lin Yi by her side today, Wan Youngjun had no justification to impede her, allowing her to leave with Lin Yi without reservation. With Lin Yi present, he felt at ease. Chapter 25. The car god of Akinashi Mountain. As they made their way to the amusement park, Wan Shui was filled with exuberance akin to that of a child, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny with unrestrained delight. Over time, Lin Yi found himself enchanted by Wan Shui's joyful spirit, his own mood lightening considerably. However, amidst the sight of Wan Shui's radiant smile, his thoughts inevitably drifted to the mysterious Xian Niao mark upon her. For the sake of that smile alone, Lin Yi resolved to expedite the search for that detestable organization, determined to see Wan Shui fully restored. A day swiftly passed. Observing Wan Shui lounging on a bench, refusing to leave, Lin Yi felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Little sister-in-law, it's getting late. Shouldn't we head back? Wan Shui pouted. I don't want to. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lin Yi sighed. Come on, we've already ridden the roller coaster twice. What more is there to enjoy? With a playful grin, Wan Shui pointed towards a distant wall, from which the roar of engines could be heard. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. You enjoy go-karting? To his astonishment, Wan Shui pouted again. I do, but I've never won. Brother-in-law, you always boast of being omnipotent. How about taking me for a spin? Though the term brother-in-law was quite pleasing to his ears, Lin Yi declined. That's a game for boys. Can't you, as a young lady, exhibit a bit more decorum? Wan Shui frowned, her face adopting a sorrowful expression. Humph, you big pervert. If you don't take me, I'll tell my sister that you took advantage of me today. Lin Yi sighed in resignation. Under Wan Shui's relentless persuasion, he found himself leading her to the go-kart area. The proprietor, a shifty-eyed man, immediately called out upon seeing them. Don't miss out. Handsome and beautiful. 10 yuan to ride, with 100 yuan return, plus a plethora of exquisite gifts. Wan Shui's face brightened as she pointed to a collection of plush toys behind the man, exclaiming, Wow, so many stuffed animals. My dear brother-in-law, you must help me win one. The proprietor, beaming, added, Come take a spin, handsome. 10 yuan is a small price to pay. And we also offer betting. If you win, you can take home 10 times your wager. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. How does the betting work? The man grinned. We have a house player. If you beat him or claim the championship, I'll return your bet tenfold. A smirk crept onto Lin Yi's lips. This was practically a gift in front of his expertise. How much cash do you have on you, little sister-in-law? Wan Shui rummaged through her bag. I still have 2,000. Bring it all out. Wan Shui hesitated. Brother-in-law, let us just have some fun. We shouldn't gamble. If my sister finds out, she'll scold me. Lin Yi confidently replied. Do you lack faith in your brother-in-law? Though reluctant, Wan Shui could not resist Lin Yi's resolute demeanor and ultimately surrendered the 2,000 yuan into his hands. As Lin Yigong prepared to place his bet, a well-meaning individual beside him cautioned, Young man, do not act impulsively. The waters here run deep. I suggest you wager just $10 for a bit of fun. If you truly wish to gamble, you can always return after a round. Wouldn't you agree? The proprietor, overhearing this, glared and retorted, Away with you. Whether he gambles or not is entirely up to the young man. Do not create a disturbance here. Lin Yi smiled gently at the kind-hearted stranger, assuring, Rest assured, I am merely here for amusement. If I lose, I lose. Here, I present $2,000 to the boss. Come, little sister, let us depart. Observing Lin Yi's vanishing figure, the boss chuckled to himself. What a fool. With $2,000, today has certainly not been in vain. Seated in the go-kart with Wan Shui, Lin Yi's companion quickly forgot the earlier $2,000, bubbling with excitement. As Lin Yi casually inspected the vehicle's features, his brow suddenly furrowed upon noticing something amiss. Aha, there's indeed a trickery at play here, he mused. What are you talking about, you big pervert? Wan Shui inquired. Puzzled, Lin Yi offered a subtle smile. Oh, it's nothing. You shall see shortly. Seizing the opportunity while Wan Shui was distracted, Lin Yi discreetly retrieved a key from his pocket and inserted it into the engine's ignition. At that moment, all 10 lanes were filled with go-karts. And to Lin Yi's left, a graceful figure slipped into a nearby cart. Lin Yi was taken aback to discover that it was Wang Kai's personal secretary. How did she end up here? He wondered, but the starting whistle had already blown, compelling him to refocus. After securing Wan Shui's seatbelt, he prepared for the race. With a resounding beep, the roar of engines filled the air. As Lin Yi pressed the accelerator, his cart surged forward. Just as they set off, a purple go-kart leapt ahead, taking the lead. Lin Yi recognized it as the dealer's vehicle. Unfazed, he drove steadily, and before long, his cart surpassed the dealer. Claiming the first position, Wan Shui clapped her hands in delight, but the joy was short-lived. As they rounded the first bend, a red cart zipped past Lin Yi. He was mildly surprised to realize that its driver was none other than Wang Kai's secretary. How intriguing! Lin Yi smirked, flooring the accelerator. The deafening roar of the engine erupted as his cart left a trail of smoke, quickly closing the gap on the red go-kart. The secretary appeared intent on competing with Lin Yi, and the two carts engaged in an exhilarating back and forth over the first 5 bends. As they approached the final curve, a purple blur suddenly darted between Lin Yi and the secretary. Lin Yi scoffed. As expected, the scheme has revealed itself. From the outset, Lin Yi had suspected this was a ruse. During his earlier inspection, he had discovered that this go-kart's engine had been tampered with, significantly reducing its maximum speed. Yet, he remained unfazed, skillfully maneuvering the cart while subtly applying pressure with his leg against the key he had inserted earlier. With a resounding roar of the engine, Lin Yi's vehicle surged forward, swiftly overtaking the violet go-kart. Amidst the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, he executed a flawless drift, coming to a graceful halt right at the finish line. Shortly thereafter, a flash of red zipped past. His secretary had also broken through the limiter, claiming second place and surpassing the stunt driver. The boss, astonished, watched as Lin Yi and his secretary leaped from their car, his mouth agape as if he could fit several eggs inside. Who are you two exactly? Lin Yi struck a dashing pose and replied, I am but a humble driver, the king of Akiyama Mountain. Now, if you would kindly settle the wager. Chapter 26. A heroic rescue after the initial shock. The boss's expression returned to normal as he placed a wad of cash into Lin Yi's hand. Boss, this isn't right. I previously wagered 2,001. You should be giving me 20,000. Lin Yi protested. The boss mumbled, You only bet 200. How can you claim it was 2,000? Wan Shui, infuriated, retorted. This is fraudulent behavior. The boss pointed towards the onlookers, saying, Young lady, that accusation is excessive. I am an honest man and have never engaged in such unscrupulous acts. Just ask them if you placed a 200 bet. An elderly woman stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yi. What the boss said is true. I clearly saw that this young man only handed him 200. Lin Yi scoffed internally, realizing that this was a coordinated scheme, complete with hired extras. He approached the elderly woman, his gaze icy. Fearing violence, she shouted as he drew near, Help! Someone's attacking me. At that moment, a graceful figure interposed herself before Lin Yi. He looked up to find it was the petite secretary with whom he had just engaged in a contest of wits. Lin Yi, why are you bullying an elderly woman? She exclaimed. Lin Yi smirked coldly, but redirected his attention to the boss. Curious as to why? Fine. Let me ask you, boss. Is the stack of cash in my hand not the 200 I just gave you? Indeed, the boss affirmed. Then I must inquire how these 20 bills, all sequentially numbered, coincide with the 200 I provided you. Lin Yi pressed. The boss's face flushed with embarrassment. I must have made a mistake. Your 200 isn't in there. Lin Yi pulled Wan Shui closer. Everyone here has seen that this stack of money has not been touched by the lovely lady beside me. I will be calling the police shortly. If her fingerprints are found on this money, will it not indicate that it has belonged to us from the very beginning? With that, Lin Yi leaned closer to the boss and whispered, My gambling may only lead to a fine, but your involvement in illegal gambling and fraud could land you in prison for quite some time. The boss's complexion turned ashen, ultimately conceding defeat. With the money obtained from the boss, Lin Yi left behind a bewildered Xiaoqin and departed with Wan Shui without looking back. After escorting Wan Shui home, Lin Yi retraced his steps. Upon seeing Xiaoqin earlier, a brilliant idea had struck him regarding an approach to the Wang group. Since he was unable to gain access to either Wang Kai or Wang Chongshan at the moment, Wang Kai's personal secretary, Xiaoqin, became Lin Yi's potential breakthrough. A woman who could stand up for strangers likely possessed a good nature, despite her lack of understanding of the situation's intricacies. On the street, Lin Yi opened his phone, and a small red dot appeared on the screen. This was the signal emitted by the tracker he had stealthily placed in Xiaoqin's pocket. Following the red dot's direction, Lin Yi arrived at a hospital. Before entering, he spotted Xiaoqin emerging, cradling a 5- or 6-year-old boy in her arms. The boy's eyes were covered with bandages. Yet he and Xiaoqin appear to be engaged in cheerful conversation. Lin Yi seemed to comprehend the reason behind Xiaoqin's subservience to Wang Kai. After following her for nearly 10 minutes, he arrived at the heart of the old district. The buildings here were largely in disrepair, with almost 60% of the residents having relocated elsewhere. By nightfall, the area was enveloped in darkness, devoid of even a single streetlight, resembling a ghost town. Fortunately, Lin Yi's exceptional vision prevented him from losing track of Xiaoqin. After navigating through a maze of alleyways, Xiaoqin reached her residence. Just as she was about to open the door, a few burly men materialized at the entrance, exuding an intimidating presence that made it clear they were not benevolent. Upon seeing them, Xiaoqin hastily shielded the young boy in her arms, her demeanor turning vigilant. "Brother who?" Xiaoqin softly uttered. Brother who leered at her, his gaze lingering as he grinned. "Xiaoqin, it's the end of the month. Should you repay the 50,000 you owe your uncle? You know, I'm just trying to make a living here. If you don't settle this debt soon, I might find myself out of work." Xiaoqin bit her lip, pleading, "Brother who, could you possibly grant me a few more days? I assure you, once my salary comes in next month, I will repay you." Brother who chuckled mockingly. "Last month you said this month, and now you're saying next month. Are you trying to fool me, Xiaoqin? If you don't return the money, our boss, your dear uncle, will surely deal with us." With that, Brother who slammed his hand against the door, causing Xiaoqin to instinctively clutch the boy closer. At that moment, the little boy, unwilling to remain in the shadows, stepped forward defiantly. "You want to bully my sister? You're a bad person, and I'll make you pay." He kicked out, fortuitously striking Brother who. Brother who glared. "You little brat. What trouble are you causing? Get out of my way." He reached out to grab the boy. Xiaoqin swiftly enveloped the boy in her arms, her voice tinged with desperation. "Brother who, please don't be angry. He is just a child. I promise. Once I receive my salary next month, I will repay you. I truly have no money left after covering Lay's medical expenses this month. Please, have mercy and allow me a few more days." "Umph." Brother who scoffed. "Why should I be sympathetic? Who shows me any understanding?" However, he paused, "But you and your brother do have it tough. How about this? Since we're neighbors, I can cover that 50,000 for you if you stay by my side. What do you think?" Trembling, Xiaoqin held her brother tightly, tears of humiliation streaming down her face. Gritting her teeth, she silently nodded. Since the day her brother fell gravely ill, her dignity had been cast aside. As long as her brother would be well, she could endure anything. Seeing her acquiescence, Brother who's eyes sparkled with delight. "Ha, very good. Xiaoqin, don't worry, as long as you're with Brother who, I will ensure you aren't at a loss. Since you've agreed, why don't we proceed to the bridal chamber right now?" With that, a pair of claw-like hands reached out toward Xiaoqin. Just at that moment, a shadow flickered before Brother who, and he suddenly felt his hands seized by an unseen force. "Who is it?" Brother who glared angrily to the side, only to be met with Lin Yi's infuriating grin. "Under the vast heavens, you dare to act lewdly without consulting the police? Who do you think you are?" After a brief moment of distraction, Brother who's fierce spirit surged forth, as he strained to break free from Lin Yi's grasp. Yet, to his astonishment, the hands before him were like iron pincers. Immovable and steadfast, panic began to set in, and he shouted at his dazed subordinates. "What are you standing there for? Get over here." Chapter 27. Do not be like this. The little brothers regained their senses and rushed forward with a cacophony of cries. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, and as Ugu stared in astonishment, he dispatched them with a swift kick, each one tumbling to the ground, clutching their stomachs, unable to rise. Ugu was genuinely alarmed. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Ugu, though tough on the outside, felt the weight of the situation. Seeing several of his brothers unable to stand against Lin Yi, he was all too aware of his own limitations. If he did not yield now, he would soon find himself in their position. Big brother, I apologize. I will no longer act like a rogue. Please, spare me. Lin regarded him with a mischievous grin. I could let you go, but what about the debt that Xiaoqin owes your boss? Hu Gu, with a mournful expression, replied, it was our boss who sent me to collect money from Xiaoqin. He is her uncle. I had no choice. Lin glared, tightening his grip, making Hu Gu feel as though his wrist would snap. No, no, I will repay for Miss Xiaoqin. Hu Gu, gripped by fear, was forced to submit to Lin Yi's coercion. Lin Yi, satisfied, released Hu Gu, who immediately leaped aside as if granted a reprieve from execution. Amused by Hu Ji's cautious demeanor, Lin Yi thought to himself, I am a benevolent soul. This matter cannot rest solely upon your shoulders. So here's the deal. I will repay the debt with you. Here, this is my contribution. He produced a crumpled 10-yuan note from his pocket. After dispatching the loan shark thugs, Lin Yi turned his attention to Xiaoqin. He expected gratitude, yet upon seeing her slightly irate expression, he realized the depths of a woman's heart could be as unfathomable as the sea. You were following me. Xiaoqin's tone held no trace of warmth. Lin Yi, somewhat speechless, countered, but, my dear, I just helped you drive away those ruffians. Is this how you repay my assistance? Xiaoqin was unyielding. That was my affair. It has nothing to do with you. Rest assured, I will return the favor in due time. Lin Yi was taken aback. This secretary's temperament was indeed peculiar. Were it not for his desire to uncover the truth about the Suanio seal, his fiery nature would have led him to walk away long ago. However, Lin Yi's temper flared. Very well, you wish to repay me? Let's do it now. For I have a poor memory and may forget by tomorrow. Xiaoqin regarded him silently, then coldly replied, fine, come inside. With that, she opened the door and led the way with Lei Lei in tow. Though Lin Yi felt inclined to sulk, he followed her inside. Upon entering the modest yet tidy room, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Memories of his childhood with his mother in a similarly simple but clean abode flooded his mind, an existence marked by poverty yet filled with joy, until, shaking his head, Lin Yi cast aside the tumultuous thoughts. Sit, Xiaoqin said, offering no further words. Lin Yi complied, while Xiaoqin took Lei Lei to the inner room, seemingly to soothe the child to sleep. A few minutes later, Xiaoqin emerged from the inner room, casting a cold glance at the idle Lin Yi before gesturing toward the adjoining chamber. Gulme. Lin Yi, curious about her intentions, stepped into Xiaoqin's private quarters. The door clicked shut behind her, and as Lin Yi took in the decor of her room, he was startled by the sound of rustling behind him. A vivid image of a beautiful woman disrobing flashed through his mind. Could it be real? Initially, Lin Yi thought Xiaoqin was merely acting out of spite, but it seemed events were unfolding in an unpredictable manner. As a normal man, it was impossible for him not to react in such a situation. Though a voice in his head urged him not to turn around, his body responded with an undeniable honesty. Upon turning, a striking scene greeted Lin Yi's eyes, one that any man would find difficult to resist, particularly given Xiaoqin's stunning beauty. Yet, when Lin Yi's ardent gaze met Xiaoqin's calm eyes, a bucket of cold water was poured over him. He saw the despair hidden beneath her tranquil exterior. This was not the first time he had encountered such a look. Long ago, when his mother was taken by the Lin family, she had looked at him with the same calmness, the same despair. Her words, "You must live well," still haunted his dreams. Shao Win aprurochit Lin. Her expression unreadable as she began to caress his solid chest. Lin Yi's demeanor grew unusually cold. He pushed her away and wrapped her in a bedsheet. When you are sincere, I will return. With that, he turned and left her room. Xiaoqin stood frozen for a while, then suddenly crouched down and burst into tears. Lin Yi lingered in the courtyard, gazing at the stars in a daze. Time passed, and eventually, Xiaoqin emerged, her attire changed. What exactly do you want from me? She asked, her earlier chill dissipating. Lin Yi noticed her swollen eyes. Can we speak civilly now? He inquired. Xiaoqin nodded. Before I speak, can you tell me why you are working under Wang Kai? I need money for my brother's treatment. A glimmer appeared in Xiaoqin's eyes at the mention of her brother. Last year, he was diagnosed with a stubborn eye ailment that is difficult to treat and costly. Only by working under Wang Kai can I earn enough to cover the expenses. Are you exchanging your body and dignity for that? Lin, he asked bluntly. Xiao Qin faced him without flinching. For my brother, what is dignity worth? Lin, he shuddered, his face contorted with pain. After a lengthy silence, he spoke. Xiao Qin, if I asked you to help me steal confidential information from the Wang group, would you assist me? Absolutely not, Xiao Qin replied firmly. Why? I find myself in dire need of financial assistance. Should the Wang family fall, where will I turn for my brother's medical expenses? You may come to the Wancher group. I shall advocate on your behalf, and Wan Bing will undoubtedly acquiesce. Xiao Qin fell silent for a moment before responding. How can you be so certain that I will assist you, rather than seek to inform Wang Kai for my own gain? It is crucial to remember that Wang Kai harbors a deep-seated animosity towards you. If I were to betray you, I could certainly reap a handsome reward. You would not do that, Lin Yi replied with unwavering conviction. I possess an astute judgment of character, and you are not aligned with Wang Kai. Furthermore, what Wang Kai cannot provide for you, I can. And what is that? Dignity. Chapter 28. A sweet kiss. Xiao Qin once again fell into silence. After a long pause, she spoke. Before I respond to you, there is something I am eager to know. What is it? Could you share your story with me? Xiao Qin slowly approached Lin Yi and sat beside him on the stone steps at the doorway. What story could I possibly have? Lin Yi began to evade the topic. Once you tell me, I promise to assist you. Xiao Qin gazed at Lin Yi, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes. I am curious to understand what could transform a wild beast into a monk devoid of desires. Lin Yi lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then sighed. All right, when I saw you just now, it reminded me of my mother. Your mother? Xiao Qin exclaimed in surprise. Do I appear that old? It is not your appearance. Rather, your gaze is strikingly similar to hers. Did your mother abandon you? Xiao Qin inquired hesitantly. Lin Yi kept his head down. I suppose you could say that. The day they came to capture us, my mother hid me away. When she was taken, her eyes mirrored the calm, yet despairing look you had just now. Have you ever sought her out? I did, but I was beaten half to death. Had I not encountered my master, I would have become prey for the wolves. Enough about me. What have you decided? Lin Yi shifted the conversation. Xiao Qin nodded. I can help you, but I have a condition. Speak. For now, I do not wish to leave the Wang group, but I can act as your informant. Lin Yi regarded Xiao Qin with curiosity. Could you share the reason behind this? Xiao Qin's expression turned serious. After you seized the project in the Songhai district, the Wang group has begun to make other moves. It seems they are covertly establishing connections with a prominent family in the capital. It appears they intend to embark on some form of collaboration. The capital? Lin Yi felt a stir in his heart. As the heart of Huaxia, a family of prominence, there would certainly not be trivial. This intelligence was crucial for both Lin Yi and the Wang group. The relationship between the Wang group and the Wang group had devolved into a life-and-death struggle. Now that the Wang group had secured the development rights for the Songhai Economic Special Zone, it would be disastrous if the Wang group were to strike from the shadows at such a critical juncture. Thank you for this information. Since you have made your decision, I have nothing more to say. However, I must stress that you must protect yourself. If you ever wish to leave the Wang group, do not hesitate to contact me. Xiao Qin looked earnestly at Lin Yi, a hint of turmoil surfacing in her eyes. Observing her expression, Lin Yi suddenly broke into a smile, instantly reverting to his carefree demeanor. Hee, Xiao Qin, do you think I am particularly charming and handsome? Unfortunately, I am already taken. Otherwise, you might have had a chance. However, if you are willing to be my secret lover, I might consider it, given your figure and looks. Oh, please, who would want to be your lover? Xiao Qin's face flushed as she playfully struck Lin Yi's shoulder. After chatting for a while, Lin Yi felt it was getting late and decided to leave Xiao Qin's home. To be prudent, he visited Brother Hu's house to ensure that the man would not trouble Xiao Qin again before leisurely returning to Wan's residence. Upon entering, Lin Yi was immediately enveloped by a chilling atmosphere. He instinctively shrank his neck and caught sight of Wan Bing sitting on the sofa. Realizing the precarious situation, he intended to sneak back to his room, but was called out by Wan Bing. Back already? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Lin Yi hurriedly plastered a smile on his face. Ah, my beautiful wife, why are you still awake? Were you worried about your dear husband waiting for me? Oh, I am so touched, darling. Tonight, I am yours. As he spoke, Lin Yi lunged towards Wan Bing with a mischievous grin. only to stop abruptly when he felt the sharp edge of fruit knife pressed against his lower body, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Ahem. Dear wife, let us talk this over. This little thing is the source of your future happiness, if it gets damaged. Lingyi. Wan Bing was so furious she nearly wanted to stab him. Wife, you tell me. Lin, he stood upright. What were you doing out so late? Wan Bing rubbed her aching temples. I went out to meet a friend and had a couple of drinks. A cold laugh escaped Wan Bing. So, Mr. Wolf is still Director Fang. Huh? Well, they helped us significantly, so of course, we should express our gratitude. Linny. Wan Bing suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Disappointment etched across her face. I just called Mr. Wolf and Director Fang. You didn't even go to see them. Faced with Wan Bing's furious demeanor, Lin reluctantly recounted the events that had transpired. As she listened, her anger gradually dissipated. Can we trust Xiaoqin? Lin chuckled. Rest assured. With a rare and handsome man like me around, she won't have any ulterior motives. Alas, it's a burden being this handsome and charming. I'm truly lonely. Lin, be serious. Wan Bing felt her head pounding. Also, regarding what you mentioned about the Wang family secretly colluding with the powerful, do you have any evidence? Lin, he shook his head. I am currently looking into it. Wan Bing nodded. This matter is crucial. If the Wang family creates obstacles while we develop the Shanghai Economic Zone, the repercussions could be significant. How about this? I will arrange for some people to monitor the Wang family's movements tomorrow. Lin waved his hand. I don't think that's a good idea. Wan Bing gazed at Lin, expressing her concern. However, if we do not investigate thoroughly, what if the Wang family poses a threat to us? We might not have the time to react. With a playful grin, Lin reassured her, Fear not, my dear wife. Leave this matter to your ever-reliable husband. Focus on your own affairs. This trivial issue is not worth your distraction. Are you agreeable? Wan Bing hesitated, aware that Lin Yi's carefree demeanor had frequently astonished her in recent days. Yet that same nonchalance instilled a sense of unreliability in her heart. Nevertheless, she understood his point. If they were to launch an overt investigation, it would undoubtedly attract the Wang family's attention, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Bing ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yi's proposal, entrusting him with the responsibility of investigating the Wang family. My exquisite wife, it is getting late. Shall we retire for the night? Lin said with a mischievous smile, wrapping his arm around Wan Bing's delicate shoulder and allowing his fingers to wander. In response, Wan Bing swiftly swatted Lin Yi's hand away, glaring at him as she exclaimed, Lin, do you wish to become a eunuch? Lin, captivated by Wan Bing's furious expression, chuckled and, seizing the opportunity before she could react, planted a swift kiss on her tender cheek. Without a second thought, he bolted away, leaving Wan Bing fuming and stamping her feet in frustration. Unbeknownst to her, the headache that had plagued her moments before had already dissipated following Lin Yi's playful touch. Chapter 29. From bodyguard to security guard time swiftly passes, and before one realizes, it is the day to return to work. Following the familiar routine, Lin was awakened by Wan Shui and made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the dining area, he found only Wan Shui and Wan Yongjun present. Grandfather Wan, where is Bing Bing? Lin Yi waited. Wan Yongjun looked at Lin with curiosity, replying, She has already left for work. Why didn't you accompany her? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin as he hastily swallowed a bun and dashed out the door, only to catch a glimpse of Wan Bing getting into a car. Wife, wait for me. Lin cried out in despair. Yet, Wan Bing merely cast a teasing glance in his direction, her face alight with mischief as she said, You can ride your bicycle to work. Remember, no tardiness. Late arrivals will incur a pay deduction. With that, she shut the car door and drove away without a backward glance, leaving behind a rather dilapidated bicycle standing forlornly at the entrance. As Lin lamented his fate, he mounted the bicycle and pedaled furiously, as if his life depended on it. The company was a considerable distance from the villa, requiring at least 20 minutes by car, let alone by bicycle. Fortunately, Lin possessed commendable cycling skills and managed to arrive at the office just in time to avoid being late. Upon entering the office building, he hurriedly rushed to the elevator. At that moment, The first floor was deserted aside from the receptionist. In the rigidly structured Wan group, tardiness had severe consequences, including hefty salary deductions and the risk of losing one's job. As he stepped into the elevator, Lin Yi quickly pressed the button for Wan Bing's floor. Just as the doors were about to close, a breathless voice called out, "Wait." The elevator doors reopened, revealing a poised and elegant young woman with glasses, who greeted Lin Yi with a polite smile and a soft thank you. The sweetness of her words nearly melted Lin Yi's resolve. As the doors gradually closed, he couldn't help but admire the beauty before him. Although her figure did not rival Wan Bing's voluptuousness, her well-proportioned silhouette, complemented by a tailored women's suit, exuded both sophistication and poise. Nodding to himself, Lin Yi surmised that this young lady must be a leader in some department. Otherwise, a mere junior employee would hardly possess such an air of authority. Lost in thought, an unexpected crisis suddenly occurred. The elevator malfunctioned and halted midway. The young woman immediately grew flustered, frantically pressing the alarm button while attempting to establish communication with the outside through the intercom. Fortunately, the Wan Group's security system was commendable, and moments later, the backup power was activated, illuminating the previously dark elevator. However, as the lights flickered on, the young woman distinctly noticed a hand reaching towards her. "Pervert, what do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed, spinning around to glare at Lin Yi, a canister of pepper spray already in hand. Lin Yi felt quite helpless. He had merely extended his hand to reach for the intercom system, unaware that the lights would suddenly illuminate the situation. The girl, without granting Lin Yi a chance to explain, hastily categorized him as a lecher. Although he indeed had his flaws, he pleaded, "Miss, might I offer an explanation for what just transpired?" Once again, the girl misunderstood Lin Yi, believing he intended to make lewd remarks, igniting her fury. "Silence. If you come any closer, I shall not hold back," she declared, brandishing her self-defense spray. It appeared that this young lady was no stranger to such predicaments. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered the temperament of modern women, likening them to his own wife, each one as fiery as the last. The girl eyed him warily, one hand guarding her chest while the other aimed the spray in his direction. Who is your wife?" she inquired. Lin Yi suddenly grinned with self-satisfaction. "If I told you, it might frighten you." "Frighten me? Unless your wife is our esteemed Mr. Wan," the girl scoffed. Lin Yi, in a moment of enthusiasm, clapped his thigh, startling her. "Indeed, you have a discerning eye. I am, in fact, the fiancée of your Mr. Wan. Quite the match, wouldn't you say?" "Enough." The girl's expression darkened. "You may jest with me, but I will not tolerate any disrespect towards Mr. Wan. He is my idol, and I demand an apology." Lin Yi regarded the girl with curiosity. "Apologize? For what?" "I merely speak the truth." "How dare you?" The girl glared at him, ready to reprimand him when suddenly the elevator jolted and began to shake violently. Her complexion paled, and without a thought for Lin Yi, she pressed herself against the elevator wall. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he noticed a spark of electricity flickering on the wall. Alas, the elevator is leaking electricity. If she leans against it, she could be electrocuted. Quick as a flash, Lin Yi seized her wrist, disregarding the sensation of her delicate skin, and pulled her away just in time. In her surprise, she stumbled into his embrace. Lin Yi, taking advantage of the moment, grinned mischievously as he held her, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, instinctively placing his hands on her curvaceous form. At that moment, the elevator chimed, returning to normal as the doors opened to reveal a dozen gazes fixated upon them. Lin Yi, with a reluctant glance at the dazed girl in his arms, said, "My dear, I understand you wish to linger, but your husband must attend to his work, so I must take my leave. Until we meet again after hours, moi." He planted a bold kiss on her cheek before she could react and swiftly exited, opting to run rather than take the elevator, making his way to the floor where Wan Bing was located. Upon arrival, Lin Yi was handed a registration form by Hu Bingqin, and upon seeing the large characters for security, he felt a wave of despair. "Wan Bing, your actions are nothing short of blatant revenge. However, the orders are as unyielding as a mountain," and Lin Yi reluctantly made his way downstairs, clutching the registration form. He needed to report his information to the Human Resources Department. Only then could he be considered an official employee of the Wan Group. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Human Resources Department, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of robust men, each a veritable paragon of masculinity. Upon noticing Lin Yi, several cast him bewildered glances. Lin Yi glanced at his reflection in a nearby mirror and sighed, "I am undeniably too handsome. Even men are captivated by my beauty." As he reveled in his self-admiration, a melodious voice rang out, "Lin Yi. Who is Lin Yi?" Lin Yi waved his hand right here. With that, he raised the registration form and navigated through the throng of burly men, finally entering the office. The moment he stepped inside, the smile that once adorned his face instantly froze. The previously temperate atmosphere of the office plummeted to a frigid chill. The source of this icy tempest was none other than a demure girl with glasses, the very same one he had playfully teased in the elevator moments before. "Heaven help me, are you determined to bring about my demise today?" As he beheld the clear inscription of department head on her work ID, he felt as though he might weep. "This is disastrous. Falling into her hands means I shall surely face dire consequences today." Chapter 30. The initiation of a kiss. Liu Shaoran had never felt such elation before. The man who had brazenly taken liberties with her in front of others was now, at this moment, a candidate seeking employment. One could not help but deem this a twist of fate. "Lin Yi, is it?" Liu Shaoran gazed intently at him. Lin Yi, embracing a reckless abandon, tossed his head back and struck what he believed to be an impressively handsome pose, declaring, "Indeed, that would be me." His pompous demeanor elicited a chorus of jeers from those behind him. Liu Shaoran smiled slightly. "Your identification information checks out, but there is an additional requirement that must be assessed. Please follow me." With that, she collected the job application forms from the table and led Lin Yi and the others into an empty room. "Here, I must inform you that our general manager, has recently faced harassment from the media. Consequently, the company has decided to restructure our security personnel to ensure the safety of our employees while also preserving the company's image. Do not presume this is merely a straightforward security task. It demands exceptional physical fitness and acute observational skills. To ascertain your capabilities, I shall give you 10 minutes. After this period, only the 3 individuals still standing will remain." She cast a deliberate glance at Lin Yi. All attention shifted to Liu Shaoran, and, as she directed the focus, the gaze of the crowd naturally fell upon Lin Yi. He felt a surge of indignation, reflecting on the adage that it is indeed challenging to maintain one's composure amidst the whims of the unrefined in women. "Very well, the timer begins now. I will return in 10 minutes to assess the outcome. Remember, you may engage physically, but do not cause any fatalities." With that, Liu Shaoran shot a triumphant look at Lin Yi and exited the room. In the next moment, Lin Yi felt the weight of 20 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. "Oh, I forgot to mention, should only one individual remain at the end, that person will assume the role of the head of the security department, with a base salary of at least 10,000. Outside, Liu Shaoran's voice was laced with temptation. This declaration ignited a fervor akin to an aphrodisiac in the hearts of all present, save for Lin Yi. They clenched their fists with malicious intent and began to advance toward him. Meanwhile, outside, Liu Shaoran chuckled to herself. "How delightful it is to see you humiliated before so many. Let us see if this time you learn your lesson. You dare to challenge me. I will make certain you regret it." Lost in her thoughts of triumph, she suddenly froze as the previously boisterous room fell into an eerie silence. A foreboding sensation washed over her. The absence of sound indicated that the confrontation had concluded, and there were but 2 possible outcomes. Either the 3 individuals she sought had been chosen, or something dire had transpired within the room, rendering the others too fearful to speak. A sense of dread enveloped her. Could it be that Lin Yi had been harmed? Panic surged within Liu Shaoran. The company was already under scrutiny, and any incident now would undoubtedly implicate her. In her flustered state, Liu Shaoran swung open the large door behind her. Upon entering, she found herself momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Lin Yi sat leisurely in a chair, his legs crossed, surrounded by a group of burly men with bruised faces. Some were massaging his shoulders, while others were kneading his legs, exuding an air of superiority. What in the world is going on? Lu Xiaoran felt her mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Lin, he stood up slowly from the chair and with a casual wave of his hand. Those strong men retreated like frightened kittens. Xiaoran, shouldn't you be taking care of my onboarding procedures? Lu Xiaoran regarded Lin Yi as if he were a creature from another realm, astonished that he had managed to subdue over 20 burly men in less than a minute. Observing the orderly formation within the room, she almost thought Lin Yi was conducting military training. Hey Xiaoran, although I am quite handsome, you needn't be so entranced by my looks for this long. Lin Yi leaned in, his mischievous face closer to Lu Xiaoran's. Startled, she instinctively leaned forward, her face inadvertently moving closer to his cheek, much to the astonishment of those around them. My dear Xiaoran, I can see you have fallen for me at first sight, but there is no need to be so forward. We are not alone here. Lu Xiaoran's face flushed with anger, wishing she could pounce on Lin Yi and bite him a few times. However, having previously stated the requirements for the recruitment, she knew that retracting her words would severely undermine her authority. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoran swallowed her indignation and completed the onboarding process for Lin Yi. Remember, from this day forth, you are a member of the Wan Group. Always consider matters from the company's perspective. Should you violate any company regulations, I will not hesitate to dismiss you. Understood. Xiaoran, what is my first task? Is it to stay close to my fiancée, Yi, and protect her? Lin Yi, Lu Xiaoran exclaimed, crumpling the registration form in her hands. I'll warn you once more. The company has its rules. If you speak disrespectfully to President Wan again, I will not hold back. Lin Yi looked at Lu Xiaoran with a pitiful expression. Xiaoran, call me Director Lu or President Lu. Alright, Lin Yi replied helplessly. President Lu, Wan Bing is truly my fiancée, Yi. You can ask her yourself. At that moment, Hu Bingxin happened to walk by the office door. Little Fox, come over and help me confirm this. Curious, Hu Bingxin entered the office. Excuse me, sir, is there something you need? Lin Yi paused for a moment before hurriedly saying, Little Fox, tell Director Lu what my relationship with Wan Bing is. Hu Bingxin adjusted her glasses. Of course, it's a superior-subordinate relationship. Lin Yi, since President Wan has given you this opportunity, you should work diligently and behave yourself. You must never go out and engage in indecent behavior again. Understood? Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing that everything had been orchestrated by Wan Bing in advance. Even Hu Bingxin had turned into her ally. Very well. You all have your ways. Just wait until I have the chance to strip you all bare and indulge in a little fun. Lu Xiaoran regarded Lin Yi with a newfound understanding. With a tone of earnestness, she said, Lin Yi, rest assured, here everyone is treated equally, and no one will concern themselves with your past. As long as you put in your best efforts, you are bound to achieve great success. Lin Yi felt as if his heart was shattering. It was truly a case of a tiger falling into the plains. By the way, didn't you just express a desire to know your task? Here, take this document. As long as you manage to secure the signature of the company listed above, you will be deemed competent. However, if by the end of your 3-month probationary period you have not secured this deal, I'm afraid you will need to take your leave. Lin, he was on the verge of despair. Please, I applied for a security position, not sales. Lu Xiaoran, wearing a victorious expression, replied, This pertains to the company's image, and it appears to fall within your responsibilities. Such sophistry and class oppression left Lin Yi utterly shattered within. Chapter 31. A date with me upon receiving the document. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was a well-known pharmaceutical company in Baicheng, yet its ownership was intricate, with investments from the Wan family, the Wang family, and the company's legal representative. Recently, tensions between the Wan and Wang families had escalated, severely impacting the pharmaceutical company. The Wan group had encountered obstacles during the document approval process, and the necessary signatures had yet to be finalized. Coincidentally, Lin Yi found himself caught in the crossfire, while Lu Xiaoran seemed eager for him to retreat in the face of adversity. To be frank, this contract had been languishing here for nearly half a month, and even the company's top talents had failed to secure it. With the deadline approaching, if the contract remained unsigned within 3 months, our company would face substantial penalties. Thus, you now face a choice. Relinquish this opportunity, which would effectively mean abandoning your job, or seek alternative prospects. Lin Yi gazed at the form in his hand, his heart swelling with joy. From the column of the Wang Group's representative, he beheld the name of Xiao Qin. It dawned on him that the reason the Wan group had been unable to procure the necessary signature was likely due to pressure or bribery exerted by the Wan group upon the legal representative of this pharmaceutical company. Had it been anyone else from the Wan group handling this matter, he might have felt uncertain, but fortune favored him. The responsible party was none other than the recently swayed Xiaoqin. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to test Xiaoqin's loyalty. His mentor had once imparted a crucial lesson. Never trust anyone too easily, for even those closest to you may betray you for their own gain. He took this to heart. I accept. Lu Xiaoran, who had anticipated Lin's withdrawal, was momentarily stunned, as was Hu Bingqin. Ahem, Mr. Lin. This assignment is no trivial matter. Are you certain you wish to accept? He playfully tilted Hu Bingqin's chin with a smirk. Little fox, do you not recognize who I am? This straightforward task will be a walk in the park for me. Forget 3 months. I could complete it in a week. Lu Xiaoran burst into laughter. Are you not afraid of your own bravado? You think you can secure it in just 1 week? Who do you think you are? I am no one but myself, a dashing and elegant gentleman. At your service. Very well, since you are so confident. Let me inform you that should you succeed in this endeavor, I shall increase your base salary by 30% and elevate your position to deputy level. Yet, he shook his head. What? Not satisfied? You should understand that a monthly salary of around 15,000 is quite commendable. He grinned wickedly. Wealth is but an external possession. I seek something of a higher caliber. Xiaoran, if I emerge victorious this time, will you go on a date with me? Lu Xiaoran knew that he would not utter anything flattering, but she relished the prospect of watching him make a fool of himself. All right, I'll look forward to your return for our date. Hey, make sure to be fresh and fragrant when the time comes. I have a penchant for smooth, delightful girls. The office echoed with the indignant cries of 2 women. Stepping outside, he dialed a number for Xiaoqin, who answered promptly. Hello, beautiful. Have you missed me? Lin's playful tone was rather out of place. Xiaoqin chuckled softly from the other end. I'm still busy here. Why are you calling me at this hour? Her willingness to take the call indicated that she was not currently in Wang Kai's presence. Well, today, he recounted the matter regarding the contract. After listening, Xiaoqin's tone turned somber. This matter is indeed under my purview, but I cannot assist you with the signature. He was taken aback. What? Xiaoqin, don't jest with mistrust from Europa. I just made a bet with someone, risking my reputation, and now you tell me you cannot sign? Xiaoqin offered a resigned smile. How about this? Let's discuss it in person. I have no plans tonight. Lei is in the hospital, so let us find a place to eat and talk. After agreeing on a location, he returned to his office, burdened by his thoughts. Just as he settled into his chair, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Hu Bingqin calling. Little fox, why didn't you speak up for me earlier? He felt wronged. Hu Bingqin huffed. Humph, that was President Wan's directive. If you're upset, take it up with him. She continued, and if you raise your voice at me again, I'll tell President Wan about what happened in the office. Especially your little indiscretion. Oh dear, my beautiful Hu, I admit my fault, He pleaded. Consider yourself lucky. By the way, President Wan is looking for you. Hurry over. Duty called, and he hastened to Wan Bing's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by Wan Bing's somewhat smug smile. Completed your onboarding? He felt a surge of frustration, yet he could only nod glumly. Remember, next time, don't be so forward with the ladies, especially in public. He stared at Wan Bing in disbelief. You knew. Wan Bing glanced at him. The company is quite small, and Lu Xiaoran is one of the prized employees. Do you realize you've topped the company's blacklist? You're a thorn in the side of many male colleagues. He was utterly defeated by Wan Bing's insight. So, all of today's events were orchestrated by you? He asked, feeling somewhat helpless. Not exactly. Let us just say you didn't disappoint me. Wan Bing continued now. Did you secure the contract? He nodded reluctantly. You intentionally set this up to test Xiaoqin's loyalty, didn't you? Wan Bing's expression turned serious. Precisely. We are at a critical juncture, and any misstep could lead to irrevocable losses. I need to verify Xiaoqin's loyalty. So, did you manage to reach her? He frowned. I did call her, but it seems things are not going smoothly. Wan Bing inquired. Oh, she refused? Not quite. It merely suggests they wish to discuss matters in person. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Bing realized that the situation was more intricate than they had initially perceived. Discussions of this nature certainly held significant weight. So, have you uncovered anything? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Wan Bing nodded. Director Fang previously mentioned the matter of the Xian Yao seal and its ties to a clandestine organization. I suspect that this pharmaceutical group may be connected to that mysterious entity. Chapter 32. The deceptive trap. Lin Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had initially wished to keep this matter from Wan Bing, considering the immense pressure she was already under. Moreover, the situation was intricately linked to deeper issues. Should Wan Bing encounter any danger, he would bear the burden of guilt. However, now that the matter had come to light, further discussion was futile. Since that despicable fellow, Feng Yong, had divulged the information to you, I shall not conceal it any longer. I can only temporarily suppress Xiao Xue's illness for her recovery. We must uncover the identity of this mysterious organization. Wan Bing nodded gravely, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi, suddenly falling silent. Lin Yi felt uneasy under her scrutiny. My dear wife, why are you looking at me like that? Wan Bing furrowed her brow, her mind tumultuous. After a moment, she made a pivotal decision and took a deep breath. Lin Yi, yes, if you can cure my sister's ailment, I, Wan Bing, shall marry you immediately. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hee, my dear wife, you said it yourself. Be sure not to go back on your word. Wan Bing stared unwaveringly at him. I, Wan Bing, am a woman of my word. I agreed to our engagement for my grandfather's sake, and I now dare to promise to marry you. Wait, my dear wife, what do you mean by that? Does our engagement stem from some untold past? Lin Yi's eyes darted with intrigue. Could it be that your grandfather fell gravely ill and was saved by a scruffy old man, who asked for you to become his apprentice's wife in return? And you consented to this clutch tale? Wan Bing's gaze deepened, seemingly lost in memories. Something like that, except I was the one who implored the elder to save my grandfather. The proposal for marriage was initiated by me. Lin Yi was taken aback. It was evident that the elder she referred to must be his eccentric master. The fact that Wan Bing's agreement to marry him originated from her own volition was a revelation he had not anticipated. Yet, those were matters of the past. What mattered now was to find clues about the mysterious organization to expedite Wan Shue's recovery. Moreover, Wan Bing had expressed her desire to marry him. As he envisioned Wan Bing's alluring figure and smooth skin, Lin Yi could not help but fantasize about the exhilarating night of their wedding. Lost in thought, a wave of warmth surged within him. Lin Yi, observing Lin Yi's foolish expression, Wan Bing understood precisely what occupied his mind. Before he could act on his inappropriate thoughts, she swiftly sent him away. As the workday concluded, Lin Yi first escorted Wan Bing home, then changed into a different outfit before heading to the location previously arranged with Xiao Qin. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Yi immediately spotted Xiao Qin, adorned in a light yellow short skirt. This version of Xiao Qin was markedly different from her usual self, freed from the constraints of formal attire. Her beautiful figure was fully revealed to Lin Yi's gaze, the simplicity of her outfit accentuating her inherent charm. This made the battle-hardened Lin Yi feel a refreshing comfort akin to basking in the gentle embrace of spring. Wow, beautiful Qin, I almost failed to recognize you just now. You look absolutely stunning today. Qin's cheeks flushed as she cast a playful glance at Lin Yi, saying, flattering as always, hurry inside. I've already reserved a table. With a bashful demeanor, Qin stepped into the room. Upon settling into the private room, the two exchanged casual pleasantries before the conversation shifted towards the pharmaceutical company. Why can't we discuss this over the phone, beautiful Qin? Her expression gradually turned serious. The situation is quite complex. It cannot be articulated clearly over the phone. Can you tell me why you cannot sign for me? Are you afraid of being discovered by Wang Kai? Qin shook her head. It's not that. Rather, the Wang family's focus isn't on this matter. In truth, this company is under the control of another mysterious force. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's interest was piqued. If he were not mistaken, this mysterious force could very well be the organization he was currently investigating. Could you elaborate on this? Qin nodded and recounted everything she knew. The company once had 3 investors. One was the legal representative, while the other 2 were from the Wang conglomerates. after a fallout between the Wan and Wang families. The company's shareholding underwent significant alterations. The legal representative sold the shares to another faction closely aligned with the Wang family. Recently, all issued documents had to pass through this faction, and although Qin was nominally the representative of the Wang group, she was merely a figurehead. Have you had any contact with this faction? Qin nodded. One must maintain appearances, so I've interacted with some of them, and I've visited their factories. Two of the facilities are particularly suspicious. As she spoke, Qin retrieved a schematic of the factory from her bag, marking 2 locations with a red pen. These 2 locations are perpetually closed. Initially, I thought they were abandoned factories, but one day I noticed a large number of people entering and exiting. Concerned about their dubious activities, I reported it to the Wang group, but my concerns were dismissed. I suspect there is something amiss here. Lin Yi smiled slightly. It was not merely a possibility, but a certainty. After noting the 2 locations, he proceeded to his next inquiry, one of his current priorities. Since you cannot sign, does that mean the company's seal is not in your possession? Yes, the seal is with Hu Haiquan, the legal representative of that mysterious organization. A clear expression of disdain crossed Qin's face at the mention of him. Lin Yi chuckled. It seems this Hu Haiquan has not been shy in making advances towards our beautiful Qin. Indeed, if it weren't for the Wang group instructing me to entertain him, I would have no desire to deal with such a person. If you hadn't called me today, he would have dragged me to a bar for drinks and karaoke, seeking to take advantage of me. It turns out he is a lustful fiend, which makes things considerably simpler. Lin Yi chuckled with mischievous intent. Qin looked at him with confusion. What are you laughing at? You look up to no good. Lin Yi cast a lecherous glance at Qin. You are not mistaken. Indeed, I am contemplating some rather dubious matters. However, I shall require your assistance. What do you intend to do? Qin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lin Yi grinned slyly. Isn't he interested in you? Why not set a trap for him and orchestrate a cunning deception? Chapter 33. Zhang Yang Qin, being exceptionally astute. Instantly graspé de l'intention intention. You want me to seduce Hu Haiquan? Ha! Fear not. I shall remain by your side, ensuring that scoundrel does not succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Qin expressed her concern. I am indifferent to the task itself. My only apprehension lies in whether Wang Kai will become aware of this. Lin Yi reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, these are all prominent individuals. He would not dare to spread rumors. Besides, we are not dismantling this company. We merely require him to affix a seal and sign a document for the Wan family group. Qin pondered this and ultimately agreed. Thus, the pair enjoyed their meal, discussing the finer details before parting ways. The night passed without incident, and the following day commenced with a routine return to work. Shortly after clocking in, Lu Xiaoran called Lin Yi, requesting his presence in her office. Upon arrival, Lin Yi noticed a third individual present, an impressively tall and rather handsome man. Lu Xiaoran adjusted her glasses and introduced Lin Yi. Allow me to present Zhang Yang from the marketing department, who will co-manage the pharmaceutical project with you. Zhang Yang offered a slight smile and extended his hand to Lin Yi, exuding an air of refinement. However, Lin Yi discerned arrogance lurking in his gaze. You must be Lin Yi. I am Zhang Yang, freshly returned from an MBA program in the United States. I am thrilled to collaborate with you on such a significant project. Lin Yi inwardly scoffed. Zhang Yang? Quite the audacious name. But does an MBA truly confer prestige? When I completed my dual masters in chemistry and physics, you were likely still in diapers. Moreover, Lin Yi observed that despite Zhang Yang's outward confidence, his gait was unsteady, suggesting a lifestyle of excess, certainly not a commendable character. Lin Yi lamented, Wan Bing is truly desperate, willing to accept anyone. Though he held disdain for this individual, he understood the importance of maintaining professionalism. Greetings, I am Lin Yi. However, Ms. Liu, does this mean I am no longer solely responsible for this project? Lu Xiaoran regarded him coolly, retorting, Lin Yi, do you genuinely believe you alone can secure this project? It pertains to the company's growth, and I cannot be guided by mere sentiment. Zhang Yang possesses notable qualifications and broad insights. With him, I can rest assured. Reluctantly, Lin Yi shrugged. Very well. I shall begrudgingly allow him to assist me. Upon hearing this, A glimmer of triumph flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. Lu Xiaoran, visibly irritated, stated, Lin Yi, it is you who will assist Zhang Yang. I expect you to recognize your position. Of course, you may choose to refuse, but should you do so? She trailed off with a look of malicious delight. Frustration welled within Lin Yi, yet he found himself compelled to acquiesce to Lu Xiaoran's decision. Nevertheless, a resolution was merely a formality. Once outside, it remained uncertain who truly held authority. Lin Yi and Zhang Yang departed Lu Xiaoran's office together. Upon exiting, Zhang Yang spoke in an authoritative tone. Minister Lin, I kindly request that you fetch the vehicle for our unit. I have a scheduled discussion with representative Hu from the pharmaceutical company today. Lin Yi smacked his lips, replying, Drive? I cannot. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly, then calmly remarked, Surely you jest. As a security personnel, you cannot even operate a vehicle? It was evident that Zhang Yang intended to exert his power. However, Lin Yi was not easily intimidated. We could take the bus or subway instead, but given that it's rush hour, I fear it may impede your important matters, he retorted. His demeanor relaxed despite his words. Zhang Yang's expression darkened immediately. Lin Yi, I expect you to understand your position. First, my rank within the company is inherently higher than yours. Second, I am the primary person responsible for this matter. You must comply with my requests, or I shall have you dismissed on the spot. Lin Yi scoffed, his demeanor shifting. Who are you telling to leave? Zhang Yang was taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden assertiveness, stumbling back 2 steps. Employees passing by turned their gazes toward the commotion, whispering among themselves. Zhang Yang's face flushed red as he glared at Lin Yi. Lin, do not overstep your bounds. You have only been with the company for a few days. If you push me too far, I can have you removed immediately. Do you believe me? Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. I certainly do, but surely you must have a valid reason. I hardly touched you just now. If you were to dismiss me over this, it would be difficult to justify. Zhang Yang was rendered speechless by Lin Yi's retort. Aware of the stares from onlookers, he huffed, For today, I shall let you off the hook. Now, go to work. With that, he strode past Lin Yi toward the parking lot. Lin Yi smiled slightly, thinking to himself, You think you can contend with me? I shall not be defeated. Following Zhang Yang to the parking lot, they both entered the vehicle. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yang's expression was as dark as an eggplant, while Lin Yi, with a leg bouncing and humming a tune, only fueled Zhang Yang's frustration further. He vowed silently that he would make Lin Yi pay for this affront at the first opportunity. Upon arriving at the pharmaceutical company and exiting the car, Lin Yi noticed several individuals standing at the entrance, including Xiao Qin and a bald, unsavory middle-aged man, who approached them eagerly upon spotting Lin Yi. The bald man was none other than Hu Haiquan. With a hearty laugh, Hu Haiquan greeted them warmly. Behold, the 2 distinguished figures. You must be Manager Zhang from the Wan Group and Minister Lin. Zhang Yang seized the moment, shaking Hu Haiquan's hand before Lin Yi could respond. I am Zhang Yang, the chief representative of the Wan Group. You must be Representative Hu, and this lovely lady must be Miss Qin Qin, the representative from the Wan Group. Xiao Qin's gaze momentarily flickered over Lin Yi before she smiled gracefully. I am indeed Qin Qin. You may call me Xiao Qin, Manager Zhang. Zhang Yang's eyes began to blaze with interest as he observed the charming Xiao Qin, glancing at her more frequently, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Yi similait faintly, silently positioning himself between the 2, and then greeted Hu Haiquan and Xiao Qin. With Lin Yi's unexpected intervention, Zhang Yang's mood soured further. Why is this scoundrel everywhere? Zhang Yang internally wished for Lin Yi to be utterly dismembered. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group began to wander through the pharmaceutical factory. After a morning spent exploring the premises, it became evident, just as Xiao Qin had mentioned, that there were indeed 2 sections of the factory they had not visited. However, given the vastness of the area, those unfamiliar with the site would hardly notice the absence of these 2 locations. A cold smirk crept across Lin Yi's face. It seemed necessary to allocate some time to investigate those 2 areas. Chapter 34. Unexpected gains after meandering until noon. The group indulged in a sumptuous lunch before entering the phase of public entertainment. As the host, Hu Haiquan willingly led Lin Yi and the others to the most luxurious hot spring center in Baicheng. They soaked in the warm waters while engaging in trivial conversations, deliberately avoiding any mention of business matters. By the end of the afternoon, no substantial discussions had taken place. Lin Yi remained unperturbed, knowing that Zhang Yang was responsible for the matter at hand. Any reprimands would surely fall upon him, allowing Lin Yi to relish in his leisure. As for his wager with Liu Xiaoran, Lin Yi had plenty of ways to fulfill it. As the clock struck 5, Lin Yi temporarily returned to the company. After escorting Wan Bing home, he made his way back to the hot spring center. Upon his arrival, the staff informed him that Zhang Yang and the others had taken Xiaoqin to a karaoke venue. Lin Yi furrowed his brows and proceeded to the address provided by the staff. Upon reaching the entrance, he sensed something amiss. Rather than rushing in, he opted to observe from the shadows. Inside the private room, Zhang Yang and his companions lounged on a long sofa, the table laden with an array of fruits and beverages. The drinks had already diminished by half, and Xiaoqin's complexion bore a rosy hue. Zhang Yang and Hu Haiquan sat on either side of her, occasionally raising their glasses to toast her under the guise of business. Although Xiaoqin felt reluctant, she understood the gravity of offending these two men and could only engage with them while silently wishing for Lin Yi's swift return. At that moment, as Lin Yi concealed himself, he noticed Zhang Yang surreptitiously extracting a small vial from his pocket and discreetly pouring its contents into Xiaoqin's glass without her noticing. In the next instant, Zhang Yang cheerfully handed the glass to Xiaoqin. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and consumed the drink. Lin Yi's heart sank with cold amusement. Zhang Yang was indeed audacious, carrying a drug for nefarious purposes. It seemed he had indulged in such deeds before. Had Lin Yi not returned at the right moment, Xiaoqin would have been in grave danger. He felt compelled to rush in and thwart Zhang Yang's actions. Yet Lin Yi sensed that there was more to the situation. With his presence, Xiaoqin was assuredly safe, so he resolved to observe further. Suppressing his rising anger, he continued to watch intently. After consuming the drink, Xiaoqin began to appear drowsy. Zhang Yang attempted to engage her in conversation, but she could barely utter coherent words, reduced to incoherent murmurs. Moments later, her head slumped, and she fainted in Zhang Yang's arms. A lewd grin spread across Zhang Yang's face as he gazed at the unconscious Xiaoqin, while Hu Haiquan wore an expression of exhilaration. Ha ha ha, old Zhang, you are truly remarkable. You've so effortlessly subdued this little vixen. You have no idea how much effort I've expended these past few days just to win her over, yet I couldn't even touch her. But you, my brother, have accomplished it with a single vial of potion, Hu Haiquan exclaimed, only for his expression to shift suddenly. But isn't this a bit too dangerous? If Wang Kai finds out, we'll surely face dire consequences. Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. Do you really think Wang Kai would offend the powers behind us for the sake of a woman? Lin Yi's heart sank. There seemed to be some grave implications hidden within Zhang Yang's words. He quickly perked up his ears while surreptitiously activating the recording function on his phone, sliding it through the crack of the door. At that moment, Hu Haiquan also chuckled lewdly. Old Zhang is right. I was too anxious. He then added, by the way, Old Zhang, have you been comfortable with the Wan group these past few days? Zhang Yang gazed at the beauty in his arms, a proud smile spreading across his face. Of course. Just look at who I am. The Wan group is in dire need of talent right now. With a fake diploma, I've managed to bamboozle them, and the organization has conjured a plethora of fictitious achievements for me. In just a month, I've already become the manager of the marketing department. Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly icy. Zhang Yang was a corporate spy. While being promoted was a boon, why was he not solely responsible for this case? What was the story behind Lin Yi? Zhang Yang scoffed, just a clown. He had a falling out with the HR manager and was made a scapegoat. We need not concern ourselves with him. I'll find a way to deal with him later. Hu Haiquan nodded. Yes, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. The pharmaceutical matters must remain concealed. Rest assured, I have looked into Lin Yi. He has no background whatsoever, just a country bumpkin from the mountains. I could crush him with a mere finger, Hu Haiquan expressed, evidently placing great trust in Zhang Yang. He smirked. Since that brat poses no threat, the only thing left to consider is... His gaze, fiery with desire, fell upon the unconscious Xiaoqin. At that moment, Zhang Yang also grinned lasciviously. Don't worry, I'll ensure you have the time of your life. I'm using a unique formula today, and I'll give her a little more later. You can choose any position you desire. I guarantee she'll be obedient." The two men were clearly driven by lust, unable to contain their desires once the floodgates had opened. Zhang Yang reached out towards Xiao Qin's ample bosom, while Hu Haikuan eagerly grabbed at her thigh. Just then, Lin Yi kicked the door open. Zhang Yang cursed angrily. "Who the hell is so bold as to disrupt us? Do they wish to die?" Hu Haikuan looked on in astonishment as he turned towards the doorway. When they realized it was Lin Yi, Zhang Yang suddenly sneered. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, kid. What is this? Do you also want to join us in sharing?" Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Share? What do you two think you are? Hand her over to me, or I promise you'll regret it." Zhang Yang huffed in anger. "Lin Yi, don't forget your place." Hu Haikuan, emboldened by their numerical advantage, adopted a more domineering tone. "Minister Lin, we're all just here for some fun. If you're willing, I can ensure you enjoy yourself too, or I could offer you some money, and you can pretend you didn't TC anything. What do you say?" Lin Yi feigned a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it possible to play with women and also earn money?" Hu Haikuan chuckled and nodded, promptly retrieving a wad of cash from his bag and slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with fervor as he approached the pile of money step by step. "Very well, I accept." Lin Yi smiled as he reached for the notes on the table, only to shift his tone abruptly, exclaiming, "I accept your grandmother's leg." With that, Zhang Yang felt a swift kick, and Hu Haikuan flew across the room like a kite with its string cut. Zhang Yang, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, barely had time to regain his composure before Lin Yi seized him, and, in the midst of his terrified gaze, delivered a knee strike directly between Zhang Yang's legs. Chapter 35. The ambiguous night of emotion. A piercing scream erupted from Zhang Yang's lips, as if two eggs had shattered between his legs, a foul liquid instantly staining his lower body. Lin Yi, filled with disdain, cast Zhang Yang onto the ground. Is wealth so impressive? Is power so extraordinary? Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yi relentlessly stomped on Zhang Yang, who howled in agony. "Stop. Please, I was wrong, Lin Yi, I was wrong." Zhang Yang shielded his lower body with one hand while cradling his head with the other, looking utterly wretched. As he evaded Lin Yi's assault, he cast aside his dignity as a man and began to plead for mercy. Lin Yi withdrew his foot and spat contemptuously at Zhang Yang, commanding him to leave. Bruised and battered, Zhang Yang scrambled to his feet, not daring to utter a word, clutching his lower body as he stumbled towards the exit. Seeing this, Hu Haikuan hastily rose from the ground, eager to escape as well, but Lin Yi anticipated his move and blocked his path. Upon encountering Lin Yi, Hu Haichuan's legs weakened, and he knelt without a hint of resistance. "Minister Lin, please spare me, I won't dare again." His voice trembled with genuine fear. Witnessing Zhang Yang's plight had tightened his own lower body in apprehension. Lin Yi showed no mercy, and Hu Haikuan dared not provoke him, terrified that he might share the same fate. Lin Yi regarded Hu Haikuan with contempt, mentally cursing him as a waste. He then turned to shoo away the staff drawn by the commotion. "Representative Hu, I am not an unreasonable person. My demands are modest. Simply affix your seal and signature on the documents from the Wan family group, and I shall keep today's events to myself. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences." As he spoke, Lin Yi retrieved his phone from the ground and played back the earlier conversation between Hu Haikuan and Zhang Yang. Hu Haichuan's complexion paled further. "Well, Representative Hu, what are your thoughts?" Realizing the inevitability of his situation, Hu Haikuan understood that opposing Lin Yi would only result in his own demise. With no other choice, he reluctantly acquiesced, signing and sealing all the documents under Lin Yi's watchful eye before handing them over. Satisfied, Lin Yi nodded and, cradling the unconscious Xiao Qin, departed from the hot spring center. After dissipating the alcohol and drugs from Xiao Qin's system and soothing her nerves with his energy, Lin Yi withdrew his hand. He observed Xiao Qin for a while, ensuring her breathing steadied before slowly rising. Looking down at her tranquil face, the flames of his anger gradually extinguished. There was an inexplicable charm in her stillness that calmed his restless heart. He gently pressed on her acupoint to ensure she would enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Having accomplished all that, Lin Yi cautiously laid Xiao Qin flat on the bed, draping a blanket over her. After leaving a note by her bedside, he hurriedly fled from her home. Remaining any longer would risk him committing unspeakable acts. As he walked home, a sense of regret washed over him. If only he had been a bit more resolute, he might have found himself in a haven of tenderness by now. With a sigh, Lin Yi dispelled these frivolous thoughts from his mind and redirected his focus to the enigmatic organization. He felt a tinge of disappointment in Zhang Yang and Hu Haichuan's performance that day. They did not appear to be core members of the mysterious organization. It seemed implausible that such a formidable entity, which even Feng Yong found daunting, would produce such ineffectual individuals. To Lin Yi, Zhang Yang and Hu Haichuan were merely puppets cast aside by the organization, easily expendable. Yet, even puppets hold value, especially those as dim-witted as these two. With a little ingenuity, Lin Yi might extract valuable information from them. However, the method of manipulation required careful contemplation. The stakes were high, as both economic empires in Bai City were deeply entangled in this matter. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that being a convenient fiancé was no easy task. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the Wan family ancestral home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the beaming smile of Wan Bing, who looked at him with keen interest. Lin Yi felt a pang of guilt. "Dear, you're still awake?" Wan Bing's gaze was piercing as she scrutinized him. "Returning so late. Were you busy with business?" Lin Yi quickly nodded. "Of course. I spent the whole day with that Hu fellow. I was nearly exhausted." "Is that so? You truly have endured much," Wan Bing said with a smile that concealed an unsettling undercurrent. Normally, Lin Yi would have seized the moment to be playful, but something felt off about Wan Bing today, causing him to hesitate. She stood less than a meter away, inhaling deeply before smiling and remarking, "Chanel number 5? What kind of man would wear such perfume?" Chapter 36. A bite back upon realizing that the situation had been unveiled, Lin Yi ceased his concealment, setting aside the matter of changing Xiao Qin's attire. He recounted everything in detail, simultaneously sharing the recording with Wan Bing. After listening, Wan Bing's brows furrowed in contemplation. "Zhang Yang is a member of that mysterious organization?" Lin Yi replied, "I cannot confirm whether he belongs to that organization, but he is certainly not one of us." Wan Bing sighed. "It is my fault. I have been overly eager for success. After securing the development rights to Songhai District, I hastily sought to expand our forces, neglecting the crucial task of selecting talent. Thankfully, you caught this in time. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the potential consequences." Seeing Wan Bing's rare praise, Lin Yi's spirits lifted. "Dear wife, since I have performed so admirably, might I be granted a reward? Perhaps a grand embrace or a sweet kiss? Of course, should you be moved to offer yourself, I will be willing to accept that as well." Wan Bing, well aware of Lin Yi's propensity for playful banter, slowly turned to face him, a glinting dagger appearing in her hand unbeknownst to him. With a swift motion, she hurled the knife, which embedded itself in the door with a resounding thud. Lin Yi swallowed hard, forcing a stiff smile. "It's getting late. I shall retire now. Good night, my dear wife." With that, he ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Once in his room, Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Goodness, Wan Bing is becoming increasingly formidable. She has even mastered the art of the flying dagger. When will my happiness arrive? With a heavy heart, he gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, as was customary, he was awakened by the familiar sound of Wan Shui's voice. Lin Yi knew this young lady must have something in store for him. After dressing, he opened the door, gazing at Wan Shui with resignation. "Beautiful sister-in-law, what do you wish to do?" He had anticipated yet another prank, but to his surprise, Wan Shui, blushing, handed him a bowl of soup. "Brother-in-law, you've been returning home late these past few days. You must be working exceptionally hard. I learned how to make soup from the housekeeper. Please try this lotus seed porridge I prepared." Lin Yi hesitated to accept the bowl. Once again, she was making soup for him and affectionately calling him brother-in-law. Given his understanding of Wan Shui, he sensed something more significant was afoot and did not wish to be deceived. "Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, please be direct. Spare me the pretense." Wan Shui bit her lip, gazing at him with a look of innocent desperation. "May I come in to speak?" The sight of her flushed cheeks made Lin Yi swallow again. Such a scene in the morning was far too suggestive. However, since Wan Shui had broached the subject, he felt compelled to oblige, allowing her entry into his room. As soon as the door closed, Wan Shui dashed to Lin Yi's side, linking her arm with his and shaking it gently. "Brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law, you must help me." Amidst the swaying, Lin Yi suddenly felt enveloped by a sensation akin to being surrounded by cotton. This feeling was truly intoxicating. With a deliberate swallow, Lin Yi remarked, "Sister-in-law, if you have something to say, please do so without this incessant swaying. I feel as if I might topple over." Wan Shui gazed at Lin Yi with a pitiful expression. "If I speak, you must promise not to tell my sister." "What? Not tell her sister? Could it be that this young lady has taken a liking to me?" Lin Yi's thoughts began to wander. "Brother-in-law, I hope you can visit my school tomorrow to attend the parent-teacher meeting." Lin Yi nearly choked. Shouldn't this be something your grandfather or your sister should handle? He felt quite helpless. Wan Shui pouted. "Grandfather is too old to handle such stress, and while my sister is young, I fear her wrath." As she spoke, Wan Shui cautiously placed her report card into Lin Yi's hands. Upon seeing the sea of red marks on the paper, Lin Yi finally comprehended why Wan Shui wished to keep this from Wan Bing. "Oh dear, sister-in-law, you know I am rather timid, especially when it comes to your sister. In matters such as these, I must adhere to my principles, so I'm afraid I cannot assist you." "Brother-in-law," Wan Shui sweetly cooed, tightening her grip on Lin Yi's arm. "A firm no is a firm no." "Humph." Suddenly, Wan Shui flung Lin Yi's hand away and reached to remove the straps from her shoulders. Lin Yi chuckled, pulling out his phone. "What a pity, sister-in-law. This tactic won't work on me twice. Since you walked in, I've had the recording on." Wan Shui stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. Her smile fading as tears began to well up in her eyes, culminating in a heart-wrenching wail. The sound was so thunderous and tragic that Lin Yi rushed to cover her mouth. All right. I'm terrified of you. I'll help you with this." Reluctantly, Lin Yi succumbed once more to Wan Shui's overwhelming presence. Her expression brightened instantly. "So it's settled. Tomorrow you will help me with the parent-teacher meeting. And you must not mention my grades to my sister." Lin Yi nodded in resignation. "That's agreeable, but you must also meet one condition." "All right, what is it?" "You must pass all your subjects in the next exam. Otherwise, I will reveal everything to your sister." Though Wan Shui was reluctant, she did not wish to be unreasonable and ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yi's demand. The two descended the stairs together, having breakfast. Before parting ways at the door, one heading to school, the other to work, Wan Bing once again abandoned Lin Yi, driving off alone, leaving him to ride his exclusive vehicle at breakneck speed to the company. Upon entering, Lin Yi sensed something amiss. The employees in the hallway seemed to be whispering and pointing at him. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror by the entrance. He did look rather dapper today, yet he appeared no different from yesterday. Why were they staring at him so? Just as he pondered this, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Lu Xiaoran. "Come to my office." Lu Xiaoran's demeanor was decidedly unfavorable, suggesting that something significant had transpired. Lin Yi, not daring to be negligent, hurried to the office. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Zhang Yang, bruised and battered, present as well. "Is there something the matter, Director Lu?" Lin Yi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the grim-faced Lu Xiaoran. With a cold sneer, Lu Xiaoran expressed her profound disappointment, stating, "Lin Yi, you have truly disappointed me. How could you engage in such behavior?" Lin Yi, perplexed, responded, "Director Lu, I do not comprehend what you're referring to." Without sparing him a glance, Lu Xiaoran forcefully pushed the computer on the desk toward Lin Yi, revealing footage of him violently assaulting Zhang Yang. Chapter 37. "You are fired." Lin Yi realized that he had fallen victim to a treacherous scheme, having been falsely accused by a villain. However, he found it peculiar that Hu Haiquan was aware of the recording he possessed. Was this not an act of self-degradation? Unless, of course, Hu Haiquan had not divulged the existence of the recording to Zhang Yang. A subtle smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips, as it seemed that Zhang Yang had been cast as mere cannon fodder by Hu Haiquan. "Have you come to your senses, Lin Yi? Is there anything left for you to say?" Lu Xiaoran's tone was acerbic. The company was already overwhelmed with issues, and this latest debacle only intensified her disdain for Lin Yi, who had never been in her good graces. Misuse of public funds, disrespect towards women. Zhang Yang tried to intervene, yet you disregarded him and physically assaulted him. You even targeted the legal representative of the pharmaceutical company. Initially, I had my doubts about Hu Bingqin's claims, but now I see that you are far worse than she described. Lu Xiaoran erupted in hysteria. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang regarded Lin Yi with a triumphant smirk, as if reveling in his victory. Lin Yi, observing the scene, felt neither anger nor indignation. Instead, he found it amusing. Had he not been Wan Bing's fiancée, and had he not confided everything to her the day before, perhaps Zhang Yang's ploy would have been somewhat cunning. Now, however, it seemed nothing more than a source of ridicule. Lu, may I have the opportunity to explain myself? Lin Yi asked. The evidence is all there. What further explanation do you seek? At least I have managed to get the case filed. He shrugged nonchalantly. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoran's fury intensified. Lin Yi, you have gone too far. If Zhang Yang hadn't sacrificed his own reputation and relentlessly clung to Representative Hu's side, do you think he would have signed for you? With that, she slammed the documents onto the table, identical to those who Hai Quan had handed Lin Yi the day before. Lin Yi internally scoffed. These two were remarkably swift in their actions. It was a lapse on his part that had provided them with an opportunity for retaliation. Yet he regarded it all as futile. He was in no rush to present his evidence, instead smiling as he asked, "So, how do you plan to deal with me?" Seeing Lin Yi's demeanor only heightened Lu Xiaoran's exasperation. This matter has significant repercussions for the company. The video you saw has gone viral overnight. You are now a well-known figure in Baiqing. Our Wan group is too small to accommodate someone of your stature. You'll be better off seeking opportunities elsewhere. Lin Yi crossed his arms, amused. Lu, do you think you can simply dismiss me with a few words? I'm afraid the company's regulations state that to terminate an employee at the ministerial level or above, the signature of President Wan is required. What do you think? Lu Xiaoran sneered. Lin Yi, do you genuinely believe President Wan would shield someone as despicable as you, who does not even spare his colleagues? He will certainly endorse my recommendation for your dismissal. With that, she picked up the phone to call Wan Bing. On the other end, Wan Bing nodded in agreement, instructing Lu Xiaoran to come and collect the notice. Lu Xiaoran glanced at Lin Yi, feeling a sense of exhilaration following her revenge. Did you hear that? Manager Wan has already approved my dismissal request. I'm going to collect my belongings now, so you just wait here. With that, she left without a backward glance. As soon as Lu Xiaoran departed, Zhang Yang coldly snorted, "You little brat, did you think you could challenge me? Weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? Come on, hit me again." Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang. Your request is rather peculiar, but fine, I shall indulge you. Before Zhang Yang could react, a fist landed squarely on his left eye. With a yelp, Zhang Yang was sent crashing out of the office, drawing the attention of passing employees. Fuming with shame and anger, Zhang Yang pointed at Lin Yi and shouted, "This is the company. I dare you to hit me again." Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly and addressed the onlookers. You all heard him. This guy insisted I hit him, so I'm merely complying. Without further ado, Lin Yi unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Yang. Where are the security guards? Zhang Yang cried out in agony. Lin Yi chuckled. Have I knocked some sense out of you? Isn't the head of security standing right in front of you? Zhang Yang was nearly seething with rage. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Xiaoran returned. How long do you intend to make a scene? She exclaimed, her face flushed with fury. She had never encountered such a rogue employee as Lin Yi. Lin Yi casually brushed off his hands, saying, Hey, this isn't my fault. He asked for it. Just ask everyone. Lu Xiaoran glared at Lin Yi, wishing she could just bite him to death. All right, let us see how long you can keep up this arrogance. I will now read the notice issued by Manager Wan, which will surely crush your hopes. Upon investigation, our employee Zhang and Lin were involved in a violent altercation at a certain hot spring resort, causing an extremely adverse impact. Therefore, we hereby announce the immediate dismissal of Zhang Yang, with no chance of reemployment. Upon finishing the last line, both Zhang Yang and Lu Xiaoran widened their eyes and gaped, utterly incredulous. Even the surrounding employees gasped in astonishment. Wait, did I hear that correctly? The one who assaulted wasn't fired, but the one who got beaten was? Ah, you're unaware. The new head of security has a close relationship with Manager Wan. I was present when Juan was harassed by the media, and it was this very person who handled the situation. Goodness, so this individual is leveraging connections to twist the truth? Is there any need to say more? We've all seen the footage, haven't we? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lu Xiaoran's expression soured. She shot Lin a cold glare before turning back to her office, picking up the phone to call Wan Bing, her tone resolute and argumentative. Showing no regard for Wan Bing's authority, Wan Bing merely suggested she clarify the matter with Lin for the truth to emerge. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoran had no choice but to summon both Lin and Zhang Yang back into the room. What on earth is going on? Upon witnessing the unfolding of events, Lin discerned that there was no longer any pretense to maintain. He decisively produced the recording from the previous day. After listening to the dialogue within, Lu Xiaoran finally comprehended the situation at hand. At that moment, Zhang Yang realized that he had not only been manipulated by Lin but had also fallen victim to Hu Haichuan's schemes. It was evident that Hu Haiquan, who had departed earlier, was aware of the recording's existence. Otherwise, Lin could not have procured the signed documents from him. Hu Haichuan's deliberate concealment was merely a ploy to position himself as a sacrificial pawn amidst the three major factions. Ultimately, Zhang Yang's identity as a corporate spy was confirmed, leading to his apprehension by the police, who had been alerted to the situation. The room was left with only Lin and Lu Xiaoran. Lin gazed at Lu Xiaoran with a beaming smile, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. His vindication served as a stinging rebuke to her, and with the mission accomplished, it seemed that Lin could finally fulfill the promise made to her. Lu, where shall we rendezvous for our date this evening? Chapter 38. Fulfilling promises. Lu Xiaoran gazed intently at Lin whose expression was one of insolence. It was her first encounter with someone she found utterly inscrutable. Nevertheless, her innate pride prevented her from conceding to Lin. Even if you have won this time, I shall uphold my end of the bargain after work. However, let be known, this is merely our wager. Should I hear any rumors about me in the company tomorrow, I will not spare you. Lin sighed, adopting a tone of regret. What a lovely girl you are. It's a pity your temper is so peculiar. What did you say? Lu Xiaoran's expression darkened immediately. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lin quickly excused himself, saying they would meet after work, and left Lu Xiaoran's office. Once he departed, Lu Xiaoran, incensed, grabbed the documents on her desk and hurled them toward the doorway. Lin, just you wait. Lin whistled as he made his way to his office, where the two subordinates he had recently taken under his wing approached him with utmost respect. Boss Lin, seeing the two burly men behave like docile kittens before him, brought back memories of his days as a mercenary. All right, from now on, we are all brothers, so there is no need for such formality. However, I'm yet to learn your names. The man on the left, a tall and stout fellow, introduced himself. Boss Lin, I am Mao Chong, but everyone calls me Mao too. I used to be part of the weightlifting team. The one on the right, a robust young man, not much younger than Lin said, I am Su Xiaofeng, just returned from military service. Lin nodded, quickly discerning that Mao Tu was of a rather simple nature, while Su Xiaofeng, with his military background, was calm and efficient in his actions. Their characters were commendable. Even when Lu Xiaoran had issued orders, they had hesitated to resort to violence, which was why Lin decided to keep them around. As the head of security, it was imperative for him to excel in this role, not only for the safety of the company, but also for Wan Bing's protection. The enemy had already extended its claws into the company, and even someone of Zhang Yang's stature could potentially be an informant for the opposition. Thus Lin had to remain extraordinarily vigilant. After eliminating Zhang Yang, Lin devised his own plan, a thorough sweep of the premises. Upon entering his office and surveying the surroundings, he promptly issued commands to Mao Tu and Su Xiaofeng. Mao Tu, being diligent and meticulous, was assigned the management of surveillance, while Su Xiaofeng was tasked with personnel adjustments. Although their security team consisted solely of the three of them at present, Lin possessed the capability to recruit additional members at any moment. Learning from Zhang Yang's mistakes, Lin opted against public recruitment. Instead, he contacted Dark Wolf, whose primary operations included security services. Upon hearing Lin's request for personnel, Dark Wolf readily agreed. Within just over an hour, A dozen robust young men were dispatched to Wan's group. As the general manager of the Human Resources Department, Lu Xiaoran was naturally taken aback. She gazed at the dozen or so security guards standing uniformly at the entrance, rendered momentarily speechless. The aura, the majesty, this was something she had only witnessed during military parades on television. Even as an outsider, she could discern that these individuals were highly trained and possessed exceptional qualities. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran realized she understood even less about Lin Yi. The individuals she had recruited over the past 10 days lacked the vigor exhibited by those before her. It was noteworthy that these individuals had only taken Lin Yi a few hours to assemble. Although reluctant to admit it, Lu Xiaoran had to acknowledge that Lin Yi had executed this task splendidly. You've done remarkably well. These individuals possess high standards and come from pristine backgrounds, all being veterans. Just sign their onboarding documents later and have someone deliver them to me, she said to Lin Yi in a calm tone for the first time. Lin Yi chuckled. Since I performed so admirably, shouldn't I be rewarded tonight, perhaps with a dinner invitation? Lu Xiaoran shot him a sidelong glance. You a grown man. Expect the woman to treat you to dinner while on a date? Lin Yi scratched his head. Is that so strange? After all, we share everything. Yours is mine, and mine is yours. It's all the same. Lu Xiaoran realized she could not converse with this rogue in an equal tone. This is a company, Lin. Show some respect. All right. Manager Lu. With only 2 hours left until the end of the workday, I need to think about where to dine, he said, turning to leave. Before departing, he leaned in close to Lu Xiaoran, taking a deep sniff. Manager Lu, your fragrance is delightful. Lin Yi. Upon returning to his office, Lin Yi signed the documents and instructed Su Xiaofeng to deliver them to Lu Xiaoran. As for the security aspect, he relinquished control entirely, allowing the individuals sent by Dark Wolf to manage themselves. They were seasoned in this field, possessing more experience than Lin Yi. Thus he was pleased to adopt a hands-off approach. He retreated to his private office and sat down at his desk. Opening his computer, Lin Yi's fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard. Before long, he effortlessly breached the employee database of the Wan Group. He scanned through the extensive list of names, absorbing the information within minutes. After reviewing the data, he leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. Soon, he compiled a list of over a dozen individuals. Summoning Su Xiaofeng into his office, he handed him the list, instructing him to investigate the backgrounds of these individuals. All the individuals on this list had been employed at the Wan Group for less than 6 months, yet without exception, their performance records were exceptionally stellar, with some newcomers even surpassing the achievements of seasoned employees within the company. He recalled that Zhang Yang was promoted for his outstanding achievements, so he decided to investigate this angle, hoping to uncover some traitors within. He reminded himself to tread carefully, for this matter pertained to the very survival of the Wan Group. Su Xiaofeng nodded solemnly, accepting the task. Lin Yi stretched lazily, glanced at the time, and realized it was the end of the workday. After escorting Wan Bing back to her residence, Lin Yi merrily returned to the Wan Group. Upon arriving downstairs, he spotted Lu Xiaoran, elegantly adorned in a flowing red dress, waiting by the entrance. Hey, beautiful lady over there, could you please look this way? Lu Xiaoran furrowed her brow and glanced in Lin Yi's direction. Lin Yi struck what he believed to be a charming pose and extended his hand, inviting, please. Allow me the honor, lovely Xiaoran. Lu Xiaoran huffed, slightly displeased, and remarked, do you know that making a girl wait is rather impolite? Lin Yi sighed in resignation. What can I do? I must first ensure my future wife gets home safely. Chapter 39. Unexpected developments. Upon hearing Lin Yi mention General Wan once more, Lu Xiaoran's expression darkened. Lin Yi, are you ever going to stop? If you jest about General Wan again, believe me, I shall have you dismissed by tomorrow. Lin Yi sighed in resignation. I'm utterly perplexed. Why is it that in today's society, falsehoods are cherished while the truth is met with skepticism? Very well, I shall refrain from further commentary. Beautiful Xiaoran, this way, please. Lu Xiaoran let out a cold huff and inquired, what is it? Do you have a vehicle? Lin Yi grinned with pride. You would be surprised. I too belong to the class of vehicle owners. He gestured toward the corner, revealing a somewhat dilapidated bicycle that came into Lu Xiaoran's view. Is this your mode of transport? Lu Xiaoran found herself increasingly baffled by Lin Yi. In her perception, the contemporary office worker at the very least rode an electric scooter, yet here was Lin Yi, pedaling to work on a bicycle. Lu Xiaoran hesitated, glancing between Lin Yi and the bike bereft of a rear seat. Despite her inclination to refuse, she feared Lin Yi might resurrect old grievances. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and settled onto the crossbar before him. The air he exhaled met her neck with an uncanny precision. As she concentrated on maintaining balance while riding, her cheeks flushed. Realizing she had slightly lost her composure, she quickly adjusted her posture. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, pedaling swiftly forward. With a sudden exclamation of surprise, Lu Xiaoran was once again propelled into Lin Yi's embrace due to inertia. Lin Yi, perhaps intentionally, rode at breakneck speed, leaving Lu Xiaoran no choice but to lean against his chest to preserve her equilibrium. Strangely enough, the scent emanating from him offered her an unexpected sense of comfort, and before she knew it, she found herself less averse to his presence. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yi engaged the handbrake. "We have arrived." "Arrived?" Lu Xiaoran leaped off the bicycle, only to be momentarily taken aback by the building before her, her expression quickly morphing into one of indignation. "Lin Yi, you scoundrel. You actually brought me to a nightclub." Indeed, Lin Yi had stopped at the most renowned nightclub in Baicheng, a place frequented by the affluent and elite. Rumor had it that even a bottle of mineral water was exorbitantly priced, making it unaffordable for the average person. Although Lu Xiaoran had never visited, she had heard tales from her colleagues, and in her mind, women who frequented such establishments fell into two categories: the wealthy seeking pleasure and solace, or those who relied on their bodies to earn a living. Regardless of the classification, neither struck her as respectable. Now, with Lin Yi leading her to this venue, she was quick to jump to conclusions. "Lin Yi, you scoundrel. I may have lost a bet to you, but this is utterly excessive." Just as Lin Yi prepared to respond, two attendants emerged from the nightclub's entrance. One of them cast a glance at Lin Yi's attire and his bicycle, and suddenly, their demeanor turned haughty. "Sir, could you and your spouse find another place to quarrel? Your altercation is affecting our business," Lin Yi remarked with a sidelong glance, a smile gracing his lips. "This space is public. My wife and I shall do as we please. Come, my dear, let us share a kiss for his viewing pleasure." Lu Xiaoran, already simmering with anger, felt her fury ignite further at Lin Yi's teasing words. "Lin Yi, you are insufferable," she exclaimed, turning to leave. At that moment, two individuals appeared at the entrance. Upon spotting Lin Yi and Lu Xiaoran, they paused, momentarily taken aback. A smirk crept onto Lin Yi's lips. A significant catch had arrived. Lin Yi, what are you doing here?" Zhang Yang, looking disheveled, stood at the doorway, astonishment written across his face, though it was swiftly replaced by a menacing glare. "Brother Yang, who is this fellow?" asked a beady-eyed man wearing glasses, standing beside Zhang Yang. Lin Yi recognized him as one of the names on his list, now evidently an insider planted by the enemy within the Wan group. Zhang Yang sneered at, "This is Lin Yi, the newly appointed security chief of the Wan group, whom I mentioned before." "It's him." The glasses-wearing man's expression shifted, wariness creeping into his demeanor. "Brother Yang, what should we do if he discovers my identity?" Zhang Yang waved a dismissive hand, whispering, "Do not worry. Your department is not at headquarters, and you seldom cross paths with him. He cannot possibly recognize you. Moreover, since he is here today, it must be fate. I shall ensure he faces the consequences." With that, Zhang Yang gestured to a nearby waiter, commanding, "Summon all your security. This fellow intends to disrupt our gathering." Zhang Yang held a stake in this nightclub, and the waiter dared not disobey, quickly summoning a dozen security personnel, who promptly blocked the entrance. The bespectacled man, eager to impress Zhang Yang, stepped forward. "My friend, Brother Yang is quite reasonable. I am unaware of the nature of your dispute, but if you sincerely apologize to him, perhaps this matter can be resolved." "Oh, and what if I refuse?" Lin Yi retorted. The glasses-wearing man scoffed. "Then you are merely courting trouble." At that moment, Lu Xiaoran, her back to the crowd, suddenly trembled, spinning around in shock to face the bespectacled man. He, too, recognized her, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "Xiaoran." Lu Xiaoran stood frozen, a mixture of rage and despair etching itself across her features. Lin E, sensing something amiss, hurried forward to inquire, Xiaoran, what is wrong? Are you unwell? With a sorrowful smile, Lu Xiaoran pointed at the man not far away and declared, he is my boyfriend. Chapter 40. Scoundrel. The sudden turn of events took Lin E completely by surprise. Earlier that day, he had discreetly affixed a tracker to Zhang Yang before his departure, convinced that the forces backing Zhang Yang would surely devise a means to extricate him. Once free, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly reach out to certain internal traitors within the company to relay the information he had previously acquired. Lin E had brought Lu Xiaoran to this location merely as a witness, intending to lend credibility to his forthcoming decisive actions. However, he never anticipated that the fish he had caught was, in fact, in a romantic relationship with Lu Xiaoran. The bespectacled man's demeanor shifted to one of alarm upon sighting Lu Xiaoran. Xiaoran, please listen to me. It's not as you imagine. I came here simply to... Before he could finish, Lu Xiaoran, her eyes reddened with fury, struck him across the face. The man's expression morphed from sycophantic to malicious in an instant. You vile woman, how dare you hit me? And what of it? Mr. Dong, how have I wronged you that you would come to such a place behind my back? With the facade shattered, the bespectacled man saw no reason to continue pretending. You wretched creature, I am a man. I shall do as I please. You, as a woman, should remain within your bounds and bear me children in the future. Nothing more. Nothing less. You are a beast, Lu Xiaoran retorted, her lips tightly pressed together as tears streamed down her cheeks. If it weren't for me, how could you have ever entered the Wan group? The man scoffed derisively. If you hadn't facilitated my entrance to the Wan group, do you believe I would have ever regarded you? For all this time, you have yet to even lay a finger on me. And you dare to call yourself my woman? Lu Xiaoran, her face etched with sorrow, replied, I merely wish to preserve the best of myself for the most splendid of evenings. He laughed heartily. You're truly amusing. Do you think yourself adorned with diamonds? With your kind, I could summon countless others to my bed with a mere gesture. What do you mean by that? Lu Xiaoran demanded, fists clenched. Her eyes clouded with humiliation. The man sneered, at this juncture, do not feign ignorance. The truth is out. I shall be frank with you. We are finished. You shall walk your path, and I shall tread mine. Let us part in peace. Ha, part in peace. Lu Xiaoran laughed bitterly. What are you doing with Zhang Yang? Are you also a spy sent by the enemy? Fine, if you wish to sever ties. Then I shall report this matter truthfully to Mr. Wan, she declared resolutely. The bespectacled man's eyes bulged as he shouted, Lu Xiaoran, do not test my patience. First, you have no evidence. Secondly, hey, I heard they arrived together. A waiter interjected from behind the bespectacled man, riding that bicycle, all cuddled up and particularly intimate. Ah, the bespectacled man elongated his voice, speaking in a sarcastic tone. So it turns out that the villain speaks first. I never expected you, Lu Xiaoran, to appear so refined on the surface while harboring such a vile nature. Sneaking around behind my back with men? How dare you strike me? As he spoke, the bespectacled man raised his arm high and swung it violently towards Lu Xiaoran's face. Just as the slap was about to land, a hand effortlessly intercepted it. The bespectacled man was taken aback and turned to see Lin E, who had somehow appeared beside him. Damn, it truly is a pair of dog lovers. I want to let you off today. Someone attack him. With a command from the bespectacled man, a dozen bodyguards charged towards Lin E with wild cries. Lin E snorted coldly and, before the bodyguards could reach him, retaliated with a swift slap. The security guard was immediately frozen in place. The bespectacled man, momentarily dazed from Lin E's strike, was caught off guard as more blows fell upon him like rain. To toy with emotions is disloyalty. To betray your own is unjust. To flaunt your parents' gifts while sowing discord is unfilial. You, disloyal, unjust, and unfilial person, I shall act on behalf of heaven and administer justice. Each resounding slap echoed against the bespectacled man's face, quickly transforming it into a swollen visage akin to that of a pig's head, and his speech became increasingly slurred. Spare me, I beg you. I won't dare to offend again. The surrounding security guards hesitated, paralyzed by fear that any movement might result in unforeseen consequences for their leader at Lin Yi's hands. At that moment, Zhang Yang, unable to watch any longer, shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Ignore him and come at me." Ultimately, as the principal figure, Zhang Yang's authority compelled the bodyguards to charge forward. The foremost among them drew a rubber baton from his waist and swung at Lin Yi's arm. Lin Yi scoffed, nonchalantly tossing aside the now disheveled, bespectacled man. With a resounding scream, the rubber baton struck the bespectacled man squarely on the bridge of his nose, causing his face to erupt in a spectacle akin to a soy sauce shop. The bodyguard momentarily froze, only to be met with Lin Yi's massive fist crashing into his face. With a yelp, the bodyguard was sent flying, crashing into a multitude of others. Some of the more astute individuals began to realize that even their combined efforts were unlikely to match Lin Yi's strength. However, being outmatched by Lin Yi did not equate to being unable to overpower the woman by his side. With this thought, some sly individuals stealthily approached Lu Xiaoran, launching themselves at her in a sudden ambush. Lu Xiaoran, already bewildered by the unfolding chaos, was startled into a scream as the enemy lunged at her. Lin Yi had anticipated this. Without moving an inch, he merely used his foot to flick up the rubber baton lying on the ground. Then, with a forceful toss, the bodyguard doubled over, collapsing to the ground. After a series of sharp, crackling sounds, none of the meticulously selected security personnel remained standing. Cold sweat poured from Zhang Yang's forehead. He could hardly fathom the ferocity of Lin, who had dispatched over a dozen burly young men as if they were mere chicks. At that moment, he was genuinely terrified. Lin Yi clapped his hands and, gripping the disheveled, bespectacled man, approached Lu Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, how shall we deal with him?" Lu Xiaoran, gradually emerging from her earlier shock, gazed with a complex expression at the man before her, with whom she once shared a fleeting bond. It would be a lie to say she felt no sorrow. Yet, the man's words had pierced her fragile heart like a blade, each utterance striking deeper. "Resign from the Wan group on your own accord. I never wish to see you again." With that, Lu Xiaoran resolutely turned and walked away. Chapter 41. The gentleman on the beam. As Lu Xiaoran walked a bit further away, Lin Yi approached the bespectacled man and spoke in a cold tone. "Remember, do not let me see you in the Wan family group again. And Zhang Yang, I appreciate the extensive list you provided me privately. It has proven to be quite useful." After saying this, Lin Yi did not even glance at the bewildered Zhang Yang, humming a tune as he pushed his bicycle away from the entrance of the clubhouse. However, before departing, Lin Yi discreetly cast a sidelong glance at a shadowy corner in the darkness. Since his arrival at the clubhouse, he had noticed someone observing from that direction. If Lin Yi's suspicions were correct, it was likely an individual sent by the mysterious organization to surveil Zhang Yang. With Hu Haiquan and Zhang Yang already at odds, Lin Yi decided to stoke the flames further, setting a trap for Zhang Yang. Perhaps, in time, Zhang Yang would vanish from this world without Lin Yi needing to lift a finger. Cycling to catch up with Lu Xiaoran, Lin Yi called out, "Xiaoran, slow down a bit. I almost couldn't keep up with you." Lu Xiaoran halted, turning back to glare fiercely at Lin Yi. "Did you deliberately bring me here?" Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. "Xiaoran, you are wronging an innocent person. It was purely coincidental." Lu Xiaoran, however, was far from convinced, believing that Lin Yi's actions were all intentional. "I don't know how you found out he is my boyfriend, but even if we were to break up, you would never have a chance with me. You might as well give up on that idea," she declared. "Huh?" Lin Yi was genuinely taken aback. How had he suddenly become a suitor in Lu Xiaoran's eyes? Her thought process was quite peculiar. Before Lin Yi could explain himself, Lu Xiaoran hailed a taxi and prepared to leave. "Hey, your promise is yet to be fulfilled," Lin Yi lamented as he watched her climb into the car. Feeling utterly frustrated, Lu Xiaoran shot him an unfriendly glance and replied, "We'll talk about it next time." With that, she slammed the door and the taxi sped away. Lin Yi stood there, baffled, watching the vehicle disappear, and sighed. Noticing that it was still early, he resolved to take this opportunity to visit the factory. Arriving near the pharmaceutical plant, Lin Yi secured his bicycle and stealthily made his way around to the back of the building, which was relatively secluded and devoid of surveillance equipment. Though the courtyard wall was quite high, Lin Yi effortlessly climbed over it, following the path etched in his memory. He quickly reached the previously sealed-off factory building. Faintly, he heard intermittent soft sounds coming from within, and occasionally, one or two individuals exited through a side door, carrying various items. It seemed there was indeed something amiss here. Nodding to himself, Lin waited for the employees to move away before stealthily approaching the side of the factory. With a leap, he clung to the wall like a gecko, ensuring the area was clear before wedging his hands into the crevices between the bricks. Like an agile monkey, he swiftly scaled the four-story building. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin discovered a ventilation shaft leading into the factory's interior. As he squeezed through, the expansive scene within the factory unfolded before him. The space was substantial, connected to an adjacent factory by a corridor. It appeared that this particular factory operated as a pharmaceutical processing line, where a dozen employees were meticulously sorting items on a conveyor belt. Lin stealthily maneuvered onto a beam, peering down at the conveyor belt, which was laden with small, granular white objects, roughly the size of a pinky finger, resembling rock candy. Could it be that this factory was involved in illicit drug production? Intrigued, Lin contemplated surreptitiously obtaining a sample for examination when suddenly he sensed a presence observing him from the opposite end of the beam. It seems that he was not the only one captivated by this place. Lin thought to himself, retreating into the shadows. Then, like a silent feline, he stealthily approached the individual from behind. The person, however, was quite vigilant. Upon Lin's emergence, they swiftly turned and launched a punch aimed squarely at his throat. The strike was both precise and forceful, prompting Lin to marvel at the lethal potential it held. Had it been anyone else, that blow would have surely been fatal. The assailant was formidable. Lin smiled slightly, positioning his palm to intercept the punch at his throat, firmly grasping the attacking fist. As he did so, his eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected smoothness of the hand he held, igniting an inexplicable thrill within him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual before him was a strikingly attractive woman clad in a form-fitting outfit. Although not particularly tall, her figure was undeniably voluptuous, especially the way her curves seemed poised to burst from their confines. The force of her earlier punch had caused her ample bosom to sway enticingly, leaving Lin feeling flushed. Noticing the somewhat lecherous gaze directed at her, the woman huffed indignantly, thrusting her knee forward with intent towards Lin Yi's groin. Alarmed, he quickly released her fist, and with a deft push from his toes on the beam, he propelled himself 2 meters back. Yet, the woman was relentless, advancing towards him with palms outstretched, launching a third assault aimed at his chest. Desiring to avoid creating a commotion, Lin resolved to retreat. Turning to escape through the ventilation shaft, the woman let out a cold laugh and pursued him into the shaft. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin quietly addressed the woman who had appeared behind him. "If you catch me, I shall grant you certain indulgences." With that, as her expression turned to one of shock, he leapt from the rooftop. The woman hastened forward, peering down to find Lin rapidly descending by way of a drainage pipe. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed suit, sliding down the pipe after him. As they emerged onto the surface, the two figures dashed forward in the darkness, with Lin swiftly leading the cloaked woman away from the factory to a nearby derelict construction site. Lin came to a halt, crossing his arms as he regarded the mysterious woman who had approached him. "May I inquire as to the name of this valiant lady?" However, to his surprise, the woman remained silent and launched into a fierce assault reminiscent of a tempest. Lin, intent on teasing his opponent, chose to defend rather than attack. As the skirmish progressed, he suddenly perceived an intriguing detail. "You employ the techniques of the Fang family's capture skills. Are you from the esteemed Fang family of the capital?" The woman's expression shifted dramatically, her strikes becoming swifter and more forceful. In that moment, Lin comprehended a crucial truth. The Fang family's skills were passed down only within their lineage, leading him to deduce that she was indeed Feng Yang's soul sister. Feng Xiao. Chapter 42. Bonds of Life and Death. At this moment, the woman before Lin finally ceased her relentless assault and spoke. She feigned a move, leaping outside the combat zone, her gaze fixed cautiously upon him. "Who are you?" Although she refrained from admitting her identity as Feng Xiao, her demeanor spoke volumes. Lin Yi responded with a wry smile. The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. My name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi? Feng Xiao furrowed her brows. Then suddenly her eyes sparkled. The Grim Reaper, second on the blacklist? Lin Yi beamed with pride. I did not expect you to be aware of the blacklist. Indeed, I am the Grim Reaper, second on that list. Feng Xiao relaxed her combative stance, her gaze unwavering upon Lin Yi. Do you possess any evidence to confirm your identity as Lin Yi? He nodded, flipping his left hand to reveal a gleaming golden bullet that appeared as if by magic. Etched upon it was the image of a scythe-wielding Grim Reaper. Suddenly, Feng Xiao broke into laughter, but just as Lin Yi believed they could engage in a meaningful conversation, a storm of anger overtook her countenance. Lin Yi, you shall meet your demise. As her words echoed, she unleashed a furious punch aimed squarely at Lin Yi's face. Though this blow was not lethal, it was directed at his nose, and should it land, it would surely result in a bloodied visage. What is wrong with this Feng Xiao? I have declared myself an ally, yet she still resorts to violence. Is she truly not Feng Yang's sister? Lin Yi pondered it, dodging her onslaught. Despite her gender, Feng Xiao's skills were formidable. In terms of offense, she rivaled even the fiercest of opponents, particularly as a skilled grappler from the Fang family. Should she seize him, the outcome would certainly be one of broken bones and torn ligaments. I say, little sister, have you misunderstood something? I am a close friend of your brother. It is one thing not to call me Brother Lin, but why strike me? Feng Xiao scoffed derisively. Close friend? My brother does not have friends like you. You have caused him great harm, and I must avenge him. Lin Yi's brow furrowed in confusion as he deftly evaded her attack, his arms exerting strength to swiftly seize both of Feng Xiao's arms. With a swift motion, he locked her firmly in his embrace. Her shapely form pressed against him, yet his thoughts were consumed by her earlier words. Let us pause. What did you mean by that? I have harmed your brother? I just shared drinks with him days ago. He seemed quite well. Feng Xiao struggled, shouting, Release me. You beast. Do you not comprehend? Do you think my brother came to this wretched place for no reason? It was because of you. Lin Yi, Inja Singli Beji did it. Furrowed his brow and, summoning his true energy, bellowed, Enough. Feng Xiao's body trembled, and she finally halted her struggles. Lin Yi moderated his tone. Xiao, I truly do not comprehend where I have wronged your brother. If you voice your grievances, I stand here, willing to endure your wrath without retaliation. Feng Xiao bit her lip, casting a complex glance at Lin Yi, and finally ceased her struggles. It is not unrelated to your Lin family. The Lin family? He pondered. How could they possibly be in contact with Feng Yang? Although both the Feng and Lin families resided in the capital, Lin Yi could recall no intersection between the two clans, save for himself. Suddenly, he recollected a recent phone call from his master, stating that the Lin family had commenced an investigation into him. Could it be that, during this inquiry, Feng Yang and the Lin family had clashed? Feng Xiao's subsequent words confirmed Lin Yi's suspicions. Recently, it seems the Lin family obtained some information about you, prompting them to send numerous individuals to investigate. Halfway through, the trail abruptly ceased, and the instigator was my brother. For your sake, he unscrupulously destroyed all leads. Eventually, the Lin family came knocking, and our family elders, unable to withstand the pressure, relegated my brother to this desolate place by Cheng. Do you truly believe that the illustrious son of the Feng family would venture to such a trivial locale for mere official business? Lin Yi released Feng Xiao. Although his expression remained composed, his heart was tumultuous. He had never anticipated that Feng Yang's arrival here was to protect him. Lin Yi clenched his fists. Despite his inherently free-spirited nature and his seemingly indifferent demeanor, in his eyes, Feng Yang was a confidant, a brother to whom he could reveal everything. Now that he had discovered the true reason for Feng Yang's presence, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, coupled with an undeniable warmth in his heart. This friendship was indeed worthwhile. Now you understand, Feng Xiao remarked with a hint of sarcasm, observing Lin Yi closely. He nodded solemnly, fixing his gaze on her. Xiao, you may strike me, and I shall not retaliate, but I have one condition. Speak. Do not strike my face nor well, let's just say, I rely on those two things for my livelihood. Go to hell. As their conversation unfolded, Feng Xiao's pent-up frustration dissipated. Moreover, Lin Yi's innate charm worked wonders. And soon, she was appeased. Once the air was cleared, they turned their attention to more pressing matters. Was it your brother who sent you to investigate this pharmaceutical factory? Lin Yi inwided. Feng Xiao nodded. My brother recently received intelligence indicating that this factory is highly suspicious, seemingly linked to that mysterious organization. Hence he dispatched me to investigate. Lin Yi recalled the white crystalline substance from earlier. Xiao, you arrived before me. Do you know what they are producing? Feng Xiao shook her head. Today marks my second day here. While I am yet to ascertain what that substance is, I have already obtained a sample and am merely waiting to return for analysis. As she spoke, Feng Xiao retrieved a plastic bag from her pocket, within which lay a white crystal. Upon seeing that the white crystal was secured, Lin Yi abandoned any thoughts of returning. After gathering more information about the enigmatic workshop from Feng Xiao, they parted ways. Arriving at the bicycle parking area, Lin Yi took out his phone and dialed Feng Yong. The call connected swiftly. Old Lin, is there something you need at this late hour? Lin Yi smiled slightly and replied earnestly, Thank you. What? Spare me your gratitude. Every time you thank me, it invariably leads to trouble. Now, what do you want to do this time? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi said, You old scoundrel. May I address you as my esteemed uncle? Chapter 43. The beginning of cohabitation? Have you seen each other? How could someone as astute as Feng Yong not discern what has transpired? Yes, we have met. So, my affairs have all been laid bare to you by Xiao. Indeed, they have. Damn it. Can't you spare a few more words for me? Even if there are no tears shed, at the very least, you ought to feign some semblance of emotion. You scoundrel. Lin Yi's voice suddenly quivered. Feng Yong sighed. Enough. What is there for a man to weep over? We are brothers. You have saved my life before. So what is it to me to do this little thing for you? I'm aware. Was it not you who asked me to put on an act just now? Lin Yi's voice instantly regained its composure. You rascal. I shan't jest with you any longer. Old Lin, listen to me. Now that you are aware of this matter, there are a few things I must convey to you. Speak, I'm all ears. To be honest, the actions I took previously merely served to delay their inquiries. Given the Lin family's might, it is only a matter of time before they uncover the truth about you. Take my advice. While the situation remains unresolved, it will be prudent for you to return to the mountains. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the concern in Feng Yong's tone. You are not one to be so pessimistic. I wish to know the reason. Feng Yong suddenly smiled wryly, because this time, they have dispatched the third young master of the Lin family. L'un d'entre eux sont Fang. Lin Yi almost spat the name through gritted teeth. The visage of Lin Dongtian, adorned with a sinister smile on the night his mother was abducted, remains etched in his memory. On that fateful day, when he ventured alone to the Lin family and was nearly beaten to death, the ringleader was none other than Lin Dongtian's son, Lin Feng. Suppressing the fury bubbling within, Lin Yi coldly chuckled. I shall not retreat. If he dares to come to my city, I assure you, this place shall become his grave. Feng Yong's tone grew increasingly urgent. Old Lin, you must not act rashly. I acknowledge your prowess, but I must emphasize that Lin Feng is not to be underestimated. Had this been years ago, I would not have deterred you, but now it is different. Lin Yi frowned. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng's strength is unfathomable. When I clashed with him, he effortlessly defeated me with a single move, and even now, the injuries I sustained have yet to fully heal. Did he lay hands on you? Lin Yi's eyes widened, a surge of anger rising within him. That is of little consequence. What matters is that I am aware of your capabilities. Frankly speaking, you are not his match unless you summon him back to the sect. When Feng Yong mentioned him, his face radiated with admiration. There is no need to summon him just yet. For the time being, do not concern yourself with this matter. If Lin Feng dares to come, I guarantee he shall not emerge unscathed. Feng Yong sighed. Very well. I knew you would never yield, but do not fear. I shall always stand by your side in support. Leave me be, you vile creature, once again enticing me. If I do not gaze upon you with longing, then you must agree to one condition. What condition? Keep your distance from my sister. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi stood dazed on the street for quite some time. It took him a while to adjust his mood before he mounted his bicycle and returned home. By the time he arrived, It was already past 2 in the morning. He pulled the handle, only to find the door locked. A few knocks yielded no response. At this hour, the servants had already retired for the night. Lin couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Was he truly destined to sleep on the streets tonight? With no other option, he prepared to sneak in through a window. Circling the villa, he discovered that nearly every door and window was secured with protective bars, save for the open balconies of 2 rooms on either side. The left room belonged to Won Yongjun, which Lin promptly dismissed. The old man was in poor health. Should he be startled, the consequences could be dire. The right room belonged to Won Bing. Though the risks were equally high, Lin, yearning for an early rendezvous with sleep, steeled himself and climbed up. Upon reaching the balcony, Lin landed softly and cautiously opened the floor-to-ceiling window. As he maneuvered inside, his eyes fell upon the bed not far away, revealing a breathtaking scene. Perhaps due to the warm weather, Won Bing had kicked her blanket aside. She lay on her side, her nightgown folded at the base of her flawless, gleaming thighs. Beneath the fabric, the curve of her shapely dairy was subtly illuminated by the moonlight, shimmering enticingly. The sight caused Lin to swallow hard. His mouth parched as he fixated on Won Bing's curled-up legs, unable to tear his gaze away. In a moment of distraction, he lost his balance. Even Lin was not immune. Captivated by Won Bing's enchanting form, he inadvertently collided with the dressing table. The table shook, sending a cascade of bottles and jars clattering to the floor. Suddenly, Lin felt a cold glare directed at him. He chuckled nervously, turning to meet Won Bing's furious eyes. "My dear, if I were to say I was simply on my way back to sleep, would you believe me?" Won Bing smiled sweetly. "What do you think?" Lin wore a pained expression as he beheld the fruit knife that had mysteriously appeared in Won Bing's hand. A chill running down his spine. "My dear, let's speak calmly. We, gentlemen, should use words, not violence. Today, I shall castrate this scoundrel. Help! Attempted murder of a husband." In the ensuing chaos, Lin conceded defeat. Won Bing had no real intention of harming him, especially after understanding the situation's context. She realized that her previous reaction had indeed been excessive. Yet, the thought of waking to Lin Yi's fervent gaze made her cheeks flush with heat. Upon escaping the clutches of Won Bing, Lin felt an overwhelming urge to flee and was about to exit. However, just as he neared the door, a remark from Won Bing left him momentarily dazed. "Starting tomorrow, you shall share a room with me." Why? Although Lin had long anticipated this day, hearing such words from Won Bing rendered them surreal. Won Bing seemed disinclined to elaborate further. "Will you come or not? If you choose not to, from tomorrow onward, you shall sleep in the living room." I'll come. I can come today," Lin exclaimed with renewed excitement. Yet in response, he was met with the glinting knife that Won Bing held in her hand. Chapter 44. The flurry of bees and butterflies upon perceiving an unsettling atmosphere. Lin swiftly adopted the guise of a virtuous gentleman. "My dear, may I inquire why you wish to relocate to your room?" he asked. Won Bing, idly toying with a knife in her hand, replied, "A distant relative is coming to visit, and there isn't enough space." Lin scratched his head in confusion. "But isn't there plenty of vacant rooms in the house?" Won Bing appeared somewhat irritable. "Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't want to come, then don't. You can sleep on the street, and no one will care. Of course I will come." Lin readily assured her. It would be foolish to miss an opportunity that could enhance their relationship. Once back in his own bedroom, Lin found himself unable to sleep. His mind ablaze with thoughts of the proximity he would enjoy with Won Bing starting tomorrow. The mere image of her wandering before him in silk nightwear flooded his mind with vivid and tumultuous fantasies. Consequently, he spent the entire night lost in reverie. The following morning, Lin emerged from his room, his eyes resembling those of a panda. After breakfast, Won Bing announced delightful news. "Today, we are making an exception and taking a day off." As he pondered how to spend the day, Wan Shui, having finished her meal, stood at the door with her backpack, dramatically declaring, "Grandfather's sister, brother-in-law, I'm off to school." "Take care," Lin called out casually. Wan Shui stomped her foot in mild frustration. "This lecherous man, has he forgotten our agreement from yesterday? I said I was going to school." Wan Bing glanced at her sister curiously. "Do you want me to give you a ride?" Wan Shui shivered. and quickly shook her head. No need for you to take me, sister. Brother-in-law, since you're not working today, why don't you take me to school? No, Lin Yi began, but his gaze caught the disheartened expression on Wan Shue's face. He slapped his forehead, finally recalling his promise from the previous day. Well, considering it now, he hadn't yet taken his sister-in-law to school. All right, since I have nothing else to do today, I'll take you this once. With that, he followed the relieved Wan Shui out the door. Outside, Wan Shui eyed Lin Yi's attire with evident displeasure. Brother-in-law, what on earth are you wearing? A tank top with baggy shorts and flip-flops? Where's the suit that my sister bought for you? Lin Yi pouted. This is so much more comfortable. If it weren't for your sister warning me to dress properly for work, I wouldn't bother with any ridiculous suit. What? Are you discontented with my appearance? Wan Shui pouted, her eyes clearly expressing disdain. Lin Yi raised his chin defiantly. If you're not happy, I could just go back and let your dear sister take you instead. Wait. Upon hearing Lin Yi's intention to seek her sister, Wan Shui instantly capitulated. Fine, I'll accept you as you are, but when we get to school, you mustn't introduce yourself as my brother-in-law. Just say you're my uncle. Uncle? Lin Yi widened his eyes and exclaimed, Sister-in-law, you must speak with integrity. Do I appear to be an elderly person, given my youthfulness and vibrant appearance? At most, I could be considered your elder brother. Anything beyond that is simply out of the question. Wan Shui, unable to resist Lin Yi's insistence, reluctantly agreed. The two of them boarded the car, and under the escort of bodyguards, they swiftly arrived at Wan Shui's school. The high school Wan Shui attended was the finest private institution in the entire city of Bai, renowned for its robust security measures and exceptional faculty. The students fortunate enough to study here hailed from affluent families. Consequently, when Lin Yi, dressed in a rather distinctive manner, appeared before the students, whispers and pointed fingers began to circulate among them. Look, isn't that Wan Shui? Why is she accompanied by a beggar? One student remarked, Your words are excessive. That person is merely poor, not to the extent of being a beggar, another retorted. Goodness, that fool actually placed his hand on the shoulder of our goddess Wan Shui. Someone exclaimed, Damn it, I've never even touched the goddess's hand, and this guy is already getting familiar. Lin Yi paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, casually draping his arm around Wan Shui's delicate shoulders as they strolled into the school. Although Wan Shui was reluctant to be embraced in such a manner, she feared provoking Lin Yi, which could result in him refusing to attend her parent-teacher meeting. The prospect of facing her sister's wrath at home was far too daunting. Thus, to spare herself from physical punishment, Wan Shui allowed Lin Yi to guide her into the school. At that moment, a tall, sun-kissed youth approached, flanked by a few companions, and abruptly blocked their path. Lin Yi glanced up at the intruder and smiled slightly. Young man, is there something you need? The newcomer cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, ignoring him entirely, and turned his attention to Wan Shui, saying, Shui, who is this person? Is he a troublemaker bothering you outside? If you have any grievances, I am here to assist you. Upon his arrival, Wan Shui's expression darkened. Duonju, please be more mindful of your words. He is not a troublemaker. He is my brother. Brother? Du Hongyu looked at Lin Yi in surprise, then scoffed, Shui, please don't jest. I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Wan family. Could it be that my confession yesterday frightened you, prompting you to find a random passerby as a shield? Clearly disinterested in conversing with Du Hongyu, Wan Shui grasped Lin Yi's hand and attempted to move aside. Du Hongyu merely smiled, not budging, while his companions efficiently obstructed Wan Shui's path. Wan Shui, our brother Yu is only looking out for your well-being. The outside world is chaotic, and as the esteemed young lady of the Wan family, it would be tragic if this individual posed a threat to you. Our brother, you would be heartbroken. I have no relationship with Du Hongyu. My affairs are none of his concern. Please step aside, or I will not be courteous. Wan Shui insisted firmly. Du Hongyu smiled slightly. I understand your subordinates are formidable, but my bodyguards are not to be underestimated either. Xiao Shui, I have heard that your family has recently acquired the development rights in Songhai District. You must be aware of my father's profession. Should he uncover anything, do you think there might be unforeseen circumstances surrounding these development rights? Wan Shui's expression shifted dramatically. Du Hongyu, what exactly do you intend to do? He chuckled. Xiao Shui, you know my feelings for you. Here's the deal. If you agree to go on a date with me after school today, I will refrain from involving my father in the matters concerning your family, the Wands. Otherwise, given my father's disposition, a mere whisper in his ear could bring considerable trouble to the Wands. Even if your family has nothing to hide, any delay in the project could undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Wanshu bit her lip, and just as she was about to concede, Lin interjected with a single, emphatic word, leave. Chapter 45. The teacher without underwear. The word roll struck the atmosphere like a thunderclap, leaving all present in stunned silence. Du Hongyu himself was momentarily dazed, taking several seconds to regain his composure. His expression twisted in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Dare to repeat that?" Lin scoffed. "I've encountered someone who compelled me to strike him, and now I find another who invites my scorn. Why are people nowadays so fond of inviting trouble? Nevertheless, I am somewhat soft-hearted, so I shall indulge you." Roll. This time, Lin unleashed a lion's roar akin to that of the Buddha, and the few individuals before him were utterly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. Du Hongyu, seated nearest to Lin, furrowed his brow tightly, instinctively covering his ears. When he finally lowered his hands, he was horrified to find them stained with blood. "Damn it, let me handle him. Don't move." Wan Shuejiao barked, and instantly, several bodyguards burst through the school gate, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin and Wan Shui. Simultaneously, additional bodyguards approached Du Hongyu, the leader, a bald man, darkly stating, "You possess remarkable skills, but are you aware of whom you have harmed?" Lin pushed through the crowd, stepping to the forefront. "I don't care who he is. Anyone who bullies me must be dealt with." The bald man coldly chuckled. "Such grandiose words. I wonder where your confidence stems from." As Lin casually dug at his ears, he replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. He is merely a minor security chief from the Wan group." The bald man nodded. "No wonder you are so audacious. It seems you have the Wan group backing you. However, do you realize that there are many formidable individuals in this world? While the Wan group is indeed powerful, to some, it is but a mere insect beneath their feet. Let this matter slide for now. We shall meet again." Du Hongyu's expression turned anxious. "Uncle Jill, we cannot simply let him go. He has shattered my eardrum." The man referred to as Uncle Jill whispered to Du Hongyu, "This person is not to be trifled with. Any confrontation would only result in our loss. Let us return and allow the master to decide." Clearly, the bald man held some weight in Du Hongyu's mind. Upon hearing Uncle Joe's advice, he could only glare at Lin in fury. "You'd better watch out." With that, he stood with Uncle Joe's assistance, preparing to leave when a cold voice emerged from the side. Wan Shui's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively edging closer to Lin. Lin glanced curiously at Wan Shui, and then turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a tall, stunning woman nearby. She possessed a strikingly recognizable beauty, her face adorned with subtle makeup, framed by round glasses, clad in a red top paired with a knee-length black skirt, and clutching a stack of lesson plans. She exuded an aura reminiscent of a film poster. Lin realized that this woman was likely Wan Shui's homeroom teacher. "What are you all doing here? Planning to fight?" "WN Su, D.H. How many times must I reiterate? Bodyguards are permitted, but they are not to be brought inside the school. Do you take my words as mere whispers in the wind?" For reasons unknown, this female teacher seemed to command a considerable degree of respect in the eyes of those present. Even the bald man who had just spoken disrespectfully to L.N.Y. regarded her with a countenance of deference. "My apologies, Teacher Y.N., he said. "There was a slight misunderstanding with the child earlier, but all is well now. I shall take D.H. outside for a medical consultation and will return to offer my apologies to your esteemed institution." With that, the bald man hastily escorted D.H. away, while W.N. Su's bodyguards retreated back outside the school premises. The female teacher approached W.N. Su and L.N.Y., her gaze scrutinizing L.N.Y.'s attire, her brow furrowing slightly. "And who might you be?" At this moment, W.N. Su cautiously peered out from behind L.N.Y., whispering, "Teacher Y.N., he is my older brother, here to attend the parent-teacher meeting today." The teacher nodded curtly, her tone icy. "Then come with me to my office. W.N. Su, you may proceed to class." "Understood." WN Sue exclaimed, visibly relieved. Not long ago, she had been entirely reliant on L and Y, but upon hearing the teacher's words, she dashed away without a backward glance. Leaving L and Y somia. This encounter, however, made him acutely aware that the seemingly frigid beauty before him was indeed no ordinary individual. Silence enveloped them as L and Y followed the teacher to her office. Upon closing the door, the first words out of the teacher's mouth left L and Y momentarily stunned. Speak, who exactly are you? She showed no hesitation in expressing her skepticism regarding his identity. Feigning calmness, L and Y replied, WN Sue just mentioned that I am her brother. The teacher's expression remained impassive. The WN family has only 2 children, WN Ying and WN Sue. WN Ying is the current chairwoman of the WN group, and being a woman, there are no male relatives in their family. Therefore, it is impossible for you to be her brother. I advise you to tell the truth. It will be beneficial for both you and WN Sue. L and Y was taken aback by the teacher's astuteness. She seemed to possess a thorough understanding of WN Sue's family background. Realizing he could not maintain the charade, he reluctantly confessed, very well, given your striking beauty, I shall reveal the truth. I am not her brother, but her brother-in-law. A cold laugh escaped the teacher's lips. Do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of WN Ying's relationship status. Sir, if you do not come clean, I shall have no choice but to contact the authorities. L and Y looked at her innocently. Madam, I assure you that I speak only the truth. If you wish, you may call the WN household and verify my words. Rest assured, I will indeed make that call shortly. However, prior to that, I shall notify the police to apprehend you for deliberately approaching my student. Be honest, how much did WN Sue pay you? Feeling the futility of further discourse with this woman, L and Y found himself at a loss for words. Ah, I see I've struck a nerve, leaving you speechless. You now face 2 choices. Depart from here, or I shall call the police to escort you away. And what of WN Sue? That is of no concern to you. I shall contact her sister later. Lin let out a helpless sigh. The reason he agreed to attend the parent-teacher meeting at Wan Shui's behest was not due to coercion, but rather a desire to spare Wan Bing from additional worries unrelated to her work. Wan Bing was already burdened enough. No, he could not inform Wan Bing. He chuckled, asserting that the choice of action was his prerogative, urging her to focus on her own concerns. Teacher, should you choose to contact Wan Bing, I assure you that a rather scandalous rumor will circulate at school tomorrow. Imagine, a female teacher without undergarments. Quite sensational, wouldn't you agree? The teacher's expression shifted dramatically. For the individual Lin, he referred to as none other than herself. Chapter 46. My name is Lin, the female teacher, whose real name is Yen Ruyu. Truly embodies her name, possessing a beauty that rivals the finest of flowers. With an impressive level of education, she has already become the head teacher of the senior class at the best high school in Baicheng at a young age. Unfortunately, Yen Ruyu's demeanor is somewhat aloof, leading to minimal interaction with both men and women. The reason is simple. Since childhood, she has suffered from a peculiar ailment that is difficult to discuss. This affliction prevents her from wearing undergarments, necessitating an environment of constant airflow. Thus, even in the biting cold of winter, Yen Ryu consistently dons skirts to work. Yen Ryu believed that this matter was known only to her family and herself, but today, an unkempt young man unexpectedly uncovered her secret. I don't know what you're talking about. Yen Ryu vehemently denied it, yet the flustered expression on her face betrayed her. Ms. Yen, is it? Lenny glanced at the name tag on her chest and chuckled. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Illness is a common part of life, nothing to be concealed. A flicker of curiosity crossed Yen Ryu's eyes as she regarded Lin Yi, her guard beginning to lower. I don't understand. Lin Yi, sensing stubbornness, Sigit, may say. Yen, I can actually cure your ailment. Yen Ryu's body jolted slightly, and her expression became less wary as she looked at Lin Yi. However, she remained silent. Lin Yi knew it was time to reveal his trump card. With a faint smile, he retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket, opening it to reveal 10 fragrant pills the size of soybeans nestled inside. The alluring aroma wafted through the air, prompting even Yin Ryu to inhale deeply. "This is a family heirloom of mine. Just one pill can cure your ailment," Lin Yi declared. Yin Ryu focused intently on the pill in Lin Yi's hand. Though skepticism lingered in her mind, the relentless torment of her condition had become unbearable. She had sought medical help and tried various remedies, yet nothing had proven effective. In moments of despair, even the faintest glimmer of hope is grasped tightly, and Yin Ryu was no exception. "What is your condition?" she asked directly. Lin Yi smiled slightly. "It's quite simple. You must promise not to disclose Wan Shue's situation to Wan Bing. I can assure you that I am indeed Wan Shue's brother-in-law and Wan Bing's fiancée. You will soon hear news confirming this." "Is that all?" Yin Ryu regarded him with skepticism. Lin Yi glanced at her exquisite figure and grinned mischievously. "Of course. After your recovery, if you wish to express your gratitude in a more intimate manner, I would be open to considering it." "Sir, I would appreciate your respect," Yin Ryu replied, her cheeks tinged with color as she looked at Lin Yi. Noticing her impending outburst, Lin Yi quickly subdued his playful demeanor. Taking a single pill from the wooden box and placing it in Yin Ryu's palm, "Dissolve it in warm rice wine, apply it to the affected area, and by morning, you should feel better. Should it prove effective, I hope you will honor your promise. If not, I leave your judgment to you." Having spoken, Lin Yi turned and departed from the office. Before leaving, he poked his head back in and remarked, "Furthermore, I am not referred to as this gentleman. My name is Lin Yi, with Lin representing the forest and Yi embodying tranquility." Once outside, Lin Yi felt a twinge of pain in his heart. This elixir was no ordinary potion. It was something he had relentlessly procured from his stingy master just before his departure. In the hands of an ordinary person, it could cure a myriad of ailments, and even a single pill held considerable value. However, for the sake of Wan Bing, Lin Yi was willing to bear this loss. Moreover, the enchanting Yin Ryu was a striking beauty, and the prospect of forging a connection with such a captivating woman through this elixir was indeed an appealing notion. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yi made his way to the location where Wan Shue was attending class. The first 2 periods were dedicated to the students' lessons, while the latter 2 were reserved for a parents' meeting. After a busy morning, Lin Yi had finally fulfilled his promise to Wan Shue. The 2 of them stepped outside the school, and Wan Shue was brimming with excitement. "Oh my, I never expected that our stern teacher, Yin, would actually praise me in front of so many people today. Brother-in-law, what did you discuss with teacher Yin?" Naturally, Lin Yi could not divulge the matter concerning Yin Ryu. He concocted a casual excuse and insisted that Wan Shue treat him to a meal. Wan Shue, exhilarated by the day's events, refrained from criticizing Lin Yi for being stingy and eagerly led him to the finest Western restaurant adjacent to the school. As they passed by the entrance, a sudden barrage of shouts and curses erupted from a nearby alley. "Damn you, you fatso. You didn't complete yesterday's assignment, causing me to be reprimanded by teacher Yin in front of so many parents. Was that your intention? Today, you've made us lose face, brothers. Let us give him a good beating. This kid can take it." Lin Yi initially wished to ignore the commotion, but Wan Shue tugged at his arm. "Brother-in-law, the one being beaten seems to be our classmate Xiao He. Can you help him?" With his sister-in-law's plea, Lin Yi felt compelled to act. He stepped into the alley and, upon entering, couldn't help but chuckle. The ones administering the beating were the very group he had clashed with earlier that morning. Leading the charge was, of course, Du Hongyu. Du Hongyu, sporting a bandage around his ear, looked somewhat pitiful, however, compared to the boy beneath his foot, who bore a bruised and battered visage. He was in relatively better shape. Upon seeing the boy being trampled by Du Hongyu, Lin Yi paused momentarily, a grin slowly spreading across his face. How amusing. Lin Yi remained stationary, and Du Hongyu and his cohorts quickly noticed his presence. They regarded him with a mixture of wariness and apprehension. Had it not been for the warning from the bald boy earlier that day, Du Hongyu might have charged at him impulsively. "Wan Shue, tell your brother to stay out of this. I can handle my own business," Du Hongyu declared. Uncertain of why Lin Yi had suddenly become immobile, Wan Shue tugged at his arm, but Lin Yi merely smiled and shook his head. Frustrated, Wan Shue retorted, "You promised me you would help him." Lin Yi replied, "A man must learn to rise on his own." Both Wan Shui and the emaciated boy beneath Du Hongyu were taken aback by his words. Then, the emaciated youth let out a muffled grunt and suddenly sprang up from the ground, throwing a punch at the person nearest to him. Although the strike was unexpected, it lacked both strength and speed. Before his fist could make contact with the man's face, the emaciated youth was once again kicked to the ground by Du Hongyu. Wan Shui angrily struck Lin Yi's arm and, disregarding everything, charged forward. Du Hongyu and his companions, wary of Lin Yi, retreated to the back as Wan Shui rushed in. He spat contemptuously at the silent, fallen youth, saying, "Remember, if you fail to complete my assignment properly next time, I will ensure your useless father is out of a job." Chapter 47. The stubborn stone body. After tossing a harsh remark, Du Hongyu departed with his entourage. Wan Shui gazed sympathetically at the frail boy curled up on the ground, softly inquiring, "Xiaohei, are you all right?" Xiaohei struggled to rise, a faint smile barely illuminating his battered face. "Thank you, Xiao Shui, I'm fine." Wan Shui sighed. "I haven't done anything. Does it hurt?" As she reached out to touch the bruises on Xiaohei's face, he grimaced, revealing his white teeth, and replied, "It hurts." At that moment, Lin Yi approached Li Susuri. He addressed Wan Shui, "Sister-in-law, please go to the pharmacy across the street and buy him some ointment for bruises. I need to speak with him." Wan Shui pouted and shot Lin Yi a glare, then silently crossed to the other side. "You seemed quite resilient when you were being beaten. Why didn't you think to fight back?" Lin Yi observed as Xiaohei rubbed his wounds and glanced at him. "Who are you?" "I am Wan Shui's brother-in-law." "Oh, little fellow, why aren't you answering my question?" Lin Yi watched the boy with interest. Xiaohei lowered his head, contemplating, then shook it, telling you wouldn't help. Lin Yi smiled slightly. "I never claimed I would assist you." "Then why do you ask me?" Xiaohei struggled to his feet and, astonishingly, the bruises on his face faded significantly within mere seconds, transforming from a purplish hue to a deep red. Lin Yi observed this transformation closely, his gaze flickering with renewed certainty in his previous suspicions. "Little fellow, if I could provide a way for you to become strong, rendering those fools powerless against you, what would you do?" Xiaohei looked up at Lin Yi, a hint of despondency in his voice as he replied, "It's futile. I've attended taekwondo classes and learned boxing, but I am inherently weak and cannot persist in any sport." Lin Yi smiled confidently. "That is not your fault. It is merely your unique constitution. Young man, if you agree to one condition, I assure you, you'll grow stronger." Xiaohei regarded him as if he were a madman. "From the start, I've suspected something was off with you. Wan Shui's brother-in-law. Everyone knows Wan Shui's sister is a prominent figure in the entire Bai city. Look at your disheveled appearance. How could you possibly be her brother-in-law?" With a disdainful expression, Xiaohei attempted to bypass Lin Yi and leave. However, just as he brushed past him, darkness enveloped his vision, and he abruptly collided with someone's embrace. Startled, Xiaohei looked up to find Lin Yi unexpectedly standing before him. Rubbing his eyes, he blinked, only to discover that Lin Yi had vanished. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's voice echoed from the alley entrance. "Do you believe me now?" Xiaohei stared blankly at Lin Yi, who had reappeared at the alley's mouth, utterly astonished. The location he occupied was at least 20 meters from the entrance of the alley. In the blink of an eye, it was utterly unrealistic to traverse such a distance silently. What astonished him the most was that Lin Yi, standing at the entrance of the alley, effortlessly pried a stone from the unyielding concrete wall, then crushed it in his hand as if it were mere walnut brittle. This scene left Xiaohei utterly dumbfounded. To shatter a stone with bare hands demanded an immense strength. While Xiaohei was still in shock, Lin Yi swiftly reappeared before him. At that moment, Xiaohei perceived Lin Yi as extraordinarily towering. "Remarkable, just remarkable." "Hush!" Lin Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he brushed off the dust from his hands. "So, little one, do you now believe in my capabilities?" Xiaohei snapped back to reality, and without a moment's thought, he knelt to the ground with a thud. "Master, I beseech you to accept my respect." Lin Yi chuckled softly, waving his hand, and before Xiaohei could fully kneel, he felt a gentle breeze lift him, bringing him upright from his half-kneeling position. This gesture only deepened Xiaohei's admiration for Lin Yi. "You may simply refer to me as senior brother from now on," Lin Yi said. "Yes, senior brother." Xiao He felt invigorated. Remarkably, within this brief interlude, the bruises on Xiao He's face had nearly vanished. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly discern that he had just endured a severe beating. Xiao He, have you never questioned your own physique? Lin Yi inquired. Xiao He sighed ruefully. I only know I can endure quite a beating, and after each encounter, though bruised and battered, I recover swiftly. Beyond that, I've noticed my strength and speed are rather lacking. Senior brother, do you know the nature of my body? Lin Yi replied with a smile. Your physique is an exceptionally rare, resilient body. Those endowed with such a constitution are inherently suited for martial arts, especially for practices emphasizing strength, allowing you to reap twice the rewards for half the effort in your training. Now, I will impart a technique to you, commit it to memory, and your future achievements will depend on your own endeavors. Before Xiao He could fully comprehend, he sensed a voice resonating within his mind, identical to Lin Yi's. Though Zhang Hai's lips remained unmoving before him, this mystical occurrence felt somewhat surreal to Xiao He. At that moment, Lin Yi commanded within Xiao He's mind. Pay close attention, do not lose focus. Xiao He promptly gathered his thoughts, listening intently to the profound incantation Lin Yi recited. Once the technique was completed, Xiao He merely closed his eyes to reflect and was astonished to discover he had memorized every word of the incantation flawlessly. Although he did not yet grasp the meanings, each character was indelibly etched in his mind with remarkable clarity. Lin Yi similet genti. I have just inscribed the principles of the Buddhist secret method into your heart. From now on, your progress and cultivation will depend on your own diligence. Additionally, here is a medicinal pill. Once you have comprehended the first stage and feel a warm energy in your abdomen, swallow this pill, and you shall no longer fear those trifling adversaries. Although Xiao He was unaware of the specific effects of the pill, he respectfully accepted it. Thank you, senior brother. By the way, didn't you mention earlier that you needed my assistance with something? Please, tell me now. I will certainly help if it is within my capabilities. It's quite simple. I require you to protect Wan Shui during her time at school. Xiao He nodded. Of course, that is no trouble. However, what about Du Hongyu? Lin Yi understood his concern. Rest assured, it won't be long before he ceases to trouble you in Wan Shui. Chapter 48. The middle-aged woman through Lin Yi's inquiries. He discovered that the true name of the boy known as Xiao He was Ren Xiaofei. His father, Ren Tao, was a diligent employee in a private enterprise. Du Hongyu's father held a significant position as Ren Tao's superior, wielding considerable power. Thus, Du Hongyu, taking advantage of his father's status, engaged in numerous wrongful acts, treating Xiao He almost as a mere slave. Xiao He had once attempted to resist, but that singular act nearly resulted in his father's dismissal. Aware that his father's current stable job was a product of his relentless efforts, Xiao He felt immense guilt at the thought of jeopardizing it due to his own troubles. Consequently, from that day forth, he endured Du Hongyu's bullying in silence. After a casual conversation, a plan began to form in Lin Yi's mind. Observing Du Hongyu's demeanor towards Wan Shui, it became evident that the Wan family did not command much respect from the Du family. Given Wan Yongjun's influence in Bai City, it seemed improbable that Du Hongyu's father would act so brazenly unless there was a force behind the Du family that rivaled the Wan group. This force could only be the Wan group, as no other entity could match their power. Lin Yi found the situation increasingly intriguing. In the past month, following a significant setback, the Wan group had remained largely out of the public eye, aside from placing a few spies within the Wan group, seemingly refraining from any major actions. Even regarding the pharmaceutical factory, the Wan group had been notably quiet, allowing Lin Yi to finalize the contracts without interference. Lin Yi, well acquainted with the Wan group, knew they were not the type to suffer in silence unless their plans were of far greater importance than merely retaliating against the Wan group. Could this be related to the Xin Yao seal? Deep in thought, Lin Yi felt a weight settle upon him. After exchanging a few more words with Xiao He, the latter departed with his backpack before Wan Shui returned with the medicine. Upon discovering Xiao He's absence, Wan Shui reprimanded Lin Yi for not intervening, delivering a thorough scolding. Following this, she, in a fit of anger, decided against inviting Lin Yi to dinner, opting instead to return to the school cafeteria alone. With no other choice, Lin Yi made his way home. As he walked, a smile crept onto his face, and he shook his head in amusement. His descent from the mountain had two purposes. One was to fulfill an engagement, and the other was to assist the old man in finding 4 disciples with unique physical constitutions, which he claimed would prove invaluable in the future. Although Lin, he was uncertain of the reasons and felt that locating these individuals would be exceedingly difficult, fate had led him to encounter one today, particularly in an unawakened state. As the old man had said, those with such constitutions would cultivate at an extraordinary pace and would undoubtedly be of great use in the future. Lost in thought, Lin returned to the Wan family's villa. However, before he could step inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. In the early morning, at the entrance of a seemingly desolate villa, the unexpected sound of numerous delivery trucks filled the air. Several migrant workers busily transported various pieces of luggage in and out. A middle-aged woman, adorned with heavy makeup and wielding a fan, incessantly urged the laborers. Her voice was sharp and piercing, revealing her eloquence. Suddenly, Lin recalled that Wan Bing had mentioned a relative would be arriving to stay today. Could be her? Furrowing his brow, Lin approached. But before he could take 2 steps, he caught the attention of the woman. "Hey, you over there, what are you staring at?" "I'm talking about you," she exclaimed, pointing her fan at him. Surprised, Lin gestured to himself. "Me? Of course you. Who else could it be? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and move those things. I'm paying you not to laze about." Lin chuckled helplessly, realizing she had mistaken him for a mover. Disinterested in engaging with her, he continued walking towards the villa. The woman's expression soured as she noticed his disregard. "Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you hear me asking you to move stuff? Where's the foreman? Is there a slacker among you?" "Madam, it's futile to shout at me. I'm not an employee here," he replied. "What? You're not an employee?" The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically as she took a step back, looking at him in astonishment. "Oh, I see now, you're a thief. You've come here to steal my belongings amidst the chaos. Haven't you?" Lin, he was at a loss for words. "Madam, perhaps you should cool off elsewhere. This is my home, and I can enter as I please." The woman regarded him as if he were a fool. "Stop joking. How could I not know someone like you lived here? You look so disheveled that even the security guard outside is better dressed. Young man, you should leave before I call the police." At that moment, Wan Bing emerged from the villa. "What is all this commotion?" Lin turned his attention away from the middle-aged woman, adorned with a mischievous grin, and approached Wan Bing. "My dear wife, I'm back." To his surprise, Wan Bing did not shy away but instead embraced him warmly. Lin was taken aback by her beauty, almost overwhelmed. Just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, he noticed the glint of coldness in her eyes. Cautiously, he kept his hand on her waist as he turned to face the woman at the entrance. "Bing Bing, who is this?" With an icy demeanor, Wan Bing replied. "My fiancée, Lin." "What? Yes, your fiancée?" The woman's mouth gaped in disbelief, enough to fit several eggs. After Wan Bing's declaration, she did not introduce Lin to the middle-aged woman and led him into the villa, clearly displeased with the woman's presence. "Dear wife, who is this woman?" Wan Bing sighed and quietly recounted the origins of this woman to Lin. "Her name is Lu Xiaoying. Her father was a comrade in arms of Wan Yongjun. They served together in the military and retired together, even braving the seas side by side. However, while one prospered abundantly, Wan Yongjun faced numerous setbacks in the commercial arena. Eventually, that man extended a financial lifeline to Wan Yongjun, who utilized this capital to establish himself, ultimately becoming a leading figure in Baicheng's business landscape. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Lu Xiaoying's father was a benefactor who helped Wan Yongjun rebuild his life. Consequently, the two families form a bond, with Lu Xiaoying acknowledging Wan Yongjun as her godfather, leading to a relationship akin to that of one family. Chapter 49. The acerbic old woman a few years ago. Lu Xiaoying's father passed away, leaving a considerable fortune in her name. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoying lacked the acumen to manage her wealth and squandered the company within a few years. Had it not been for Wan Yongjun's discreet assistance, the legacy left by her old comrade would have been entirely wasted by Lu Xiaoying. Recently, upon hearing that the Wan family had secured the development rights to Shanghai district, Lu Xiaoying, eager to partake in the spoils, arrived in Baicheng under the pretense of visiting her godfather. To her astonishment, She arrived not alone, but accompanied by over a dozen servants, including a personal fitness trainer, leaving Lin momentarily speechless. Were it not for Wan Yongjun's fondness for old ties, any ordinary person would have swiftly banished such an insufferable creature. Shortly after, Lu Xiaoying entered the room, lamenting, "The summers in the south are unbearably hot. The north is far superior with its temperate winters and cool summers." Lin Yu retorted, sarjastijat. "If you dislike it here so much, you are welcome to return to the capital, Aunt Lu." Taken aback, Lu Xiaoying scoffed, "Oh, I remember now. You are the Lin my godfather mentioned. How utterly disrespectful. Did you grow up without proper upbringing?" Lin Yi's expression darkened at her words, igniting a flame of indignation within him. The term home struck a deep chord with Lin Yi, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to chill significantly, causing both Wan Bing and Lu Xiaoying to shudder. Wan Bing, aware of Lin Yi's background as an orphan, quickly intervened. "Aunt Lu, didn't you say you wanted to show Grandpa your skills today? It's getting late. Perhaps you should start preparing the meal." At that moment, Wan Yongjun emerged, his demeanor serious. "Xiaoying, not every thought needs to be voiced. Speak less and get to the kitchen. I'm hungry." Lu Xiaoying, still holding a degree of respect for Wan Yongjun, merely pouted and shot a glance at Lin Yi before sauntering off to the kitchen. Sitting down, Wan Yongjun sighed. "Xiao Yi, don't take her words to heart. Xiaoying is quite outspoken. She has been spoiled since childhood." Gradually, Lin Yi's anger subsided, and a smile returned to his face. "Rest assured, Grandpa Wan, I didn't take it to heart. Besides, I was at fault first." Wan Yongjun, recognizing Lin Yi's capabilities, felt relieved by his nonchalance. In truth, if Wan Yongjun had his way, he would have preferred Lin Yi to drive Lu Xiaoying away. Her reckless spending was unbearable, and the sight of his comrade's once thriving enterprise reduced to ruin under her care was a source of great distress for him. After a while, lunch was prepared, and everyone took their seats. Lu Xiaoying, beaming with a disingenuous smile, served wine and dishes to Wan Yongjun as if he were her own father. Yet, everyone present could perceive that this insipid flattery was either a guise for ulterior motives or a mere pretense. Once she had appeased Wan Yongjun, Lu Xiaoying turned her attention back to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, what line of work are you engaged in now?" As Lin Yi dined, he mumbled, "It's not a particularly good job, working as a security guard at the Wan Group." "What?" Lu Xiaoying exclaimed dramatically, then cast a reproachful glance at Wan Yongjun. "Godfather, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but with our families being Bing status, if she were to find a boyfriend, he should at least be a young talent. I don't understand what's wrong with the current generation. They seem oblivious to ambition, clinging to the opportunity of living off others. Godfather, please don't let anyone mislead you, for it is Bing Bing who will suffer in the end." The more Lu Xiaoying spoke, the more fervent and absurd her words became, causing both Wan Bing and Wan Yongjun to grow increasingly somber. "Xiaoying, could you refrain from speaking so much? This marriage is a decision made between Bing Bing and me. Please stop." Lu Xiaoying persisted. "How can that be? This concerns Bing Bing's future. Godfather, I happen to have quite a few photographs of promising young men from the capital. Each comes from a respectable family. If you just..." "Enough." Wan Yongjun's face darkened as he shouted. Lu Xiaoying was startled by the genuine anger in his tone, and realizing the gravity of the situation, she ceased her remarks, casting an awkward glance at Lin Yi. "Go ahead, eat more." Lu Xiaoying elongated her tone deliberately. While Lin Yi savored his meal, he smirked inwardly, thinking that were it not for Wan Bing and Wan Yongjun's presence, he would have already sent a woman like her flying with a slap. "Thank you, Aunt Lu. I'm out of rice. May I trouble you for another bowl?" Lin Yi, seeking to manipulate Lu Xiaoying, promptly extended his empty bowl. Upon seeing Lin Yi treating her as a servant, Lu Xiaoying's face flushed with indignation. Yet out of respect for Wan Yongjun, she forced a smile and filled his bowl. As she returned the bowl to Lin Yi, a sudden thought crossed Lu Xiaoying's mind. "Lin Yi, with your position at the Wan Group, your salary must be quite substantial." Mouth full, Lin Yi mumbled, "I just started, so it's around 10,000 a month." "What? 10,000? Lin Yi, it's not that Annie is criticizing you, but our Bing Bing can easily spend that much on a single piece of clothing. How can you provide her with happiness if you can barely afford one garment after a month's hard work?" "Aunt Lu, our matters are not for you to meddle in." Wan Bing could no longer contain her emotions. Lu Xiaoying, taking advantage of her elder status, firmly restrained Wan Bing. Bing, listen, Annie. You may be young now and unable to see it, but as you age, you will understand that some men cannot be judged by their appearance. Can love be eaten as food? No. Even if you have money to support a family, how can you be certain that this man loves you and not your wealth? Aunt Lu, enough. Lin Yi is not that kind of person, and he is not as inadequate as you claim. Wan Bing's fury escalated, her voice tinged with desperation. Lin Yi observed Wan Bing's flushed face, a warm wave of emotion washing over him as it was the first time he had witnessed her standing up for him with such conviction. Xiaoying, this matter pertains solely to the two of them. Even as an elder, you should not interfere excessively. Moreover, I am still alive, and there are certain words that do not fall within your purview. Wan Yongjun's forceful slap on the table effectively silenced Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying had ulterior motives for her visit, making it imperative for her to curry favor with Wan Yongjun. As for whom Wan Bing marries, it bears no significance to her. Her earlier remarks were merely intended to embarrass Lin Yi. However, Lu Xiaoying remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yi's wealth was beyond her comprehension. Had she been aware of his true fortune, it is uncertain whether she would have dared to speak so derisively today. Chapter 50. A Heroic Rescue? The lunch ended on an ungracious note, with everyone dispersing to their respective quarters for a respite. It was Lin Yi's first experience of sharing a space with Wan Bing. However, to his disappointment, Wan Bing had already made comprehensive preparations. With the appearance of a military cot, Lin Yi's fantasies of sharing a bed with her were dashed. Furthermore, whether as a precaution against any indiscretions on Lin Yi's part, he found himself surrounded by glimmering blades, ranging from a nail clipper to a Qilong Yin Yu Dao hanging on the wall. A sudden chill ran down his spine, evoking the sensation of stepping into an execution ground. Cough, dear, must the defensive measures be so thorough? Lin Yi thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Wan Bing scoffed, you, the lecher, dared to climb through my window at midnight. What else are you capable of? The mere recollection of last night sent a flush of heat to Lin Yi's cheeks. It was a misunderstanding. I had no key to my house, and without the means to open the door, I was left with no choice. Could you not have rung the doorbell incessantly? Or if all else failed, simply called me? She retorted, the more you argue, the guiltier you seem. Lin Yi was rendered speechless. Finally, the afternoon dragged on, and Lin Yi received an unexpected phone call. It was Xiao Qin, expressing her gratitude. She revealed that had it not been for Lin Yi, she might have lost her virtue to the two scoundrels, Zhang Yang and Hu Haiquan. The thought of facing Lu Xiaoying, that old hag, back home made Lin Yi uncomfortable, prompting him to seek solace outside. Fabricating a casual excuse to Wan Bing, he ventured out to meet Xiao Qin at their prearranged location. Upon sighting Xiao Qin, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. She was adorned in a pure white dress tinged with a hint of pink, complemented by lace trimmings, making her appear as though she had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Her mere presence drew considerable attention, and coupled with her natural beauty, she incited envy in nearly every man present. With a radiant smile, Xiao Qin approached Lin Yi, her fair cheeks blushing deeper upon seeing him. Without a hint of hesitation, she linked her arm with his. The warmth of her presence stirred a flutter in Lin Yi's heart. Xiao Qin, my dear, I've noticed something, he began. Xiao Qin blinked curiously. What is it? With a mischievous grin, Lin Yi replied, I've observed that your figure has improved. Xiao Qin, flushing crimson, playfully pinched the soft flesh at Lin Yi's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. To onlookers, this scene appeared to be an exchange of flirtation, intensifying the hostility directed at Lin Yi from passers-by. Yet, Lin Yi was unfazed. Rather, he felt a sense of pride. With a beautiful companion by his side, he raised his head high, humming a tune as he strolled along with Xiao Qin. As they continued their leisurely walk, Lin Yi was suddenly reminded of Du Hongyu's father. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Beautiful Xiao Qin, do you happen to know if the Wang family has a partner with the surname Du? It seems he has also been involved in the development of Shanghai district. Xiao Qin nodded. Yes, I am aware. This individual has a close relationship with the Wang family. I was quite surprised that he was not apprehended during your last purging operation, as he has significantly benefited the Wang group in recent years. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This Mr. Du was indeed entwined with the Wang group. However, if that were the case, the situation had just become intriguing. Noticing the mischievous smile on Lin Yi's face, Xiao Qin realized he was concocting some scheme. "You wouldn't be thinking of bringing this Mr. Du down, would you?" she cautioned. "Xiao Qin, such words should not be spoken lightly. By the way, has this Mr. Du made any recent appearances?" Lin Yi licked his lips, grinning slyly. Xiao Qin nodded. He hasn't been seen much at the Wang group lately, but Wang Kai frequently visits Mr. Du's residence, nearly every Saturday. Lin Yi's interest was piqued as he noted this significant detail. Xiao Qin's knowledge of Mr. Du was limited, and the two resumed their casual conversation. As they continued chatting, Lin Yi sensed something amiss. A slight smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth as he led Xiao Qin towards a more secluded area. As they walked, Xiao Qin too began to sense the oddity. While most people flocked to the bustling streets, Lin Yi steered her through the park towards the parking lot. Her heart raced. Could it be that he intended to engage in some scandalous act? If he were to propose such a request, would she acquiesce? Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Qin was suddenly enveloped by Lin Yi's arms around her waist. Before she could comprehend the situation, he had maneuvered her against the wall, effectively pinning her with a wall slam. Inhaling the masculine scent that surrounded Lin Yi, her face flushed crimson, akin to a freshly bloomed rose awaiting a fortunate admirer. Yet, oblivious to her flustered state, Lin Yi's gaze wandered elsewhere. Just as Xiao Qin felt a sense of bewilderment, a soft exclamation echoed nearby. "Hey, I just saw that woman with a man heading this way. How could they have vanished in the blink of an eye?" It dawned on Xiao Qin that she had been followed. While this realization struck her, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Just when she thought Lin Yi would lead her further into hiding, he unexpectedly smiled and stepped into view of their pursuers. Confronting Lin Yi and Xiao Qin were three burly men, their expressions menacing and intimidating. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, they were momentarily taken aback, but their surprise quickly morphed into hostility. "You little brat, who would have thought you had some backbone to come out here?" one of them sneered. Lin Yi fine innocente, replying, "Gentlemen, it seems we have no quarrel, so why are you pursuing me so relentlessly?" The leader of the group let out a cold laugh and said, "Enough of the nonsense. I'm in need of money, and I intend to ask you for some. Is this reason not sufficient?" Lin Yi scoffed ignarely. If they were truly intent on robbery, why pursue him with so many people around? Moreover, he had realized from the beginning that these three individuals were not actually after him, but rather the woman beside him, Xiao Qin. He understood the reason behind this, as he had noticed that when he became aware of the situation, there were four people standing together with him, with one person currently absent. Lin Yi anticipated a dramatic scene of heroism and rescue was about to unfold. Eager to witness the spectacle, he feigned innocence and replied, "Gentlemen, I have no money." "No money? Very well, then offer up the woman beside you for our amusement, and we shall let this matter pass. Otherwise, I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball. Let us see who dares to move." At that moment, the protagonists made their entrance. Chapter 51, For Men. One stage, a robust figure appeared, adorned with spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly gentility, yet his eyes sparkled with a cunning glint. Upon his arrival, he stood at the entrance of the parking lot and bellowed at the three hulking men. Lin Yi mused that the principal character had finally arrived. He recognized this man, if memory served him right, as Dong Xing, an employee of the Wan family group, who ranked third on the extensive list Lin Yi had prepared, following Zhang Yang and the bespectacled man. To his surprise, fate had intertwined their paths today in such an unexpected manner. However, it was evident that Dong Xing was oblivious to Lin Yi's presence, as his attention was solely fixated on Xiao Qin. She, too, recognized the newcomer, her gaze flickering. "Team leader Dong?" Lin Yi glanced at Xiao Qin and whispered, "Do you know him?" Xiao Qin nodded. "I have several projects to manage recently, one of which pertains to him. I believe he is affiliated with your Wan family group." Lin Yi smiled faintly, opting for silence as he turned his attention back to the scene before him. The trio of men exchanged glances upon Dong Xing's arrival, their focus shifting away from Lin Yi to this new arrival. "Who are you? Can't you see we're having a bit of fun here? Best be on your way," one of the men snarled. Dong Xing, with a confident smile, approached them, his fists clenched in anticipation. The three men, fully embracing their roles, noticed Dong Xing's approach and immediately closed in on him. The leader of the trio sneered, "Since you seem to be tired of living, we shall oblige." With that, the three men theatrically launched an assault on Dong Xing. At that moment, Lin Yi, observing from distance, felt a spark of insight. He discreetly flicked his fingers, sending 3 nearly imperceptible points of light toward the trio. As these points entered their bodies, the men paused for a moment, only to erupt in a guttural roar, their eyes turning a fierce crimson, akin to enraged bulls. Dong Xing quickly discerned something amiss with the 3 men before him, whose previously normal expressions had morphed into something grotesque. They regarded him like wolves eyeing a helpless rabbit, their breaths coming in heavy huffs, exuding an aura of intimidation. Dong Xing initially attributed their behavior to their acting skills and contemplated rewarding them for their performance. He thought that if the act went well, with Shao Qin's signature, his status within the Wan family group would undoubtedly ascend. Moreover, he imagined seizing this opportunity to win her favor. Perhaps, if fortune smiled upon him, he might even secure her heart. While Dong Xing was lost in such fanciful thoughts, the frenzied trio had already closed the distance between them and him. The leader raised his fist, aiming a strike at Dong Xing's cheek. In an instant, Dong Xing's smile vanished, and before he could comprehend the unfolding events, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. With a swift and powerful punch, the burly man knocked out 2 of Dong Xing's teeth. "Have you all lost your minds? You actually dare to strike?" Dong Xing, consumed by rage, inadvertently revealed the truth. As perceptive as she was, Shao Qin quickly grasped the situation, her previously grateful expression darkening instantaneously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dong Xing attempted to rise and explain, but 3 hefty men once again approached him. Frustration boiling over, he opened his mouth to protest, only to be met with a torrential downpour of fists raining down upon him, eliciting cries of anguish. This brutal scene persisted for several seconds until 3 muffled groans broke the silence, rousing the men from their stupor. Upon regaining their senses, their eyes fell upon Dong Xing, curled up on the ground, clutching his head and wailing in despair. Bewildered, they stared at him, utterly clueless about what had just transpired. Their patron lay defeated, while Lin Yi stood unscathed a short distance away. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air as the police arrived on the scene. With surveillance footage from the parking lot available, Lin Yi quickly cleared himself of suspicion, leaving the 3 bewildered men to be escorted away by the authorities. As for Dong Xing, Lin Yi refrained from divulging his secret. It was not the right moment to provoke unnecessary trouble. Following the commotion caused by Dong Xing, Shao Qin lost her enthusiasm for shopping, and the 2 opted for a meal at a nearby restaurant before returning home. Upon entering his residence, Lin Yi immediately spotted Lu Xiaoying, who was seated in the living room, munching on sunflower seeds and watching television. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, Lu Xiaoying let out a scoff before pointing a man on the screen, saying, "Bing Bing, look at this man. With such a wonderful wife at home, he fails to cherish her. Lacking any real ability, he squanders her earnings on debauchery. What purpose does such a man serve in this world?" Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Lu Xiaoying's words were sharp and cutting. Moreover, her character left much to be desired, prompting him to consider the necessity of addressing her behavior in due time, lest she cause trouble for the Wan family in the future. However, at that moment, Lin Yi chose to turn a blind eye and, gesturing toward Wan Bing, said, "Dear, we have work tomorrow. Let us get some rest." Wan Bing, having long wished to distance herself from Lu Xiaoying, nodded in agreement and, disregarding Lu Xiaoying's astonished gaze, ascended the stairs with Lin Yi. Lu Xiaoying watched the couple enter Wan Bing's room, the rumors of their cohabitation now firmly substantiated, leaving her with a sense of discomfort. While Wan Bing's choice of partner was none of her concern, she could not shake her disdain for Lin Yi, feeling as though he could see through her every thought and intention, which unsettled her deeply. Occasionally, dark thoughts of eliminating him would flit through her mind. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yi was captivated by the scene before him. As night approached, the need to change into sleepwear arose. Sharing a room, necessitated some degree of discretion. Moreover, Wan Bing's bathing area is constructed of transparent materials. Typically, she resides alone and utilizes the space by herself. However, with Lin Yi's arrival, she finds herself devoid of a suitable place to change her attire. Wan Bing considers retreating to Wan Shue's room for this purpose, but she soon realizes that Wan Shue has already succumbed to slumber. Reluctantly, Wan Bing proposes the request to turn off the lights for her to change. After extinguishing the illumination, she reminds Lin Yi, "Do not turn on the light until I have given my consent." With that, she steps into the bathroom and closes the door behind her. Unbeknownst to Wan Bing, Lin Yi possesses exceptional vision, even in the pitch darkness of night. He can discern his surroundings within a radius of several meters, let alone within the confines of a small room. Hence, when Wan Bing disrobes in the bathroom, Lin Yi's gaze captures the sight of her nearly bare form. Though obscured by the glass of the bathing area, the hazy allure serves to heighten a man's desire. And within moments, Lin Yi finds himself overwhelmed, resulting in a sudden nosebleed. Chapter 52. Embracing moments. Lin Yi was acutely aware that such scenes were rare, and he indulged in the visual feast before him. However, the more he gazed, the more his heart ignited with a fervent desire to rush into the bathroom and have an open encounter with Wan Bing. Ultimately, though, reason prevailed over this impulse. After all, such matters are best when both parties are willing. Suppressing the flames within, Lin Yi took the opportunity, while Wan Bing was still inside, to tidy up his disheveled appearance. By the time Wan Bing emerged from changing, Lin Yi had already reclined on his military cot, drifting into a deep slumber. As Wan Bing switched on the light and observed Lin Yi, who had succumbed to sleep, he stood still for a moment, lost in thought, before retiring to his own bed. The night passed without a word, and the following day, Wan Bing, unusually, took Lin Yi along to the office. Upon arriving at the company, Wan Bing headed directly to his office, while Lin Yi began to meander through the premises. With some time to spare, he decided to visit the floor housing the sales department, where numerous spies from mysterious organizations had been planted. Lin Yi had already entrusted the extensive list to Wan Bing, and Su Xiaofeng had nearly completed the investigation into the identities of these individuals. Su Xiaofeng, with his background as a special forces soldier, had certain connections in this area. Lin Yi's decision to assign this task to him was twofold: to cultivate his own influence and to test Su Xiaofeng's capabilities. Thus far, the fact that Su Xiaofeng had managed to uncover the relationships of those on the list in less than 2 days had greatly satisfied Lin Yi, even though he himself could have accomplished it in a shorter time. Nevertheless, Lin Yi understood that establishing a firm foothold in this realm would not be feasible solely by relying on his own strength. He recognized the truth in the adage, "Two fists cannot contend with 4 hands." Strolling into the sales department, Lin Yi prominently displayed the work badge given to him by Liu Xiaoran on his chest, leveraging his identity as security personnel to roam the floor under the pretext of conducting safety checks. At that moment, someone brushed past him and entered the sales department ahead of him. A smile crept across Lin Yi's lips, for the individual was none other than Dong Heng, who had put on a valiant display the previous day. Though Dong Heng appeared somewhat disheveled, his entrance into the sales department was met with enthusiastic applause from the crowd. "Team Leader Dong, we all heard about your heroic actions yesterday. Your courage in the face of 3 assailants is truly commendable and worthy of our admiration." Whether it was due to a thick skin or sheer confidence, Dong Heng accepted the accolades with composure. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm afraid my skills were lacking." And the assailants gained the upper hand. "Don't say that, team leader. Your dedication to work is well known. Just look at this past month. You've secured over 20 million in orders. I've heard the higher-ups are preparing to promote you to fill Zhang Yang's vacancy." "Indeed, and I have a little insider information as well. I heard that General Manager Wan is convening a team meeting to establish a small task force dedicated to planning the development of the Shanghai Economic Zone. And you might just be on that team." "Indeed, there are over 20 individuals, seemingly the backbone of our company. Team Leader Dong, should you ascend in your career, do not forget us, your colleagues." Dong Xing was rather pleased by the flattery bestowed upon him by this group. "It's all good. We are all brothers and sisters. As long as I, Dong Xing, have a morsel of food, You shall all have a taste of the broth. He relished the adoration, which greatly satisfied his vanity, to the extent that the pain from the scars on his face seemed to diminish. Team Leader Dong, I have heard you are negotiating a colossal contract worth tens of millions. Is it true? Someone inquired. A look of pride appeared on Dong Xing's face. Well, I suppose it lives up to expectations. It is just over 10 million. My heavens, over 10 million? With just the performance bonuses in a month, that exceeds 1 million. I doubt I could secure such contracts in a year. Perhaps that is why Team Leader Dong has a chance for promotion. Those who are capable should take on more responsibility. As Dong Xing basked in the flattery of the crowd, he grew increasingly self-satisfied. At that moment, Hu Bingqin approached, holding a stack of documents. Dong Xing's eyes lit up. Like a magician, he produced a rose from his pocket, instantly blocking her path. Good morning, the beautiful Miss Bingqin. Hu Bingqin stood expressionless, adjusting her glasses perched on her nose. And you are? Dong Xing nearly stumbled, forcing a laugh. I am Dong Xing, the team leader of the sales department. Oh, what happened to you? Did a rogue hit you? Hu Bingqin clearly recognized Dong Xing, but seemed indifferent, even irritated, leading her to mock him. Dong Xing's face flushed. Bingqin, you remain as humorous as ever. By the way, I heard today is your birthday. If you don't mind, how about I treat you to a meal? I just secured a major contract and would love to celebrate. I'm busy. I have plans. Hu Bingqin replied, dismissively turning to leave. But Dong Xing, undeterred, stepped in front of her once more. Bingqin, if others do not understand you, surely I do. You rarely have friends and celebrate your birthday alone every year. Don't you feel lonely? Lonely my foot. I just said I have plans, didn't I? Why must you be so nagging? A languid voice interjected as Lin Yi approached Hu Bingqin, casually cleaning his ears. Hu Bingqin's eyes sparkled as she linked her arm with Lin Yi's. Darling, you finally arrived. This marked the first time she had taken the initiative to embrace him. While her figure was not as voluptuous as Wan Bing's, it was undeniably alluring, the softness of her flesh enveloping his arm, stirring a ripple of emotion within Lin Yi. After regaining his composure, Lin Yi displayed his signature smirk. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Is it not the fellow who got beaten yesterday? Upon recognizing Lin Yi, Dong Xing recalled he was the man who had been with Shao Qin the previous day. It's you. It is I. Lin Yi smiled at Dong Xing. But Dong Xing's expression darkened instantly. His gaze fell upon the identification badge on Lin Yi's chest, igniting his anger anew. Are you the security chief here? Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Then why didn't you intervene to help yesterday? Observing the closeness between Lin Yi and Hu Bingqin only fueled Dong Xing's ire further. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. How was I to know you were an employee of the company? Besides, there were so many of them. Even if I had jumped in, I might not have been their match. It's better for one person to endure a beating than for two to suffer together. Wouldn't you agree? Dong Xing was rendered speechless by Lin Yi's retort. Chapter 53. A wager. As the two faced off with palpable tension, another voice interjected from the sidelines. Oh, is that him? The one who recently bested Zhang Yang, sending him packing without a scratch to show for it? Indeed, now that you mention it. I recall he had quite the rendezvous with Director Liu. I witnessed them riding a single bicycle together, their demeanor unmistakably intimate. And did you know that when the security department dispatched over 20 personnel for the competition, he was the last one standing? The crowd grew increasingly animated, unearthing a plethora of rumors surrounding Lin Yi. The focus of the sales department's discussions swiftly shifted from Dong Heng to Lin Yi. This sudden change struck a severe blow to Dong Heng's pride, leading him to a disheartening conclusion. This young man was not incapable of defending himself. Rather, he was deliberately allowing the onslaught to unfold. Moreover, considering that Zhang Yang had been ousted from the company due to this lad's actions, Dong Heng began to harbor suspicions that Lin Yi might be an operative sent by the government to undermine them. His heart sank further as he sensed an impending threat emanating from Lin Yi. No, he could not allow this young man to remain here any longer. While he pondered over potential conspiracies, Lin Yi broke the silence. Who are you exactly? I don't recall seeing you around the company. Dong Heng, upon hearing this, smirked with an air of arrogance, puffing out his chest. I am the group leader of the first team in the sales department. Group leader? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Dong Heng nodded proudly, basking in his moment of glory. Is there no hierarchy in our company? I am the department head, and you ought to show me some respect. Look at you now. Who are you trying to impress? Dong Heng bristled with annoyance. I may be a group leader now, but it won't be long before I ascend further. Is that so? Lin Yi scoffed lightly. Dong Heng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, stating, I am the top performer in the sales department, having secured over 20 million in contracts this month. 20 million. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction only fueled Dong Heng's pride. Indeed, however, Lin Yi's subsequent remark nearly made Dong Heng choke with indignation. Is that all? 20 million is hardly impressive. He casually picked his nose, wearing a mischievous grin. What did you say? Dong Heng glared at Lin Yi. Lin Yi dismissed him with a scoff. Come on, do you really think 20 million is something to boast about? With a pair of wings, you'd think you could soar. This declaration elicited a suppressed laugh from Hu Bingqin, further mortifying Dong Heng. With his pride on the line, Dong Heng retorted, Then what do you consider substantial? Lin Yi tilted his head in contemplation. It should be at least over 100 million. Dong Heng burst into laughter, realizing that this young man was utterly clueless. Over 100 million? Such contracts are typically negotiated by the CEO himself. You think this is your domain? Yet, he saw an opportunity to further humiliate Lin Yi, reveling in the prospect. A glint of cunning flickered in Dong Xing's eyes. From what Minister Lin says, it appears you possess some knowledge of sales. Lin Yi beamed with pride. Of course, I have previously secured significant contracts for the company. Oh, it seems we are kindred spirits. How about a wager, Minister Lin? A wager? What are the terms? Lin Yi glanced at Dong Xing. In the span of one day, let us see who can achieve greater sales performance. Before Lin Yi could respond, Hu Bingqin interjected anxiously. Dong Xing, I hope you can recognize your position. This is a company, not an arena. Dong Xing smiled slightly. Of course, if Minister Lin wishes to concede, I shall consider this conversation null and void. Furthermore, I am doing this for the good of the company. The business we secure ultimately benefits the organization, does it not? His words left Hu Bingqin without grounds for objection. Thus, she gently tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, urging him not to accept. Well, since I have nothing better to do today, I might as well indulge you, Lin Yi replied, disregarding Hu Bingqin's caution. Dong Xing inwardly rejoiced, thinking, you fool, you surely have no idea that a multi-million-dollar contract is on its way from the Wang Group. Even if I do nothing today, your defeat is assured. One major contract in a single day. Dream on. With this thought, a victorious smile spread across Dong Xing's face. The onlookers could only sigh and lament. Alas, Minister Lin has fallen into Dong's trap. Just that multi-million-dollar contract makes it impossible for him to compete. Isn't this self-humiliation? You only know how to criticize after the fact. Where were you during the wager? Were you not merely eager to watch? Lin Yi, perceptive as ever, caught wind of the murmurs surrounding him. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Even if he failed to secure a contract today, he had a strategy to outmaneuver Dong Xing. The legendary black card he possessed was no trifling matter. Moreover, he had already devised a plan. Since I have agreed, shall we not add some stakes? Certainly. Should I lose, I shall bow and admit my error, addressing you as Minister Lin. If I win, I hope you will voluntarily depart from the company. I have no interest in your bowing. How about this? If you lose, you must keep your distance from Hu Bingqin. It's a deal. Dong Xing readily agreed. The wager was set, and he returned to his desk, a triumphant air about him, feigning a phone call. Suddenly, he smirked, retrieving a thick stack of documents from his desk and handing them to Lin Yi. Minister Lin, do not say I have not looked out for you. This contains a list of renowned investors and shops in Baiqing. See if any might suit your needs. I must return to my work. With that, Dong Xing flashed a self-satisfied grin and resumed his seat. Lin Yi casually flipped through the documents in his hands, discovering that the majority pertained to private enterprises with minimal profit margins. Even if he were to negotiate successfully, it would only amount to a few $100,000, which paled in comparison to the substantial million-dollar contracts in Dong Heng's possession. To surpass that, he would need to secure numerous deals, certainly more than could be accomplished in a mere afternoon. Thus, Lin Yi chose to disregard the file entirely, casting it onto Dong Heng's desk. Hu Bingqin's delicate face turned pale, realizing that this predicament seemed to stem from her own actions. Unable to contain herself, she whispered into Lin Yi's ear, "Big-tailed wolf, perhaps I should inform President Wan." As one of the few privy to Lin Yi's true identity, she felt that consulting Wan Bing was the most pragmatic course of action at this moment. However, to her surprise, Lin Yi merely smiled and replied, "There's no need for that. My wife is exceedingly busy and has no time to concern herself with such matters. Rest assured, with me around, these insignificant trifles hold no weight in my eyes." Chapter 54. All influential figures who Bingqin anxiously exclaimed, "But do you know? Dongxing secured the contract with the Wang Group just 2 days ago, worth millions. I estimate it should arrive at the company today." "I know," Lin Yi replied. "Yet you still wagered against him? Have you lost your senses, you big-tailed wolf?" Hu Bingqin was somewhat at a loss for words. Ignoring the envious glances from the surrounding gentlemen, Lin Yi, while Hu Bingqin whispered to him, casually wrapped his arm around her slender, soft waist. "Little fox, just wait and enjoy the spectacle in a bit." With that, he pulled her closer, the enchanting softness within his grasp sending a wave of delight through him. Hu Bingqin's face flushed, and with a huff, she declared, "Forget you," as she wriggled free from Lin Yi's embrace and sulked to the side. Lin Yi chuckled and turned to enter the restroom. Once inside, he retrieved his phone and dialed in Lang. Upon answering, Lang respectfully said, "Boss Lin, what can I do for you?" "Little wolf, last time during the bidding, you offered no assistance. Shouldn't you fulfill a wish for your elder brother this time?" Lin Yi teased. "Boss Lin, I was waiting for you to say that. Are you planning for U.S. to invest in the Shanghai Economic Zone?" Lin Yi was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lang sighed. "You wouldn't understand. Ever since you secured the development rights for the Shanghai district, every business magnate here has been pestering me, urging me to connect with the Wan Group about settling in Baiqing in the Shanghai district. Then why didn't you mention it to Wan Bing?" Lin Yi asked, and Lang replied helplessly, "I was afraid it would upset you. What if you accused me of taking advantage of your sister-in-law? I certainly don't want to wake up one night to find you sneaking in to eliminate me. Well, I suppose you have conscience. Recognizing my position as your elder brother. Very well, in light of your loyalty, I shall grant you a significant benefit. Boss Lin, please enlighten me." Lang exclaimed with excitement. The Shanghai district is currently all the rage, a hot topic throughout Baiqing, with immense potential for future development. As long as the infrastructure is sound, the future of Shanghai district is boundless. Thus, nearly all eyes are set on the Shanghai district, particularly on the Wan Group. Wan Bing's recent busyness is also due to deliberations on which businesses to collaborate with. After all, life revolves around essentials: housing, commerce, and education. All aspects require careful consideration. Even with government assistance, Wan Bing finds herself overwhelmed. If Little Wolf could lend a hand, leveraging his connections would undoubtedly alleviate much of her burden. Therefore, this wager is decidedly advantageous for Lin Yi. Here is the plan. Contact your associates immediately. However, 2 critical points to heed. First, the investment must not be less than 50 million. Second, and of utmost importance, safety and quality must be guaranteed. If any issues arise in the future, well, Little Wolf, you should be well aware of the consequences. The Dark Wolf on the other end of the phone could not suppress a shiver. Rest assured, Boss Lin, I have thoroughly investigated the quality and safety aspects beforehand. All are reputable enterprises, most of which are industry leaders. If any issues arise in the future, you need not say a word. I will personally come to apologize. Ha, you little rascal, I shall await your good news. Remember, the sooner, the better. I'll be in the sales department on the 12th floor waiting for you. After hanging up, Lin Yi staggered back to the office area, casually pulled up a chair, and, amidst the astonished gazes of his colleagues, fell into a deep slumber. Alas, it seems he has already given up. Who could manage such a colossal order? Exceeding 1 million in a day? Up until now, no one has been able to achieve that. Dongxing observed all of this and felt increasingly pleased with himself. You thought you could act so arrogantly in front of me. Now you've hit a brick wall. Soon, 3 hours passed, and with less than an hour remaining before the end of the workday, Dongxing stood up from his seat and approached Lin Yi. Minister Lin, it's getting late. I believe we need not waste any more time. You might as well pack your things and leave. Lin Yi opened his sleepy eyes, slightly dazed, and asked, have they arrived? Dongxing was taken aback. Who is coming? We are. A booming voice rang out at the door as the dark wolf entered with a dozen individuals. Each person exuded an extraordinary presence, overwhelming everyone in the room, including Dong Xing Yur. Dong Xing stuttered, struggling to find his words. The dark wolf cast a cold glance at Dong Xing, offering no reply, instead turning respectfully to Lin Yi. Boss Lin, we have arrived. Lin Yi smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. You all have come rather late. I've already taken a nap. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the dark wolf turned to the others. Everyone, this is the boss Lin I mentioned. As the group stepped forward, suddenly someone gasped, heavens. Isn't that the CEO of Wailing Foods? What? Dong Xing jolted, realizing that Wailing Foods was a nationally renowned company, especially a leader in the soybean product sector. How could this be? Dong Xing's expression towards Lin Yi began to shift. But this was merely the beginning. Hello, I'm a representative of Huikong Industries, announced one individual. Huikong Industries is a well-known fruit and vegetable chain distributor in Baiqing. Greetings, Boss Lin. I am the representative of Jiatsai Supermarket. I'm the representative of Procter & Gamble. As the prominent figures introduced themselves, beads of sweat formed on Dong Xing's forehead. Without exception, those who appeared before Lin Yi were leaders in their respective fields, encompassing every aspect of daily life. Should they collaborate with the Wan family group, the economic development of the Shanghai district would undoubtedly flourish. Originally, the Wan family group's visible profits were modest. However, their power conferred upon them additional hidden gains, specifically a degree of planning authority over the Shanghai district. If all the influential figures settling in Shanghai district are allied with the Wan family group, then the supremacy of the Wan family group in Baiqing is beyond doubt. Thus, the only hope for Dong Hang now is that these magnates will falter in their negotiations with the Wan family group. However, in the next moment, despair engulfed Dong Hang. It was as if these magnates had been meticulously prepared. Each one retrieved a contract from their briefcases. As Dong Hang leaned in for a closer look, the staggering investment amount of 50 million caught his eye. Furthermore, this was merely one contract. Lin Yi cast a triumphant glance at Dong Hang and, with a feigned expression of difficulty, remarked, "You are the owner of Weilong, aren't you?" Alas, 50 million seems rather meager. Dong Hang's face flushed crimson. How could 50 million be deemed insufficient? Yet, to his astonishment, the owner of Weilong nodded and replied, "This is simply a cooperation contract for Shanghai district. I also have a substantial order exceeding 100 million, which I hope to discuss in detail with Boss Lin shortly." Lin Yi chuckled, gazing at Dong Hang, and asked, "Young man, do you concede defeat?" With his face aglow and nearly gritting his teeth, Dong Hang reluctantly uttered 3 words. "I concede." Chapter 55. A tale involving pigs. Lin Yi smiled faintly and addressed Lang and the others, stating, "Business is not my forte. General Manager Wan is in the office. Little Wolf, please escort them there." Lang nodded, bidding farewell to Lin Yi before leading the distinguished guests away from the sales department toward the floor where Wan Bing was located. Once they departed, Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at the flushed Dong Xing, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he remarked, "A bet is a bet, Group Leader Dong. Shouldn't you uphold your promise now?" Fuming, Dong Xing clenched his fists, yet, with so many witnesses present, he refrained from erupting and could only suppress his rising ire as he replied, "Fine, I will no longer bother Secretary, who from this day forward." With that, Dong Xing turned to leave. However, after taking but a few steps, he was halted by Lin Yi's call. "Group Leader Dong, don't go just yet." Dong Xing turned back, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. "What more do you want?" Lin Yi chuckled, rising from his chair to address the now-dazed Hu Bingqin. "Little fox, you didn't come here just to daydream, did you?" Snapping back to reality, Hu Bingqin recalled her purpose for being there. "It's your fault for making me forget such an important matter. General Manager Wan asked me to announce an important notice." With that, she retrieved a notification from her folder. "Please stand before me when your name is called. Dong Xing." As she spoke, Hu Bingqin announced Dong Xing's name. Instantly, the anger that had consumed him dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. It had finally arrived. Dong Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused on the document in Hu Bingqin's hands. He surmised that the names listed were those of the rumored members of the small team Wan Bing was assembling. Moreover, it appeared he might even be appointed as the leader of this new team. As each name was called, Dong Xing's conviction grew that this document was indeed an appointment letter. After all, those mentioned were all prominent talents currently flourishing within the company. A triumphant smile crept across Dong Xing's face. Linny, I wonder how long you can continue to gloat. Once this appointment letter is issued, a promotion and salary increase are certainties. Just wait until I hold the reins of power. You'll see how I can outmaneuver you. You are still too inexperienced to challenge me. Lost in his thoughts, Dong Xing could hardly contain his glee. At that moment, after a dozen names had been called, those who were named eagerly gathered around Dong Xing, some even flattering him. Group leader Dong, we'll be counting on you from now on. Dong Xing smiled contentedly. Rest assured, I will not treat you poorly. Hu Bingxin paused for a moment, glancing up at the smug Dong Xing, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Following our company's investigation, Dong Xing and a total of 12 others are suspected of engaging in fraudulent transactions, creating false invoices, and exploiting their positions for personal gain, severely undermining the interests of our company. The board has decided to terminate the employment of the aforementioned individuals and refer the matter to the local judicial authorities for further action. As the document was read aloud, Dong Xing and those beside him were left utterly dumbfounded. What a farce this so-called appointment letter is. It is clearly a death warrant. Cold sweat trickled down Dong Xing's forehead. It was over. Everything was over. By the time Feng Yong entered with his entourage, Dong Xing's complexion was utterly ashen. He remained perplexed about how he had been exposed until he was taken away. Safe travels. No need to see you off. The sales department was enveloped in silence as they watched Feng Yong escort Dong Xing and the others away. At that moment, their gazes towards Lin he had completely transformed. He had first reached out to the prominent business moguls of Baicheng, and then, in front of everyone, bid farewell to Dong Xing and his companions. Considering Zhang Yang's departure, they would never believe that Lin he was not involved in this affair. Moreover, the situation was far from over. A few hours later, an announcement was broadcast to all employees of the company. After deliberation by our board of directors, we have temporarily appointed Security Department Head Lin Yi as the Sales Department Manager, in conjunction with the Human Resources Department, to fill the vacant position. When this news broke, Lin Yi instantly became the talk of the town. Previous rumors resurfaced, and within a day, Lin Yi had become a widely recognized figure throughout the company. Even Lin Yi himself had not anticipated that Wan Bing would offer him the position of Sales Department Manager. On his way home, he couldn't help but ask Wan Bing in the car, "Dear wife, may I inquire about your reason for promoting me to Sales Department Manager?" Wan Bing glanced at him, her expression impassive, and replied, "Those capable are tasked more. Does that mean my salary will?" "The salary remains unchanged." "What? Do you have an opinion?" Wan Bing asserted with a hint of dominance. Lin Yi quickly waved his hands. "No objections. My wife's opinion is the best opinion." Wan Bing nodded, a look of approval gracing her face. The journey back to the Wan residence was silent. Upon entering, the vexatious voice of Lu Xiaoying echoed through the air. "Bing Bing is back. Come here quickly. Look what I bought for you today." Lin Yi glanced towards Lu Xiaoying and saw a plethora of bags piled on the sofa, all brimming with clothes and jewelry. While Wan Bing was born with a silver spoon and adorned herself in designer labels, she never purchased anything unnecessary. Lu Xiaoying, however, was different. Anything she deemed to showcase her status and identity was fair game for purchase, regardless of its appeal. "Come, Bing Bing, see how lovely this evening gown is that Aunt Lu bought for you," Lu Xiaoying said, presenting an exquisite garment. "Thank you, Aunt Lu, but I cannot accept this dress. Please return it." Wan Bing declined gracefully. Lu Xiaoying insisted, "Bing Bing, please don't be so polite. I'll be here for a considerable time, and buying this dress is merely to ease my conscience." At that moment, Wan Shui, seated behind Lu Xiaoying, pursed her lips and cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaoying, murmuring in a tone only she could hear, "Such sweet words, yet the destination is merely our family's estate, and the name is that of our grandfather. How shameless!" Though her words went unnoticed by others, Lin Yi caught every syllable, unable to suppress a chuckle. Lu Xiaoying, who already held Lin Yi in contempt, found her expression soured upon hearing his laughter. Xiao Yi, what could possibly be so amusing? Lin Yi met Lu Xiaoying's gaze and replied with a smile, "Oh, it's just that I recalled a rather entertaining tale involving pigs." Lu Xiaoying, well aware that Lin Yi's remarks seldom held any merit, chose not to engage. However, Wan Shui, being the inquisitive soul she was, couldn't help but ask brother-in-law, "What story is that? Curious, are you?" Lin Yi invited, to which Wan Shui eagerly nodded in affirmation. Chapter 56. Do not insult the pig. Once upon a time, there was a pig born into a wealthy family. This family pampered it with abundant food and drink, and as days turned into months, the pig enjoyed a life of luxury, growing increasingly plump. Eventually, it reached a size suitable for slaughter. However, before the family could take action, the pig managed to escape. With the intelligence that Wan Bing possessed, she clearly understood the implications of Lin Yi's words and could not help but stifle a laugh. Wan Shui, in her innocence, failed to grasp the meaning behind Lin Yi's remarks and scoffed. "What a ridiculous story. It lacks any substance." Lin Yi chuckled, not bothering to refute her, but instead cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoying. Lu Xiaoying's face flushed crimson. She was acutely aware of her own actions, realizing that Lin Yi was alluding to her. "Lin Yi, are you implying that I am a pig?" Lin Yi hastily waved his hand. "Aunt Lu, you overestimate yourself. A pig weighs at least several hundred pounds. Though you may be somewhat plump, you are far from that extent. Please do not insult pigs. If they were to have your physique, they would never have to worry about being slaughtered. You little rascal, you." Lu Xiaoying fumed, yet for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words to counter Lin Yi's retort. At that moment, Wan Yongjun entered the living room. What was all this lively chatter about? Upon seeing Wan Yongjun, Lu Xiaoying quickly donned a pitiful expression. "Godfather, you didn't hear this earlier, but Lin Yi has been so disrespectful, even insulting me, his elder. He called me a pig that cannot be raised." Wan Yongjun cast a resigned glance at Lin Yi and then smiled gently, showing Lin Yi is still young. It is natural for him to misspeak at times. As an elder, you ought to show a bit more understanding. Exactly. Aunt Lu, I just explained it earlier. You are certainly not a pig. A pig weighs several hundred pounds. Lin Yi showed no fear of her complaint to Wan Yongjun. Wan Yongjun, wishing to defend Lin Yi, intentionally refrained from mentioning the insult aimed at Lu Xiaoying, instead placing her firmly in the role of an elder, leaving her with no retort. Lu Xiaoying dared not challenge Wan Yongjun, so she suppressed her grievances. After a while, she managed to quell her discontent and turned to Wan Bing, saying, "Bing Bing, do you have any plans for tonight?" Wan Bing shook her head. A strange glimmer crossed Lu Xiaoying's eyes as she smiled. "Perfect. Aunt Lu has a date tonight and would like to take you along to unwind. What do you think?" Wan Bing, not particularly fond of Lu Xiaoying, politely declined once more. "Aunt Lu, such gatherings are not meant for someone of my generation, and I have been feeling rather fatigued lately. I wish to rest early." However, Lu Xiaoying persisted. "Bing Bing, it is precisely because I see how tired you have been that I thought of taking you out to relax. Trust me, you are just in your early 20s. Do not squander your precious youth over work." At this moment, Wan Yongjun chimed in with a smile. "What your Aunt Lu says is true. Even when you are on holiday at home, you're still buried under a pile of documents. Today, my grandfather has decided that we should take a leisurely stroll to refresh our spirits." Wan Yongjun's words carry considerable weight, and Wan Bing, not wishing to defy her grandfather's wishes, reluctantly agreed. After tidying herself up, Wan Bing emerged in a striking red leisure ensemble, captivating the living room with her vibrant appearance. Lin Yi was momentarily entranced by Wan Bing's alluring outfit. This was the first time he had seen her dressed in such a provocative manner. While the attire was not overtly revealing, it perfectly showcased Wan Bing's voluptuous figure, accentuated by her ample bosom, which nearly caused Lin Yi to lose his composure. "Let us go," Wan Bing said, feeling somewhat uneasy under Lin Yi's gaze. She gestured for him to follow her outside. However, as she turned, they were met with Lu Xiaoying's sarcastic remark. "Xiao Yi, this is a gathering for us women. What are you doing tagging along?" Lin Yi replied with a smile. "I'm Wan Bing's fiancée. Is it not quite normal for me to accompany her? Besides, I must ensure her safety." Lu Xiaoying scoffed. There's no need for your concern. The people I employ are far more capable than you. Moreover, what use is a man standing around while we women converse? Are you hindering Wan Bing from enjoying herself? Disinterested in disputing with Lu Xiaoying, Lin Yi took solace in the fact that he had discreetly installed a tracking system on Wan Bing's phone, allowing him to locate her at any moment. Lu Xiaoying departed from the Wan residence with a victorious smile, and Lin Yi, watching her and Wan Bing disappear from view, began to furrow his brow. He had keenly observed Lu Xiaoying's demeanor, and if his instincts were correct, her intentions for taking Wan Bing out were far from innocent. As Lin Yi suspected, an unusual turn of events occurred 2 hours later. His phone buzzed, revealing a short message from Wan Bing. Just an address and the words emergency. A jolt of anxiety surged through him. Instinctively thinking something had happened to Wan Bing, he rushed to the location mentioned in her message. The venue was a bar named Masquerade, the most popular establishment in Bai City. The allure of the bar lay in its enigmatic staff, who concealed their identities behind masks, drawing in many patrons. Upon arriving, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted Wan Bing. It turned out that her plea for help stemmed from being cornered by 2 men. Lu Xiaoying had claimed to take Wan Bing out for a gathering with female companions, but it had turned into an encounter with men. Lin Yi silently cursed Lu Xiaoying, suddenly realizing that one of the men facing Wan Bing bore a striking resemblance to that scoundrel, Du Hongyu. Could he be Du Hongyu's brother, Du Hongyu? After the previous confrontation with Du Hongyu, Lin Yi had investigated relevant information about the Du family, and he was aware that Du Hongyu had an older brother. Simultaneously, he recognized the portly figure seated beside Du Hongyu. This individual was Niu Geng, the scion of the Niu group, which was a staunch ally of the Wang group. The presence of these 2 individuals intertwined with Lu Xiaoying compelled Lin Yi to indulge in a myriad of speculations. Standing at the entrance, Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before deciding to conceal his true identity. He was intrigued to uncover the ulterior motives harbored by Lu Xiaoying. Thus, he stealthily approached the bar's front desk, employing his silver tongue and charming demeanor to swiftly procure a server's uniform and a silver mask from the young attendant. Adorning himself in the attire and donning the mask, he beheld in the mirror a dashing figure with a devilishly alluring smile. Unless one was intimately familiar with Lin Yi, it would be nearly impossible to recognize that this captivating man was, in fact, the usually carefree Lin Yi. Chapter 57. The venomous woman Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, self-indulgently complimenting himself on his handsomeness, before stepping out of the changing room with an air of refined charm. Accepting a tray from the waiter, he began to approach the table where Wan Bing was seated. Bing Bing, you should cultivate a closer relationship with young Master Du and young Master Niu in the future. They are both renowned young talents in Bai City, and their families hold significant standing in the community. This could prove beneficial for you and the company, Lu Xiaoying advised. Du Hongyu displayed a smile he deemed gentlemanly, saying, Aunt Xiaoying, you flatter me. Compared to Miss Wan Bing, my accomplishments are hardly worthy of mention. Lu Xiaoying sighed and remarked, Bing Bing, look at how humble young Master Du is, unlike Lin Yi, who spends his days boasting and bragging. At this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in indignation. This insufferable woman dares to speak ill of me behind my back? Just wait. I suggest you refrain from any malfeasance, or I shall not let you off easily. At that moment, Wan Bing interjected, Aunt Lu, although Lin Yi has many shortcomings, he is our benefactor and my fiancé. I hope you will choose your words more carefully moving forward. Lin Yi felt a surge of satisfaction at Wan Bing's words. After all, she is my woman. Despite her faults, her loyalty remains intact. What? Miss Wan Bing, you are getting married? Du Hongyu exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Wan Bing. Lu Xiaoying's expression shifted to one of urgency. Bing Bing, this matter is far from settled. Do not rush to conclusions. Marriage is a significant commitment. And what good could possibly come from being with that worthless Lin Yi? Wan Bing furrowed her brows tightly. Aunt Lu, I respect you as an elder, and that is why I have been patient. Today, I must make it clear that this matter is already decided, and I hope you will refrain from further comments. However, Lu Xiaoying remained undeterred. Bing Bing, as someone who has been through it all, I have seen many kinds of men. Look at Lin Yi, he lacks everything. And his respectable job, is merely a product of the Wan family. Isn't he just a pretty boy? Wan Bing's expression darkened, and she stood up to leave. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I must take my leave. Du Hongyu, a master of conversation, quickly sensed the tension and sought to mediate. Miss Wan Bing, please don't be hasty. Aunt Xiaoying is only acting out of concern. Cool me. Sit down and have a drink to cool off. With that, Du Hongyu signaled to a nearby waiter, who approached with a tray of drinks. Just then, a glint of mischief flashed in Du Hongyu's eyes as he deliberately extended his foot to trip the waiter. The waiter, caught off guard, stumbled, causing the tray to tip and several glasses of drink to spill toward Wan Bing. Du Hongyu's heart raced, for he knew this was his moment to shine. However, Lin Yi observed the entire scene unfold with keen awareness. As the server stumbled, Lin Yi swiftly stepped forward, seizing the tray before anyone could react. In a manner reminiscent of a cinematic Spider-Man, he deftly restored the precariously balanced drinks to the tray. This remarkable feat dismantled Du Hongyu's scheme effortlessly. Meanwhile, a refined smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he donned a deep, magnetic voice, addressing Wan Bing. My dear lady, I hope you are unscathed. Wan Bing gazed at the tall figure who had suddenly appeared beside her, and inexplicably, a sense of trust welled up within her. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she softened. I am unharmed. Thank you. It is my honor to serve such a beautiful lady. Lin Yi replied with a slight bow, his smile transforming into something captivating. Just then, the music in the bar shifted from a lively tune to a melodious waltz, prompting numerous couples to glide toward the dance floor. Lin Yi returned the tray to the server and, with another bow, extended his left hand. If I may invite this lovely lady to dance, it would truly be my utmost privilege. Wan Bing, eager to distance herself from the three men, felt a favorable first impression of the person before her and, blushing, readily accepted. Lu Xiaoying stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, poised to intervene. But Wan Bing had already joined Lin Yi on the dance floor. Observing the two entwined in a gentle dance, Du Hongyu's demeanor shifted from amiable to menacing. Niu Yi, did you bring Bodyguard today? Niugang nodded yes, why? Do you wish to deal with this fellow? Du Hongyu scoffed, to dare compete with me, Du Hongyu. For a woman, he is sorely mistaken. And as for you, Aunt Xiaoying, what is going on today? You never informed me that Wan Bing had a fiancée. With Wan Bing vacating her seat, Du Hongyu's attitude toward Lu Xiaoying transformed, now treating her more like a subordinate. Lu Xiaoying trembled. Young Master Du, you never inquired before. I shall spare you this time for your previous assistance, but you must divulge the details regarding Wan Bing's fiancée. Du Hongyu's thoughts darkened. This woman is destined to be mine. Anyone else who dares to covet her will meet a grim fate. Yes, rest assured, young Master Du. I will provide you with Lin Yi's information immediately. Upon hearing Du Hongyu's intentions toward Lin Yi, a gleam of delight crossed Lu Xiaoying's face. Hemepe, Lin Yi. As young Master Du prepares to teach you a lesson, I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance. Your woman will soon belong to another, and the fortune that awaits you will become mine, Lu Xiaoying's. On the other side, Lin Yi held Wan Bing's delicate hand and gracefully led her to the center of the dance floor, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Wan Bing's complexion flushed as she gazed at the tall and imposing figure before her, her mind involuntarily conjuring an image of Lin Yi's appearance. Ultimately, Wan Bing was merely a young woman in her early 20s. To claim she was devoid of youthful fantasies would be disingenuous. Yet, due to familial circumstances, she had prematurely traversed that phase of life. Now, however, the sudden emergence of such a scene, a tall and striking man seemingly descending from the heavens, not only rescuing her, but also inviting her to dance, unfurled like a fairy tale before her heart. An unusual emotion began to permeate Wan Bing's being. Thank you for helping me, she said bashfully, her hand gently resting on Lin Yi's shoulder as she whispered amidst the graceful dance. Chapter 58. Conflict. Lin Yi smiled gently, his charm magnified under the dim, ambiguous light. It is my honor to assist such a beautiful lady. If you require, I could even escort you home. In times past, had a stranger approached Wan Bing in such a manner, she would have retorted with disdain and scorn. Yet today, inexplicably drawn to the man before her, She felt an unexplainable trust that compelled her to nod almost instinctively. Then I shall trouble you. If I could be troubled by a lady as lovely as you every day, I believe I would awaken from dreams with a smile. Wan Bing chuckled lightly, her momentary radiance nearly unmasking Lin Yi's true identity. They began to sway together in the dance floor, a striking couple that drew the envious gazes of those around them. This scene darkened Du Hongyu's expression to a brooding intensity. With a cold snort, he summoned one of his subordinates. Keep a close watch on that boy in the silver-white mask. Alongside Niu Xiao's bodyguards, if he steps out of this bar, make sure to deal with him ruthlessly. If it leads to a fatality, it will be on my head. The bodyguard nodded and departed. Niu Geng, ever the coward, interjected, Du Xiao, just give him a lesson. There's no need to escalate it to murder. Du Hongyu snorted dismissively. What of it if it does lead to death? Du Hongyu, need not your counsel on how to conduct my affairs. Fearful of Du Hongyu's powerful connections, Niu Geng swallowed his discontent, internally cursing Du Hongyu for his hypocrisy, proclaiming to teach others a lesson while relying on his own men, leaving Niu Geng to bear the consequences should trouble arise. As the music concluded, Lin Yi reluctantly released Wan Bing. My beautiful lady, do you require my assistance to return home? Wan Bing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. I need to inform them over there. With that, she approached the table where Du Hongyu and his companions sat, speaking softly, Aunt Lu, it is getting late, and I have work tomorrow, so I will be leaving. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Lu Xiaoying's expression shifted abruptly. Bing Bing, don't be hasty. Allow Du Xiao to escort you home. Wan Bing politely declined. No need. This gentleman has already promised to take me home. I shall take my leave now. Enjoy your evening, Aunt Lu. As she turned to leave, Lu Xiaoying exclaimed, Bing Bing, how can you so carelessly accompany a stranger? What if he means you harm or has ulterior motives? Standing abruptly, Lu Xiaoying positioned herself in front of the pair. Lin Yi regarded Lu Xiaoying with a faint smile. Madam, your suspicions reflect your own character. Do not presume that everyone harbors the same sordid intentions as you. Lu Xiaoying, feeling the sting of guilt from her own misdeeds, flushed crimson at Lin Yi's words. Yet, relying on her status as a guest, she began to create a scene. Manager, I demand to see your manager. Your staff speaks to customers with such disrespect. As Lu Xiaoying's loud cries echoed, a stout figure approached. Madam, how may I assist you? I am a manager here. Lu Xiaoying snorted disdainfully, adopting an air of superiority. You're the manager? How do you educate your employees? This fellow just humiliated me in front of everyone. The rotund manager cast a curious glance at Lin Yi. And you are? Lin Yi smiled slightly. I'm a new employee here. The manager's initial impression of Lu Xiaoying was unfavorable, and he intended to defuse the situation. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, his peripheral vision caught sight of Du Hongyu and Niu Geng nearby. As the most renowned bar in Baiqing, the facade bar attracted many wealthy youths, and the manager instantly recognized Du Hongyu. ISNT this young master Du? Why did you come here today without letting me know? The manager immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, transforming from a figure of authority to that of a lackey in an instant. Du Hongyu coldly regarded the manager. Enough with the pleasantries. This man just insulted my elder. Manager's son, handle it as you see fit. The manager's expression shifted dramatically. Du Hongyu was not someone he could afford to offend. Even the bar's owner would treat Du Hongyu with utmost respect. The fact that one of his employees had dared to confront Du Hongyu's elder was beyond the pale. You, don't come to work starting tomorrow. Lin Yi was indifferent to this, but Wan Bing was alarmed, unaware that the individual behind the mask was Lin Yi. Manager's son, I am also one of the parties involved. This matter is not his fault. Lu Xiaoying sighed. Bing Bing, I am your aunt. How could you turn against me? Wan Bing coolly regarded Lu Xiaoying. I am merely stating the facts. Manager's son scrutinized Wan Bing, oblivious to the fact that she was the renowned businesswoman of Baiqing, as she rarely frequented such venues for leisure. Miss, this matter is a company affair. We must handle it accordingly. I hope you can understand. Even in official matters, evidence is essential. Is it fair to dismiss her without inquiry? The manager, however, was indifferent to such concerns. You need not worry about that, Mississippi young man. Look at you, relying on a woman at such a time. You have brought shame to all men. Apologize to this lady at once and leave. Linyi, chocolate dirisiwedi. As if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Manager, what authority do you have to command me to leave? The manager sneered. I'm a manager here. You are merely an employee. Do you think I lack the authority? Oh, so, is it true that the greater one's power, the more one's words hold weight? Indeed. Very well, then wait a moment. I shall make a phone call. The manager internally scoffed. Want to call someone? You should inquire about the identity of young Master Du sitting over there. You are truly courting disaster. At this moment, Wan Bing felt a growing sense of urgency. In her view, the entire situation stemmed from her actions. Not only had it resulted in others losing their jobs, but it had also led to a confrontation with Du Hongyu. She was acutely aware of the kind of person Du Hongyu was, and she understood all too well that engaging with him would yield no favorable outcomes. Sir, please hold on a moment. How about this? Let us consider today as event settled. I can assist you with your professional matters, and the compensation could even surpass what you receive here, she proposed. Lin Yi smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, these two insignificant individuals are not worthy of my concern. His unwavering confidence, as he spoke, momentarily left Wan Bing in a daze. It was a profoundly familiar sensation, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. Chapter 59. Depart. After thorough cleansing in the brief moment of distraction, Lin Yi had already made his way to the corner, conversing with someone on the phone. Over 10 minutes passed before Lin Yi approached with a smile. The rotund manager sneered. Have you summoned your people? Lin Yi nodded, retorting, You cowardly fool, are you afraid? The manager cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yi, saying, You truly lack awareness of your own limitations. Even if you know a few people in the underworld, the gentleman seated before you is none other than the illustrious young master, Du Hongyu, of Bai City. Are you seeking to court disaster by opposing him? Du Hongyu? Is he truly formidable? Lin Yi invited, feignen ignorante. The manager's cruel smile widened. Rest assured, you will soon come to know him intimately. I shall ensure you leave after thoroughly licking my spit clean. As the two exchanged barbs, the bar's door was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash, and a man adorned with a dragon claw tattoo entered, his expression dark and foreboding. Upon seeing this individual, the manager's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Boss, you have finally arrived. The newcomer, known as Long Xing, was the formidable owner behind the masked bar, renowned for his reputation. Thanks to his connections and prowess, the bar thrived effortlessly. With the arrival of his boss, the manager felt a sense of security, with Du Hongyu in the light and Long Xing in the shadows. No matter how capable the young man before him was, he could stir no significant trouble. However, to his astonishment, what awaited him was a resounding slap from Long Xing. The manager staggered, crashing to the floor. Waste! Long Xing bellowed in anger, then respectfully approached Lin Yi and Wan Bing. My apologies, esteemed guests, for the disturbance. The scene left everyone present in utter shock. Long Xing was a figure of great renown in the underworld, a champion in martial arts before opening this establishment. He had never shown such deference to anyone. The manager, incredulous, stammered, Boss, is he not one of our employees? Long Xing shot him a furious glare and kicked the seated manager, striking him squarely on the nose. The manager cried out in pain as blood gushed forth. You blind fool! This man is my brother's brother. How dare you confront him? Do you not regard me, Long Xing, with any respect? Furthermore, this young lady is Miss One of the Wan Group. If you do not treat her with the utmost courtesy, you are courting your own demise. The manager trembled, his gaze towards Lin Yi and Wan Bing now filled with despair. He had never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming individuals before him were, in fact, the brother of his boss and the daughter of the Wan Group. Boss, how shall we deal with this man? Long Xing inquired respectfully of Lin Yi, bowing slightly. Just moments ago, he was enjoying himself at home when he suddenly received a call from the notorious leader, who informed him that his superior was being bullied in his establishment. Long Xing had previously worked as a mercenary under this infamous figure for several years. Thus, he was well aware of both the leader's capabilities and temperament. The only individual he could refer to as superior was the legendary figure himself. Consequently, Long Xing wasted no time, and promptly arrived at the bar. "Ah, so you're Long Xing," the leader remarked. "Indeed, I didn't expect you to be familiar with me." The little hedgehog had spoken highly of you. "Your efficiency is commendable. Here, take this as a token of gratitude for today." With a flourish, a gold coin appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Long Xing, possessing considerable experience, felt a rush of excitement upon seeing the coin. He trembled as he accepted the gold and carefully placed it into his inner pocket. "Furthermore, your subordinate just instructed me to clean up his thick phlegm before leaving. You may handle that matter yourself. I am a kind-hearted person and feel reluctant to intervene." Long Xing, still reeling from the earlier excitement, quickly responded, "This matter certainly does not require your involvement, my lord. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Someone, take him to the restroom and ensure he cleans up properly before he departs." At that moment, Du Hongyu could no longer bear the situation. "Boss Long, isn't this a bit excessive?" He believed his status would shield him from Long Xing's wrath. Yet he was taken aback to find Long Xing behaving as if he were a completely different person. "Ah, I was wondering who it could be. It is young Master Du. My apologies, but I am quite busy today and cannot entertain you. Please leave." Du Hongyu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Long Xing would possess the audacity to openly dismiss him. "Very well, Boss Long. I shall remember your hospitality today and will certainly discuss it with my father upon my return. Farewell. No need for further pleasantries." Long Xing appeared indifferent to Du Hongyu's words, remaining unperturbed even after the mention of his father, continuing to issue orders for him to leave. Niu Geng hastily attempted to mediate. "Boss Long, let us not escalate this further. Why create such a scene?" Long Xing sneered, "What are you to me? I shall grant you 1 minute to decide. Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out?" Niu Geng stared in astonishment at Long Xing, while Du Hongyu's face darkened considerably. "Very well, Long Xing, remember your choice today." With that, Du Hongyu turned away from the crowd, leaving with a grim expression. He understood that resorting to violence here would only bring disgrace upon himself. Observing that the situation had escalated to this point, Lu Xiaoying felt trapped. Neither staying nor leaving seemed viable. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and chose to follow Du Hongyu out. Once the crowd dispersed, the atmosphere in the venue became much quieter. "My lord, am I to your satisfaction with today as handling of affairs?" "Indeed, far superior to that slowpoke little hedgehog. The remaining matters are now entrusted to you. I must escort Miss Wan home. We shall meet again later. Indeed, I shall not intrude upon your conversation any longer." Bidding farewell to Long Xing, Lin Yi accompanied Wan Bing to the parking lot outside. Wan Bing remained somewhat dazed, the recent events rendering the masked man increasingly enigmatic. "Sir, I still do not know your esteemed name," she remarked. Lin Yi offered a subtle smile. "You may call me Xiang, a humble surname." He cleverly substituted a character in his surname, transforming the word for wood into one for I. "Mr. Xiang, may I be so bold as to inquire why you choose to conceal your true visage?" Lin Yi chuckled. "I am rather too handsome when I walk down the street. Numerous young ladies have been known to collide with walls or meet with accidents due to my appearance. Thus, in the interest of public safety, I have developed this habit of wearing a mask." Chapter 60. An accident. Wan Bing smiled faintly. "Mr. Xiang, you truly possess a sense of humor." Lin Yi felt a bitter pang upon hearing this. Despite both of them praising his good looks, at home he was branded a narcissist and a lecher. Behind a mask, he had somehow become amusing. The intricacies of a woman's heart are indeed elusive. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how Wan Bing would react if she ever discovered that the masked man was, in fact, him. As their light-hearted conversation continued, the vehicle arrived at the end of the commercial street, only to be confronted by a group of thuggish individuals wielding sticks. Lin Yi recognized the leader as Du Hongyu, the very person he had expelled earlier, flanked by Niu Geng and Lu Xiaoying. With a cruel smile etched on his face, Du Hongyu pointed at Lin Yi and commanded, "Get out of the car." A sense of dread washed over Wan Bing, prompting her to hurriedly pull out her phone to call Lin Yi. However, the line remained unanswered, leaving her frustrated. How could Lin Yi vanish at such a critical moment? "When I return, I shall give him a stern reprimand." "Mr. Xiang, this group is not to be trifled with. Let's find an alternate route," Wan Bing advised. Yet, Scarcely had she spoken when a dozen more ruffians blocked their escape from behind. Lin shrugged helplessly. You see, we are left with no retreat. Stay in the car. I will confront them. In a moment of panic, Wan Bing grasped Lin Yi's arm. No, they are outnumbering us. If you step out, you will surely be at a disadvantage. Remain in the car. They would not dare to harm you. I will call my bodyguard to come immediately. As she dialed, Lin Yi seized the opportunity. He opened the car door and swiftly exited. Wan Bing's face turned pale with alarm as she attempted to follow, only for Lin Yi to lock the door behind him, trapping her inside. Seeing Lin Yi emerge, Du Hongyu sneered, I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Lin Yi cast a sidelong glance at Du Hongyu. Do you think I am like you? Easily frightened by mere words? Tell me, did you wet your pants in fear when you left? You seek death. Du Hongyu's voice dripped with malice. Even now, you dare to speak defiantly? Watch how I deal with you. Everyone charge. At his command, over 30 men surged towards Lin Yi, encircling him. The steel rods and machetes glinted ominously under the streetlights, amplifying Wan Bing's anxiety as she remained locked in the car. You fool, where have you gone? I called for your help, yet you vanished without a trace. Now, after all this time, you don't even answer your phone. If anything were to happen to Mr. Xiang today, I shall ensure your skin is flayed when I return. As Wan Bing's heart raced with trepidation, the assailants made their move. A chill gripped her as she witnessed the steel rods and knives aimed at Lin Yi. Du Hongyu, with a cruel glint in his eye, observed the unfolding chaos, completely unfazed, as though human life held no value in his eyes. However, in the next moment, everyone was rendered speechless. The steel rods and weapons that had been plummeting just moments before suddenly soared into the air. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, several shadowy figures emerged in midair. Subsequently, Lin Yi seemed to merge with the night, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages as he effortlessly incapacitated all those whom Du Hongyu had summoned, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Each individual lay in a pitiful state. Arms were twisted, and thighs were broken in two by Lin Yi's hands. Though none suffered fatal injuries, the visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. A sensation of dread swiftly enveloped Du Hongyu's heart. As Lin Yi finished dispatching the henchman, he casually dusted off his hands and strolled towards Du Hongyu. The latter's legs trembled involuntarily, and he stammered, What? What do you intend to do? A peculiar smile crept across Lin Yi's face. A smile that to Du Hongyu appeared devilish. Gazing at the contorted bodies of his subordinates on the ground and feeling the inexplicable aura emanating from Lin Yi, Du Hongyu finally succumbed to the pressure, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. However, this was still a relatively fortunate fate. Lu Xiaoying, a woman of delicate disposition, had never encountered such a scene. Thus, when Lin Yi approached, she was so terrified that she wet herself. Lin Yi's lips curled into a wicked grin as he looked down at Lu Xiaoying, trembling on the ground like a leaf in the wind, and coldly remarked, It would be wise for you to distance yourself from such individuals and return to your hometown. With that said, Lin Yi barely spared a glance at the terrified Lu Xiaoying or Du Hongyu, turning away to return to his vehicle. With a press of the accelerator, he sped off into the night. Du Hongyu watched the receding vehicle, cursing under his breath, You're all useless. How could so many of you fail to subdue a single person? This is infuriating. Beside him, Niugung remained untouched by the chaos, casting a disdainful glance at Du Hongyu. This pathetic fool spent his days preying on the weak, and now that he faced a formidable opponent, he dared not unleash his wrath in front of others. Instead, he turned his ire towards his own subordinates, displaying none of the characteristics of a true man. Despite his contempt for Du Hongyu, he had to maintain a fade of camaraderie and ordered those who were still able to move to assist Du Hongyu and Lu Xiaoying. Investigate thoroughly. I must uncover the identity of this masked man who dares oppose the Du family. I will ensure his entire family pays for this. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already driven Wan Bing back home. After parting ways at the doorstep and watching her enter the house, he swiftly made his way to the back of the villa, scaling the balcony with ease. Changing out of his clothes and mask, he lay down on a military cot, feigning sleep. A few minutes later, Wan Bing entered the room. Her expression was dark as she walked inside, and upon seeing Lin Yi sound asleep on the cot, her frustration boiled over. Lin Yi, Wan Bing approached the cot and abruptly yanked the blanket off him. Lin Yi squinted his eyes, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "My dear, has morning already arrived?" Wan Bing, observing his demeanor, felt her anger intensify. "Lin Yi, are you truly unaware of your status within the Wan family?" Lin Yi sat up, scratching his head as he replied, "I am your fiancé and part-time bodyguard." Wan Bing scoffed. "Oh, so you acknowledge your role as my bodyguard. Then pray tell, were you last night?" Lin Yi, puzzled, responded, "I was sleeping." Chapter 61. Come my house, sleep, sleep, sleep. Just sleep forever. With that, Wan Bing flung Lin Yi's phone, which was resting on the bedside, onto him. "I sent you numerous messages and called several times, yet you chose to ignore them. If it weren't for my fortunate encounter today, As she spoke, Wan Bing appeared to be engulfed by a deep sense of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Yi understood that Wan Bing was the type to bury her grievances deep within her heart. The events of today had served as a catalyst, and Lu Xiaoying's somewhat excessive behavior had left her feeling betrayed by those she considered her own. The slight sense of trust and security Lin Yi had once bestowed upon her had vanished into thin air over the course of one night. "My dear wife, what troubles you? Has someone wronged you? Speak to your husband. I shall confront them at once." Wan Bing took a deep breath, suppressing her feelings of injustice. "No need for that. From now on, my affairs are no longer your concern. After celebrating my grandfather's birthday next month, I will request to annul our engagement." Lin Yi stared at Wan Bing in astonishment. "My beloved wife, I merely overslept today and failed to hear my phone ring. How about this? Next time, I will turn the volume up, and if that fails, I simply 1T sleep when you go out." Wan Bing's expression gradually turned icy. "This is not about that. I have come to realize certain truths. Marriage should ultimately be based on feelings. I have made an effort, yet it seems impossible for us. But do not fret. You shall not leave empty-handed. I will provide you with satisfactory compensation." A mischievous grin appeared on Lin Yi's face. "Satisfactory compensation? What sort of compensation? Are you suggesting we share a bed and conceive a child?" Upon hearing this, Wan Bing's anger flared. "Lin Yi, get out. You are not allowed to sleep in this room tonight." With that, a glint of cold steel flashed as a knife was firmly lodged in the pillow Lin Yi had raised in defense. As the commotion continued, Wan Yongjun was drawn in by the ruckus. He approached the still-open door and observed the furious Wan Bing with a smile. "Ah, splendid. The atmosphere between the two of you is quite lively." Wan Bing was momentarily rendered speechless, nearly fainting from exasperation. "Grandfather, we are not getting along. I want to annul the engagement. I cannot tolerate being around this man for even a single day." Wan Yongjun, seemingly oblivious to Wan Bing's words, continued to smile cheerfully. "If one day is too difficult, then why not spend a lifetime together? Life is like that. It is filled with quarrels and reconciliations. I argued far more fiercely with your grandmother in my day, yet we still ended up together in the end. Now it is getting late. Listen to Xiao Yi and give me a great-grandson soon." With that, Wan Yongjun casually closed the bedroom door and even gave Lin Yi a thumbs up, leaving Wan Bing utterly speechless in her frustration. Gritting her teeth, Wan Bing glared at the smug Lin Yi. "Do not think that just because my grandfather supports you, you can do as you please. Just wait." With that, she flicked the switch and plunged the room into darkness. At that very moment, a faint voice from outside the door echoed. "Ah, I knew it, fighting at the head of the bed and reconciling at the foot. Look how swiftly." Thud. Wan Bing collapsed onto the bed. The following day, Wan Bing once again abandoned Lin Yi and drove to work alone. With no alternative, Lin Yi resorted to riding his bicycle to the office. Just as he clocked in, he was summoned to the office by Lu Xiaoran. "Beautiful Xiaoran, after a day apart, surely you miss me dearly," Lin Yi remarked with a lecherous grin upon entering. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoran did not exhibit anger today. She was neither overly joyous nor upset. Instead, she simply stated, "After work, come to my home. I shall fulfill my promise." Lin Yi's eyes brightened as he pulled a chair and seated himself opposite Lu Xiaoran. "Wow, beautiful Xiaoran. Is this your blatant seduction of me?" Lu Xiaoran scoffed. "I am merely inviting you for dinner. You would do well to maintain decorum. Should you behave inappropriately, Beware that I might render you impotent. Lin Yi chuckled nonchalantly, contemplating. If I wished, I could easily take advantage of you. Yet, it is peculiar. She is aware of my skills. So why would she risk being toyed with by inviting me to her home for dinner? With this perplexity lingering in his mind, the day passed by. By afternoon, Wan Bing, for the first time, did not wait for Lin Yi and drove home independently. Fortunately, she encountered no dangers en route and returned home safely. After placing a call to Wan Shui to confirm Wan Bing's safety, Lin Yi rode his bicycle to the company entrance. Shortly after, the expressionless Lu Xiaoran emerged. Where are we headed now, Xiaoran? Lin Yi invited. Lu Xiaoran glanced at him and replied coolly, first, to the supermarket. With that, she silently climbed onto Lin Yi's bicycle. Noticing Lu Xiaoran's apparent displeasure, Lin Yi chose not to provoke her and took her to the nearest supermarket. After shopping, under Lu Xiaoran's guidance, Lin Yi arrived at her residence. Lu Xiaoran's home was situated in the old district of Baicheng, where the houses were mostly dilapidated and the facilities quite archaic. By nightfall, even the streetlights were scarce. They wound through narrow alleys, eventually stopping at the very end of one. Upon opening the door, Lu Xiaoran invited him in and stepped inside, with Lin Yi following closely behind, laden with bags. Inside was a modest courtyard adorned with a variety of flowers and plants. Although the house was somewhat worn, Lu Xiaoran had tidied it up meticulously. Upon entry, an unmistakable fragrance unique to youthful femininity enveloped Lin Yi, prompting him to inhale deeply. Lu Xiaoran poured a glass of water for Lin Yi and said, "Please, have a seat. I will prepare dinner." With his jacket removed and sleeves rolled up, Lin Yi replied, "Since I have nothing pressing to do, why not allow me to lend a hand?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Xiaoran's face as she looked at him. "You can cook?" Lin Yi smiled triumphantly, remarking, "How about that? A chef from a Michelin 3-star hotel. Impressive, isn't it?" "Keep dreaming," Lu Xiaoran retorted with mild irritation, tossing an apron at Lin Yi. "No more antics, or you'll find yourself without dinner. Don't say I didn't warn you." With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi replied, "You women are truly perplexing. When you speak falsehoods, you do so with utmost seriousness, yet the truth goes unacknowledged. Life can be quite harsh." As he spoke, he adopted the tone of Peking opera, striking a pose that made Lu Xiaoran suppress a smile. "Exactly. Girls should smile more. Haven't you heard? The girl who laughs is the luckiest. Who would believe you? Are you coming or not? With this time, you could have already cooked a dish." Lu Xiaoran's smile faded as she donned the apron and headed towards the kitchen. Lin Yi followed closely behind, and together they divided the tasks, one washing the vegetables, the other chopping them. In no time, they had completed their preparations. Chapter 62. The Michelin chef having set everything in order. Lu Xiaoran's gaze towards Lin Yi shifted once again, revealing her newfound admiration. "It appears you truly possess culinary skills. Your knife work is quite commendable." Lin Yi chuckled with pride, showcasing his knife with a flourish. "I have mentioned that I have worked in a Michelin 3-star hotel. Just watch me cook. I am not called the modern Lu Angxing for nothing." "Lu Angxing? Who is he?" Lu Xiaoran inquired with a hint of curiosity. Lin Yi was taken aback, glancing at Lu Xiaoran with surprise. "Lu Angxing from Chinese Master Chef. Such a classic animation, and you haven't seen it? How did you spend your childhood?" Lu Xiaoran replied, "I focused on reading and writing." Lin Yi regarded her with a tinge of sympathy. "It seems you were quite the obedient girl from a young age. By the way, what about your family?" The radiant glow on Lu Xiaoran's face dimmed instantly. "My father abandoned my mother and me when I was very young, and my mother has been hospitalized due to illness." Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Is your mother doing all right?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoran displayed a facade of strength. "My mother fell gravely ill a few years ago and has been in a coma for quite some time. However, I believe that as long as I persevere, she will surely awaken." Lin Yi, moved by the resilience of this young woman before him, felt a stirring in the softest recesses of his heart. "Well, let us not dwell on that. Aren't you eager to see my skills? I'm curious to find out if your so-called chef is merely a facade." Stretching his body, Lin Yi declared, "Prepare to be amazed," and began his culinary performance. With a series of fluid motions, igniting the flame, heating the oil, infusing aromas, and tossing ingredients. He presented his first dish. In a dazzling display, a succession of visually appealing and delectable dishes emerged from Lin Yi's hands, filling the table within mere minutes. A specially crafted romantic dinner, completed, he announced, embellishing the moment with a theatrical gesture that elicited another smile from Lu Xiaoran. Observing Lu Xiaoran's beaming countenance, Lin Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Lu Xiaoran queried, perplexed. "I'm not sure if there's a flower on your face," Lin Yi responded, and to her astonishment, he removed his apron and approached her. A sudden flutter stirred within Lu Xiaoran, prompting her to instinctively retreat, only to find herself against the wall, with Lin Yi's handsome visage drawing ever closer. In her fluster, she averted her gaze, just as she anticipated an unwarranted advance. Lin Yi broke the tension. "I cannot say if there's a flower, but it is indeed true that you have a leaf stuck in your hair." Lu Xiaoran blinked in surprise and turned to see Lin Yi plucking a leafy green from her head. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily escaped from his presence, exclaiming, "Let us go eat. Otherwise, everything will get cold." Lin Yi observed the flustered Lu Xiaoran and inwardly chuckled, realizing that this usually rather stiff young lady possessed an endearing side. Upon returning to the living room, they took their seats, poured themselves glasses of red wine, and began to indulge in their meal. After just one bite, Lu Xiaoran gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Heavens, this is simply exquisite. Linny, you weren't truly just a chef before, were you?" Linny replied with a grin. "I told you, I am indeed a master chef. Do you believe me now?" Lu Xiaoran shot him a sideways glance. "You may boast as you please. While I can't ascertain whether the dishes at a Michelin 3-star establishment are as delectable as yours, I am certain their chefs do not exhibit your brazen demeanor. Ah, Xiaohong, do you not comprehend the phrase, 'A man must be a little wicked for a woman to love him'? This is not roguishness, it is merely charm." Lu Xiaoran chuckled lightly. "You, with that silver tongue, will never go hungry. Indeed, my eloquence is renowned, and had I lived a century ago, who knows what tales would have been spun about me." Just as the two were enjoying their lively conversation, a sudden knock echoed from the courtyard. Lu Xiaoran's expression changed dramatically. "Continue eating. I shall step out for a moment." She then turned and headed to the courtyard. While Lin Yi was savoring his meal, a commotion arose outside. He stood up and ventured into the courtyard, where he beheld an elderly bald man standing amidst the chaos, vociferously addressing Lu Xiaoran. "Lu Xiaoran, I warn you, with so many families having relocated, yours is the last remaining. If you do not vacate soon, the contract will be rendered void. Beware of losing both your home and your finances." Lu Xiaoran bit her lip, momentarily lowering her stance. "Uncle, I am willing to sell this place, but the offer is far too low. The average compensation in Baiqing is over 5,000 per square meter, yet they are only offering me 2,000. Is this not extortion?" Her uncle regarded her coldly, devoid of any warmth. "Then you are free to refuse the sale. After all, your location is rather remote. It would not be a significant loss if the project bypasses your home." A sinister smile crept across her uncle's face. "But it is my poor sister who suffers. If the hospital fees are not settled soon, she may very well be thrown out." Lu Xiaoran's expression shifted. "Uncle, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" The bald man glanced at Lu Xiaoran with disdain. "The hospital called today, stating that you have been delinquent on your medical and hospital fees for 3 months. If these debts are not addressed, your mother, my dear sister, will be evicted." Desperation in her eyes, Lu Xiaoran clutched her uncle's sleeve. "Uncle, could you please assist me for now? My salary will not be disbursed for another week, but I promise to repay you." Impatiently, the bald man shrugged off her grasp. "Lu Xiaoran, I have already extended my compassion to your family. If you truly wish to aid your mother, you should sign this relocation contract. Then her hospital fees will be taken care of." Lu Xiaoran's complexion began to pale. "Can it rise a bit more? This is far too little." The bald man retorted with irritation. "Lu Xiaoran, I personally came to negotiate with them, swallowing my pride. They had initially decided against your family's property. It was through my relentless persuasion that I managed to secure this contract for you. Tomorrow is the final day for signing. You will have to figure it out yourself." With that, the bald man thrust the contract into Lu Xiaoran's hands and walked away without looking back. Chapter 63. So you enjoy interrupting? Lu Xiaoran stood in a daze, tears cascading onto the contract she held. Let me see the contract, Lin Yi said as he approached her, taking the document from her trembling hands. After a thorough examination, his expression grew increasingly grave. This was unequivocally an oppressive contract. The location was prime, with excellent transportation and facilities nearby. Once developed, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. Yet, the offer was far below the market average. Such a scenario could only imply two possibilities. Either it was an exploitative contract, or it was a fraudulent one. Regardless of the type, Lu Xiaoran's rights were being infringed upon. You cannot sign this contract. As a human resources manager, I believe you understand this matter better than I do, Lin Yi asserted firmly. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, Lu Xiaoran forced a bitter smile. I am aware that this contract is problematic, but I am in dire need of funds right now. Lin Yi looked at her in bewilderment. You are a department manager at the Wan Group, earning at least 200,000 to 300,000 annually, not to mention various bonuses. How could you be in such financial distress? Indeed, I earn a considerable sum, but my mother requires extensive medication and sophisticated equipment to sustain her life. The monthly expenses are exorbitant. In just 2 years, I have depleted all my savings, she lamented, revealing another family ravaged by illness. Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Regardless, you cannot sign this contract. Lu Xiaoran gazed at Lin Yi, suddenly offering a wry smile. For my mother's sake, what does it matter if I suffer a loss? Given the circumstances, do I have any other choices? Lin Yi lowered his gaze to the contract and suddenly noticed the stamped signature. Kaida Group. Why did that name sound so familiar? A realization struck him. Kaida Group was one of the investors that had visited the company with Dark Wolf just a few days prior. If that were the case, it might be manageable. With a subtle smile, Lin Yi devised a plan. You may sign the contract, but I believe it is essential for us to meet with the person in charge. Perhaps, upon learning about your family's situation, they might reconsider the price. Lu Xiaoran pondered his suggestion and found it reasonable, nodding in agreement. The meal that followed was consumed in silence. The next day, the two met at a nearby CAF. Before long, Lu Xiaoran's bald uncle entered with a somewhat unruly-looking young man. The uncle, wearing a fawning expression, introduced him to Lu Xiaoran. Lu Xiaoran, come over. This is Manager Lu from Kaida Group, responsible for the demolition project. Manager Lu scrutinized Lu Xiaoran, his eyes lighting up as he was instantly captivated by her beauty. Miss Lu, I have longed for an opportunity to meet you. I never expected you to be so stunning, he remarked, extending his hand toward her. Lu Xiaoran smiled gently, subtly brushing her fingers against Manager Lu's palm as a form of greeting. Before Lu could grasp her hand, she had already withdrawn it. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Lu's eyes, but he quickly masked it. His gaze shifted to Lin Yi. Who is this gentleman? The bald man inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yi. I don't recognize him either. Lin Yi rose with a smile, introducing himself. I am Lin Yi, Lu Xiaoran's boyfriend. He then effortlessly wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaoran. She blushed but did not resist, allowing Lin Yi to embrace her. Manager Lu felt a pang of displeasure, a sentiment of jealousy beginning to fester within him. Ah, so it's Mr. Lin. I wonder what brings you here, Lu remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, the disheveled Lin Yi was hardly worthy of comparison to himself. Of course, I am here to discuss the contract with you. What else would I be doing, engaging in a romantic affair? I'm not like you, looking like a rabbit. Lin Yi retorted. Manager Lu's expression darkened immediately. Noticing the tension, the bald man interjected. Hey, how dare you speak that way? This is a family matter. You're merely an outsider here, so keep your mouth shut. Keep my mouth shut? Uncle Bald, it seems you enjoy this kind of atmosphere. Lin Yi replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. Fuming, the bald man pointed angrily at Lin Yi. You are incredibly disrespectful. I am Lu Xiaoran's uncle. Lin Yi chocolate coldy. Oh, I certainly hold people in high regard, unless, of course, the individual in my view is not human. You. The bald man's face quivered with indignation. At this moment, Manager Lu intervened, raising a hand to halt the bald man. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Suppressing his rage, the bald man shot a venomous glare at Lin Yi before guiding Manager Lu to sit across from Lin Yi and Lu Xiaoran. I trust Miss Liu has reviewed the demolition contract? Liu Xiaoran nodded. Then might I inquire why Miss Liu has yet to sign? Is there an issue? Liu Xiaoran openly replied. I believe the compensation offered by your company is far too low. The market average is several thousand. Yet your company is only offering me 2,000. Does that not seem rather unreasonable? Manager Liu smiled slightly. Miss Liu, being from a large corporation, should understand that the value of properties can differ significantly. Your land is not ideally located. It lies on the outskirts of an old district. Even if our company were to purchase it, it would likely be used for constructing a wall. May I ask who will buy our wall? That's a spurious argument. My neighbor next door received 5,000 per square meter. Why does it drop to 2,000 for us? Liu Xiaoran exclaimed, indignant. Manager Liu remained composed. This is the company's decision. I am merely relaying it. Today is the final deadline, and I have an important meeting to attend shortly. If possible, I would appreciate a response from Miss Liu right now. Liu Xiaoran bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the documents laid out on the table. Her mind a tumultuous mess. At that moment, the bald man interjected, Take my advice, it's far better to have some money than none at all. Otherwise, once the work begins, if your home is left without water or electricity, this place will be rendered useless. Manager Liu glanced at Liu Xiaoran and suddenly smiled. I am aware of the difficulties you face, Miss Liu. How about this? I will use my authority to increase your offer by an additional 500, bringing the average to 2,005. What do you think? Though Liu Xiaoran felt a sense of reluctance, the thought of her mother in the hospital compelled her to accept her fate. Just as she lifted her pen, ready to sign, Lin Yi abruptly snatched it away. No signing. As Liu Xiaoran was about to put her name down, Lin Yi intervened, inciting great anger in the bald man. Kid, how long are you going to keep this up? Don't forget, you're not even Liu Xiaoran's husband yet. Even if you were, you have no right to interfere in our family matters. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he retorted with a cold smile. In this world, there is nothing I, Lin Yi, cannot manage. Manager Liu's face hardened as he regarded Lin Yi. What exactly do you want? Lin Yi glanced at Manager Liu and replied, I want an average of 8,000. We will sign this contract. Otherwise, let us not discuss it further. Chapter 64. The Revelation. Manager Liu laughed heartily, regarding Lin Yi with the same amusement one might reserve for a fool. Young man, it seems you are quite desperate for money, which is understandable given your attire. It's evident you're not accustomed to wealth. Miss Liu, in my opinion, this individual is merely attempting to exploit you for financial gain. One must be discerning in their associations. With that, Manager Liu picked up his briefcase and added with a smirk, Since Miss Liu has no intention of signing a contract with us, I shall take my leave. Liu Xiaoran's complexion paled, and she was about to speak when Lin Yi interjected once more. Linny, what do you intend to do? This is my mother's life savings. Lin Yi gazed intently at Liu Xiaoran, his resolve unwavering. Trust me. Liu Xiaoran hesitated, an unfamiliar sensation of trust beginning to blossom within her heart. At that moment, the bald man rushed forward, anxiety etched across his features. Manager Liu, please don't leave. Listen to me. She has merely been momentarily bewitched by that young man. Wait for me. I will surely persuade her. Their interplay resembled a theatrical performance, potentially convincing to onlookers, yet to Lin Yi, they were simply inept clowns. He had never shown mercy to jesters. In a swift movement, Lin Yi positioned himself directly before Manager Liu, seizing his wrist with a firm grip. Before Manager Liu could comprehend the situation, an excruciating pain shot through his arm, reaching his mind. What? What do you want? Manager Liu exclaimed, a mixture of anger and fear evident in his voice. With a cold sneer, Lin Yi responded, If you don't raise your price to the average of 8,000 today, I will incapacitate you. Are you insane, you little brat? The bald man, astonished, rushed forward to pull Lin Yi away. Turning his gaze to the bald man, Lin Yi shot back icily, Get lost. The bald man stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. The atmosphere grew chaotic. Just then, a deep voice resonated from the entrance of the bar. Enough. Lin Yi glanced at the newcomer, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he flung the pale-faced Manager Liu aside. Stumbling to his feet, Manager Liu recognized the figure and his expression brightened. Secretary Zhao, you arrived just in time. This person is obstructing my demolition project and even resorted to violence. A sharp slap echoed through the bar, and Manager Liu, clutching his swollen cheek, stared in bewilderment at Secretary Zhao, who had just struck him. Secretary Zhao, you've made a mistake. It was him, not me. Without uttering a word, the newcomer delivered another series of resounding slaps to Manager Liu, sending him crashing to the ground, followed by several kicks. With a fierce glare at the dazed Manager Liu, the newcomer shifted to a demeanor of respect as he approached Lin Yi. Boss Lin, Miss Liu, I apologize for the trouble you've endured. Lin Yi regarded the newcomer with a slight smile. You must be Xiao Zhao from Kaida Group, the one who accompanied your chairman to our company the other day. Secretary Zhao nodded, expressing his astonishment that Lin, the esteemed leader, still remembered him. It was indeed an honor. Manager Liu and the bald man stood aghast, utterly bewildered by the unexpected scene before them. They could hardly fathom that this disheveled man commanded such respect from Secretary Zhao of Kaida Group. Who exactly was this man? Lin, he spoke. I contacted your chairman yesterday. I trust you are now aware of the situation. Secretary Zhao, maintaining a serious demeanor, acknowledged with a nod as he accepted the document from Lin Yi. Upon reviewing it thoroughly, his expression darkened further. He turned to Manager Liu, casting a cold gaze, and flung the contract in his direction. Is this the contract you drafted? Manager Liu felt a jolt of panic, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. He hurriedly approached Secretary Zhao, grasping his trousers with a woeful expression. Secretary Zhao, this cannot be solely blamed on me. He lured me with promises of profit, and I foolishly fell for it, resulting in this fraudulent contract. Liu Xiaoran was taken aback, and then turned her attention to the bald man. The bald man, feeling guilty, dared not meet her gaze. Uncle, is what he said true? Liu Xiaoran clenched her teeth, the sting of betrayal from a family member weighing heavily on her heart. The bald man swallowed hard and stammered. This has nothing to do with me. I am but a mere commoner, lacking such influence. It was all his idea. As the situation unraveled, he feigned ignorance, shifting all blame onto Manager Liu. Gritting his teeth, Manager Liu glared at the bald man, seething, you fat fool. If you hadn't mentioned that Miss Liu's mother was hospitalized and urgently needed funds, do you think I would have fallen for your trick? And don't think I'm a fool. I recorded our entire conversation, so don't even think about escaping alone. The bald man, taken aback, glared at Manager Liu with fury. You scoundrel. I offered you benefits, and you betray me in return. I'll have my vengeance. With that, the two wretches engaged in a fierce scuffle. By the time the police arrived, both men had transformed into battered figures. Upon seeing the officers, the bald man's complexion turned pale, and he cast a pleading glance at Liu Xiaoran. Niece, I am your uncle. Your brother and your aunt depend on me for their livelihood. You cannot just stand by and watch me be taken away. Liu Xiaoran regarded him with disdain. Those who break the law must face the consequences. Moreover, Aunt has long divorced you and taken the children abroad. A man who deceives both my mother and me is unworthy of being my uncle. Not once did Liu Xiaoran glance at him again as the police led the bald man and Manager Liu away. At that moment, Secretary Zhao stepped forward, saying, I sincerely apologize, Miss Liu. I did not anticipate that the company's oversight would cause you such considerable harm. Let us dispense with pleasantries and get to the point. Secretary Zhao, being a straightforward individual, nodded and retrieved another contract from his briefcase. This is the new contract I have prepared for today. I have mentioned a compensation of 10,000 per square meter for Ms. Liu's family's demolition funds. And to address Ms. Liu's emotional distress, our company has specially approved a consolation payment of 500,000 yuan. I wonder if both of you are satisfied with this arrangement. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback. She knew that the compensation for their land typically amounted to no more than 5,000 or 6,000 per square meter. Not only was the offer amount double that, but an additional 50,000 yuan in consolation was also provided. How could she not be pleased? Thus, without further hesitation, Liu Xiaoran reviewed the contract and affixed her signature. After completing all the necessary formalities, nearly 2 million yuan was swiftly transferred to her account. Once Secretary Zhao departed, Liu Xiaoran remained in a daze. finding it difficult to believe that such a turn of events could be real. As she glanced at Lin Yi beside her, she suddenly realized that this usually unrestrained and carefree individual was not as insufferable as she had thought. Had it not been for Lin Yi today, she might have suffered a significant loss. "Thank you," she finally managed to say after a considerable pause. Lin Yi grinned, revealing his signature cheeky smile once more. "Thank me? How should I be rewarded? Perhaps with a grand kiss?" Chapter 65. Old acquaintance. As Lin Yi braced himself for another outburst from Lu Xiaoran, he was suddenly taken aback by a cool sensation on his cheek, quickly followed by an incredibly soft touch against his face. To his astonishment, Lu Xiaoran had actually kissed him. The moment their lips met, she withdrew, leaving her cheeks flushed with a delicate shade of crimson. Lin Yi stared at Lu Xiaoran in disbelief, instinctively reaching up to touch the spot where she had kissed him, bringing his fingers to his nose to inhale the faint fragrance of orchids that lingered. "If you don't mind, perhaps you could do it again," Lin Yi suggested, pointing to his now pouted lips. "Go to hell," Lu Xiaoran retorted. As they entered the hospital room, Lin Yi was struck motionless by the sight of a gaunt middle-aged woman. "Aunt Xiaoyin," he exclaimed, his heart racing as he felt a sudden lightness in his body. The woman lying in the hospital bed was familiar to him. Her name was Lu Xiaoyin, a close friend of his mother, and their families had shared a close bond. However, after his mother was taken by the Lin family, he had lost all contact with her. He quickly turned his gaze to Lu Xiaoran beside him, her youthful face merging in his mind with that of the stunning woman before him. "Lu Xinyi, is that you?" Lu Xiaoran froze at the mention of the name, confusion filling her eyes as she looked at Lin Yi. "How do you know my previous name was Lu Xinyi?" Lin Yi, now filled with excitement, replied, "Xinyi, have you forgotten the little Egu who used to take you bird egg hunting?" Little Egu. Lu Xiaoran was lost in thought, and suddenly, her eyes lit up with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yi. "Little Egu, is that really you?" With that, she leaped into his arms. "Where have you been all these years? My mother and I came looking for you once, but your home had turned to ruins." Lin Yi took a deep breath, gently stroking Lu Xiaoran's hair. "I will tell you everything when we have the time. For now, please tell me what has happened to Aunt Xiaoyin, and why you changed your name to Lu Xiaoran." Lu Xiaoran explained, "My father got married to another woman abroad and never returned. My mother had me take her surname and change my name. Later, my mother fell ill due to overwork, and after an accident, a tumor pressed on her nerves, leaving her in a coma." Lin Yi sighed, recalling how Lu Xiaoyin had treated him like her own son, a bittersweet feeling washing over him. "Do not worry. Aunt Xiaoyin is a survivor. She will surely wake up. Xinyi, please go pay for her hospital fees. I wish to stay here with her for a while." Wiping away her tears, Lu Xiaoran cast a reluctant glance at Lin Yi before turning to leave the room. Once she had departed, Lin Yi approached the bedside, a sense of compassion swelling within him. "Aunt Xiaoyin, you have endured much suffering over the years." Saying this, Lin Yi gently placed his palm upon Lu Xiaoyin's head, and an imperceptible glow swiftly penetrated her temple. Before long, the instruments used to monitor Lu Xiaoyin's vital signs began to exhibit anomalies, with the previously low readings gradually ascending. This unusual occurrence quickly alerted the medical personnel present. They entered the room and promptly pushed Lin Yi aside, instructing, "Family members, please wait outside. The patient's condition is critical. We must initiate emergency measures." Lin Yi cast a glance at Lu Xiaoyin before stepping outside. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran had just returned after settling the hospitalization fees, and upon seeing Lin Yi waiting outside, her expression shifted dramatically. "Brother Yi, what has happened to my mother?" Lin Yi reassured her, "Do not worry, Annie is fine." Lu Xiaoran leaned in to peek inside, her complexion paling instantly upon noticing the attending physician's arrival. Just as she spoke, the attending physician emerged from within. Lu Xiaoran hurriedly approached him, asking, "Doctor, what has happened to my mother?" The attending physician, Dr. Li, a distinguished authority at the hospital, wore a grave expression. "The patient's vital signs and bodily functions have all returned to normal levels. However, I suspect this may be a fleeting moment of revival. Therefore, we are preparing to perform a craniotomy to remove the tumor from her brain." "What?" Lu Xiaoran felt darkness closing in. After enduring the most challenging days, just as hope seemed within reach, such devastating news struck. Of course, the decision lies in your hands. It is entirely up to you whether to proceed or not. However, I must caution you that the tumor's location is quite precarious, rendering the chances of success nearly non-existent. Yes, we shall proceed. Lu Xiaoran could scarcely muster the strength to utter those 4 words. Dr. Li nodded and placed a document before her. After she signed it, she slumped onto a chair in the corridor. Lu Xiaoyin was then wheeled into the operating room, and the surgery commenced swiftly. Within the ward, the doctors and nurses held their breath. They were all too familiar with this patient, not only due to her prolonged stay, but also because her brain tumor was notoriously difficult to address. Even the renowned neurosurgeon, Dr. Li, felt powerless against it. Yet with the patient's life hanging by a thread, he had no choice but to take risks, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst despair. However, he was soon taken aback. As Lu Xiaoyin's skull was opened, a shriveled cyst appeared before Dr. Li's eyes. Notably, this shrunken cyst seemed to occupy the very location of the previous tumor. Yet now, the tumor was absent, leaving behind only a deflated sac. What astonished him most was how effortlessly he was able to extract this cyst. All the doctors and nurses present were left in utter disbelief. Unwavering in his belief, Dr. Li summoned the nurses to gather an array of instruments. After an intricate examination, he finally confirmed a remarkable truth. The tumor in Lu Xiaoyin's brain had indeed vanished. Once he meticulously sutured the wound, Dr. Li emerged from the operating room in a daze. Upon seeing his expression, Lin Yi could not help but smile, knowing that all of this was due to his influence. Dr. Li, how could the surgery be completed so swiftly? Is it? Lu Xiaoran's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, a foreboding feeling creeping in her heart. Dr. Li glanced at Lu Xiaoran and sighed, exclaiming, "It is a miracle, truly a miracle. Xiaoran, the tumor in your mother's head has disappeared on its own, leaving only a deflated sac." With that, Dr. Li produced the sac he had removed from Lu Xiaoyin's brain. Lu Xiaoran stared at Dr. Li in disbelief. "Dr. Li, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Chapter 66. A miracle in medical history, Dr. Li declared. "Having practiced medicine for decades, I have never deceived my patients. Trust me, within a week at most, your mother will awaken." He added, "In these days, you must share with me how you have been caring for your mother. It is truly miraculous, almost beyond belief." Little did Dr. Li know, all of this was the result of Lin Yi's intervention. He had just utilized his vital energy to eradicate the tumor in Lu Xiaoyin's brain. The tumor, once occupying the entirety of the cranial space, began to necrotize and shrink after being destroyed, thus facilitating the surgery significantly. However, he had no intention of claiming credit for this. The thought of Aunt Xiaoyin recovering brought him solace. That evening, Lu Xiaoyin regained consciousness. The reunion of mother and daughter was inevitably accompanied by an outpouring of tears. Once their weeping subsided, Lu Xiaoran brought Lin Yi before Lu Xiaoyin, saying, "Mom, look who this is." Lu Xiaoyin, weakly opening her eyes, suddenly froze. "Xiaoyi?" Lin Yi, gazing at Lu Xiaoyin's frail form, felt a twinge of emotion. "Aunt Xiaoyin, it has been a long time. Xiaoran, help me sit up." Lu Xiaoyin urged, her excitement palpable as she struggled to rise. Lin Yi swiftly stepped forward, gently pressing her back onto the bed, taking her thin hand in his as he settled beside her. "Aunt Xiaoyin, you are still fragile. You must rest well." Lu Xiaoyin's eyes glistened anew. "Silly child, where have you and your mother been all these years? Annie has searched high and low for you. Let me see if you've grown stronger. Are you still as skinny as a little monkey? I can eat and sleep well now, just missing a plate of your dumplings." "Aunt Xiaoyin," he replied. Lu Xiaoyin sighed deeply. "Silly child, as long as you wish to eat, I will make dumplings for you every day once I am discharged. By the way, where's your mother?" Lin Yi's expression darkened. She was taken away by the Lin family. Lu Xiaoyin's face fell. "I feared it would come to this. That unworthy father of yours, in the end, did not stand up for you and your mother. I have no father." Lin Yi's voice grew hoarse. "Enough of this talk. From now on, Annie's home will be your home. Come visit often, whether for a reason or not. It would bring me joy." Having just recovered from a grave illness, Lu Xiaoyin could not converse for long. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yi took his leave from the hospital. As he strolled through the streets, Memories of his childhood with Lu Xiaoying and Lu Xiaoran flooded his mind, vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. He became so lost in thought that he scarcely noticed when he arrived home. "Hey, why didn't you go to work today?" Upon entering, Wan Bing began her interrogation. "I had matters to attend to." Today, Lin Yi was not inclined to engage in banter. Wan Bing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Yi would refrain from teasing her, and for the first time, she sensed a profound emotion emanating from him: sadness. The following day, Lin Yi took another half-day off to visit the hospital and check on Lu Xiaoying, as there were still subsequent treatments related to her condition that he needed to expedite. Upon arriving at the floor where Lu Xiaoying was located, he encountered Lu Xiaoran, whose face was streaked with tears. "Xiaoran, why are you standing here?" Lin Yi addressed her with a newfound familiarity. Rushing over, Lu Xiaoran threw herself into Lin Yi's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, my mother has fainted again, and Dr. Li is currently inside trying to save her." Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "This shouldn't be happening. I distinctly eliminated Aunt Xiaoying's tumor yesterday. Today, a mere acupuncture session should suffice to expel the pus generated from the ruptured tumor for her to recover." With a grave expression, Lin Yi stepped into the ward. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Dr. Li immediately adopted a stern demeanor and said, "Unrelated individuals are waiting outside. We are conducting an emergency rescue and hope the family can cooperate." Ignoring him, Lin Yi boldly pushed past Dr. Li and approached the bedside. Dr. Li was taken aback for a moment before his expression darkened further. "Young man, we are in the midst of an emergency procedure. I hope you can cooperate." Lin Yi leaned down and placed his hand on Lu Xiaoying's forehead. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with intensity as he coldly inquired, "Did you administer radiation treatment to the patient yesterday?" Dr. Li hesitated before nodding. To ensure the tumor was truly eradicated, this step was necessary for the patient's welfare. "Nonsense. It is this very radiation treatment that could endanger the patient's life." One of Dr. Li's assistants interjected, visibly agitated. "Who are you to lecture Dr. Li? He is an expert in this field." Lin Yi responded with a derisive smile. "In my eyes, he is merely a quack who disregards human life." Dr. Li had never been spoken to in such a manner, and his face flushed with embarrassment. "Very well, I would like to know who you think you are. Are you a doctor?" Lin Yi shot a cold glance at Dr. Li. "Though I am not a doctor, I possess the ability to cure her." The assistant scoffed. "You speak as if you are afraid of stumbling over your own words. Facts speak for themselves. Everyone, step back. I am about to treat the patient." As he spoke, Lin Yi retrieved a cloth bag from his belongings, which contained his personal items. Upon opening it, a set of gleaming silver needles emerged, catching everyone's attention. "Quick, stop him. Don't let him cause any trouble." Dr. Li, realizing Lin Yi was serious, hastily commanded his assistant to intervene. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Sweeping his left hand over the cloth bag, and a row of silver needles was swiftly grasped in his hand. In an instant, the room was filled with flashes of silver light, and a series of soft sounds echoed as the nurses and doctors rushing towards Lin Yi stood frozen in place. Dr. Li, well-versed in medical knowledge, could not help but exclaim, controlling needles with qi, a mastery of internal martial arts. However, Lin Yi had no time to indulge Dr. Li with further conversation. Once he had immobilized everyone present, he swiftly drew 8 silver needles, deftly maneuvering them to insert each one into Lu Xiaoying's forehead. At that moment, her heartbeat abruptly diminished, and within mere seconds, Lu Xiaoying had one foot precariously poised on the threshold of the underworld. Lin Yi felt a bead of sweat form on his brow, as his mental energy was relentlessly drained with each silver needle that fell. Finally, the last step approached. This time, what appeared in Lin Yi's hand was not a silver needle, but a golden one. The moment the golden needle emerged, the silver needles began to tremble, accompanied by a series of wondrous sounds. One by one, the silver needles fell away, drawing forth drops of dark blood. In an instant, Lu Xiaoying's face became marred with dark, viscous blood. Dr. Li, wide-eyed in astonishment, was reminded of an ancient and long-lost technique as he witnessed Lin Yi's needlework. The golden needle beckoned the blood, invoking the compassionate voyage acupuncture technique. Chapter 67. narrow paths of enmity soon. Under Lin Yi's exquisite acupuncture technique, Lu Qiaoyin gradually regained consciousness. Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and stored away the silver needles. Xiao, what has happened to me? Lu Qiaoyin, still dazed from her recent slumber, attempted to comprehend her surroundings. Aunt Xiaoyin, there is no need for concern. I shall fetch a basin of water for you to wash your face. Lin Yi reassured her. As Lu Qiaoyin touched her cheek, she was startled to discover a hardened layer upon her skin. What is this on my face? Surely I have not been disfigured. Despite her advancing years, like any woman, Lu Qiaoyin cared deeply about her appearance, and a wave of panic washed over her. Lin Yi smiled gently. Do not fret. Aunt Xiaoyin, that is merely the waste blood expelled from your body. I utilized the Cihong acupuncture technique to assist you. Lu Qiaoyin nodded. Albeit somahat perpliet, Xiaoyi. It has been years since we last met, and you have indeed made remarkable progress. Oh, is that not Dr. Li? Why do they remain stationary over there? After conversing with Lin Yi for a spell, Lu Qiaoyin finally noticed Dr. Li and his associates. Lin Yi cast a cold glance at Dr. Li and the others, rising to extract all the silver needles from their bodies. Once freed from the needles, the group regained their autonomy, and one irritable individual immediately began to curse. However, he was swiftly silenced by Dr. Li. Silence. If it were not for this young man, each of you would bear the burden of a medical malpractice incident today, myself included, although Dr. Li was somewhat arrogant. Witnessing Lin Yi's adept application of the Cihong technique had transformed his perception of the young man into that of a transcendent figure, resulting in a complete shift in his demeanor. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Dr. Li asked, though Lin Yi did not acknowledge the inquiry. Apologies. Please excuse me. I must attend to my aunt's needs, he replied, turning away without a glance at Dr. Li, carrying the basin out of the room. Seeing this, Dr. Li's assistant erupted in indignation. You, young man, Dr. Li inquiring about your name is a sign of respect. So why the arrogance? Lin Yi shot a cold glance at the interjecting assistant, silencing him with a mere gaze. The assistant felt as though he were facing a ferocious wolf, and fear rendered him mute. With a disdainful huff, Lin Yi exited the ward. Lu Xiaoran had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Yi, she rushed forward. Xiao Yi Gij. How is my mother? Lin Yi offered a gentle smile, lightly brushing his hand across Lu Xiaoran's back. A wave of calmness washed over her restless heart. Rest assured, Aunt Xiaoyin has awakened, though she may appear somewhat unpresentable. I will fetch water to assist her in cleansing her face. You may go in and keep her company for a while. With a sigh of relief, Lu Xiaoran entered the ward. Lin Yi then prepared the water and returned to assist Lu Qiaoyin in washing her face, engaging her in conversation for a while before finally returning home from the hospital. A day swiftly passed, and Wan Bing remained in a silent standoff with Lin Yi. Ever since the events of that night, Wan Bing had not exchanged a single word with Lin Yi for 2 days. Lin Yi, however, was indifferent to this. He merely felt pity for himself as he endured the daily ordeal of riding in his luxurious vehicle to work. The following day, Lin Yi arrived at the office as usual. Before he could clock in, Lu Xiaoran approached him with a bright smile. Brother Yi, you're here. Have you had breakfast yet? Lu Xiaoran's gaze flitted over Lin Yi, her eyes now reflecting a stark contrast to their previous encounters. Observing the strikingly graceful Lu Xiaoran, Lin Yi felt a wave of happiness wash over him at the sight of such beauty so early in the morning. Ah, our little Ran knows me well. I haven't had breakfast in days. This was no exaggeration. Since Wan Bing had begun her Cold War with him, Lin Yi had indeed gone without breakfast for several days. Bah, who asked your little Ran? Lu Xiaoran's cheeks flushed, and in a departure from her usual assertiveness, she revealed a hint of shyness unique to young women. The scene left the colleagues passing by in sheer astonishment. Almost everyone thought, heavens, am I seeing things? The infamous Ice Queen of the company is actually blushing in front of someone. Lin Yi, acutely aware of the fervent gazes surrounding him, felt not the slightest embarrassment. Rather, he wore a smug expression, thinking, who else could command such attention but the magnificent Lu? Before Lu Xiaoran could respond, a chilling voice pierced through from behind Lin Yi. Oh, it appears you have female company. A shiver ran down Lin Yi's spine at the voice, so familiar, yet so forbidding. Turning around, he found Wan Bing's enchanting yet frostbitten visage staring back at him. "Cough, Lin Yi stammered, but upon seeing Wan Bing's icy demeanor, he quickly corrected himself. "I meant, good morning, President Wan." Internally, Lin Yi was vexed. How could Wan Bing, who had left for work earlier than him, arrive after him? It was unfortunate that she overheard such easily misconstrued words. Once Wan Bing arrived, Lu Xiaoran reverted to her customary politeness and respect. "Greeting, good morning, President Wan." Wan Bing nodded and pointed at Lin Yi, instructing, "Come to my office." Despite his inner turmoil, Lin Yi obediently followed Wan Bing, receiving a look from Lu Xiaoran that seemed to wish him well in his endeavors. Upon reaching the office, Wan Bing took her seat with an icy expression, glaring at Lin Yi without uttering a word. The atmosphere made Lin Yi uneasy. "Dear wife, this matter is truly a misunderstanding." Wan Bing's frosty tone cut through the air. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is irrelevant to me. I didn't summon you to squabble over jealousy." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Then why did you call me?" "Naturally, we were discussing business." Wan Bing appeared somewhat impatient. Lin Yi shuruk, choosing to steer clear of Wan Bing's wrath. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, Wan Bing retrieved a stack of documents from her drawer and placed them before him. "You are currently the head of the sales department. Without achievements, it is challenging to command respect, so I have decided to entrust this task to you. Is that acceptable?" Lin Yi lowered his gaze to the documents, and his eyes suddenly brightened. The name of the party's representative caught his attention. This individual was named Du Feng, and if Lin Yi's intuition served him correctly, he was likely the father of Du Hongyu and Du Hongyu. A cold smile curled within Lin Yi as he pondered how to initiate contact. However, a sense of curiosity lingered. "My dear wife, this appears to be a public contract." Indeed, this investment was recently negotiated with the assistance of Aunt Lu, who is well acquainted with the Du family. Du Feng, a senior official in the finance department, had allocated additional funds. This was linked to Lu Xiaoying. Lin Yi immediately sensed the undertones of a conspiracy. "Huh, I would have refrained from causing you trouble. Yet it seems you have presented yourselves to me. This matter has certainly become intriguing." Chapter 68. The exceptional beauty Wan Bing observed Lin Yi's prolonged silence and assumed he was reluctant to participate. "If you find it difficult, I can assign someone else to handle it." Lin Yi offered a slight smile, gathering the documents. "Rest assured, I will take care of this task." Wan Bing, albeit a bit uneasy, glanced at Lin Yi before picking up the phone to dial a number. "This is Wan Bing. Please come to my office." Before long, a voluptuous woman entered Wan Bing's office. Her name was Jin Fang, renowned within the company as the Wild Rose, known for her audacious attire and liberated demeanor. She was one of the few women in the company who could engage in risque banter with Lin Yi. Today, Jin Fang donned a black lady suit, her curvaceous figure transforming the professional outfit into something striking. Lin Yi felt a twinge of concern, apprehensive about the prospect of her buttons bursting open at any moment. Despite being over 30, Jin Fang possessed a cherubic complexion that seemed untouched by time. Upon catching Lin Yi's fervent gaze, she chuckled lightly, deliberately brushing against his arm as she passed by. The fleeting softness left Lin Yi momentarily dazed. Had Wan Bing not been nearby, he would have surely taken advantage of the moment. "President Wan, you called for me?" Wan Bing nodded, articulating the task Lin Yi was to undertake. Jin Fang smiled and replied, "Rest assured, President Wan, I will assist President Lin in managing this matter." Wan Bing chuckled. "You are a seasoned employee. I feel much more at ease in trusting this to you." Turning to Lin Yi, he added, "Although your position is superior to Jin Fang's, her experience in the field surpasses yours. Make sure to consult her often, understood?" Lin Yi grinned mischievously. "Don't worry, I shall engage in thorough discussions with Jin Fang." He cast a roguish glance over Jin Fang's alluring figure. "Well then, you two hurry back. I await your good news in the office." Once outside the office, Jin Fang resumed her usual playful demeanor. "Little Yi, it has been ages since you visited my floor. Have you risen in status and feel that you can no longer associate with me?" As they walked, Jin Fang gazed at Lin Yi with a feigned melancholy, her body inching closer to him. Lin Yi unabashedly reveled in Jin Fang's special attention. With a cheeky grin, he replied, "As you say, Jean Fang, I've just been quite busy lately." "Oomph." Jean Fang pouted, "You men are so adept at evading women with that line. I can hardly believe it." Lin Yi chuckled, taking the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist. "Beautiful Jean Fang, I apologize. How about this? I'll treat you to breakfast later as a gesture of goodwill." Jean Fang pouted playfully. "You think a mere meal can appease me? What do you wish for me to eat?" "Lin you regarded hertoy." Jean Fang flashed an enchanting smile, tracing circles on Lin Yi's chest with her finger, and seductively teased, "What does sister desire? Surely, you must have an inkling, dear brother." Lin Yi licked his lips, admiring Jean Fang's voluptuous figure as he chuckled. "Sister, you wouldn't be wanting to devour me, would you?" Jean Fang playfully tapped Lin Yi's chest, teasing, "You naughty little brother, you're incorrigible." Engaging in their flirtatious banter, they made their way outside the company and into the car, setting off towards their destination. Along the way, Lin Yi couldn't help but steal glances at the enchanting Jean Fang. "Little Yi, do you think I'm beautiful?" She coyly posed as they waited at a red light, her alluring demeanor rendering any man nearly defenseless. "You're stunning. I can't fathom anyone in this world more exquisite than Sister Fang," Lin Yi replied, captivated by her fleeting elegance. Swallowing hard, Jean Fang laughed. "You clever little rascal. How can your words be so sweet? Have you smeared honey on your lips?" With that, she leaned in closer to Lin Yi. His heart raced. A woman so thoroughly enticing possessed a far greater allure than inexperienced young girls. No wonder so many men were drawn to mature women. It was hardly without reason. Lin Yi stifled a surge of blood rushing to his cheeks, striving to maintain composure. Should this be a test set by Wan Bing, it would be quite the predicament. To safeguard against any misstep, he suppressed his desires, trying to divert his thoughts elsewhere. Amidst this internal struggle, Lin Yi and Jean Fang arrived at their destination, the Great Manor, a renowned place for wine tasting, particularly known for its fine spirits. Upon entering, Lin Yi spotted a short, balding man. Despite his portly physique, the man appeared lively, with a resemblance to Du Hongyu and Du Hongyu. Indeed, he was Du Feng. "Mr. Du, greetings. I am Jean Fang from the Wan Group." She introduced herself, seamlessly transitioning from a captivating presence to a consummate professional. Upon seeing Jean Fang, Du Feng's eyes lit up. "I have long heard of Miss Xie's reputation. Meeting you today is a pleasure indeed. Please come in. I have reserved a private room for us to discuss matters in detail." As he spoke, Du Feng reached for Jean Fang's hand, though she considered evading his touch. The thought of offending a client left her momentarily conflicted. At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward, placing himself between them and grasping Du Feng's outstretched hand. Du Feng paused, then regarded Lin Yi with a slightly hostile expression. "Who are you?" "Miss Xie. This fellow isn't your bodyguard, is he?" Jean Fang glanced at Lin, her eyes reflecting gratitude. "I neglected to introduce him. This is our company's newly appointed sales manager, Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, this is the Mr. Du I mentioned." "Mr. Du, a pleasure to meet you," Lin Yi said courteously with a smile. Upon learning Lin Yi was the sales manager for the Wan Group, Du Feng's demeanor softened. "Ah, Mr. Lin, since you are here, let's all head inside and have a seat together." Upon uttering these words, Du Feng withdrew his hand, secretly cursing under his breath. "Damn it. I anticipated the presence of only Jean Fang. Yet here comes an unwelcome distraction. It seems I must resort to some clever tactics. Or else, I shall miss the opportunity to engage with this alluring woman today." Lost in his thoughts, Du Feng ushered the two individuals inside. Once the trio was seated, beverages were promptly served. Lin Yi sighed in mild dismay. "Is there no food?" Du Feng, suppressing la cold smirk, thought to himself, coming to a manor and expecting to eat. How naive. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and replied, "Of course. The waiter will bring dishes for this gentleman." Chapter 69. A double loss before long. A sumptuous feast was laid out before them, and Lin Yi, displaying impeccable manners, began to indulge with abandon, entirely oblivious to matters of work. Observing Lin Yi's demeanor, the disdain in Du Feng's eyes became increasingly pronounced. Jean Fang, a woman of considerable charm and social grace, perceptively noted both Du Feng's gaze and expression. Mr. Du, here's our previous contract. All formalities have been completed, and we await your official seal. Xie Jinfeng diverted Du Feng's attention with the document. Du Feng merely glanced at the contract before setting it aside. Miss Xie, fret not. There is ample time. If you do not mind, let us savor the delicacies and fine wines this establishment has to offer, he suggested. Indeed. Sister Fang, the food here is exquisite. I must take some home for dinner later. Lin Yi chimed in, his mouth full. Du Feng scoffed inwardly. How can someone like him serve as a general manager? It appears the Wang Group has greatly diminished. I was wise to align myself with the Wang Group early on. This time, let us see how I can outmaneuver you all. With this thought, a sense of satisfaction washed over Du Feng. He stood, raising his glass, and declared, "It is an honor to collaborate with the Wang Group. Allow me to propose a toast." He then downed the contents of his glass. Seeing Du Feng drink, Xie Jinfeng felt compelled to follow suit, swallowing her drink despite her reservations. Du Feng's eyes gleamed as he watched her consume the liquor, fully aware of its potent effects. What others did not know was that the wine in front of him had been diluted with water, rendering it less intoxicating than it appeared. As a few cups were consumed, Xie Jinfeng's cheeks flushed crimson, and it was evident that further consumption would lead her to a state of inebriation. Lin Yi, ever observant, sensed the underlying trickery and seized the moment. Since we are all in such high spirits today, let us not engage in anything that might dampen the mood. Mr. Du, I shall be forthright. I am here to obtain your seal. I believe Sister Fang shares this sentiment, do you not? Xie Jinfeng nodded with a smile, of course. This is our work, after all. With the pressure from Lin Yi and Xie Jinfeng, Du Feng had no choice but to comply. Refusing to sign would mean foregoing the enjoyment of the wine, and he certainly did not want to miss the opportunity to pursue Xie Jinfeng later. Thus, with a slight smile, Du Feng retrieved his seal from his briefcase, affixed his signature, and stamped the contract, rendering it effective. Feigning drunkenness, Lin Yi joyfully waved the contract, exclaiming, "Ha! My first task is complete. Mr. Du, my dear brother, I must extend my gratitude to you. This bottle is on me." To Du Feng's astonishment, Lin Yi seized the remaining half of the wine bottle, disregarding the glass, and tilted it back, draining its contents. Delightful, truly delightful. Lin Yi staggered his way to Xie Jinfeng's side, swiftly seizing the bottle of wine before her. Without waiting for Du Feng and Xie Jinfeng to intervene, he tilted his head back and drained the contents in one go. As the liquor coursed through him, Lin Yi uttered not a word, with a belch. He collapsed into Xie Jinfeng's embrace, feigning intoxication while relishing the softness of her arms, akin to that of a sponge. Noting the mischievous grin on Lin Yi's face, Xie Jinfeng quickly donned an apologetic smile, saying, "Mr. Du, I sincerely apologize. President Lin has a low tolerance for alcohol, so I fear we cannot continue drinking with you. I shall escort him home and will make a point to visit you again in the future." Upon hearing this, Du Feng grew anxious. "Oh, Miss Xie, don't leave so soon. It's a rare occasion. There are places to rest here. Why not let Mr. Lin take a break while we enjoy our meal?" Xie Jinfeng responded politely with a smile, "No need for that. I must return to report to President Wan, so I shall take my leave. I will definitely visit again when I have the opportunity. Goodbye, Mr. Du." With that, Xie Jinfeng did not wait for Du Feng to object, supporting Lin Yi as they exited the estate and entered the car. As the vehicle started, they embarked on their journey back to the company. Outside the estate, Du Feng glared furiously at the retreating car, muttering to himself, "Damn it, that little vixen got away again. It's all because of that Lin Yi. He ruined a perfectly good meal. But it matters not. Do they truly believe that contract is a good deal? Huh. What I signed for them is a ticking time bomb. Soon, not only Xie Jinfeng, but even Wan Bing will kneel before me." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a twisted smile crept across Du Feng's face. Inside the car, Xie Jinfeng sighed in relief and said resignedly, "Wake up." Wei Vi arrived outside. Zhang Hai opened his eyes wide, completely sobered. "Sister Fang, I didn't expect you to see through me." Lin Yi chuckled, looking at Xie Jinfeng. Xie Jinfeng shot him an exasperated glance. "With that big mouth of yours, had I not deliberately covered for you, Du Feng would have seen right through you." Lin Yi grinned lewdly. "I did that on purpose, For only then would you be willing to use your allure to shield me. Ah, that fragrance, that sensation, truly exquisite. Yet, Jean Fang retorted playfully, how brazen. Even in such moments, you're thinking of taking advantage of me. How do you plan to make it up to me? Lin, he feigned innocence. The least I could do is let you take advantage of me in return. What advantage could you possibly offer? You have the parts that women desire, and I have those that men yearn for. Ah, you mischievous little brother. You're incorrigible. Whoa, Sister Fang. Watch the road. You're going to scare me to death. Amidst their playful banter, they arrived at the entrance of a charming neighborhood. Lin gazed at the elegant surroundings, puzzled. Sister Fang, why are we here instead of returning to the company? Jean Fang remarked, this is my home. I must return to change my attire, for the scent of alcohol clings to me dreadfully. What about you? Would you care to join me? As she spoke, her tone took on a beguiling allure. Lin gazed at the slightly tipsy Jean Fang, his heart racing uncontrollably. At this moment, her charm was undeniably at its zenith. He reminded himself to remain composed. There is no such thing as a free feast in this world, and surely there was some hidden agenda at play. I must not fall into one Bing's trap and tarnish my lifelong reputation. No need, Sister Fang. I shall wait for you right here. Very well, Jean Fang replied, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face at Lin Yi's refusal. Observing her expression nearly swayed him to reconsider. A seductress, indeed. Jean Fang must have been an enchantress in her past life. Chapter 70. Undercurrents. Ultimately, Lin Yi's reason triumphed over desire. A few minutes later, Jean Fang returned to the car, having changed into a sleek black dress. In an instant, the tightly wrapped Jean Fang transformed from an enchanting temptress into a poised urban beauty. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. With such a foundation, this woman would look splendid in anything. Noticing Lin Yi's unwavering gaze, Jean Fang's lips curled into an enticing smile. Xiao Yi, why do you keep staring at your elder sister? Is there a flower on my face? Lin Yi licked his lips and replied, Sister Fang, you are indeed correct. You have an aura of romance today. I suspect you might encounter your true soulmate. Jean Fang chuckled. Could this true soulmate be you? That would depend on whether Sister Fang is willing to be my destined goddess, Lin Yi teased. Little brother, you always know how to amuse your sister. Hurry and drive. We must return to report back. Don't rush. We haven't enjoyed a proper meal at noon. Since we have some time before the afternoon shift, might I have the honor of treating you to lunch? Jean Fang, surprised, inquired, haven't you eaten enough at noon? Lin Yi smiled, I'm indifferent. But Sister Fang hasn't had much to eat, spending all her time drinking with that Mr. Du, such a considerate brother. Very well. I happen to know a delightful noodle shop. Let's go there. Lin Yi had no particular preference for food. His delay in returning Jean Fang to the office had an ulterior motive. Under Jean Fang's guidance, they drove to a noodle shop outside the community, ordered 2 bowls of noodles along with some side dishes, and began to chat leisurely. Seizing a moment when Jean Fang was distracted, Lin Yi discreetly dropped a small object, no larger than a grain of rice, into the bowl of noodles that had just been served. Oblivious, Jean Fang began to enjoy her meal heartily. After finishing a bowl of noodles, she suddenly changed her demeanor as they prepared to settle the bill. Xiao, wait here for a moment. I need to visit the restroom, she said, handing her bag to Lin Yi before heading off. Lin Yi watched her leave and hurriedly retrieved the contract he had just signed, swiftly photographing each page. He then made 2 copies of the photos, sending one to Lu Xiaoran and the other to Su Xiaofeng from the security department, the retired Special Forces soldier for investigation. Soon, the first response came not from the formally trained Lu Xiaoran, but from the veteran Su Xiaofeng. Boss Lin, I've uncovered some unsettling information regarding this contract. Lin Yi was increasingly impressed by Su Xiaofeng's efficiency, but this was not the time for idle chit-chat. He needed the details of the contract. Please elaborate. It appears that I have stumbled upon what seems to be a dual contract scheme. While the sanctioned fund of 300 million does indeed exist, I have noticed that the contract number appears to overlap with that of a previous investment project worth 1 billion. Lin Yi was taken aback. Are you implying that Du Feng has employed his authority to engage in a deceptive act, effectively swapping out the legitimate heir while retaining the original? My suspicions linger, For although the information within these two contracts diverges, they share identical serial numbers. If one does not conduct a meticulous investigation, it would be nearly impossible to discern the truth. Yet, this involves a staggering sum of 300 million. Should any discrepancies arise, there is no way to conceal them with fabricated accounts. Boss, this money is public investment managed by the state. Our responsibility is merely to present the necessary equipment and facilities in writing, after which they will handle the procurement. If any trickery is at play, it will be quite simple to orchestrate. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seemed imperative to seek out Du Feng's subordinate, specifically the father of Xiao He. As Du Feng's underling, he ought to possess some insider knowledge. Otherwise, should any issues with the contract come to light, the primary blame would not fall on Du Feng, but rather on the Wan Group, responsible for the development project. Du Feng, with your intellect, I doubt you could conceive such a malicious ploy. If all goes as expected, it is certain that the Wan Group is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Lin Yi mused, feeling not anger, but a subtle amusement. Although this tactic was decidedly nefarious, he perceived that it was not devoid of vulnerabilities, particularly focusing on Xiao Hei's father. After concluding a conversation with Su Xiaofeng, Lu Xiaoren contacted him. Little E, is this the contract you negotiated today? Have you uncovered anything? Indeed, the flow of funds appears quite peculiar. This 300 million has been subdivided into 15 parts, each requiring passage through a foreign bank named Bode. Bode Bank? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Due to his past as a mercenary, he was acquainted with numerous banks around the globe, yet this Bode Bank was unfamiliar to him. Do we have the authority to obtain detailed information regarding this fund from Bode Bank? I have attempted, but to no avail. Their confidentiality system is robust, and their registration is in a rather obscure island nation. Even if we apply, it would likely be a challenge to gain approval. Very well. Maintain close surveillance on the trajectory of these funds. I will reach out to you if anything arises. After concluding the call, Xie Fang had also wrapped up her tasks. The remedy Lin Yi had prescribed was not a potent drug, merely a gentle cleanse for her system, so she recovered swiftly. Upon returning to the office, Xie Fang went to report, while Lin Yi concocted an excuse to step out. He hoped to chance upon Xiao Hei's home, and to his surprise, found Xiao Hei's father. Ren Tao at home. Ren Tao, like Xiao Hei, was dark and slender, yet possessed an air of refinement. Lin Yi did not explicitly state his purpose for visiting. He merely introduced himself as the sales manager of the Wan Group, indicating that he was there on business. Although Ren Tao found this somewhat peculiar, he courteously welcomed Lin Yi inside. After taking their seats and engaging in a few casual exchanges, Lin Yi promptly addressed the matter at hand. Mr. Run, according to our company's investigation, there appear to be some discrepancies with the second tranche of funds issued by your firm. Upon hearing this, Ren Tao's expression shifted noticeably, though he quickly masked it. Nonetheless, he could not evade Lin Yi's keen observation. Ah, your group is overly sensitive. This is public money, and who would dare tamper with it? If such an act were uncovered, it would certainly cost someone their position, especially with such a substantial amount at stake. Should any issue arise, it would be easily detected. So, Mr. Run, are you not inclined to be forthright with me? Lin Yi preferred to be direct. Through his inquiries, he had discerned that Ren Tao was fundamentally a good person, albeit one who had compromised his integrity under familial pressure to assist Du Feng. Chapter 71. Farewell to Hu Haiquan. Ren Tao's expression management was impeccable. Although Lin Yi had bluntly laid out the situation, Ren Tao's face revealed no further cracks. After all, Lin Yi possessed no substantial evidence, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade Ren Tao. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran's second call came through. Hello, Brother Yi, I've uncovered something astonishing. Lu Xiaoran's voice was tinged with excitement. Take your time, what is it? Lin Yi replied. I was investigating Bode Bank when I unexpectedly stumbled upon a list of loan recipients, all of whom had borrowed from Bode Bank. The largest amount was from Sanfeng Pharmaceutical, our city's very own. Sanfeng Pharmaceutical. Wasn't that the company Lin Yi had recently signed a contract with Hu Haiquan? Indeed, the shadow of that mysterious organization loomed large, suggesting that everything was intertwined with Xin Yao Yin. In light of this revelation, Lin Yi felt compelled to pursue the matter further. Also, the borrower from Sanfeng Pharmaceutical has a foreign name. I'll send you the details. Soon. Liu Xiaoran sent the list along with the borrower's name to Lin Yi's phone. Lin Yi opened the message and forwarded the list to Su Xiaofeng. Quickly, Su Xiaofeng, who never failed to impress Lin Yi, returned with even more detailed information. The list was more illuminating, revealing that the foreign signature belonged to Du Feng's alias abroad, while the guarantor's name was none other than Ren Tao, seated right before Lin Yi. A faint smile crossed Lin Yi's face as he placed the list before Ren Tao. Upon seeing it, Ren Tao's visage aged visibly. Who on earth are you? After a long pause, Ren Tao weakly inquired. Lin Yi chuckled. I am Lin Yi, the sales manager of the Wan Group. Mr. Lin is indeed talented. Ask whatever you wish, but I hope this matter does not involve my family. They are innocent. Ren Tao, a man of discernment, understood that since Lin Yi had unearthed this list, the origins and whereabouts of the funds would soon be revealed. Any further resistance would be futile. I wish to know how you embezzled this sum. Taking in 300 million and then returning, it seems to offer no profit. This was Lin Yi's greatest confusion. If the intention was to misappropriate public funds, why return them in full? I do not have all the specifics. But Du Feng once mentioned that they seemed to be linked with a pharmaceutical developer, promising guaranteed returns and rapid payback. Thus, Du Feng often pressured me to create various false accounts and shadow contracts to delay the disbursement of funds. Du Feng utilized this time to invest public money, and once profits were realized, the counterpart would return the original sum through Bodebank. Our only task was to manage the accounts so that outsiders would find no trace. But I never expected you to uncover this connection. So it is if what Ren Tao says is indeed true. Then both he and Du Feng are merely pawns in someone else's game. The situation becomes increasingly intriguing. Mr. Ren, you must be aware that embezzlement of public funds is a criminal offense, correct? Ren Tao's expression turned pale as he replied, I certainly know that. However, I accept the consequences, for this is what I deserve. Do not be so quick to confess. I'm not a law enforcement officer and have no interest in that. I merely seek to rectify matters for my company. After all, if any discrepancies arise, the Wan Group will also bear the brunt of the blame. If you, Mr. Run, are willing to assist me, I have a means to allow you to redeem yourself, perhaps even without serving time. Really? Ren Tao, unable to disregard his family, felt a flicker of hope at Lin Yi's words, if indeed they held any truth. Lin Yi smiled slightly and sent a message to Feng Yong. Shortly thereafter, Feng Yong called Ren Tao. Upon answering, Ren Tao's face brightened with joy. If that is truly the case, I am willing to be your informant. After hanging up, hope rekindled in Ren Tao's expression. Mr. Lin, please tell me what you need me to do. Lin Yi smiled gently. It is quite simple. I need you to keep an eye on Du Feng. Additionally, I am planning to stage a performance, and at that time, you will need to. Lin Yi outlined his plan to Ren Tao. Upon hearing it, Ren Tao expressed his admiration. Mr. Lin, your strategy is truly remarkable. I am impressed. After parting ways, Lin Yi returned to the company, only to be summoned by Wan Bing for a stern reprimand, chastising him for neglecting his duties and for wandering off instead of reporting back with Xie Jinfang. Lin Yi refrained from mentioning the contract matter to Wan Bing, as the financial dealings did not involve the Wan Group, knowing would only serve to add unnecessary worry. After enduring the reprimand, Lin Yi proceeded to his office and requested Hu Haichuan's contact information from Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin provided the details, and after dialing, Lin Yi quickly reached Hu Haiquan. Hello, who is this? Hu Haiquan, seemingly still in slumber, spoke with a slurred voice. Lin Yi chuckled. Representative Hu, have you forgotten me so soon? Lin Yi. Hu Haiquan became alert. What do you want? Representative Hu, since you are still alive, it implies that Zhang Yang, that fool, has already been dealt with by you. What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak more kindly. You must acknowledge that my contributions have played a significant role in your current position. Do not forget, it was I who refrained from releasing the recording. Otherwise, both of you would be in dire straits. Hu Haichuan's voice trembled as he replied, Lin Yi, no, Mr. Lin, let us speak amicably. I am willing to assist you with whatever you need, as long as you do not expose me. Hu Haiquan, I am aware that your motives are primarily financial. Here is my proposition. I will offer you 30 million to disappear, provided you assist me with just one task. 30 million. Hu Haichuan's heart trembled violently. Although the funds he had managed were significantly greater than 30 million, the substantial portion had long been devoured by those above him, leaving him with mere scraps. Rather than living in constant fear, subsisting on the leftovers of others, it would be far more prudent to take the 30 million and flee to a distant land. How can you expect me to trust you? Huh? Do you truly believe you are in a position to discuss this with me? You have no choice but to place your faith in me. Very well. What do you require my assistance with? It's quite simple. Since you're still a representative of Fang Pharmaceuticals, you must be aware of some of the underlying issues, correct? I see. You wish for me to expose it? That is merely one aspect. More importantly, I need you to request a substantial sum from your superiors for the development of your mysterious drug. Chapter 72. My wife asked me to go on a blind date. Hu Haichuan found himself in a state of confusion. There were no issues with the application for funds. But why was this happening? He thought to himself that he should focus on his own responsibilities and refrain from inquiring about anything else. Moreover, Wan's group remains the investor in the pharmaceutical company, correct? Indeed. In that case, aside from seeking approval from the forces behind you, you must also apply to Wan's group for this sum. Hu Haichuan smiled bitterly, saying, President Wan has given clear instructions that as long as Wang's group remains, she will only cover daily expenses and will not touch any other investment funds. Even if I submit the application, President Wan will not approve it. That is not your concern. Simply follow my instructions, came the reply. With no alternative, Hu Haichuan reluctantly agreed to comply. Soon enough, the application was dispatched. Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence in Baicheng, Wang Kai rushed into Wang Chongshan's room. Father, I have wonderful news. Wonderful news. Wang Chongshan frowned, calm down. Shouting and making a scene is inappropriate. Taking a deep breath, Wang Kai nodded and said, Father, I just received some intriguing news. Oh, do share. Wan's group has invested over 100 million in Fang Pharmaceuticals. What? Wang Chongshan slammed his hand on the table. Where did you hear this? Your representative just called me, saying that Wan's group has unexpectedly made a massive investment in Fang Pharmaceuticals. With a cold laugh, Wang Chongshan remarked, their Shanghai district is developing well, with various industries pouring in funds, yet the medical sector has seen little progress. Recently, Fang Pharmaceuticals' financial report was released, revealing astonishing performance. Wan Bing would certainly not miss such a golden opportunity. However, that wretched Wan Bing stated that as long as we do not withdraw our investment from Fang, she will not invest a single penny. Business people rarely speak with sincerity, especially a woman, Wang Chongshan replied. But perhaps this is fortuitous. We may exploit this opportunity to strike a decisive blow against Wan's group. Wang Kai was puzzled by his father's intentions. Wang Chongshan squinted and smiled. Wan Bing only sees the business prospects of Fang, unaware of the depths involved. I assure you, the money she invests will not only go to waste, but may also lead her into legal troubles. Wang Kai hesitantly asked, Are you suggesting that the higher-ups are considering abandoning Fang Pharmaceuticals? Wang Chongshan nodded. Recently, we received word that Fang is under scrutiny. To be prudent, it is likely to be abandoned. However, with Wan's group attempting to intervene, we shall take our time. It would not be unwise to accept this investment from Wan's group before letting go. Wang Kai smiled. Father, your strategic foresight is truly admirable. This time, I wonder how that wretched Wan Bing will respond. Both Lin Yi and Wang's group began their maneuvers, and an unremarked war had quietly commenced. Wan Bing, oblivious to these developments, was currently engaged in arranging a blind date for Lin Yi. What? You wanted to go on a blind date? In the evening, upon returning to her room, Wan Bing confided in Lin Yi about the arrangement for him to go on a blind date. Wan Bing, I am your fiancée. How can you expect me to meet other women? Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of incredulity towards Wan Bing's words. With an impassive expression, she stated, I should have mentioned that once my grandfather's birthday celebration concludes, I will formally request to annul our engagement. Thus, we can no longer envision a future as a married couple. Even so, there is no need for me to go on a blind date. You may choose to attend or not. However, I assure you, the individual I have arranged for you is an absolute beauty. Wan Bing harbored her own motives. Rather than broaching the topic of the annulment with her grandfather herself, it would be far more advantageous for Lin Yi to relinquish the engagement voluntarily. She understood that if she were to initiate the conversation, the likelihood of her grandfather's consent was minimal. Conversely, if Lin Yi were to withdraw on his own accord, the chances of success would be significantly higher. Even if Lin Yi were to approach the matter himself, Wan Bing could subtly employ certain tactics during his date to tarnish his reputation, thereby leaving her image-conscious grandfather with no grounds to refuse. Although her methods were somewhat underhanded, she felt justified. Very well, if you insist on me going on a blind date, then I shall oblige. However, I do fear that someone may become jealous, Lin Yi remarked with a teasing tone, hoping to provoke Wan Bing. Yet, she remained silent, extinguished the lights, and retired to bed, showing no inclination to engage with him. Thus, Lin Yi spent his night enveloped in frustration. The following day, Lin Yi arrived at a CAF in Baicheng, the designated meeting spot Wan Bing had mentioned. Standing at the entrance, he stifled a yawn, a potent smell of garlic escaping his lips, causing him to cough involuntarily. He was doing it deliberately. The more Wan Bing wished for his blind date to be a success, the more he was determined to thwart her plans. Whoever the blind date was, he would aim to repel them, one by one. With his flip-flops slapping against the floor, Lin Yi ambled into the CAF, immediately spotting a striking figure seated by the window. As it was still early, only one person was sipping coffee. 15 minutes had elapsed since their arranged time, making it evident that this individual was his blind date. Striding confidently to the woman's side, he was momentarily taken aback as she looked up at him. "It's you," the two exclaimed in unison. However, after uttering this, the woman frowned, evidently unimpressed by Lin Yi's brash demeanor. "Mr. Yin, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Could it be that you are my blind date? You were the one introduced by Wan Bing?" "Oh, you know Wan Bing?" Lin Yi had presumed that Wan Bing had randomly selected a match for him through social media, never anticipating it would be the stunning Yen Ruyu. Suddenly, he regretted his disheveled appearance. In his eyes, blind dates typically involved women who were lacking in male companionship, and thus, few were truly presentable. "Curse be my miscalculation," he thought to himself. "If I were to present myself in a more formal manner today, combined with the fact that I have rendered some favors to Yen Ruyu, perhaps we could cultivate a subtle intimacy. After all, Yen Ruyu's beauty and figure are hardly inferior to Wan Bing's. Wan Bing and I have been classmates for 6 years, spanning both middle and high school." Suddenly, Yen Ruyu's expression turned peculiar, and she did not meet Lin Yi's gaze while speaking. Just as Lin Yi found this strange, Yen Ryu bit her lip and said, "Thank you for what you did last time." Lin Yi naturally understood what she was referring to. The medicine was quite effective, I assume. "Yes, I have fully recovered." Yen Ruyu's face suddenly flushed, as the location of her ailment was undeniably embarrassing. Chapter 73. A delightful conversation, however. Yen Ryu quickly regained her composure. "Since you are here, please take a seat. I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." Lin Yi surveyed Yen Ryu from his elevated position. Today, she had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance. The creamy white dress clung to her curvaceous figure, cinched at her slender waist with a pink ribbon tied into a lovely bow, presenting an almost perfect S-shaped silhouette that captivated the eye. Yet, what was most enchanting were her long, exposed legs, their snowy skin smooth as jade, gleaming with an alluring luster that even Lin Yi, a man well-versed in the company of women, could not help but swallow hard at the sight. He found himself contemplating, "If only I could touch those legs, I would willingly sacrifice years of my life." As a perceptive teacher, Yen Ryu noticed Lin Yi's fleeting distraction. "Mr. Lin, I must ask you to maintain your decorum. Although you are my benefactor, I would appreciate a degree of respect from you as well." Lin Yi snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile before finally taking a seat. "Ah, I cannot be blamed. Who could resist such natural beauty as yours, Teacher Yen? Even a simple mortal like myself would be enchanted at a glance." Though Yen Ryu recognized Lin Yi's exaggeration, no woman is immune to flattery, especially when it pertains to her beauty. So her earlier displeasure dissipated like mist in the morning sun at the sound of his compliment. Summoning a waiter, they ordered 2 drinks and some light snacks, and the two began to engage in casual conversation. The topics were mundane, revolving around their personal circumstances and interests, resembling a matchmaking scenario. This made Lin somewhat uncomfortable, for he was not one to indulge in such formalities. Teacher Yin, forgive my impertinence, but you cannot genuinely wish to engage in matchmaking with me, can you? Yin Ryu paused, taken aback. I apologize. I am often subjected to matchmaking by my family and have grown accustomed to it. I hope you do not mind. Linny chuckled, not at all. However, I am curious. Given your qualities, finding a boyfriend should be effortless. Why resort to such an antiquated method of matchmaking? Yin Ryu offered a wry smile. I have tried dating a couple of men, but they seem more interested in superficial aspects than in our emotional connection. Though she did not finish her thought. Any man would understand what she implied. Are those suitors unsatisfactory? Lin interjected. Every man I have met during matchmaking always seems to focus on my figure, just like earlier. Yin Ryu glanced at Lin Yi. You are quite candid. Lin Yi shrugged. I am simply a lover of honesty. Particularly when it pertains to my good looks, this has never changed. Yin Ryu smiled lightly. I never expected you to possess such a sense of humor. Although your audacity is somewhat remarkable. I wouldn't call it audacity, rather, it's optimism. The essence of life can be distilled into two words, joy. Some find happiness in wealth, others in the company of family. Each individual's definition of happiness is unique. Yin Ryu, intrigued, gazed at Lin Yi, and what, pray tell, is your version of happiness? My notion of happiness is rather grand, he replied. It involves relocating to a nation that permits polygamy, marrying a plethora of stunning women akin to teacher Yin, and begetting a football team's worth of children to revel in familial bliss. Yin Ryu's face flushed crimson. Look at you, speaking so irreverently. Yet Lin Yi maintained a serious demeanor. What I speak is the truth. How can you label my aspirations as irreverent? This is, after all, my most lofty ambition. Lofty? It seems rather lewd. I truly cannot fathom how Bing Bing would recruit you as her personal bodyguard. Lin Yi grinned with pride. It was a sunny morning when I chanced upon Wan Bing on the street, and she was instantly captivated by my dashing appearance, begging me to become her bodyguard. I found her somewhat appealing and rather pitiable, so I acquiesced. Keep dreaming. Soon enough, under Lin Yi's adept conversational skills, the two began to grow more familiar. After indulging in refreshments, their appetites were awakened. Lin Yi, exhibiting his gentlemanly spirit for the first time, proposed taking Yin Ryu out for a meal. She readily agreed, and as they stepped outside, Lin Yi prepared to drive her to dinner when a man's voice interrupted from behind. Ryu, I knew I'd find you here. Upon hearing this voice, Yin Ryu's expression darkened. She glanced at Lin Yi and whispered, audible only to them, "Get in the car, let's leave." Lin Yi understood that the newcomer was likely a persistent suitor of Yin Ryu, so he said nothing and opened the car door. However, just as he did, a hand pressed against the door, blocking his entry. Frowning, Lin Yi looked up to see a well-dressed young man standing before him, of similar age and rather decent in appearance, though his flirtatious eyes were quite irksome. Lin Yi felt a sense of familiarity with the man, but could not recall where he had encountered him before. Zhao Yunfei, what do you want? Yin Ryu asked, her tone steady as she faced the obstruction. Zhao Yunfei tossed his hair back, striking what he believed to be a charming pose. Ryu, why go to such lengths? To escape marriage, you fled to this remote place? Listen to me, return to the capital, and I assure you and your family will not be wronged. Yin Ryu coldly remarked, Zhao Yunfei, I implore you to speak with a modicum of respect. Firstly, this is my home, not a desolate backwater. Secondly, our relationship has long transcended the bounds of an engagement. I hope you can keep this in mind, as there is no possibility for us. Zhao Yunfei gazed intently at Yin Ryu's graceful figure and replied, Ryu, there's an ancient saying in our culture, the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers. Your parents have given their consent. Why do you still resist? Yin Ryu's expression grew increasingly grim. Your family's modest fortune has nearly been squandered by your mother. Now you rely on your family's waning reputation to beg for sustenance. You have deceived my family into believing your charms, but I, Yin Ryu, am no fool. Moreover, I am now in a relationship and on the verge of marriage. Chapter 74. Elevating you to new heights. What? Zhao Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. his gaze slowly shifting towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi had long harbored disdain for this individual, and as Zhao Yunfei's attention fell upon him, Lin Yi deliberately raised an eyebrow. With an air of nonchalance, he sauntered over to Yin Ruyu's side and wrapped his arm around her. The delightful fragrance wafted into Lin Yi's nostrils, invigorating his senses. The scent emanating from Yin Ruyu was unique, not that of a perfume, but rather her own natural aroma, which brought him immense pleasure. He relished the moment, while Zhao Yunfei simmered with rage. "Who are you, kid?" Zhao Yunfei demanded. Mimicking Zhao Yunfei's earlier gesture, Lin Yi flicked his hair back, and with an air of arrogance, he declared, "Brace yourself. I am none other than Lin Yi, famously known as the jade-faced little flying dragon of Baiqing." Zhao Yunfei scoffed. "What nonsense is this jade-faced little flying dragon? I have never heard of it. But do you know who I am?" Lin Yi nodded. "Of course. From the moment you appeared, I deduced your identity." "Oh, you know me?" Zhao Yunfei's eyes lit up, surprised that his reputation had reached Baiqing. "Are you not the infamous green-hatted king, Zhao Yunfei, known for your unfortunate romantic entanglements?" Lin Yi retorted, prompting a chuckle from Yin Ruyu. It was well known that Zhao Yunfei had been betrayed by numerous women, and Lin Yi's inadvertent jab struck a nerve. Bringing forth memories Zhao Yunfei wished to forget. "How dare you?" Zhao Yunfei bellowed, inciting a group of scowling thugs to approach. "Young Master Yunfei, what is the matter? Has someone dared to cross you?" The leader, a young thug with bleached hair, inquired. Zhao Yunfei flashed a malevolent smile, pointing at Lin Yi. "This is the one. He just insulted me." The bleached-haired thug scrutinized Lin Yi and sneered. "Kid, you probably don't know who you're dealing with." "Lin Yi repeated. Didn't I just say? He is the green-hatted king, Zhao Yunfei. You're seeking death." The thug's fury ignited. Lin Yi smiled faintly, aware that a confrontation was imminent. Yet, recognizing the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace, he had no intention of fighting here. Meanwhile, he spotted several luxury cars parked not far away. Realizing they belonged to Zhao Yunfei and his entourage, a sly smile crept upon Lin Yi's lips as he whispered to Yin Ruyu, "Remember to hold on tight." Before Yin Ruyu could comprehend his intent, Lin Yi swiftly swept her off her feet. Amidst her startled exclamations, he deftly pushed Zhao Yunfei back with a swift kick and, in a flash, entered one of the cars, taking the driver's seat. He pressed the accelerator with determination. Yin Ruyu exclaimed, "Lin Yi, what are you doing?" With a playful smile, Lin Yi replied, "I'm here to elevate you and take you flying. Hold on tight, we're off." With a resounding roar, the engine sprang to life, its growl echoing through the air. As the cylinders whirred, the dashboard instantly soared to its zenith, followed by a thunderous buzz as the car executed a flawless drift in place. Amidst the swirling dust, the vehicle shot forth like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from its original position in an instant. Zhao Yunfei cursed under his breath, and several individuals hastily boarded their own vehicles, pursuing the direction in which Lin Yi had disappeared, accompanied by a cacophony of deafening engine roars. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi's car sped away, Yin Ruyu instinctively clung to him, straddling his lap, her body pressed tightly against his chest. The intimate position compelled her to wrap her arms around him, allowing Lin Yi to savor the exquisite taste of heaven. With each surge of speed, even the slightest jolt would cause their bodies to collide. Unfamiliar with such sensations, Yin Ruyu found herself overwhelmed. Each bump was accompanied by a sound that stirred forbidden desires within her. As the frequency of these jolts increased, she felt her body grow increasingly feverish, as though her very essence were being drained, rendering her soft and weak. The shifting scenery outside the window appeared as phantoms, continuously materializing and dissipating, sharply stimulating Yin Ruyu's taut nerves. She clung to Lin Yi, as if only he could provide her with a sense of safety. With her brows tightly knitted and her lips clenched, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the vehicle finally came to a halt with a jarring screech. Yet, Yin Ryu did not immediately release Lin Yi. The adrenaline of the high-speed chase had been too exhilarating, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Teacher Yin, perhaps you could dismount now?" Lin Yi suggested. Although he relished their current position, he was aware that he might soon elicit a reaction from stimulation, and Zhao Yunfei, accompanied by his subordinates, was also closing in. Yin Ruyu's face flushed crimson as she finally detached herself from Lin Yi, sinking into the passenger seat, appearing utterly spent. "Wait for me in the car. I'll take care of those bothersome fellows," Lin Yi instructed, stepping out and locking Yin Ruyu inside. At that moment, Zhao Yunfei and his entourage approached Lin Yi. "Kid, you got guts, daring to step out of the car," Zhao Yunfei sneered. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. "I merely wanted to avoid causing trouble for the police, which is why I brought you all out to the outskirts. Let us not waste time. Let us settle this quickly. I'm worth millions a minute." Zhao Yunfei scoffed. "You think you can bluff? By go, get your brothers ready." The white-haired one, eager to impress Zhao Yunfei, understood that he was a wealthy and influential young master from the capital. Associating with him could lead to great success. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his gang, but in the next moment, he immediately regretted his decision. Lin Yidong stood motionless, allowing the white-haired assailant to strike him with a punch. This blow landed squarely on Lin Yi's chest, causing no harm to him at all. Rather, the white-haired individual clutched his hand and cried out in agony. The onlookers were bewildered, and when they turned their gaze towards the white-haired man, they were astonished to see his fist a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. At this moment, Lin Yi had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. With their leader injured, the underlings could not simply stand by. They rushed forward, howling in protest. However, they were no match for Lin Yi, who effortlessly dispatched them one by one to the ground. Zhao Yunfei stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, realizing too late that he had kicked a solid iron plate. Chapter 75. Lu Yi's unfortunate child. Just as Lin Yi directed his gaze towards Zhao Yunfei, the white-haired assailant lunged at him once more, brandishing a dagger that glimmered ominously. With a cold smirk, Lin Yi deftly sidestepped the attack and seized the assailant's wrist. The white-haired thug was momentarily taken aback, but then an excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to drop to his knees, nearly losing consciousness. I have little respect for those who resort to weapons when they cannot win in a fair fight. Now, lie down. With that, Lin Yi delivered a swift kick, sending the assailant sprawling to the ground, his face drained of color as he convulsed in agony. Without a second glance, Lin Yi turned his attention back to Zhao Yunfei, only to find him missing. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air, and Lin Yi realized that Zhao Yunfei had somehow entered a sports car. The reckless driver floored the accelerator, hurtling the vehicle directly at Lin Yi. Frowning, Lin Yi marveled at Zhao Yunfei's audacity to attempt such a reckless act. At the speed the car was traveling, an ordinary person would surely meet a grim fate upon impact. However, Lin Yi was no ordinary individual. As the car barreled towards him, he leapt into the air, soaring like a mythical bird, and landed effortlessly in the passenger seat of the convertible. With a firm press of the gas pedal and a grip on Zhao Yunfei's shoulder, Lin Yi executed a swift maneuver. As the car screeched to a halt, Zhao Yunfei was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, crashing harshly onto the ground. Zhao Yunfei was thoroughly terrified. This Lin Yi was no mere mortal, having evaded the car's reckless charge effortlessly. Even more astonishing was the ease with which Lin Yi had tossed him several meters away with just one hand, maintaining an air of calm as if he had not exerted himself at all. Now let us speak civilly. I was reckless earlier. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Zhao Yunfei stammered, his bravado evaporating as he cowered before Lin Yi, who approached him with deliberate steps. The earlier arrogance replaced by palpable fear. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. Had it been an ordinary person, you would have certainly killed them with that stunt. You seem rather skilled at this. I presume this isn't your first offense. Zhao Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically, confirming Lin Yi's suspicions that he had indeed been involved in a fatal incident before. However, thanks to his connections, he had managed to sweep the matter under the rug, resolving it with a bribe. Lin Yi, having gleaned the information he sought, felt no inclination to engage further with such scum. After muttering a disdainful remark, he turned to leave, but in that instant, Lin Yi's demeanor changed, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. As he disappeared, a rubber bullet whizzed through the space where he had stood, while Zhao Yunfei, his expression twisted with malice, brandished a realistic-looking gun. However, Zhao Yunfei's sinister expression was swiftly replaced by shock, for as the bullet passed through Lin Yi's body, Lin Yi's shadow vanished. "Where are you looking?" "I am right here." Lin Yi's icy voice resonated behind Zhao Yunfei. A tremor coursed through Zhao Yunfei's heart, realizing that he could not escape Lin Yi's retribution this time. Lin Yi did not disappoint Zhao Yunfei, delivering a thorough beating that not only incapacitated Zhao Yunfei's limbs, but also left him toothless, lying on the ground with his head resembling that of a pig. "You regard human life as mere weeds. Had you lived in ancient times, you would have long been punished by the heavens. Be grateful to live in a society governed by the law. However, I must warn you, do not pursue Yin Ryu again. I care not whence you come. Should I see you again, it will not merely be a matter of dismemberment. I will shatter them." With that, he paid no heed to Zhao Yunfei's reaction and returned to the car. Yin Ryu expressed her concern. "Are you all right?" "I saw Zhao Yunfei pull out a gun. It was a replica. I have reduced it to fragments. We should leave. The police and an ambulance will arrive shortly." With that, Lin Yi drove Yin Ryu back to the city. After the commotion caused by Zhao Yunfei, neither of them felt inclined to dine, and after dropping Yin Ryu at her dormitory, Lin Yi returned home. Strangely, upon his arrival, he found that while the servants were present, no one else was at home. After inquiring, he learned that the family had all gone to the hospital, as a relative had sustained serious injuries. Lin Yi initially feared that it was Wan Shui who was in trouble, and without pausing to consider, he quickly changed his clothes and hurried to the hospital. Upon reaching the hospital, he found Wan Bing and others anxiously waiting outside the operating room, with Wan Shui among them. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not Wan Shui's Xian Niao mark acting up, everything else was bearable. At that moment, Wan Shui spotted Lin Yi and waved him over. "Grandfather Wan, why has everyone come to the hospital?" Lin Yi waited, puzzled, as he recalled that the Wan family did not appear to have any relatives in Bai City. Now that Wan Bing and Wan Shui were safely standing there, the identity of the relative inside the operating room remained a mystery. Wan Yongjun sighed. "Your Aunt Lu's child came to Bai City today and was injured by evildoers while out for fun. He has just been taken into surgery." Lu Xiaoying stood nearby, seething with anger, muttering curses as she waited. "If I find out who did this, I swear I will make them wish they were never born. How dare they harm my child?" Wan Yongjun frowned. "Xiaoying, this is a hospital. Please watch your language." Lu Xiaoying, filled with sorrow and indignation, retorted, "Godfather, the one lying inside is your godson. He has only been in Bai City for less than half a day, and look at what has happened to him. How can I explain this to his father's spirit?" Knowing that Lu Xiaoying was a woman who would not be easily calmed, Wan Yongjun chose to remain silent and let her vent her frustration. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the operating room swung open, and a physician emerged, his attire stained with blood. Lu Xiaoying hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Doctor, how is my child? You must ensure his recovery. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest with your hospital." The doctor furrowed his brow, irked by Lu Xiaoying's demeanor. Yet adhering to the principles of medical ethics, he replied, "The patient is not in grave danger. However, he has lost a considerable amount of blood and will require some time for recuperation. It is worth noting that the joints in his limbs are showing signs of habitual dislocation, so he should refrain from any vigorous activities in the future. The patient has regained consciousness, and you may ask him any questions." With that, the doctor departed. Chapter 76. "I will take good care of you." Lu Xiaoying rushed into the emergency room, tears streaming down her face as she collapsed beside her child's bed. "My poor child, let me see you." On the hospital bed lay a man, his body swathed in bandages, his cheeks swollen, speaking with great difficulty. Upon seeing her child's battered visage, Lu Xiaoying cried even harder. "My son, tell me, who was it that laid hands on you? Just name them, and everyone here will stand up for you." Lu Xiaoying was not foolish. With a single remark, she implicated everyone present. Wan Yongjun, standing behind Lu Xiaoying, frowned but remained silent. Wan Bing then spoke. "Xiao Fei, tell your sister what happened. If the fault truly lies with the other party, we will not stand idly by." Lu Xiaoying immediately protested. "Bing Bing, how can you say that? Lying on that bed is your little brother, even if he is at fault." The opposing party's actions were excessively brutal. Wan Bing replied coldly, I am merely stating the facts. Lu Xiaoying, for reasons unknown, began to lament incessantly. I knew it. Ever since my unreliable husband passed away, our family has lost its pillar. Anyone can bully us, a widow and her child. Life has become so bitter. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoying grew even more pitiful. Had I known it would come to this, why did we even come here? Indeed, Aunt Lu, I believe you should return to your capital. My city is too dangerous for you, Lin Yi said with a smile as he approached. Upon entering the room, he immediately recognized a man lying on the bed. It was none other than Zhao Yunfei, whom he had just given a thorough lesson to. Zhao Yunfei could hardly forget that voice. When his gaze fell upon Lin Yi, his body trembled violently, his eyes narrowing in fury. He yearned to reveal to everyone present that Lin Yi was the one who had beaten him into the hospital. Yet the words clung to his throat, refusing to come out. After all, if this matter were to unfold, he would find himself in the wrong. Furthermore, the pressure Lin Yi exerted upon him was immense. Had he not been struck down, he would likely face dire consequences. The atmosphere in the operating room grew palpably tense. Wan Bing glanced between Zhao Yunfei and Lin Yi, puzzled, and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Zhao Yunfei wanted to affirm their acquaintance, but the words that came out were a denial. "Xiao Fei, right? I am your sister's fiancé. You may call me brother-in-law. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. I will certainly take good care of you." Lin Yi emphasized the word care, sending a chill through Zhao Yunfei's heart. Lu Xiaoying, initially intending to reprimand Lin Yi, found that he was speaking politely to her son and decided to refrain with a cold huff. At that moment, the nurse entered, escorting Zhao Yunfei back to his ward. After confirming that he was unharmed, everyone except Lu Xiaoying returned to the villa. Once they departed, Zhao Yunfei's expression darkened. "Mother, who exactly is that Lin Yi? How did he end up with Sister Bing?" Lu Xiaoying replied somewhat irritably, "I have no idea where he emerged from. Because of him, my purpose for coming here has yet to be fulfilled. By the way, why the sudden inquiry?" Zhao Yunfei, wary of revealing the day's events, deflected, "It's nothing. I just have a poor first impression of him. I can't shake the feeling that he might jeopardize our grand plans." Lu Xiaoying scoffed, "Rest assured. Although things have become a bit complicated, we're already making preparations. What about you? How are you considering the situation? You met Wan Shui today. Did you not find her appealing?" A flicker of joy appeared on Zhao Yunfei's face. "To be honest, she's quite charming, fair and delicate, rather endearing. However, she does seem a bit naive. If given a choice, I would prefer Sister Bing." "Absolutely not. Wan Bing is the woman chosen by young Master Du. You must not entertain such thoughts. It could jeopardize our significant endeavors, and we cannot afford that." Zhao Yunfei, somewhat disheartened, responded, "I understand. But surely pursuing Yin Ryu poses no issue, as she is my fiancée." "Yin Ryu? You mean the Yin Ryu from the capital? The one you've been betrothed to since childhood?" Zhao Yunfei nodded vigorously. "I heard she came to Baiqing to find Sister Bing. I didn't expect it to be true. I was injured today because of her." Lu Xiaoying nodded, then smirked, "Fear not, my son, as long as we accomplish our grand plans. Not only Yin Ryu, but even marrying Wan Bing could become a possibility." As they spoke, Lu Xiaoying and Zhao Yunfei shared a laugh, oblivious to the fact that their conversation had been overheard by Lin Yi, who had been listening intently. This Lu Xiaoying is indeed suspicious. Her move to Baiqing, first encouraging Wan Bing to befriend Du Hongyu, and now prompting Zhao Yunfei to get close to Wan Shui. If there isn't some sort of conspiracy here, I would never believe it. Yet, Lin Yi pondered, what exactly is this grand plan they speak of? The following day, Wan Bing, as usual, abandoned Lin Yi and drove alone to the company. After a light breakfast, Lin Yi was about to ride to work when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a clear female voice resonated on the other end. Lin Yi immediately recognized it as Feng Yang's sister, Feng Xiaoxiao. "Sister Xiaoxiao, it's me. The test result for the samples I obtained last time have come in." Lin Yi's heart raced. He had been troubled by the lack of breakthroughs. And now Feng Xiaoxiao brought him good news. "What is it? What exactly does the product from the pharmaceutical factory do?" "After extensive research, I discovered that the crystalline substance not only contains hallucinogenic components, but also harbors elements beyond our detection capabilities. Consequently, we conducted in vivo experiments using laboratory mice. Can you guess what transpired? Please, do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly. We found that the mice that ingested the crystalline substance fell into a semi-comatose state, during which they lost their capacity for judgment, directional awareness, and even the ability to feed themselves. Subsequently, beginning the following day, these mice experienced a significant mortality rate. So, is this crystalline substance toxic? It is not merely toxic. Rather, this drug has a detrimental effect on the vitality of living beings. Was there not a single survivor? Indeed, there was one. And this particular mouse exhibited an additional characteristic. What characteristic? A mark of the mysterious bird. Chapter 77. The secret of the younger sister-in-law. What? Are you saying that the ethereal mark of a Xian bird has appeared on this icy little mouse? Indeed, but it was merely a rudimentary form. It vanished shortly thereafter. We suspect that the icy crystal is a reagent specifically designed to assess whether the subjects possess the qualifications to receive the Xian bird mark. Lin Yi fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the photographs Feng Yong had shown him upon his arrival in Bai City. The images of young girls, their bare forms grotesquely contorted, began to flicker through his mind like a series of haunting slides. If Lin Yi's conjecture held any validity, there must be a particular connection among these deceased maidens. Perhaps they had all frequented the same dubious locales. After ending the call with Feng Xiao, Lin Yi hurried to the school where Wan Shui was enrolled. With the assistance of Yen Ruyu, he successfully brought Wan Shui out. Brother-in-law, I still have classes to attend. Why did you bring me out? Wan Shui said, her eyes narrowing with discontent as she regarded Lin Yi. However, today Lin Yi did not indulge her whims. Instead, his expression was grave, a demeanor Wan Shui had never witnessed before, rendering her momentarily speechless. Lin Yi led Wan Shui to a private room in a CAF, and, ensuring that there were no listening devices nearby, finally spoke, Xiao Shui, how does your brother-in-law usually treat you? Wan Shui nodded. He treats me quite well. Do you consider your brother-in-law to be a confidant? Of course. Brother-in-law, you Haven Tea brought me out just for such trivial matters, have you? Lin Yi's countenance grew serious as he looked intently at Wan Shui. Xiao Shui, let me ask you honestly, before the Xian bird mark appeared on you, did you visit any unsavory places? Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Wan Shui's body shuddered, and her gaze began to evade his, her speech faltering. Brother-in-law, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Yi's expression darkened. The matter concerned Wan Shui's life, and he could not afford to coddle her. Xiao Shui, I must tell you the truth. This thing could cost you your life. I barely managed to suppress it last time, and next time, luck may not be on your side. Huh? It could kill someone? Wan Shui, still a young girl, was easily frightened. The mention of her life sent her into a panic. After stammering for a considerable time, she finally confessed. If I tell you, will I still have a chance? Lin Yi sighed. As long as your brother-in-law is here, I assure you, you will be safe. Wan Shui bit her lip and finally said, before this mark appeared on me, I once went to a bar with friends. That night, we had a bit too much fun and drank excessively. And I ended up staying over at a friend's house. Is that all? Yes, that's all, Wan Shui replied with a pitiful look at Lin Yi. Nothing else occurred in between? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Wan Shui's face flushed, misunderstanding Lin Yi's intent. That day, I drank quite a lot and fell into a stupor. When I woke up, I was terrified that something had happened with a boy who accompanied me, so I checked carefully. Thankfully, I was still intact. Upon finishing her words, Wan Shui's face flushed a deep crimson. Lin Yi cleared his throat. Having encountered numerous women, he discerned at first glance that Wan Shui was still pure. However, his concern lay not in that detail, but rather in the fact that Wan Shui had fainted for a period during the event. Who accompanied you that day? He inquired. Honestly, I didn't want to go, but it was Du Hongyu's birthday, and many in the class attended. I felt too embarrassed to decline, so I went along. Du Hongyu. Once again, them. Do you recall the name of the bar? Let me think. I believe it was called the Ink Bar. All right, I understand. You may head to class now. If there's anything, I will seek you out later. As Lin Yi prepared to escort Wan Shui back to class, she grasped his arm. Shaking his arm, she pleaded, you must not breathe a word of this to my sister. If she discovers I neglected my studies to visit a bar, she would surely scold me severely. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi reassured her. Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself. After bidding farewell to Wan Shui, Lin Yi retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Long Xing? Yes, who is this? It's Lin Yi. Oh, it's Boss Lin. What can I do for you? I would like to inquire if there's a bar named Ink among your territories. There is such a place, but the Ink bar does not fall under my jurisdiction. May I ask why you are interested? Some inquiries are better left unspoken. I need you to assist me with something. Send me the structural blueprint of the Ink bar, as detailed as possible. Long Xing acknowledged the request and promptly sent Lin Yi a comprehensive blueprint. After glancing over the plans, Lin Yi grasped the entire layout of the bar. Since it was daytime and the bar was not yet operational, he decided to return to the office, postponing other matters until evening. Upon clocking in at the office, Xie Jinfang hurried into Lin Yi's office. Xiao Yi, what is the meaning of this? Xie Jinfang's expression was one of alarm as she slammed a document onto Lin Yi's desk. Lin Yi glanced down and realized it was an application letter from Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals, bearing the seal of the Wan Group. He chuckled. ISNT, this a company contract? What do you need this for? Xie Jinfang gazed at him with a complex expression. Xiao Yi, be honest with me. Did you sign this contract? I just checked General Manager Wan's signing records, and this contract is not listed. You are well aware of the current relationship between Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals and our company. Lin Yi, taken aback by Xie Jinfang's astuteness, recognized that this seemingly open-minded woman possessed a keen intellect. Despite his meticulous efforts to conceal the truth, she had discerned the inconsistency. Truly impressive, Fang Jia. I concede. You are correct. I did sign this contract. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinfang's complexion turned pale. Xiao Yi, it is only because I genuinely care for you that I speak the truth. Engaging in such embezzlement of public funds is utterly unacceptable. If you're caught, you will be doomed to a lifetime of imprisonment. While the contract has not yet been dispatched, heed your sister's advice and cease this folly. Observing the genuine concern etched on Xie Jinfang's face, Lin Yi felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that the notoriously flirtatious Xie Jinfang possessed such a sensitive and perceptive side. Sister Fang, allow me to be honest with you as well. My actions are not motivated by self-interest, but rather by a desire to benefit our company. Xie Jinfang was momentarily perplexed. Lin Yi reflected for a moment, then concealed the parts of the matter that could not be disclosed, sharing the remainder of the story. Chapter 78. A chance encounter at the bar. Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Xie Jinfang's expression softened considerably. Are you suggesting that someone intends to harm our company? Your actions are merely to draw them out and eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop? Lin Yi smiled and nodded. Xie Jinfang furrowed her brows and replied, the plan sounds promising, but the funds involved in this contract are substantial, over 100 million. Mobilizing such an amount without alerting Mr. Wan is utterly impossible. Moreover, our company is currently focusing most of its efforts on the Shanghai District project. Are we not hindering the company? Lin Yi revealed a mysterious smile. You need not worry about the financial aspect, Fang Jia. Xie Jinfang was even more perplexed. Xiao Yi, are you suggesting that you intend to falsify the accounts? But if you do that, how will you draw out the snake? Lin Yi chuckled and said, Fang Jia, since you have raised the question, I shall be candid with you. I will handle the financial matters. You merely need to keep this confidential. I assure you, with my integrity, I will not engage in any actions detrimental to the company. If you have any doubts, I can summon a guarantor right now. With that, Lin Yi called Lu Xiaoran to his office. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Xiaoran agreed without a moment's hesitation. In her heart, Lin Yi was more trustworthy than anyone else. Seeing even Wan Bing's loyal supporter endorse Lin Yi, Xie Jinfang conceded, Xiao Yi, I can help you keep this matter confidential. But I hope you will act as you have stated. If you ever jeopardize the company, I will be the first to expose you. Observing Xie Jinfang's serious demeanor, Lin Yi nodded immediately. Indeed, with Wan Bing's capable leadership and dedicated employees like Xie Jinfang and Lu Xiaoran, success was inevitable. Once Xie Jinfang left Lin Yi's office, a hint of concern appeared on Lu Xiaoran's face. Xiao Yi, are you certain there won't be any issues with the funds exceeding 100 million in this contract? Lin Yi smiled as he produced the legendary black card from his pocket and placed it in Lu Xiaoran's hand. Use your phone to search for my name. The number displayed is my account, and the password is my birthday. Remember, this matter must remain a secret. I do not wish for Wan Bing to be distracted. Lu Xiaoran nodded. Her curiosity piqued regarding whether this card could indeed secure over 100 million in funds. Yet her trust in Lin Yi compelled her to leave with the black card. Having settled everything, Lin Yi finally sighed in relief. Everything was in place, and now he awaited the opportune moment. If his assumptions were correct, the Wan Group and that mysterious organization had likely learned of the Wan Group's intention to invest in Sanfeng. If they were not foolish, they would seize this opportunity to exploit the Wan Group thoroughly. What kind of blow would be devastating to the Wan Group? Their reputation. Thus, if Lin Yi's predictions held true, the medical equipment ultimately delivered to the Wan Group will be substituted with substances capable of inducing hallucinations. The genuine medical equipment would be entirely acquired by the Wan Group. Wang Kai and Wang Zhongshan, I sincerely hope you do not let me down. Thus, amid Lin Yi's ceaseless scheming, a day passed. As night fell and he escorted Wan Bing back to the estate, Lin Yi changed into a black tracksuit and made his way to his destination for the evening, the Ink Bar. The Ink Bar sprawled over a vast area, adorned in opulent decor, and unlike typical bars that lure patrons with beautiful women, this establishment employed men for that purpose. Among them were youthful, handsome boys and tall, robust men, each resembling the protagonists from television dramas. Lin Yi stood across the way for merely 5 minutes, during which at least 10 women were drawn inside, a testament to the bar's thriving business. Just as Lin Yi was about to enter, a car suddenly pulled up to the curb, and a familiar figure appeared at the bar's entrance. Lin Yi froze, for the person standing there was none other than his fiancée, Wan Bing. What could she possibly be doing in such a place? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He had no recollection of Wan Bing having any appointments today. Concerned for Wan Bing's safety, he hurriedly followed her into the bar. Upon entering, he distinctly felt the peculiar gazes of the attendants on either side of the door. He thought little of it and stealthily trailed behind Wan Bing to the entrance of a private room. Peering through the crack of the door, Lin Yi saw a large gathering of men and women inside, and aside from Du Hongyu, he recognized none of them. However, it soon dawned on him what was transpiring. Wow, our Miss One has arrived. Come, take a seat. We're just missing you to complete our group of middle school classmates. It turned out to be a reunion of middle school classmates, Lin Yi realized. Yet, why was Du Hongyu present? Why is young Master Du here? Wan Bing's brow furrowed, her thoughts evidently mirroring Lin Yi's. At that moment, a portly man spoke up. Young Master Du is my high school classmate. We just gathered this afternoon. When he learned you were my middle school classmate, he insisted he was quite familiar with you, so I brought him along. You don't mind, do you, Bing Bing? Lin Yi scoffed. That fatso. Now everyone dares to call my wife by her nickname. You should take a good look in the mirror at his pig-like visage. With a swift motion of his left hand, Lin Yi performed a sleight of hand, producing a minuscule listening device, which he deftly flicked through the crack of the door onto Wan Bing's button. After ensuring it posed no issue, Lin Yi departed, casually finding another private room where he could sing while eavesdropping on their every move. Although he had pressing matters to attend to, he deemed it prudent to first ensure the safety of his future wife. A reunion is typically a gathering for idle chatter and boasting. And as the owner of a major company, Wan Bing naturally became the focal point of everyone's admiration. In the midst of an engaging conversation, Du Hongyu excused himself to the restroom, coincidentally accompanied by the portly gentleman who had brought him there. A spark of curiosity ignited within Lin Yi, prompting him to discreetly exit the private room and follow closely behind the duo. Upon entering the restroom, the two men, finding the surroundings deserted, surprisingly slipped into the same stall. Lin Yi observed this with keen clarity, his mind racing with thoughts. Goodness, could Du Hongyu possess such peculiar tastes? Just as Lin Yi's imagination began to wander, Du Hongyu spoke. Little fatty, I trust you are aware of our plan for later. The rotund man nodded eagerly, replying, Rest assured, young Master Du, I have everything arranged. Once we return, we shall ply Wan Bing with drinks until she is incapacitated. At that point, young Master Du, you may do as you please. Chapter 79. A photo shoot for you. To my astonishment, this rotund fool dares to scheme against my wife. I had suspected that Du Hongyu's intentions for being here were anything but innocent. I had yet to trouble his family, yet he boldly presented himself at my doorstep. It seems that last time was not enough of a lesson for him. This time, I shall break his legs. Suppressing my seething anger, Lin Yi stealthily departed from the restroom. Having concocted his nefarious plot, Du Yuhang rejoined the chubby fellow in the private room. As a rotund man had predicted, upon their return, many began to toast to Wan Bing. Although Wan Bing had a fair tolerance for alcohol, one drink after another soon rendered her quite inebriated. I cannot continue drinking. I must work tomorrow. While she still had control, Wan Bing waved away her classmates' toasts. At this juncture, the chubby man remarked, Bing Bing, it's rare for everyone to gather. You should not decline their goodwill. Indeed, it wouldn't be because you have become the president of Wan's group that you look down upon us, your old classmates, would it? With no alternative, Wan Bing succumbed to peer pressure and took another drink. After a full hour of revelry, she was thoroughly intoxicated. Lin Yi, perplexed, pondered how someone as principled as Wan Bing could lose control like this. She was known for her steadfastness in refusing alcohol. Could it be that she harbored some inner turmoil that required the solace of drink? Little did Lin Yi know, it was precisely because of him that Wan Bing felt so unsettled. As the clock quietly struck midnight, Wan Bing's classmates began to depart, leaving behind only a few inebriated girls, along with Du Hongyu and that detestable chubby fellow. Once the crowd had dispersed, Du Hongyu chuckled, Fatty, you executed today's plan splendidly. I shall reward you handsomely later. As for Wan Bing, I shall take her with me. The rest of these girls, you may entertain as you please. Bring them to the private club in the back. Enjoy yourself, Fatty. With a lewd grin, Du Hongyu supported the drunken Wan Bing and exited. As he gazed upon the beauty in his arms, a fervor ignited within him. Ah, Wan Bing, you cannot fathom that your dear Aunt Lu has already informed me of your whereabouts. Can you? Soon, I shall grant you ecstasy beyond imagination, and perhaps capture some photographs as well. I am determined to make you my prized possession. As he reveled in his thoughts, Du Hongyu erupted into laughter, oblivious to Lin Yi, who had already honed in on him from a distance. Outside, Du Hongyu assisted Wan Bing into his vehicle before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Yi approached Wan Bing's car, and upon confirming that the area was deserted, effortlessly opened the door. After swiftly starting the vehicle, he followed the tracker's guidance to pursue them. The car eventually came to a halt at the entrance of a luxurious hotel in by city, where Du Hongyu escorted the unconscious Wan Bing inside. Lin Yi followed closely behind and entered the hotel with ease. After obtaining the private room reserved by Du Hongyu, he made his way down the corridor. In the hallway, several patrolling bodyguards were present, seemingly arranged by Du Hongyu in advance. However, these individuals were no match for Lin Yi. Before any of them could utter a sound, he swiftly incapacitated them all. Kicking open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Du Hongyu, half-clothed. Who the hell are you? Du Hongyu exclaimed. With a cold smile, Lin Yi replied, I am Lin Yi, Wan Bing's fiancée. What? You are Lin Yi? Du Hongyu was initially taken aback, but then a cold smile crept across his face. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to come find me first. Very well. Today, I shall show you who truly deserves to be Wan Bing's man. Guards. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. No need to call for help. Those outside have long been dealt with. If you are wise, return my wife to me and compensate me for my emotional distress, and we shall consider this matter settled. Du Hongyu's heart trembled as he glanced towards the corridor, where indeed one bodyguard lay silently at the door. Yet, confident in his status, Du Hongyu was unafraid of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I understand your intentions regarding the Wan family. How about this? I will pay you whatever sum you desire for Wan Bing, and we can remain friends. What do you think? Lin Yi smiled, sure. Then hand me 100 billion. Du Hongyu believed there was room for negotiation, but he was taken aback by Lin Yi's outrageous demand. Lin Yi, don't be foolish. You should inquire about my reputation. In Bai City, no one dares to challenge me. Be smart and leave here now. After I have had my fun with your woman, I will even offer you some compensation. Otherwise, I can bring ruin to your family. Ruin to your family was one of the phrases Lin Yi detested the most. His expression turned icy in an instant. Who do you dare to threaten with such words? With each step Lin Yi took toward Du Hongyu, his aura became as chilling and ferocious as a vengeful spirit. In that moment, Du Hongyu felt as if he were ensnared by 100 demons, a cold dread enveloping him. Unable to bear the pressure, he stumbled and fell to the ground. What do you want? A sinister grin emerged on Lin Yi's lips. I intend to create a photo collection of you. With that, he approached the bedside table and seized the digital camera resting atop it. Ah, quite the preparation you have here. Do you have scented candles, whips, and chili water as well? Upon opening the drawer of the bedside table, Lin Yi discovered an array of intimate items, clearly prearranged by Du Hongyu. Since you have prepared so well, let us not waste anything. I will ensure you make use of each item, Lin Yi said, offering Du Hongyu an eerily sinister smile. Du Hongyu yearned to resist, yet at this moment, he was horrified to discover that his body felt as though it were laden with lead, heavy and unresponsive, his limbs weak and powerless, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi approached him, one hand gripping a whip, the other wielding an already activated digital camera. An hour later, a satisfied Lin Yi departed the hotel, cradling the still unconscious Wan Bing in his arms. Within Lin Yi's pocket lay a memory card containing hundreds of photographs and a rather scandalous adult video, in which the male protagonist was none other than the illustrious Du Hongyu himself. Lin Yi had seized this opportunity to extort a substantial sum from the Du family. Although a few million was merely a trifle in Lin Yi's eyes, witnessing Du Hongyu's humiliation brought him a sense of secret delight. Those who dared to provoke the women in his life would never elicit Lin Yi's mercy. Since physical torment had yielded little effect on Du Hongyu, Lin Yi resolved to explore the depths of psychological torment this time. Chapter 80. All is ready. Only the wind is missing on the journey home. Lin Yi deliberately slowed the car's pace, fearing that the jolting motion might disturb Wan Bing. As they drove along, Wan Bing gradually opened her eyes. In her hazy state, she gazed around, the scenery appearing quite blurred. She could merely discern a figure driving her forward. Suddenly, the silhouette before her became clearer, revealing a man donning a silver-white mask. "Mr. Xiang?" she murmured, still in a daze. Lin Yi, who was at the wheel, was momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at Wan Bing, wishing to deny it, but fearing that such a denial might provoke her into a drunken frenzy. He reluctantly altered his tone. "It's me." A subtle smile crept onto Wan Bing's lips, illuminating her face with a charming expression. "I knew you would come to rescue me," she whispered with a smile. Lin Yi felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. The disparity in treatment between the masked and unmasked versions of himself was stark. "Whenever you are in need, I shall appear by your side, regardless of the time or place. Rest now. You are weary." As he spoke, Lin Yi gently placed his hand at the nape of Wan Bing's neck, channeling a stream of vital energy into her body. With a sweet smile still gracing her features, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Gazing at the girl before him, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Such a pure-hearted girl was indeed rare to find nowadays. If he could truly marry her in the future, he might even wake up smiling in his dreams. Alas, in a whirl of thoughts, Lin Yi returned home with Wan Bing. Given the late hour, the servants had all retired for the night. Reluctantly, Lin Yi carried Wan Bing into the house himself, enduring the tumultuous surge of primal instincts within him as he helped her change into her nightwear. After completing this task, he felt more exhausted than after a fierce battle. He took a quick shower and promptly fell asleep. The next morning, in a state of drowsiness, Lin Yi sensed someone standing beside his bed. Instinctively opening his eyes, he was met with Wan Bing's fiery gaze. "Darling wife, you're scaring me. Why are you sitting by my bed so early?" Lin Yi feigned a look of fright. In a cold tone, Wan Bing inquired, "Did you bring me back last night?" Lin Yi nodded, "Yes. How else would you have returned? You were utterly intoxicated." When I went out yesterday, you weren't home. How did you know I would be at the bar? Could it not have been your grandfather who informed me?" "Don't deceive me. I just asked the servants, and they said you weren't seen all night." Lin Yi let out a dry laugh. "All right, since you've uncovered my secret, I shall tell you the truth. Someone called me yesterday, saying you had too much to drink and that I should come to get you. So I went." "Who made that call?" Wang Bing asked, her expression shifting to one of urgency. Lin Yi felt an unsettling sensation within. He was confronted by an exceedingly unattractive man, his face marred by pockmarks, exuding an air of menace that suggested he was no good. Wang Bing shot a glare at Lin. Speak properly. It was late, and I couldn't see clearly. Lin Yi retorted in frustration. Wang Bing sighed, pondering. Alas, could it be that the gentleman I glimpsed yesterday was merely an illusion? Shaking her head, a frostiness returned to her countenance. Lin Yi, I ask you, the nightgown I am wearing was changed by you, correct? Dear wife, allow me to explain. No need for explanations. I have inquired with Xiao Xue and the ants. None of them entered my room last night, nor did anyone change my clothes. Gulping, as the temperature in the room plummeted, Lin Yi began to sweat coldly. Beloved wife, I merely wish to ensure your comfort while you sleep. Just as Lin Yi anticipated Wang Bing's impending fury, she unexpectedly took 2 steps back, her expression softening. This time I shall let it pass, but remember, you are not to touch me again. Should I catch you once more, I will seize the opportunity while you sleep. Snip. With that, Wang Bing made a scissor gesture towards Lin Yi. A chill crept up Lin Yi's spine, lingering until he reached the office. Fortunately, the first colleague he encountered was the vivacious Fang. Hello, my beautiful sister Fang. You're here to clock in as well? Fang glanced at Lin Yi, smiling. Wasn't I waiting for you? I feel unwell if I don't see you for a day. After clocking in, Lin Yi quickly approached Fang, wrapping his arms around her remarkably soft waist. The younger man's transgressions were indeed considerable. Fang's enchanting eyes sparkled as she gently tapped Lin Yi's forehead with her finger. You little rascal, merely speaking sweetly. If you're capable, prove it. Don't be like last time. I invited you to my home, yet you hesitated. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Every occasion demands a touch of romance. After watching Du Feng that day, I felt a bit queasy, leaving little room for frivolities. Why find the time? I promise to attend to you properly, sister. Fang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi. Why wait for a special occasion? Let us make today the day. I owe you my gratitude for saving me last time. Had I fallen into Du's hands, the outcome would have been dire. Additionally, I have some matters to discuss with you. With that, Fang threw Lin Yi a flirtatious wink, playfully lifted his chin with her fingertip before gracefully sauntering away. Her curvaceous form swaying enticingly. What a tantalizing enchantress. One wonders how she fares in more intimate settings. With a smirk, Lin Yi hummed a playful tune as he made his way to his office. At that moment, the security department was taking shape with the assistance of the Dark Wolf. The Wan Group's security facilities and personnel had become the finest in the entire Baiqing. Moreover, with the talent of Su Xiaofeng in management, everything was functioning in perfect order, granting Lin Yi ample time to engage in other pursuits. 3 days have elapsed since the bait was cast, and good news has finally arrived from Lu Xiaoran. Utilizing Lin Yi's black card, she has successfully mobilized sufficient funds, and with Fang's assistance, both the contract and the finances have been dispatched to Sanfeng Pharmaceutical. The trap has been meticulously prepared. It merely awaits the arrival of the unsuspecting prey. After attending to some trivial matters within the security department, Lin Yi made a brief visit to the sales department, engaging in delightful conversation with the ladies there for an entire afternoon. At last, he endured until the end of the workday. Just as he was about to depart, Fang suddenly appeared within Lin Yi's line of sight, prompting him to recall that he was indeed scheduled to visit her residence today. A sense of inexplicable warmth surged within Lin Yi's heart. Chapter 81. The Art of Seduction After Work. Fang changed into a sleeveless dress suitable for home, which, although designed to be loose-fitting, clung to her figure as if it were a second skin. The excess fabric was entirely accentuated by her form, transforming what should have been a fresh and simple outfit into a striking display of allure. As the sun began to set, Fang stretched languidly before Lin Yi, her relaxed demeanor exuding an undeniable charm. Standing behind her, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel silently, thinking to himself that she was truly enchanting. Little Yi, what are you staring at? Sensing Lin Yi's intense gaze, Fang not only did not shy away, but instead elongated her form, granting Lin Yi another feast for his eyes. Goodness, Though Xie Jinfang was over 30, her every movement resonated with the vitality of youth. Her natural sensuality was utterly captivating. What is true elegance, if not the essence of a woman like Xie Jinfang? If anyone were fortunate enough to marry her, their daily life would undoubtedly be filled with joy. She was indeed a rare gem. As these thoughts swirled in Lin Yi's mind, his heart ignited with fervor. Of course, I am admiring my beautiful sister Fang. The sunset, though picturesque, pales in comparison to her beauty, and no fine wine can intoxicate as deeply as her smile. Xie Jinfang chuckled, her lips curling in a playful manner. You little rascal, your words are becoming increasingly charming. I suspect there are at least 80 young ladies captivated by your flattery. Hey, not to keep anything from you, sister, besides my eloquence, I excel in other oral skills. If you don't believe me, I could give you a demonstration, Lin Yi teased. Xie Jinfang playfully twisted at his waist. You naughty boy. Trying to take advantage of me again, aren't you? Ouch, Sister Fang, that hurts. I meant my oral skills in the sense of mimicry. I can imitate all sorts of sounds, Lin Yi clarified, and proceeded to entertain her with an array of imitations, from birds to aircraft, drawing forth peals of laughter from Xie Jinfang. And in those moments, Lin Yi once again savored the bliss of heaven. As they walked for a while, Xie Jinfang eventually caught on to Lin Yi's playful scheme. Yet, instead of feigning ignorance, she proudly remarked, Little Yi, do you have a fondness for me, or are you simply attracted to older women? Lin Yi instinctively nodded. Among all the women I've encountered, you rank within the top 3. Any man fortunate enough to have you as a sister would surely be the happiest. For reasons unbeknownst to him, as Lin Yi spoke those words, Xie Jinfang's spirits suddenly waned, and the playful banter ceased, leaving them to walk side by side in silence. Sensing something amiss, Lin Yi was about to inquire when Xie Jinfang cheerfully pointed to a nearby supermarket. Let us go buy some groceries. I'll show you a thing or two when we get home. Lin Yi nodded in agreement without further comment, and the two proceeded to purchase their ingredients before heading to Xie Jinfang's abode. As they chatted and busied themselves in the kitchen, a knock echoed through the door. The one knocking at the door seemed rather foolish, striking it with such fervor as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against it. Xie Jinfang's expression suddenly shifted. She turned to Lin Yi and instructed, Stay in the kitchen. Do not come out unless I call for you. With that, her countenance darkened as she stepped outside. Before long, a coarse male voice reached Lin Yi's ears. Why is it taking so long to open the door? Are you secretly keeping a toy boy behind my back? Xie Jinfang replied coldly, Lu Yong, let us speak plainly. I hope you refrain from seeking trouble. As my wife, is it a crime to show concern for you? He sneered. Oh, you still remember that you're my wife? Yet when you were out frolicking with your mistress, I did not hear you utter such words. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Xie Jinfang was indeed married, albeit unhappily. No wonder her mood had soured when he mentioned men earlier. I am a man. Why should I answer to you, a woman? Just stay at home and maintain your virtue. Now, go prepare my meal. I'm hungry. Xie Jinfang stood her ground. Lu Yong, I am no longer your wife. This is my home. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. Utter nonsense. The man cursed. As long as the divorce papers are unsigned, you remain my wife. Don't think you can escape your duties. If I demand it, you will comply. You pervert, Lu Yong. Leave. You are not welcome here. Xie Jinfang retorted, pushing him away. Enraged, he shoved her to the ground. You refuse to cook for me, do you? Very well. I shall take what I desire from you. As he lunged towards her, Lin Yi sensed the impending danger and rushed out from the kitchen. Placing himself protectively in front of Xie Jinfang, he swiftly kicked the man to the ground, preventing him from reaching her. In that moment, Lin Yi recognized the intruder. This was the very same rotund man who had conspired with Du Hongyu to disgrace Wan Bing the previous night. To his astonishment, this seemingly insignificant figure was Xie Jinfang's husband. The man, noticing an unexpected presence in the room, rose angrily from the floor, cursing, You vile harlot. I knew you couldn't stay away from men. Now I've caught you red-handed. You're indeed keeping a toy boy behind my back. Lin Yi replied coldly, Watch your words. Fat man. Jinfang is my colleague and also my elder sister. With a derisive laugh, the man retorted, When there is something to be done, it is sister. When there isn't, it's just sister, right? Spare me the pretense of familial affection. What century do you think this is? If you want my wife, just say so. Xie Fang, having been helped up by Lin Yi, was flushed with indignation, trembling as she said, Lu Yong, do you not feel shame or disgust for uttering such words? The man scoffed. What is so disgusting about it? Let me tell you, my wife is exceptional in bed, especially those charming curves. Truly, they can bring a man to ecstasy. Lu Yong, silence yourself. Xie Fang clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, the rotund man showed no signs of restraint. Instead, his words became increasingly offensive. Unable to tolerate this, Lin Yi strode over to the corpulent figure and lifted him effortlessly. What? What do you intend to do? Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smirk as a mobile phone appeared in his hand. Upon pressing the play button, a recording of a conversation between the rotund man and Du Hongyu began to play. Chapter 82. Departing in disgrace, as the recording concluded, Xie Fang trembled with rage. Lu Yong, you despicable creature, how could you violate your classmate? Lu Yong's expression faltered, guilt gnawed at him, rendering him speechless. Brother, I do not comprehend your meaning. He stammered, already shifting to address Lin Yi as brother. Lin Yi chuckled as he tucked away his phone. Fatty, do you now believe I possess the right to converse with you? Lu Yong swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Yi's jovial face. Despite his simmering indignation, he dared not retaliate, fearing that a careless word might provoke Lin Yi into revealing the recording. Brother, let us speak amicably. Lu Yong quickly altered his address. Lin Yi replied with a grin. Very well. I am eager to hear your explanation. How about this? I will give you 100,000 yuan if you delete this recording. We are all men here. What does it matter if we indulge in a few women? Beast, you are nothing but a beast. Xie Fang clenched her lips, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at Lu Yong, wishing she could pounce on him and tear away flesh. Yet Lu Yong disregarded her entirely. Brother, if you feel the sum is insufficient, we can negotiate. I must confess, I have some connections with the young master of the Du family. If you spare me today, we shall be friends henceforth, and you will enjoy boundless wealth and glory. The young master of the Du family? Apologies, but I have no desire to know him. Lin Yi responded indifferently. Seeing that Lin Yi remained unmoved, Lu Yong quickly adopted a belligerent demeanor. If you refuse my generous offer, do you think that handing this evidence to the police will lead to my downfall? Huh? Do you truly believe the forces behind me are ineffectual? Go ahead. Give it a try. Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. He had not intended to resort to violence today, but the insolence of this man was unbearable. Reluctantly, he acted. In an instant, Lu Yong, overwhelmed by his indulgent lifestyle, proved no match for Lin Yi. With a few swift moves, Lin Yi had him pinned to the ground, his arm immobilized. Instead of brute force, Lin Yi channeled his energy into Lu Yong's body, methodically damaging the nerves and muscles in his arm. The agony was akin to being pricked by countless needles, causing Lu Yong to wail in distress. Ouch, it hurts terribly. Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. Lin Yi coldly snorted, expressing disdain, and tossed Lu Yong aside. Clutching his arm, Lu Yong stumbled to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yi. Fine, you arrogant brat, just wait. One day, I will make you weep. With that, Lu Yong attempted to leave Xie Fang's home, but after just a few steps, Lin Yi blocked his path. Lu Yong's face paled, fear creeping into his voice. What do you want? Are you bullying an honest person? Bah, if you consider yourself an honest person, then there are no villains left in the world. Do not leave yet. There is still a matter to attend to. Lu Yong cast a perplexed glance at Lin Yi, who then directed his gaze towards Xie Fang, saying, Sister Fang, please bring over the divorce agreement. Upon hearing this, Xie Fang immediately comprehended Lin Yi's intention. Without taking the time to berate Lu Yong, she hurried from the inner room to retrieve the divorce papers she had prepared in advance. Lin Yi accepted the divorce agreement, lightly tapping it in his hand as he declared, Fatty, sign this, and I shall allow you to leave today. Otherwise, do you see that clay pot in the room? I will stew you in it. With that, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Lu Yong. An ordinary man, he could not withstand such an aura. His legs weakened, and without a second thought, he nodded in acquiescence. Wait, Lin Yi added, You must leave with nothing. Lu Yang's complexion turned pale. The reason he had been hesitating to finalize the divorce was his fear of Xie Jinfang claiming half of their assets. Now, with Lin Yi's words, it seemed Xie Jinfang would take everything. Though he felt a surge of discontent, the sight of Lin Yi's cheerful demeanor instilled fear within him, compelling him to tremble as he signed his name before leaving in disgrace. Once Lu Yong departed, Xie Jinfang stood frozen, clutching the signed divorce agreement. For 5 or 6 minutes, she remained in place until suddenly she covered her mouth and began to weep, then hastily retreated to the bedroom. The fearless Lin Yi, who faced all without trepidation, found himself most unsettled by a woman's tears. Whenever he witnessed such sorrow, it reminded him of the day his mother was taken away. In a moment of disarray, Lin Yi sat quietly for some time before regaining his composure and walking into Xie Jinfang's bedroom. She was leaning against the bedside table, still sobbing. Lin Yi understood that women often harbored deep sentiments. Despite Lu Yang's unworthiness, there were undoubtedly cherished memories in their relationship that Xie Jinfang would hold dear. To abruptly sever it would be far from easy. Rubbing his head, Lin Yi realized that while he could excel in many areas, he was certainly no emotional counselor. Despite his flirtatious nature, he had never had a genuine girlfriend. The one who could barely be classified as such nearly cost him his life. Yet, standing idly was not an option. He steeled himself and approached her. Just as he called out, "Sister Fang," darkness suddenly enveloped his vision as a soft, delicate figure leapt into his embrace. For the first time, Lin Yi did not feel a thrill from the delightful sensation. Instead, upon noticing the dampness on his shoulder, his heart grew heavy. "Sister Fang, try to look past it. That kind of man is not worth your tears. With your beauty, countless suitors would eagerly line up for your attention. Why dwell on him?" Xie Jinfang remained silent, merely nodding in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, yet mustered the courage to continue speaking. "Please, do not feel inferior or dwell on negative thoughts. Consider this. Since ancient times, beautiful women have attracted men effortlessly, without even lifting a finger. Take Pangelian, for instance, or Yin Poxy. They merely sat at home, while men seemingly descended from the heavens." Just as Lin Yi was about to finish his thought, Xie Jinfang executed a dramatic 180-degree turn, her soft flesh at Lin Yi's waist responding to the motion. Are you implying that I am akin to them, lacking in virtue?" Xie Jinfang finally lifted her head from Lin Yi's embrace, her voice tinged with melancholy. Lin Yi chuckled softly. "I was merely jesting. I was only referring to beauty. In terms of inner qualities, who could possibly rival Sister Fang?" As he spoke, Lin Yi's gaze wandered downward, fixating on the 2 soft curves pressing against his chest. Xie Jinfang's face flushed crimson, finally emerging from her sorrowful state. However, before Lin Yi could continue his light-hearted banter, Xie Jinfang suddenly pulled him firmly into her embrace, her luscious, crimson lips descending towards his. Chapter 83. A night at Sister's house in an instant. Lin Yi's mind went blank. Xie Jinfang was the most enchanting woman he had ever encountered in her 30s, possessing the heart of a youthful maiden while exuding the exquisite charm of a mature woman. The allure of her oscillation between maturity and innocence was utterly captivating to men. To claim that Lin Yi felt no attraction towards her would be a gross understatement. However, the thought of developing a relationship with Xie Jinfang filled him with trepidation. His extensive experience with women had taught him that those like Xie Jinfang, once they set their sights on a man, would be unwaveringly devoted. Despite her seemingly open demeanor, when it came to matters of the heart, her intensity could be overwhelming. Years ago, Lin Yi had encountered a similar woman, and due to his reckless pursuits, he had nearly lost his life when she discovered his infidelity. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Hence, when Xie Jinfang leaned closer, Lin Yi took a subtle step aside, smacking his forehead as he extricated himself from her embrace. "Oh dear, the soup is still simmering. I must check on it, or it will burn," he exclaimed, and with that, he exited her bedroom as if nothing had transpired, leaving behind a forlorn Xie Jinfang. Before long, Xie Jinfang, now clad in a fresh outfit, joined him in the kitchen. She made no mention of the earlier incident as they collaboratively prepared dinner. As the meal progressed, A smile gradually graced Xie Jinfang's face. Whether it was due to the effects of the wine or her relief from Lu Yong's relentless pursuit, she unveiled several bottles of exquisite foreign liquor, and the two engaged in a spirited exchange of toasts. Over the course of the meal, they consumed 3 entire bottles of wine, and had the supply not been exhausted, Xie Jinfang might have continued. As the alcohol flowed, Xie Jinfang unburdened herself of the thoughts that had been weighing on her heart, while Lin Yi assumed the role of a patient listener, offering the occasional word of comfort without interjecting his own opinions. She cried when recounting her sorrows and laughed when reminiscing about joyous moments. Their conversation flowed into the wee hours of the night until Xie Jinfang had finally expressed all that she had kept bottled up inside. With a sigh of relief, she made her way to the balcony, flinging open the window and shouting into the night, "It's all in the past. I, Xie Jinfang, will live for myself." The declaration resonated within Lin Yi, stirring a flicker of emotion. Were it not for the burdens of familial vengeance, he too would yearn to embrace the life she so passionately proclaimed. With a sigh, Lin Yi realized the hour was late and prepared to take his leave. However, Xie Jinfang remained silent, her gaze fixated on him, her eyes filled with a dreamy allure. Her ruby lips parted, and a delicate tongue emerged, brushing gently against her luscious mouth. Xie Jinfang approached him slowly, raising her graceful hands to her shoulders, her slender fingers deftly loosening the straps of her dress with effortless grace. Lin Yi could vividly imagine the scenario that was about to unfold. He gazed at the fervent eyes of Xie Jinfang, realizing that this time she might be entirely serious. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi might have succumbed to the moment. Yet he was acutely aware that what Xie Jinfang truly needed was not this, but rather comfort. Ultimately, his reason triumphed over desire, and he swiftly approached Xie Jinfang before her strap could slip further down, grasping both ends firmly. Xie Jinfang was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze towards Lin Yi tinged with a hint of melancholy and disappointment. "Is it because I am not attractive, little Yi? Do you not find me appealing?" she queried, inching closer to him. Lin Yi found himself frozen, caught in a dilemma of whether to yield to the moment or not. Just then, Xie Jinfang's mature and alluring voice floated into his ears. She leaned softly against his shoulder and whispered, "Little Yi, why not spend the night at my home?" Lin Yi thought to himself that he would love to stay, but regrettably, he had a fierce mother tiger waiting at home. The thought of Wang Bing's unparalleled beauty eased his heart considerably. Gently pushing Xie Jinfang away, he tidied her attire and smiled, saying, "Women are like fine wine. Especially exquisite ones like you, dear sister, deserve to be savored slowly. We shall have ample time in the future, so do not run away when that time comes." Initially, when Lin Yi pushed her away, Xie Jinfang felt a twinge of discomfort, but upon hearing his words, her spirits lifted. "Humph, little brat. Could it be that there's a mother tiger at your place, and you fear returning to be devoured? Lin Yi chuckled. If I could spend a night with a beauty like you, I would willingly crawl into a tiger's den at the zoo. Humph, I cannot believe you. Hurry, before I truly become a tiger." After a playful exchange, Lin Yi departed from Xie Jinfang's residence. As he walked along the road, he reflected on the earlier scene, pondering the uncertain outcome had he lost control. Gradually, the fervor in his heart began to dissipate, and he found himself humming a tune as he strolled. Before long, he exited the community where Xie Jinfang lived. However, just a few steps out, he sensed he was being followed. A subtle smirk crept across his lips as he recognized the pursuer's identity. It was none other than Lu Yong, who had likely come to settle the score. To avoid causing trouble for Xie Jinfang, Lin Yi decided it would be best to handle this hefty adversary himself. Thus, he deliberately chose a secluded path, and soon enough, he was cornered by Lu Yong and his associates. "Hey, you little rascal, you chose the path to hell when there was a road to paradise. Where do you think you can run now? You seduced my wife and conspired to seize my possessions. Today, I will make you pay." Lu Yong advanced menacingly, flanked by a familiar face from Lin Yi's past. "Master Du, it is this scoundrel who compelled me to divorce Xie Jinfang. Consequently, I will no longer be able to relay any information regarding the Wan family group to you. Perhaps you could assist a brother in dealing with this wretch?" "What? He forced you to part ways with that promiscuous woman, said Jean Fang. Du Hongyu's countenance darkened as he emerged beneath the street lamp. Damn it, things have been extraordinarily peculiar lately. Our spies within the Wan family group have been disappearing one after another. How unfortunate. Today is precisely the right moment to offer this scoundrel as a sacrifice to turn my fortunes around. Master Du, I hear you intend to use me as a sacrifice to change your luck? Lin Yi remarked with a smile as he stepped into the light from the shadows. Chapter 84. Pardon me, wrong person. Upon hearing that remarkably familiar voice, Du Hongyu's body trembled violently, particularly as a searing pain radiated from his lower back, rendering him utterly uncomfortable, to the point that his teeth began to chatter. Why are you here? Lu Yong was taken aback. Young Master Du, do you know him? Silence. Du Hongyu's face paled. The events of that night were indelibly etched in his memory. However, a fierce anger soon marred his expression. What perfect timing. I shall settle both old and new scores today. Everyone, listen up. Attack. At Du Hongyu's command, over a dozen burly youths surged towards Lin Yi. Yet, these individuals were woefully inadequate. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yi launched into a flurry of punches and kicks. Within mere seconds, all were left sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Du Hongyu felt a jolt of dread within him, shouting, "Help!" Following the sound of synchronized footsteps, several more large men appeared beside him. Seeing them, Du Hongyu felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He glared at Lin Yi and coldly declared, "You insolent brat. I've invested significantly in my revenge. These men are from the finest security company in Baiqing. Now, you shall learn the meaning of pain. Attack!" However, to Du Hongyu's astonishment, these newcomers remained utterly still, standing like wooden statues behind him. Turning to the leader among them, he barked, "What are you all waiting for? Get him!" Lin Yi observed Du Hongyu's enraged humiliation, folding his arms and watching him like an amused spectator. At that moment, the leader finally moved, prompting Du Hongyu to breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Lin Yi, saying, "This gentleman is someone I hired at great expense. He is a battle-hardened mercenary. Your luck has run out today. Teach this brat a lesson. I want him to kneel." As Du Hongyu spoke, his pupils dilated in horror. Indeed, someone had knelt, but it was not Lin Yi, it was the head of his bodyguards. Du Hongyu felt utterly bewildered. How could this happen? They hadn't even fought yet, and one of them was already kneeling? Just as he pondered this, the bodyguard respectfully addressed Lin Yi. "Greetings, Boss Lin. It has been a while. I hope you have been well." Lin Yi smiled at the man kneeling before him. "I remember you. You were the apprentice of the little wolf cub and had a confrontation with me previously." The dark wolf's apprentice broke into a cold sweat at that time. "I was unaware of Boss Lin's illustrious reputation and acted rashly. I hope you can forgive my insolence. Rest assured, the brother of the little wolf cub is also my brother. The previous misunderstanding is behind us. From now on, let us refer to each other as brothers. By the way, how shall we handle today's affair? Perhaps we could put on a show and spar a little?" The apprentice of the dark wolf hastily waved his hand with a wry smile. "Boss Lin, please spare me. Had I known he intended to target you, I would have never accepted this task, even at the cost of my life. I shall return with my brothers and sever ties with the Du family." "That might not be wise. It could significantly tarnish your reputation," Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile. "For the sake of Boss Lin, what is reputation worth? Brothers, come over. Among you, there should be someone who recognizes him. He is the superior of our esteemed leader. Greet him, Boss Lin." "Greetings, Boss Lin." The Dark Wolf students, true to their mercenary roots, displayed remarkable qualities, explaining their high regard within the industry. "All right, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I will take my leave now. Take care, Boss Lin." Xiao Lu drive Boss Lin home. In the midst of Du Hongyu's stunned silence, Lin Yi not only escaped unscathed, but was also escorted away in a luxurious vehicle by the very bodyguards he had summoned. "No, he cannot leave. I have paid you. As my hired hands, you must heed my commands." Silence. The Dark Wolf's apprentice approached Du Hongyu with a stern expression. "Were it not for the meager sum you provided, your words alone could cost you your life. Not even your father would dare speak to us in such a manner. Fear not, I shall refund your money. Brothers, we depart." With that, They all left, leaving behind a scene of injured men and a furious Du Hongyu. As for Lu Yong, sensing the tide turning, he had already made his escape. With the aid of the Dark Wolf's subordinates, Lin Yi returned to the villa. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 3 in the morning. The villa was enveloped in darkness. Fortunately, Lin Yi had wisely made a key, sparing him the trouble of climbing through windows. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he found the darkness did not hinder his keen eyesight, making it nearly indistinguishable from daylight. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a white figure suddenly appeared in the living room, stealthily making its way toward the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized it was Zhao Yunfei. "Oh, you're out of the hospital so soon?" Lin Yi thought mischievously, intending to play a trick on Zhao Yunfei, and quietly followed behind him. Zhao Yunfei, still unfamiliar with the layout, fumbled in the dark, unable to locate the light switch. At that moment, Lin Yi happened to pass by the coffee table, where half an uneaten durian lay. A wicked grin crept across Lin Yi's face as he discreetly picked up the durian. Just as Zhao Yunfei reached the kitchen door, Lin Yi hurled the durian, then swiftly yanked the blanket off the sofa and dashed toward Zhao Yunfei. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Yunfei instinctively turned around, directly encountering the flying durian. Before he could utter a cry of pain, Lin Yi's blanket enveloped Zhao Yunfei's head, and a flurry of punches rained down upon him. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yi shouted, "Thief! Someone has broken in to steal. Quick, catch the thief!" The servants residing on the ground floor were the first to rush over upon hearing of a theft. Without hesitation, they began to confront Lin Yi, who was in the midst of dealing with the intruder. At that moment, Wan Bing and the others were also awakened and hurried downstairs. Just as Lin Yi was fervently administering punishment, Zhao Yunfei seized a brief moment to shout loudly, "I'm not a thief. Please stop hitting me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoying's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly cried out, "Hold on, stop." With a sigh, Lin Yi leisurely stood up, but not before delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Yunfei, saying, "Humph, how dare you steal from the Wan family? Do you wish to endanger your life?" Once Lin Yi ceased his actions, Zhao Yunfei finally managed to tear off the cloth covering his head. The crowd then realized that the individual who had just been punished was none other than Lu Xiaoying's son, Zhao Yunfei. Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, isn't this my brother Yunfei? I thought you were hospitalized. What brings you back home? Look at the trouble I've caused. Quickly get up." Thankfully I held back, or else I might have accidentally harmed you, and that would have broken my heart. Chapter 85. I will manage on my own. Zhao Yunfei, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, was left to swallow his frustration silently. He gazed at the grinning Lin Yi, aware that his actions were intentional. However, unable to match Lin Yi's strength and not wishing to escalate tensions, he forced a grimace that resembled a smile. "Thank you for your concern, brother-in-law. I am quite well." Lin Yi nodded with a smile, patting Zhao Yunfei on the shoulder. "As long as you are well, let me assist you back to your room for some rest." Zhao Yunfei hastily waved his hand. "No need to trouble you, brother-in-law. I can manage on my own." With that, he shakily rose from the ground, and with Lu Xiaoying's support, he limped upstairs to rest. Once they departed, Wan Shui burst into laughter. Lin Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Sister-in-law, what is so amusing?" Wan Shui glanced at Lin Yi and mischievously replied, "What else could make me laugh? Brother-in-law, you're truly incorrigible." Lin Yi shrugged and stretched lazily. "I can't be bothered to discuss it. I'm off to sleep now. Good night, Elder Wan. My dear wife, it is time for our enchanting evening together." Wan Bing let out a cold huff, remaining silent as she ascended the stairs. Upon entering her room, she turned to Lin Yi and said icily, "Was your behavior earlier not excessive? Our guest was just that, a guest, and moreover, the godson of my grandfather." Lin Yi dismissively replied, "It has nothing to do with me. For someone like him, 100 lessons would not suffice." Though Wan Bing harbored little fondness for Lu Xiaoying and her daughter, Lin Yi's actions filled her with disdain. Resorting to violence so casually, in her eyes, was the hallmark of a barbarian. Thus, after that night, Wan Bing's attitude toward Lin Yi grew increasingly hostile. No matter what he said, she could always find a reason to counter, whether in their personal or professional lives. What was going on here? The following morning, Lin Yi was summoned to Wan Bing's office, where a stack of documents lay atop her desk, prominently emblazoned with the words Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals. Lin Yi's heart sank, realizing the matter had come to light. I am responsible for this, and the funds are mine. I hope you will not involve anyone else, he declared, abandoning any pretense of concealment since Wan Bing had already discerned the truth. In a cold tone, Wan Bing responded, I am discussing business with you, so put away your notions of brotherly loyalty. However, before I call Manager Liu and Xiejin Fang, I wish to hear the full story from you. I can share the details, but you must promise not to trouble Liu Xiaoran or Xiejin Fang afterward. I will bear all consequences myself, Lin Yi insisted. Wan Bing let out a scornful laugh. Bear all consequences? A contract worth over 100 million signed without the finance department's knowledge. Tell me, where did this money come from? Or have you colluded with Xiejin Fang to fabricate accounts and defraud the company? Wan Bing felt overwhelmed. The recent pressures from the development work in Shanghai district had already weighed heavily on her. The events that transpired last night left Wan Bing utterly perplexed, prompting her to initiate an investigation into Lin Yi's recent undertakings. As she perused the financial department's reports, she stumbled upon a contract she had never encountered before. With Wan Bing's formidable methods, she ultimately identified 3 suspects, one of whom was Lin Yi. Upon realizing this, Wan Bing was struck with fear. After all, for the Wan Group, the work in the Shanghai district represented an opportunity. However, if mishandled, any oversight could lead to dire consequences, allowing rival forces to seize the moment and potentially plunge the Wan Group into an irrevocable crisis. Thus, without delay, Wan Bing summoned Lin Yi, eager to ascertain the details of the situation as swiftly as possible. Lin Yi recounted the portions he could disclose, explaining that Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals had performed admirably in the previous year, and the Wan Group was in need of specialized equipment and talent in that domain. Aware of the Wan Group's current financial constraints, he had opted to invest his own resources to help the company navigate this challenge. After his explanation, Wan Bing's expression softened slightly, yet her skepticism remained largely intact. In business, such matters are often devoid of sentiment. Lin Yi, regardless of whether the other party harbors ill intentions toward us, your actions have severely disrupted the company's order. Should this matter come to light, it would undoubtedly dampen the morale of the entire organization. Therefore, I urge you to cease your endeavors immediately. I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Lin Yi, with a sense of resignation, spread his hands and replied, I apologize, but the contract has already been signed and the funds have been transferred. We are merely awaiting the delivery of the equipment. If they were not in the office, Wan Bing would have been enraged enough to take drastic measures. Lin Yi, I never anticipated your audacity would extend to jeopardizing the company's reputation. Lin Yi, feeling a surge of displeasure, retorted, Wan Bing, let us speak with integrity. The very reason I undertook this considerable risk is, contrary to your assertion, to safeguard the company's reputation and security. With a sardonic tone, she pressed, then tell me, apart from our Wan Group, who are the investors in Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals? Wan Group, he replied. Are you aware that the majority of Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals management is affiliated with Wan Group? Had I not been preoccupied with the work in the Shanghai district, I would have severed ties with Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals long ago. And now, at this critical juncture, you insist on aligning with them, oblivious to the potential schemes of Wan Group? Lin Yi thought to himself, I fear their schemes precisely. However, he refrained from voicing this concern to Wan Bing. To avoid inciting her wrath, he stated, as I mentioned earlier, should any discrepancies arise, I will bear full responsibility and consequences, ensuring not a trace of trouble befall the Wan Group. Furthermore, I promise, if this situation adversely affects the Wan Group, I am willing to call off our engagement. Wan Bing was taken aback, abruptly lifting her gaze to meet Lin Yi's. Really? Lin Yi, observing the complex emotions flickering across Wan Bing's face, felt a twinge of discomfort within himself. However, once spoken, words are akin to water spilled. They cannot be retracted. A gentleman's word is as swift as a galloping steed. I, Lin Yi, am a man of my word. If you have doubts, feel free to record our conversation or even draft a formal agreement. Wan Bing pondered for a moment, then, after a deep breath, replied, Very well. If what you say is true, and you possess complete confidence in dealing with the machinations of the Wong Group, then I, Wan Bing, shall make it unequivocally clear. Should you successfully resolve this matter, I will announce our engagement in front of all the esteemed guests at my grandfather's birthday banquet. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. Wan Bing, just wait for the day when we raise a family together. Chapter 86. Lawless upon returning to the office, Lin Yi began to contemplate. The seemingly tranquil Wong Group was undoubtedly stirring beneath the surface. Yesterday, Hu Haiquan had called Lin Yi to inform him that the equipment was ready, awaiting acceptance from the Wong Group. However, this morning, Hu Haiquan called again, reporting that the equipment had encountered some obstacles during transport and had been taken for quality inspection by the industrial and commercial personnel. When Lin Yi inquired about the team leader, Hu Haiquan revealed the name Du Feng. At that moment, Lin Yi understood that the battle had commenced. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yi had recently maintained frequent conversations with Xiao Qin. Initially, Xiao Qin was unaware of the situation. But on the third day after the equipment had been detained, she called to inform Lin that the secret factory of Sanfeng Pharmaceutical had been operating with unusual frequency, seemingly producing large quantities of the hallucinogenic substance Lin Yi had previously encountered. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The Wong Group was attempting a deceptive maneuver. Due to Du Feng's interference, the acceptance timeline for Lin Yi's side had been extended by a full week. With only 4 days remaining, Lin Yi found himself aimlessly passing time, frequently visiting the hospital where Lu Xiaoyin worked after office hours. On this particular day, after confirming that Wan Bing had safely returned to the Wan family's villa, Lin Yi headed to the hospital. As he entered the hospital, he noticed a group of medical staff engaged in a heated debate with a man who was visibly agitated and vocally protesting. On what grounds do you demand that I vacate the room for someone else? I have already paid for my hospital stay. Why should my mother sleep in the corridor? Lin Yi recognized that voice and pushed through the crowd to stand beside the man. Su Xiaofeng? The emotional Su Xiaofeng turned to face Lin Yi, his eyes glistening with tears, eliciting a pang of sympathy within Lin Yi. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? At that moment, Lu Xiaoran approached with a stern expression. Brother Xiaoyi, Su Xiaofeng's mother is hospitalized, but her room has been occupied by an elderly woman who arrived later. It's a 3-person room, yet only that elderly woman is occupying it. Isn't this bullying? The lead doctor scoffed. She paid for a private room and settled the bill in advance, unlike you, who has delayed for nearly half a year. Su Xiaofeng gritted his teeth in response. Fine, I'll accept that, but what about the surgery? My mother was next in line, and now that elderly woman's arrival has postponed her operation. The doctor replied, what else there to discuss? Had you paid the surgery fee in full, it would have been arranged by now. If I were you, I would prepare for your mother's final affairs. This delay benefits neither of you. Furious at the doctor's words, Su Xiaofeng snapped. Are you even speaking human words? I'll kill you. With that, he lunged forward, only to be restrained by Lin Yi. With reddened eyes, Su Xiaofeng implored, Boss, don't stop me. I must make this quack pay. He is unworthy of the title doctor. Calm down, I've got this. As Lin Yi spoke, he invoked the Taoist mantra of tranquility, gradually calming Su Xiaofeng. The doctor mistakenly assumed that Su Xiaofeng was simply shrinking in fear, saying, Listen here, if you pay the surgical fees in full, we will proceed with your mother's operation immediately. If you lack the funds, it would be best for you to take this elderly lady away. If she were to perish in our hospital, it would tarnish our reputation. Lu Xiaoran listened, her heart brimming with indignation. How can you speak like that? What about the ethics of your profession? The doctor replied pompously, The fees are collected by the hospital. If they do not permit me to operate, I am powerless. Su Xiaofeng, now incensed, threatened, You better wait. If anything happens to my mother, you will be the first I come for. Ah, so you wish to resort to violence? Do you really believe I won't call the police and have you arrested? At that moment, a heavily made-up nurse appeared, standing beside the doctor. If you have the guts, go ahead and make your move. With that, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The nurse spun around thrice before collapsing onto the ground, staring blankly for what felt like an eternity. A shrill cry erupted. Which scoundrel struck me? Come forth. Lin Yi stepped in front of Su Xiaofeng. Looking down at the nurse he had just dispatched. Dear sister, it was you who prompted me to strike. I merely fulfilled your request. The nurse's face flushed with rage as she pointed at Lin E, seething, fine, you've got guts. I will ensure you do not leave this hospital today. And you too? Your family members are hospitalized here, right? I'll make sure they are sent packing. Upon hearing her threaten Lu Xiaoran, Lin Yi's expression darkened. Who are you planning to expel? The nurse, unaccustomed to such pressure, paled, nearly collapsing again. Yet, she seemed undeterred, defiantly retorting, I will make them all leave. Just you wait. Just you, a mere nurse? The nurse suddenly smirked. I may be a nurse, but do you not see this individual? He is our chief surgeon, my brother, and the vice president of this hospital is my uncle. Are you frightened now? As she spoke, her demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Around them, several doctors and nurses shook their heads in dismay, pitying Lin E and his companions for provoking the wrath of such an establishment. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Lin E, the unparalleled disruptor. Grinning as he fiddled with his phone, he remarked, fascinating. Your previous remarks shone like a beacon in the dark. I couldn't resist recording them and sharing it with a wider audience so that they too might benefit. The nurse, filled with misplaced pride, chirped, little brother, take note. However, her foolishness did not extend to her brother, who, upon hearing that Lin E had recorded their exchange, instantly changed his expression. If this matter were to spread, the repercussions for the hospital would be immense. Even with his uncle serving as the deputy director here, it is likely that he would be unable to safeguard himself. Thus, realizing that threats were futile, he hastily changed his tone, stating, in truth, this matter is not entirely unnegotiable. It is simply that my position is lowly and my authority limited, rendering me unable to intervene. Lin E chose to disregard his words and instead inquired of Su Xiaofeng. How long have you been paying for your hospitalization? For 3 months, he replied, including medical expenses. I have paid approximately 10,000 yuan, which happens to be equivalent to my monthly salary. Of that 10,000, 2,000 is merely for hospitalization fees. Furthermore, let me inform you that you will need to pay at least an additional 1,000 yuan in hospitalization fees every month. The young nurse continued to exude an air of haughty superiority. Chapter 87. The dim-witted siblings Lin Yi's gaze gradually crystallized into 2 points of cold light. You are raising the stakes here. Even hospitals of superior quality would not charge such exorbitant fees. If you can't afford it, then don't stay. It's truly shameful to complain when you can't even pay, the nurse retorted with increasing audacity. How grand of you. Is this hospital your family's? Lenny shot back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Did your ears deceive you? I already mentioned that my uncle is the vice president here. This hospital indeed belongs to us. The nurse's bravado swelled, her hair almost standing on end with arrogance. Just as the exchange reached a fever pitch, a portly man sauntered over. Upon seeing him, the nurse's arrogance reached new heights. Look, that's my uncle. Lin E cast a cold glance at the rotund figure before addressing him. You are the vice president of this hospital? The man nodded, furrowing his brow. What is happening here? Why is there such a crowd gathered? The nurse suddenly adopted a victimized expression. Uncle, someone can't pay for their medical expenses and insists on making us perform surgery. When we attempted to reason with him, he lunged at me. The portly man's expression shifted, his affection for his niece evident as he turned a steely gaze upon Lenny. You struck my niece? Lenny replied with a cold smirk. She practically invited me to hit her. You can ask anyone nearby. The portly man said, I don't care what others say. All I know is that you struck my niece. What do you propose we do about it? Lin E regarded him with keen interest. So, is it true that a vice president such as yourself would engage in such unprincipled behavior? Boy, don't you dare label me. Paying for medical care is a fundamental expectation. This is not a charity. Then it seems there is no room for negotiation between us? The portly man's obstinate attitude spoke volumes. Just as Lenny prepared to teach this peculiar pair a lesson, a familiar figure approached. Ah, isn't this Dr. Lin? The newcomer was none other than Dr. Li, who had previously attended to Lu Xiaoying. Lin E frowned slightly. I came to check on Aunt Xiaoying. Rest assured, with me here, Miss Lu shall not suffer any indignities. But what is the reason for this gathering? Dr. Lee, do you know this young man? Director Zhao hesitated to inquire. What young man? This is the miraculous doctor I mentioned last time. Director Zhao's face fell, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, at that moment, someone continued to tread the foolish path. Uncle Lee, you arrived just in time. This insufferable brat, the nurse, oblivious to the gravity of her words, recounted the earlier incident. With each word the nurse spoke, Dr. Lee's expression darkened, until by the end of her boastful tale, his demeanor was as stormy as the sea. Only Director Zhao felt a profound lament within, as his greatest desire at that moment was to strangle his peculiar niece, whose foolishness was truly perilous. Director Zhao, is what she said true? It is not true. She was merely babbling nonsense. How could a doctor lack such basic medical ethics? Without uttering a word, Lin Yi presented the recording of the nurse's absurdities. Director Zhao's face turned pale, fully aware that this time, it was indeed over. Well, starting tomorrow, you three need not come to work. I shall report this matter, allowing our colleagues in the industry to witness your true colors. The three individuals turned ashen. Dr. Lee's words had irrevocably severed their futures. Once the report was made, their reputations in this field would be tarnished beyond repair. After resolving this incident, Dr. Lee extended an apology on behalf of the hospital to the three and promptly arranged a hospital room for Su Xiaofeng's mother, assuring Lin Yi that the surgery would be performed without delay. Once everything was settled, the crowd dispersed, and Su Xiaofeng suddenly knelt before Lin Yi. Big brother Lin, you are my savior. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, and I, Su Xiaofeng, am willing to brave fire and water for you. Lin Yi sighed, helping Su Xiaofeng to his feet. He then led Su Xiaofeng aside. Xiaofeng, I presume your early discharge from the military is related to your mother's illness? Su Xiaofeng nodded. Indeed, although I'm a special forces soldier, my salary is not significantly higher than that of regular soldiers. My mother is gravely ill, and relying solely on the meager government subsidy and my salary is insufficient. Thus, I had no choice but to retire early and join the Wong Group as a bodyguard. While it may not sound glamorous, at least the pay is better. What a filial son. Lin Yi could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Rest assured, Aunt will surely recover. From now on, follow my lead, and I promise you will not be neglected. Perhaps one day, the position of department head will be yours. Su Xiaofeng not det Vigo du Xin. Wherever you go, big brother Lin, I shall follow. After chatting for a while, Su Xiaofeng suddenly recalled something. Big brother, I just remembered an important matter. Lin Yi nodded. Go on. I have found information regarding the Bode Bank. Oh, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised, for even he had been unable to uncover detailed information about Bode Bank. What can you tell me about this bank? This bank was established with the investment of a Chinese expatriate who once served as a mercenary and possesses numerous covert identities. While it appears that there are many shareholders on the surface, they are essentially all him. Lin Yi nodded, encouraging Su Xiaofeng to continue. One particular identity caught my attention. I had dealings with him during a mission years ago. At that time, he was the leader of a mercenary organization, and if I recall correctly, the organization was named Blood Butcher. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yi's body jolted involuntarily. Su Xiaofeng's expression transformed with excitement. Blood Butcher is a legend within the mercenary realm, holding the notorious title of the most wanted on the blacklist, even more legendary than the so-called god of mercenaries, the war god, who occupies the second spot. Had it not been for Blood Butcher's singular mission, the title of the god of mercenaries might have rightfully belonged to him. Lin Yi took a deep breath, calming the tumult within his heart. You actually know of the blacklist. Su Xiaofeng nodded affirmatively. Of course, those are formidable figures of great renown. While other mercenaries pursue monetary gain without regard for the righteousness of their tasks, those on the blacklist are different. They are chivalrous warriors, dedicated to addressing injustices. Su Xiaofeng grew more animated as he spoke. I still vividly recall the tale of the war god who single-handedly faced off against 10 legendary mercenaries. Not to mention Blood Butcher's journey to a stronghold of dark forces, where he single-handedly eradicated thousands of terrorists in a foreign city for the sake of a village. The stories surrounding them are endless. I could regale you with them for an entire day and night, as they are all my idols. Under Su Xiaofeng's enthusiasm, Lin Yi felt as though he had been transported back to those days of boundless ambition and dreams. Chapter 88. The Emergence of the Mysterious Bird Seal Apologies. My dear friend, for digressing, let us return to discussing the formidable figure behind Bodyguard. Lin Yi nodded. Did you just mention that the proprietor of Bodyguard is the leader of the Blood Butcher organization? To be precise, he is the chieftain of the tribe previously rescued by the Blood Butcher, who, in gratitude for the assistance in eradicating malevolent forces, established a mercenary organization. The purpose of this organization is to uphold global peace. During our overseas missions, we had the fortune of collaborating with them in joint operations. Their methods are remarkably assertive, with martial prowess that is distinctly Eastern. If I am not mistaken, the Blood Butcher who orchestrated all of this must be of Eastern descent, possibly even a Huaxiao individual. As the conversation progressed, Su Xiaofeng's focus shifted back to the Blood Butcher. Lin Yi smiled subtly, realizing that if this were indeed the case, the final aspect he had feared had now lost its threat. After conversing with Su Xiaofeng for a while longer, he glanced at Lu Qiaoyin before departing the hospital half an hour later. He did not rush home. Instead, he took advantage of the night to slip into a secluded alley. This was the most affordable red-light district in Bai City. As Lin Yi walked along the street, he was approached repeatedly by heavily made-up women soliciting customers. He silently continued forward, eventually halting before an adult goods shop. Upon entering, he spotted a balding, unsavory man engrossed in a video game. "Boss, I would like to purchase a bottle of expired Indian oil," Lin Yi stated. The man glanced at Lin Yi, his expression unchanging as he replied, "We don't have any expired products, but there's a bottle of expired Viagra. Also, give me a defective condom. Room 302, self-service." Lin Yi smiled faintly, bypassing the unsavory man and ascending to the third floor. Upon opening the door, he found an elderly gentleman listening to opera while smoking a pipe. The old man showed no surprise at Lin Yi's arrival. Instead, he chuckled. "I never imagined you would come to seek me one day." Lin Yi offered a slight smile, retrieving a gold coin from his pocket and tossing it to the elder. "I need information on Jude Law." The old man paused momentarily. "The leader of the Blood Butcher?" Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. The elder frowned. "As you know, Jude Law has many identities. Locating him is quite challenging. For 2 gold coins, I will take responsibility for finding him." Lin Yi chuckled resignedly, but still threw another gold coin to the old man. "Be careful not to overindulge. Otherwise, next time I return, you may be greeted by your own son." The old man bit the 2 gold coins in his hand with delight, saying, "I still have many days ahead of me. Take care and do not let me keep you or God." Lin Yi returned to the street, surprised even himself that he had found his way back to this place. When he had once washed his hands of this life, someone had told Lin Yi one day, "You will be compelled to return to this world." Just a few days prior, Feng Yong had echoed the same sentiment. Lin Yi initially believed this was a jest. However, it now appeared that the day of reckoning was drawing ever closer. After a considerable effort to clear the tumultuous thoughts from his mind, he returned to the Wan family villa. Yet, before he crossed the threshold, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere, a bone-chilling cold emanating from within the villa. Alarmed, Lin Yi swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow and burst into the villa. Upon entry, he was met with a chaotic living room where a crowd had gathered, surrounding Wan Shui, who lay pale and lifeless on the floor, her face coated with a layer of true frost. This was dire. Wan Shui's Suanio seal had flared up again. "Get back!" Lin Yi shouted, pushing through the crowd to reach her side. At that moment, Wan Shui was not entirely unconscious. Her body trembled, and her gaze at Lin Yi was filled with despair. "Brother-in-law, I'm cold. I'm scared. I don't want to die, rest assured. Brother-in-law will not allow you to perish. Just sleep for a while. You'll feel better upon waking." With that, Lin Yi gently pressed a finger against Wan Shui's neck, causing her head to loll as she succumbed to unconsciousness. "What have you done to my sister?" Wan Bing, concerned and agitated, confronted him. Lin Yi, too preoccupied with the situation to elaborate, retorted, "No time for chatter. If you wish for your sister to survive, follow my instructions and fetch the items I mentioned." He hastily listed several common Chinese herbs. Given the Wan family's affluence and the frequent gifts they received, A stockpile of these herbs was readily available, and soon a concoction was prepared and placed before Lin Yi. Instead of administering the herbal concoction directly to Wan Shui, he retrieved a set of silver needles he always carried and tossed a portion into the brew. Men, step back. All others, retreat 10 paces. After dispersing the crowd, Lin Yi swiftly removed Wan Shui's outer clothing. At that moment, her body was enveloped in a thin layer of frost. Previously, she had suffered from heat. Now, she was afflicted by cold. The lethal poison contained within the Suanio seal was indeed extraordinary. Within mere minutes, sweat beaded upon Lin Yi's forehead as the silver needles, steeped in the medicinal solution, were methodically inserted. Signs of thawing began to manifest as the frost emanating from the Suanio seal gradually receded. However, before long, frost began to crystallize upon the needles. The technique that had once subdued the Suanio seal could now merely alleviate its effects. Cursing under his breath, Lin Yi, in full view of the crowd, raised a fruit knife from the table. As gasps of shock filled the air, he made a small incision in his palm, and blood flowed from the wound. He pressed his hand to Wan Shui's lips, and as his blood trickled into her mouth, the frost encasing her began to visibly diminish. 2 minutes later, the frost had entirely vanished, and the Suanio seal lay tranquil once more. Lin Yi, pale from excessive blood loss, prioritized action over staunching his wounds. He employed silver needles to force the blood he had infused into Wan Shui back towards the perimeter of the Xian Yao seal, momentarily suppressing its impending resurgence within her. What on earth is happening? Lin Yi rose and approached the crowd, his gaze gradually turning icy. It had been less than 2 months since Wan Shui last experienced the Xian Yao seal's activation. Based on Lin Yi's assessment, after his previous treatment, she should have been stable for at least half a year. The recurrence within such a short span was inconceivable without some hidden agenda. He would not believe it, even under duress. This marked Lin Yi's first display of anger before the onlookers. Even Wan Bing and Wan Yongjun were intimidated by the terrifying aura emanating from him. Lu Xiaoying, standing nearby, was particularly pale, her legs trembling with fear. Lin Yi's gaze swiftly locked onto Lu Xiaoying. Her guilty demeanor was palpable. Tell me, what have you done to Wan Shui? Lin Yi stepped closer to Lu Xiaoying, disregarding any notions of hierarchy, and seized her collar. Despite Lu Xiaoying's usual bravado, encountering someone as formidable as Lin Yi left her trembling. I haven't done anything. Stop stammering and speak quickly. Yes, I just made a bowl of bird's nest soup for Xiao Xue. After she drank it, she became like this. But we all had some, and everyone else is fine. Lin Yi hurried to the table, picked up one of the bowls that had not been fully consumed, and brought it to his nose to sniff. His expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the origin of the bird's nest, Snow Mountain Cold Swallow. Who brought this? Chapter 89. The mysterious organization strikes the servant beside him remarked. This is what Madame Lu brought back yesterday. It was given to the master by a gentleman with the surname due upon hearing this. Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The Snow Mountain Swallow, while beneficial for ordinary individuals seeking to replenish their vitality, could provoke discomfort in those with a cold constitution. Furthermore, given that Xiao Xue bore the mark of the mysterious bird, the inherent coldness of the swallow's nest had exacerbated the toxicity of the mark, making it a stroke of fortune that she had not perished. Truth be told, Lin Yi felt a pang of dread. Had he not returned in time, Wan Shui might have truly met her demise. Xiaoying, what on earth is going on? Wan Yongjun's expression darkened at the mention of Lu Xiaoying. Wan Xiaoying's complexion turned ashen as she trembled, saying, Father, I truly didn't know that Xiao Xue couldn't consume this. I had only the best intentions, wishing to share this rare delicacy with everyone. I never intended to harm my own niece. Lin Yi mused that Lu Xiaoying was indeed being used as a pawn. After all, she resided in the Wan household. If anything were to happen to Wan Shui, given Wan Yongjun's temperament, it would spell disaster for both her and her son. Thus, there was only one possibility. The mysterious organization had intervened. Lin Yi let out a chilling laugh. I fear you may not show yourself. Now that you have, I shall play with you thoroughly this time. As for the Du family, a splendid gift shall soon be bestowed upon them. Yet, the immediate concern was to treat Wan Shui's injuries. Although he could temporarily suppress the mark of the mysterious bird with his own blood. Each suppression lasted merely a week, after which he would need to provide Wan Shui with more of his blood. Despite his formidable strength, this was not a sustainable solution. The only hope now rested with the old man, still on the mountain. After hastily bandaging her wounds, He ascended to call the old man. Before long, a drunken voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Spit it out quickly. I have matters of pleasure to attend to." Without a doubt, Linny knew that this impertinent elder was preparing for another escapade, though in the old man's words, it was merely saving the world. He had no time for idle banter. He recounted the events succinctly. "You trouble me with such trivial matters? I see you've become quite dull-witted from your worldly musings. Should I summon him?" Linny retorted, "Old man, this is serious. Spare me the nonsense and tell me how to resolve this, or I shall burn your wine cellar next time. Curse it if I could resolve this. I would have done so the first time I encountered that girl. Why would I need your concern?" He was on the verge of throwing his phone in frustration. "Do not be hasty. I merely meant that a permanent solution eludes me, but suppression is quite simple. The transformation of the Suanio seal is multifaceted, yet no matter how it changes, it remains inexorably linked to the 5 elements. If you were to locate a treasure imbued with the essence of these elements and have the young girl wear it, I assure you that the balance of the Suanio seal would be restored, ensuring her safety in the short term. A treasure embodying the 5 elements. But where might I uncover such a hidden gem? Ligny ponderit, troublet. Allow me to offer you a hint. There are several items that conceal the 5 elements and maintain their equilibrium, though to the untrained eye, they may seem immensely valuable. Old man, have you forgotten my previous identity? Money is but a mere pile of paper to me. Speak quickly. If you continue to dawdle, I may very well set your wine cellar ablaze." "Sigh, very well. The first item is the relics of the Buddha, known as Sarira, which are the remnants left after a high monk's body is consumed by sacred flames upon their passing. The human body inherently contains the 5 elements, and upon the monk's departure, the essence of these elements is concentrated within the Sarira. The second is the Tianju, or celestial bead, a treasure formed naturally through the refinement of sun and moon essence. This item has withstood the tests of nature and similarly embodies the 5 elements. These 2 treasures are the best means to suppress the Suanio seal. Securing either one could potentially prevent the Suanio seal from recurring for 3 years." Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he committed these 2 items to memory. To be prudent, he also extracted from the old man a few less effective alternatives, which could serve as temporary measures should he fail to find the Sarira or Tianju. After committing all this information to memory, he ended the call and dialed Dark Wolf. Little Wolf Cub dispatched someone immediately to inquire about the whereabouts of these items. After relaying his needs to Dark Wolf, he descended the stairs. At that moment, Wan Shui had already been escorted to her room to rest. Thanks to Lin Yi's efforts, her life was preserved. Wan Bing cast a complex glance at Lin Yi. "I apologize, I was a bit impulsive earlier. Your hand." Lin Yi glanced at Wan Bing and suddenly smiled. "Oh, so you've suddenly developed a concern for your husband? Worry not. I am quite robust. If you doubt me, we could always return to our room to test it." The affection Wan Bing had just begun to feel evaporated in an instant. This Lin Yi truly was impossible to fathom. "I won't bother with you any longer. I need to go upstairs to care for my sister." Lin Yi observed Wan Bing's weary demeanor, recognizing that she had been distracted recently due to matters concerning his contract. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he momentarily suppressed his usual lewdness. "You should rest. I will look after Xiao Shui." Wan Bing shot him a skeptical glance. "You? I'm not reassured. Ligny chocolate WDLE. Are you truly worried I might lay a hand on my own sister-in-law? Isn't that rather routine for you? My dear wife, act with utmost integrity. You cannot wrongfully accuse a good person. Enough of your banter. How about this? I will keep watch with you. I'll take the first half of the night, and you can take the latter half. How's that sound?" Helplessly, Lin Yi had no choice but to acquiesce to Wan Bing's request. Upon entering Wan Shui's chamber, he found her still deeply slumbering. Observing the pale complexion of his younger sister, a flicker of guilt surfaced in Wan Bing's eyes. It is my failure as an elder sister. I have not protected you well since childhood. I'm truly useless. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Lin Yi sighed softly and approached quietly, before Wan Bing could react, lightly pressing his fingertip against her neck. Wan Bing's eyelids fluttered, and she succumbed to a deep sleep. Rest well, you are far too weary. As he gazed at the slumbering Wan Bing, Lin Yi felt an indescribable emotion stir within him. The more time he spent with her, the more he recognized reflections of himself in her demeanor. Once, he too had been as stubborn as Wan Bing, concealing everything within his heart. He understood that those who live in such a manner often harbor a fragile psyche. Chapter 90. The Five Elements Treasures. He silently placed Wan Bing beside Wan Shui, allowing the sisters to share a bed. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already deep into the night, and with his assistance, Wan Bing would surely enjoy a restful slumber. Wan Shui's injuries had also stabilized. Thus Lin Yi seized the opportunity to change into a black tracksuit before departing from the Wan residence and heading to Rin Tao's home. Rin Tao seemed unfazed by Lin Yi's arrival. I knew you would come looking for me again. So, any news from Du Feng? Rin Tao inquired, casting a glance at his peacefully sleeping family before leading Lin Yi into his study, where they sat facing each other. Everything is progressing as you envisioned. However, one aspect remains beyond our control, and I fear this may jeopardize our efforts, Rin Tao expressed. Lin Yi smiled faintly. You're referring to Bode Bank, aren't you? Rin Tao nodded. This bank is so elusive that even Du Feng cannot access it, and I lack any pertinent information regarding it. I only know that all funds passing through Du Feng must go through Bode Bank. Rest assured, I have devised a solution. As long as you ensure that no unforeseen issues arise elsewhere, I guarantee that once Du Feng steps down, his position will be yours. Rin Tao was indeed an ambitious individual, possessing talent, yet his rigid adherence to principles hindered his progress, leaving him stagnant. Thank you. If I truly ascend to Du Feng's position in the future, as long as the Wan Group remains law-abiding, I can assure its safety in Bai City. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. I am well aware of your character, and that gives me confidence. All right, we shouldn't linger too long. I have other matters to attend to. Let's keep in touch, and notify me immediately if any issues arise. Safety is paramount. Rin Tao looked at Lin Yi with gratitude and nodded vigorously. No sooner had he exited Rin Tao's home than Dark Wolf's call came through. Little Wolf, do you have news? Boss, you are indeed fortunate. 3 days from now, the largest auction house in Bai City will hold an auction, and according to my sources, the heavenly bead you seek will be featured. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. His perseverance had borne fruit, and the news of the heavenly bead's whereabouts was indeed a stroke of good fortune. All right, I owe you a favor today. Remember to seek me out if you encounter any difficulties in the future. Dark Wolf interjected, Boss, don't hang up just yet. I haven't finished. Lin Yi frowned. What more is there? This auction is a black market event, attracting various bigwigs. Given your current status, you won't be able to obtain an invitation. And you can't secure one either? Dark Wolf sighed. I can get my hands on one, but I can't bring anyone along. To put it simply, only those of notable standing can enter through that door. Lin Yi exhaled deeply. What if I were to appear as the war god? That would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the Dark Wolf suddenly became exhilarated. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that he was indeed destined to return to this identity. After a moment of collecting his scattered thoughts, he spoke. Little Wolf, I'll come find you in 3 days. You can handle the invitation. The Dark Wolf responded eagerly. Don't worry, boss. Your appearance will surely astonish that group. Lin Yi chuckled nonchalantly and hung up the phone. Upon returning home, he kept vigil over Wan Bing and Wan Shui throughout the night. It was not until the morning sunlight streamed into the room that Wan Bing slowly awakened. She sat up, stretching luxuriously, and in the glow of the sun, she exuded a unique charm. Hey, my dear wife, you are indeed a stunning beauty. Marrying you is simply wonderful, Lin Yi thought to himself. It suddenly dawned on Wan Bing that she had fallen asleep in Wan Shui's room. Oh, why are you still awake? Did I accidentally fall asleep last night? Lin Yi replied with a smile. Yes. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bring myself to wake you. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wan Bing asked, So you stayed up all night? Lin Yi shrugged. Well, if you were asleep, I naturally couldn't sleep. But it's fine. I'll catch up on sleep at the office later. Wan Bing's mood soured slightly upon hearing this. So you spend all day at work, just sleeping? Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, not all the time. Anyway, what time is it? We must hurry and eat. Otherwise, we'll be late. With that, he dashed out, ignoring Wan Bing's displeased expression. Watching Lin Yi's clumsy retreat, Wan Bing couldn't help but chuckle. This guy can be quite amusing at times. He was the one who helped her fall asleep last night, yet he never mentioned it. With a sigh, she tidied her clothes and headed downstairs for breakfast. Upon arriving, she found Lin Yi's absence and learned that he had left without her. I was hoping to show him some kindness today, she thought helplessly. This was not due to Lin Yi's reluctance, but rather because he had discovered the whereabouts of Chioda Luo. Unbeknownst to him, fate had brought Chioda Luo to Bai City. Was this mere coincidence? A question stirred in Lin Yi's mind. Thus, he had left early, not for the office, but to visit Chioda Luo's current residence. According to intel from his informant, Chioda Luo was residing in the finest and most luxurious hotel in Bai City. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Lin Yi exited his luxury vehicle. Just as he was about to enter, he was intercepted by a doorman. The doorman looked at Lin Yi, whose attire appeared somewhat shabby, with an expression of disdain. Sir, are you sure you're in the right place? Lin Yi glanced at the doorman, puzzled. ISNT this Mingho Grand Hotel? The doorman confirmed, indeed. This is Bai City's most luxurious hotel, Mingho Grand Hotel. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Though the attendant spoke with a veneer of politeness, the tone was laced with a peculiar sarcasm. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and retorted, What business is it of yours? I merely seek to enjoy the company of a woman. Is that permissible? Upon hearing Lin Yi's crude words, the attendant's expression darkened immediately. Sir, he cautioned, I have offered you sound advice, yet you choose to ignore it. Should you continue to create a disturbance, I will have no choice but to summon security. Lin Yi, intrigued, cast a glance at the attendant and replied, What is this? Is this not a place where people are welcome? The attendant straightened his posture and replied, Indeed, this is a place for people, but not just anyone can enter. Sir, as you can see, the onlookers are watching you. Your presence has disrupted our business. I regret to inform you that unless you clarify your purpose for being here, I cannot permit you entry. Chapter 91. The hotel surname Lin. The reason the attendant was adamant about preventing Lin Yi from entering the hotel was quite justified. Recently, the establishment had welcomed numerous affluent guests, some of whom held sensitive identities. The hotel's upper management had convened to emphasize that no uninvited individuals were to be allowed entry. Thus, upon seeing Lin Yi's modest attire, the attendant instinctively perceived him as a potential intruder seeking to eavesdrop. Since others are permitted to enter, so shall I. You would do well not to obstruct me, lest you find yourself in discomfort, Lin Yi asserted, firmly patting the attendant on the shoulder before attempting to stride inside. The attendant, of course, would not allow Lin Yi to pass, instinctively raising a hand to block him. Yet, Lin Yi's physique was robust, and the attendant felt as though his arm had collided with a moving bulldozer, being pushed back a couple of steps. Numerous onlookers observed the unfolding scene, causing the attendant's face to flush with embarrassment, his pride momentarily wounded. In a fit of indignation, he resorted to shoving Lin Yi. Lin Yi had no intention of harming him, but to his surprise, the attendant proved to be quite stubborn. With no other recourse, Lin Yi sidestepped the attendant's aggression and, in a swift motion, grasped the attendant's wrist, causing him to wince in pain and nearly topple over. The attendant's humiliation only intensified, prompting him to bellow, Help! There's a disturbance. Instantly, several men clad in attendant and security uniforms encircled Lin Yi. With a resigned gesture, Lin Yi remarked, I am utterly astonished by how many individuals possess such a narrow-minded perspective. Just as tensions escalated, a bespectacled, rotund man approached. The attendant, having been knocked to the ground by Lin Yi, brightened at the sight of the newcomer. Uncle, this scoundrel assaulted me. The rotund man's eyes narrowed in fury as he assessed Lin Yi's scruffy appearance. Why did you strike him? He demanded coldly. Lin Yi chuckled. He looks down on others. I was merely offering him a lesson. Otherwise, he might one day find himself reduced to a mere lapdog, bringing shame upon you. How dare you insinuate that I am a dog? Uncle, summon assistance. This man has been acting suspiciously. I suspect he is a paparazzo sent by some newspaper. Oh, it seems we must interrogate him thoroughly. Bring him to me. Who dares? Just as the security personnel were about to rush in, a voice, unmistakably accented, rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the rotund man's demeanor instantly shifted, and he respectfully parted to create a path, addressing the newcomer with deference. Boss. Do not refer to me as boss. I am merely the agent of this hotel. The true proprietor bears the surname Lin, and he stands before you now. While you were just about to detain him, the astonishment in the attendant and security personnel was palpable, and even Lin himself was taken aback. The newcomer was an elderly man with a mixed heritage, and upon spotting Lin, his expression transformed into one of profound excitement. My dear friend, I never anticipated encountering you here today. Surely, I am not dreaming. Lin sighed, his thoughts instantly drifting back to a past that remains indelibly etched in his memory. I, too, was taken aback by your presence in Huaxia, old Xiao. This man was none other than Xiao Deluo, the elusive leader of the Blood Butchers and the true mastermind behind the Boda Bank. I have come here on official business, and there is a grand event taking place that requires my attendance. What about you, my friend? That is a lengthy tale indeed. Xiao Deluo nodded with palpable excitement. In that case, let us retire to a quieter place for a more thorough discussion. With that, Xiao Deluo respectfully approached Lin, bowing as if he were a servant ushering his master inside. This spectacle left the attendants and security personnel utterly astonished. Though Xiao Deluo had not been in the vicinity for long, they had frequently observed his demeanor, which typically exuded an air of aloofness. Yet here he was, demonstrating such deference before a young man. For a moment, the onlookers were left bewildered, a sense of trepidation washing over them. Fortunately, Lin did not seek to cause them any trouble. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Xiao Deluo led Lin to an opulent private room, and then waved away the others. You did not come here solely to seek me out, did you? Lin nodded, saying, I was indeed surprised to learn of your arrival in Vice City. By the way, what was that all about earlier? Why did you claim that this hotel belongs to me? With a look of utmost reverence, Xiao Deluo replied, Not only this hotel, but nearly 100 enterprises worldwide are under your ownership, esteemed leader. Lin was increasingly perplexed. He had no recollection of making any investments after rescuing Xiao Deluo's entire clan years prior. Xiao Deluo, perceptive as ever, discerned Lin Yi's confusion. After that incident, did you not provide us with a hidden location for enemy resources? Upon my visit, I discovered a vast amount of precious metals there. After selling them, we garnered a considerable sum. Initially, we intended to send most of the cash to you, but you were elusive and we could not locate you. Thus, we took the liberty of investing the funds extensively. We have managed well over the years. Now that you are here, it is time for these assets to return to their rightful owner. What a serendipitous turn of fortune. The noble act of yesteryear has yielded such a bountiful reward today. If each of those enterprises rivals this hotel in stature, then Lin Yi's current wealth could only be described as staggering. Even Lin Yi, well-versed in the world, found himself grappling with this revelation for some time. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Does this include Boda Bank as well? Boss, you actually know about Boda Bank? Indeed, this bank is also under your name. Lin chuckled as he stroked his chin, pondering how the bank he had investigated for so long had ultimately turned out to be his own enterprise. Old Xiao, the reason for my visit today is... With that, Lin recounted his current predicament. Upon hearing this, Xiao Deluo burst into laughter, saying, No problem. Not only will I not offend them, but I would gladly defy the entire world for your sake. After you saved all of us back then, we vowed in the name of our entire clan to serve you faithfully as our master for life. Just give the word, and I can convene a press conference at any moment to transfer all assets into your name. Chapter 92. A windfall from the heavens. Lin hastily waved his hand, saying, Never mind. I'm but a rough man. If such things were left in my hands, they would surely be squandered. How about this? You continue to manage them for me, and if one day I find myself destitute, please do not find me bothersome. Boss, how can you say such a thing? Our lives are yours. What do a few scraps of paper matter? Lin Yi felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, the Coelho family placed the utmost value on loyalty. Had it been anyone else, they would have long claimed these assets for themselves. All right, let us not dwell on that. Just follow my instructions and be sure not to alert anyone. Chiyotuo nodded vigorously, but then hesitated and asked, Boss, you mentioned attending the auction in a few days. I wonder what identity you plan to assume. The god of war. Chiyotuo's expression suddenly shifted to one of disappointment. Lenny chuckled. What's the matter? Am I not qualified? No, no, no. Please don't misunderstand me, boss. What I mean is, all right, I know what you're trying to say. Now, let us leave it at that. I must head to the company. Otherwise, the tiger at home will surely be displeased. Chiyotuo nodded. Very well. I shall visit you and your lady later. I have long heard that Miss Wan is the belle of Baicheng, yet I have yet to meet her. I hope you will kindly introduce us. Of course, of course. I'm off now. With that, Lin Yi swaggered out of the Mingho Hotel. As he made his way to the company, Lin Yi felt a wave of contentment wash over him. The gloom that had clouded his heart since Wan Shui's poisoning had lifted considerably. With the Tianzhu now in sight and the traps laid for the Wang group already in place, the only lingering concern was the mysterious organization, which had yet to reveal any vulnerabilities. This source of anxiety would eventually need to be addressed, but how to draw them out required careful planning. Upon returning to the company, Lin Yi found himself idly wandering about. However, he did not go far before he was spotted by Hu Bingxin. Big Bad Wolf, where have you been? President Wan is looking for you urgently. Upon hearing that Wan Bing sought him, Lin Yi hurried to the office. Upon entering, Wan Bing coldly stated, Where have you been? You left before me, yet you are a full half-hour late. With a face full of flattery, Lin Yi replied, Dearest wife, please do not be angry. I grew weary of the cream bread at home, so I went out for some fried dough sticks and tofu pudding. Unfortunately, the lines were long, and I ended up waiting. Wan Bing glared at Lin Yi, her disdain for him intensifying. To be late for breakfast is utterly unacceptable. Lin Yi. Wan Bing's voice suddenly rose in pitch. I have noticed your increasing recklessness lately. You hardly do any serious work, spending your days flirting with female colleagues. You are either late or leaving early, and you even have the audacity to fabricate false contracts. Do you realize that I could dismiss you with just one of those? Lin Yi chuckled, but you Haven T dismissed me, which indicates that your heart still holds some regard for me. This is the workplace. You may call me Mr. Wan. Yes, Mr. Wan. Wan Bing took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. How have you been progressing with the matter we discussed last time? Lin Yi, feigning ignorance, asked what matter. Wan Bing's expression faltered slightly. Sanfeng Pharmaceuticals. Lin Yi understood her unspoken thoughts. What? Are you so eager to announce your intention to become my wife? Wan Bing shot Lin Yi a disdainful glance. Don't be absurd. Do you truly believe you can handle this? With the Wang group and the Du family involved, you're facing seasoned veterans of the game. Lin Yi, allow me to offer a piece of advice. It would be wise to concede gracefully, lest you not only lose face, but also jeopardize your future. Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. No, I cannot concede. To win you, I must persist. If I were to lose you, what would it matter if I conquer the world? Dear Mr. Wan, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Yi turned to exit. Yet in that instant, a chill ran down Lin Yi's spine as a menacing aura seeped through the office window. Alarmed, Lin Yi swiftly pivoted and lunged towards Wan Bing. Startled, Wan Bing instinctively attempted to push Lin Yi away. He shouted, Don't move, as he propelled himself onto her. In that same moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed. A bullet had pierced through Lin Yi's shoulder. With a thud, Lin Yi collapsed against the desk, clutching Wan Bing, as a barrage of gunfire riddled her office furniture with holes. Lin Yi's heart seethed with contempt. These scoundrels dared to attempt an assassination in broad daylight, utterly reckless. Wan Bing, now in shock, had never faced such peril before. As the threat to her life loomed, fear gripped her heart for the first time. Instinctively, she clutched Lin Yi's arm, pressing herself against him, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yi exhaled softly, gently patting her back. It's all right. I will protect you. In that moment, time seemed to rewind to the day of the bidding, when he had used the same words to soothe her anxious heart. Now, inexplicably, Wan Bing felt a sense of calm wash over her. The assailants seemed to have halted their attack. Su Xiaofeng arrived promptly, securing the scene. Lin Yi entrusted Wan Bing to Su Xiaofeng and the others. Then, amidst the gasps of onlookers, he leaped through the shattered glass of Wan Bing's office. It is worth noting that they were on the 20-something floor. A fall would surely spell disaster. Yet Lin Yi landed effortlessly on the iron framework used to secure the air conditioning unit, his eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning the surroundings before locking onto a target atop the opposite building. Having identified his objective, Lin Yi wasted no time, sliding down the iron framework and the drainage pipe towards the ground below. As he descended less than 2 meters, the ominous sensation of impending danger resurfaced in Lin Yi's heart. With a disdainful snort, Lin Yi grasped the drainage pipe with both hands, exerted force at his waist, and effortlessly inverted himself, resembling a nimble monkey as he slid onto the balcony below. Just as Lin Yi vacated his original position, 2 fiery flashes erupted from either side of the pipe, leaving behind 2 deep bullet holes. Such audacity! How could they remain after being discovered, launching an attack instead? Truly a reckless disregard for their own lives. Chapter 93. The assassin struck a cold smile played upon Lin Yi's lips as he deftly maneuvered between the iron frames and drainage pipes, his agility rivaling that of a monkey in the forest. With a mere blink, he descended from the towering building, landing gracefully on the ground, and without a moment's pause, he sprinted towards the opposite structure. However, it was evident that his adversaries were well prepared. The instant he lifted his foot, Lin Yi sensed several piercing gazes directed at him. They had come with intent. Realizing this, Lin Yi abruptly halted, leaping upwards and executing a flawless 360-degree flip. At that very moment of his ascent, several flashes of gunfire erupted from the spot where he had just stood. Such impeccable marksmanship. His assailants were undoubtedly masters of their craft. It appeared that the enigmatic organization had finally decided to make their move. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a handful of silver needles materialized in Lin Yi's palm. Before his feet could touch the ground, he flicked his wrist, sending the needles soaring through the air as if they had vanished into thin space. A series of muffled groans followed, revealing 3 assassins who had been lurking in the shadows. Upon landing, Lin Yi immediately charged towards the nearest assassin. The assassin cursed in a foreign tongue, raising his weapon to pull the trigger. A bullet shot forth from the silencer, racing towards Lin Yi's forehead. Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle. In the assassin's astonished gaze, he merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the projectile. This is impossible. The assassin's mind was reeling. The distance between him and Lin Yi was less than 10 meters. Yet Lin Yi had managed to dodge his bullet. If he were to recount this, others would undoubtedly deem him insane. Unwilling to accept defeat, the assassin squeezed the trigger several more times. But it was as if Lin Yi were equipped with an automatic evasion mechanism, as none of the bullets found their mark. Just as the assassin prepared to fire again, Lin Yi had already closed the gap, delivering a swift chop to his neck. Taken off guard, the assassin crumpled to the ground. Yet Lin Yi dared not relent, for 2 more individuals were advancing upon him from behind. Gathering his focus, Lin Yi turned his back to the fallen assassin. With his handgun now firmly in hand, he fired twice behind him. Although his back faced the 2 assailants, it was as if his intuition had eyes. Both bullets struck precisely at the knees of the oncoming foes. Following their anguished cries, the 2 assassins collapsed to the ground. Hastily, Lin Yi pivoted and, channeling his internal energy, thrust the silver needles into both of them, immobilizing them on the spot. Just as he subdued these 3 foes, the sound of a motorcycle engine roared to life. Following the noise, he saw a man clad in a tight black suit waving a farewell gesture before accelerating away on the motorcycle. Attached to the bike was a rectangular box, presumably containing the sniper rifle used in the earlier assassination attempt on Wan Bing. With a disdainful huff, Lin Yi declared, "You wish to take my wife's life and escape?" He raised his hand, deftly launching 3 silver needles into the air. Generally speaking, striking a moving target is an arduous task, let alone with hidden weapons. However, Lin Yi was no ordinary individual. He had accomplished numerous seemingly impossible tasks through his unparalleled skill with flying needles. Within mere seconds, the assailant and his vehicle were sent crashing to the ground. With a cold snort, Lin Yi lunged forward like a panther, swiftly closing the distance to confront the assailant. The latter staggered to his feet, brandishing a glinting dagger. With a fierce shout, he lunged at Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi attempted to block the attack, but before he could grasp the assailant's wrist, the dagger was deftly flipped, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing in the assailant's left hand. Seizing the opportunity, the assailant slashed with a razor-sharp blade towards Lin Yi's throat. Lin Yi dismissed the maneuver as a mere parlor trick, remaining steadfast with his upper body while firmly planting one foot on the ground and extending the other towards the assailant's knee. Legs, after all, are longer than arms. Before the blade could reach him, Lin Yi's foot struck the assailant's knee. The assailant cried out in pain, his arms losing strength, and the dagger's trajectory altered, narrowly missing Lin Yi's hair. Without granting the assailant a moment's reprieve, Lin Yi delivered a powerful chop to the assailant's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. In the same motion, Lin Yi swiftly maneuvered behind the assailant, seizing him by the throat. "Speak. Who sent you?" Though acutely aware of his imminent defeat, the assailant retorted defiantly, "We concede defeat today, but it is worth it to confront the legendary war god, Lin Yi." Before Lin Yi could extract further information, the assailant's complexion turned pale, and he fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. He had committed suicide with poison. Rushing back downstairs, Lin Yi found that the remaining two assailants had also taken their own lives. Ignoring the pain radiating from his shoulder, he approached the surviving assailant, prying open his mouth to discover a hidden capsule lodged between his teeth, undoubtedly the poison used for suicide. Quickly extracting the capsule, Lin Yi revived the assailant. As the latter gradually regained consciousness and realized the dire situation, he attempted to swallow poison again, only to find it had vanished. "Do not waste time. I have what you seek," Lin Yi said, shaking the capsule in his hand before tossing it aside. Unexpectedly, the assailant smirked, muttering something incoherent before convulsing violently, his face turning a deep crimson. Lin Yi's heart sank as he pried open the assailant's mouth, discovering that he had bitten off his own tongue. Blood flowed profusely from the wound, and soon the assailant lay lifeless. Lin Yi felt an unsettling heaviness in his chest. This enigmatic organization is truly terrifying. The assassins they have trained are all formidable warriors, their ruthlessness far surpassing Lin Yi's expectations. While Lin Yi was lost in thought, Feng had already arrived with a contingent. "Old Lin, are you injured? Are you all right?" Lin Yi, with a grave expression, rose to his feet and shook his head. "I am fine, but all these assassins have taken their own lives." Feng Yang's countenance was equally grim. These individuals have truly gone beyond all bounds. They dare to conduct assassinations in broad daylight. This is an overt warning from them. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Yet, this is not the most alarming aspect. What is truly concerning is that they seem to have already deduced my identity, and despite this, they still proceeded without hesitation. "What? Your identity has been compromised?" Chapter 94. "Do you think you can escape?" Lin Yi, with a sense of helplessness, nodded. "Yes, a killer just revealed my identity. It appears that the situation is far more complicated than I had anticipated. Do you require any assistance? If so, do not hesitate to inform me," Feng said, his face etched with concern for his close friend. "Haha, rest assured, there is not a soul in this world capable of taking my life. Since they wish to play, I shall indulge them. This is a perfect opportunity to draw their attention using the identity of the war god. In doing so, the one group will remain safe." Feng regarded Lin Yi, then remarked, "Are you truly willing to shoulder all the dangers for the sake of a woman?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "After being in this world for so long, I have come to understand a profound truth. A genuine relationship is irreplaceable. Much like our friendship, do you believe it can be exchanged for profit? Of course not, but you are gambling with your life. Furthermore, you will inevitably face the Lin family. Revealing yourself prematurely serves no benefit to you. Do not try to persuade me. My mind is made up. In any case, I find this situation rather dull. So why not let them know that the woman of the war god is not to be trifled with?" Leaving the scene in Feng Yang's capable hands, Lin Yi returned to the company. Wan Bing had already been placed in Lin Yi's private lounge by Su Xiaofeng. The lounge, which was entirely enclosed, had been fortified with ample security personnel, making it the safest place in the entire company. Upon entering the lounge, Lin Yi found Wan Bing sitting on the edge of the bed, her complexion still pale. Seeing her in such a state tugged at Lin Yi's heart. He signaled for Su Xiaofeng to leave and approached Wan Bing directly, gently placing his hand on her back, channeling a soothing energy to calm her anxious spirit. "It's all right now," he assured her. Wan Bing nodded, yet her pallor showed no signs of improvement. The memory of the bullet whizzing past her earlier haunted her, evoking shadows long buried within her heart. As her mind buzzed with anxiety, she felt as if the sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, heightening her distress. At that moment, Wan Bing suddenly sensed someone gently caressing her, from her back to her shoulders, and the touch was moving toward her chest. With a start, Wan Bing raised her head and exclaimed, "Lin Yi, what are you doing?" Lin Yi, startled and embarrassed, withdrew his hand and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, dear. I touched you just now and noticed you didn't T-stop me, so I thought you were giving your tacit approval." Wan Bing felt a surge of disbelief. How could this guy still act this way at such a moment? What she failed to realize was that, just as she had lost her temper, the anxious feelings that had consumed her moments before had vanished without a trace. As she prepared to berate Lin Yi, she suddenly noticed something was amiss with his expression. A closer inspection revealed that Lin Yi's shoulder was stained with blood. "You're injured." As Wan Bing recalled the moment when Lin Yi had selflessly thrown himself to protect her, a wave of emotion welled up within her heart, a sentiment akin to deep gratitude. With trembling fingertips, she gently touched Lin Yi's shoulder, stained with blood. Lin Yi let out a pained exclamation and slumped into Wan Bing's embrace. Startled, Wan Bing quickly held him close, her ample bosom inadvertently pressing against his face. Yet, Wan Bing was too flustered to notice. Her mind was a tangle of worry as she repeatedly called out Lin Yi's name, fearing he had lost too much blood. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Lin Yi, in her arms, bore an indecent grin. Wan Bing was momentarily taken aback, but then realization dawned upon her, inciting her anger as she lightly slapped his shoulder. This time, Lin Yi truly felt the sting. "Oh, my dear wife, after all, I took a bullet for you. You could at least show some gratitude instead of hitting your husband," he lamented. Wan Bing shot him an irritated glare, gently pushing him away. Yet her gaze inevitably fell upon his wound. "Does it hurt?" she inquired cautiously. Lin Yi, with a pitiful nod, replied, "At first, it didn't hurt. But after your slap, it started to. What should we do then? I think we should call an ambulance. We can't let the wound get infected." Wan Bing expressed her concern. "Oh, this minor injury is nothing. But if it makes you feel better, why don't we hasten our wedding and start a big family?" Lin Yi suggested cheekily. Wan Bing scoffed at him, injured and still flirtatious. Who would want to bear your children? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Wan Bing suddenly found Lin Yi less irksome, especially recalling the image of him saving her sister yesterday and now shielding her from gunfire, as if those moments were etched into her heart, replaying in her mind. Consequently, Lin Yi's vexatious face drew nearer, almost touching hers. "Hey, you letcher, what are you trying to do?" Wan Bing snapped back to reality, realizing that this man had taken advantage of her momentary distraction. Lin Yi promptly sat up straight, grinning as he said, "I had some dirt on my cheek, and I was just wiping it off for you." As they spoke, Wan Bing gradually emerged from her earlier panic. Observing her return to normalcy, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. He understood the underlying turmoil in Wan Bing's heart. The previous scene had evidently stirred the shadows she kept buried deep inside. If Lin Yi mishandled the situation, her emotional distress could worsen. Fortunately, Wan Bing's resilience shone through, and with Lin Yi's continuous efforts to divert her attention, she soon regained her composure. At that moment, Feng Yong approached the door. "Old Lin, can you step out for a moment?" Lin Yi instructed Wan Bing to rest while he stepped outside. "What is going on? Any leads?" Feng Yong cast a complex glance at Lin Yi, then sighed and remarked, "Is it true that regardless of whether I possess any clues, you will invariably seek out trouble with that group of individuals?" Lin Yi similit enigmatical. Yet the chill embedded within his smile caused even the perceptive Feng Yong to shudder involuntarily. While I was processing the scene earlier, I managed to procure a tracker from the assassin. I concealed it from others and discreetly brought it with me. By employing counter-tracking technology, I believe you should be able to locate them. As he spoke, Feng Yong retrieved a small object, roughly the size of a thumb, from his pocket. Lin Yi smiled faintly, accepted the tracker from Feng Yong's hand, and said, "Thank you. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a drink."